Chapter 1. System Activation. In the city of Jin Province at the Second People's Hospital, a notification chimed ding. Your modifier has been activated. Newbie activation grants 10 modification points. Chen He, washing his hands outside the operating room, stared in astonishment at the virtual screen before him. What on earth was this? Suddenly, an interface appeared on the screen. Name, Chen He. Modification points, 10. Friendly reminder. By utilizing modification points, you can alter skills, items, and other attributes with a chance to enhance your levels. Chen He, what are you daydreaming about? A deep voice interrupted his thoughts. Today, we have the esteemed Professor He from Japan performing the surgery. Oh. Chen He hurriedly finished washing his hands. I'm sorry, Director Yang. I was just lost in thought. Yang Huanqing frowned, letting out a sigh. You must not lose focus during the surgery. You know how crucial this operation is. I fought hard to secure this opportunity for you. If you don't cherish it, no one can help you. You must assist diligently and wholeheartedly in this procedure. If it succeeds, it could transform your image in the eyes of the leadership. Chen He nodded vigorously. I will do my best. Yang Huanqing gave him a meaningful glance and patted him on the shoulder. You'll go greet the guests. You prepare yourself. Remember, this opportunity is unique. Chen He inhaled deeply. Truth be told, the pressure was overwhelming. He was acutely aware that this chance was singular. The unfortunate incident during a previous surgery a year ago had shown him the harsh realities of life. He had spent a year in prison, and upon his release, his wife had taken their children and left. He had fought for his family, but in court, the battle for custody had rendered him a mere jester. Lacking stable employment or income, without a permanent residence, and with a criminal record, what could he possibly offer? Yet, what truly pained Chen He was the gaze of his children, as if they were looking at a failure, a criminal, a stranger, a person to be avoided. This past year had been pivotal for his children, who were just beginning to understand the world. After much effort, Chen He finally managed to gain a position at the Second People's Hospital. Although its reputation was modest, it provided him with a glimmer of hope. Resolute, he steeled himself for the task ahead. He had to seize this opportunity. Clenching his fists, he motivated himself and stepped determinedly toward the operating room. Success today could potentially rewrite the narrative of his life, allowing him a fresh start. He was indifferent to others' opinions, but he deeply cared about how his children perceived him. He wanted to prove that their father was not a villain, nor a failure, nor a criminal, but a great doctor. If he could earn the admiration and favor of Professor He, all the better. Professor He was the vice president of the Asian Society of Cardiovascular Surgery and the chief of cardiac surgery at the University of Tokyo Hospital. His presence at the Second People's Hospital was a rare honor. In fact, such a luminary had never been invited to Jin Province before. The patient today was also of notable stature. Li Wire, the daughter of coal magnate Li Sangyue. A titan in the coal industry, Li Sangyue wielded significant influence in both legal and illicit circles. However, Li Wire had been born with congenital heart disease, leading to progressively worsening heart failure. At 16, her condition was dire. A heart transplant was imperative. In theory, for a family like the Lees, securing a heart transplant should be straightforward. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The hospital had a saying, a heart transplant is essentially waiting for a heart. What did this mean? To perform a transplant, a compatible heart must be available. This waiting period was the most challenging aspect. There were 3 critical compatibility factors: gender, age, and blood type. Generally, transplant hearts come from brain-dead donors, and they must be female. Where can one find so many brain-dead teenage girls? These were formidable challenges. Of course, with sufficient wealth, one could eventually find a match. However, another complication arose. Li Wire had R-negative blood, commonly referred to as panda blood. When all these factors were combined, Li Sangyue was understandably distressed. Such a treasure was hard to come by. After 5 long years of waiting, a suitable heart was finally located when Li Wire turned 16. To ensure the surgery success, Li Sangyue spared no expense, inviting Professor He from the University of Tokyo Hospital. It could be said that this surgery had to succeed. Failure was not an option. If the operation were to fail, Li Wire would not survive long enough to await another compatible heart. Meanwhile, the public buzzed with excitement over today's surgery, and within the industry, all eyes were on this event. Through discussions among the DXY community, hospital leadership, and Professor He, it was decided that today's surgery would be broadcasted live internally. Chapter 2. Surgical Crisis in the Operating Room. Shota glanced at the clock on the wall and then at the patient's monitoring equipment, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the surgery. A heart transplant can essentially be understood as comprising three pivotal steps. First, the preparation of the donor heart. Second, the excision of the diseased heart from the patient. And third, the implantation of the donor heart. Each step is of utmost importance and fraught with its own challenges. To conserve time and minimize the ischemic duration of the heart, thereby alleviating the adverse effects associated with myocardial ischemia. The industry and AMP, OPPO's golden guideline dictates that the donor heart should arrive simultaneously with the removal of the patient and OPPO's heart, facilitating the immediate transplantation. This necessitates that the procurement and preparation of the donor heart occur concurrently within the operating room of the transplant center. Such a strategy allows for an earlier commencement of transport and the recipient and OPPO's surgical procedure, while also enabling the establishment of extracorporeal circulation during the grouping process. Thus, Shota remained in anticipation, waiting for the call that would signal the successful completion of the donor heart's preparation, prompting the immediate onset of the surgery. At that moment, his assistant's phone rang. "Professor Shota, they have begun the surgery over there." Shota nodded, his expression unwavering and composed. The others present were momentarily taken aback. Why had they not yet started? Indeed, the transplant center had already commenced. Confusion erupted among the audience watching the live stream, and the atmosphere in the conference room mirrored this perplexity. It was then that Director Xia Mingshan suddenly altered his demeanor and remarked, "Professor Shota is waiting for the optimal surgical moment." The crowd turned their attention to Xia Mingshan, who continued, "If I am not mistaken, this is a method to reduce surgical risks. Choosing the ideal time to initiate the surgery minimizes unnecessary exposure and anesthesia duration, significantly enhancing the success rate of heart transplantation. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Professor Shota possesses an extraordinary precision in managing the timing of his surgeries." Upon hearing this, the audience quickly comprehended the implication, their astonishment intensifying. This was indeed the hallmark of a masterful surgeon. And so, half an hour elapsed. Suddenly, Shota lifted his head and instructed an assistant, "Prepare for surgery." "Anesthesia." "Understood. Understood." Upon hearing Professor Shota's command, the entire team sprang into action, functioning like a finely tuned machine. The anesthesiologist was an expert from the University of Tokyo Hospital, as anesthesia is a core component of any surgical procedure, particularly in a high-stakes operation such as a heart transplant. Chen He, however, had no opportunity to take the stage, relegated to a less conspicuous position at the operating table, merely observing the procedure and coordinating staff, essentially playing the role of a bystander. In the conference room, Yang Huanqing let out a sigh, having hoped to secure an opportunity for Chen He, yet it appeared not to be the case. After all, it was unlikely that the hospital leadership would approve of someone with a prior record serving as an assistant in such a critical surgery. As the operation progressed, the audience was awestruck by Shota's exceptional skills. With a median sternotomy, he swiftly incised the pericardium, fully exposing the heart. A few deft cuts revealed his expertise, clean and efficient, with minimal blood loss, skillfully avoiding major vessels and nerves. Each incision, seemingly casual, was the culmination of countless surgical experiences. Within mere minutes, it became evident that he was indeed a master in his field. After heparinization, Shota decisively inserted the ascending aortic cannula near the base of the unnamed artery. His assistant promptly placed the venous drainage tubes at the entrances of the superior and inferior vena cava. The extracorporeal circulation blood flow was cooled to near 30 C. As Shota spoke, he tightened the occlusion clamps on the superior and inferior vena cava, obstructing the ascending aorta. Then, with precision, he made an incision along the right atrioventricular groove into the right atrium, extending upwards to the top of the interatrial septum and the root of the aorta, and then inward to the lower part of the septum, while also cutting into the left atrium along the left atrioventricular groove. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Such a meticulous operation necessitated an acute attention to detail and a team of highly skilled, well-coordinated assistant surgeons. Observing this procedure, the leaders from the provincial hospital could not help but marvel. Even the surgical assistants surpassed their most elite physicians in skill. Meanwhile, the surgery approached its final stages. Near the aortic and pulmonary valve, the interatrial septum was severed, and the recipient and amp, Oppo's, heart was about to be excised. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed through the room. The donor heart had arrived. The staff rushed in, breathless. This moment astonished everyone watching the operation. This was nothing short of miraculous, perfectly synchronized. Now, only one incision remained before the heart could be removed. In an instant, the live stream audience erupted with expressions of awe. Their screens flooded with messages lauding Shota's prowess. Similarly, the attendees in the conference room were animated with excitement. Xiao Mingshan could not contain his voice, trembling slightly as he remarked, "A top-tier surgeon can gauge the duration of the surgery with precision down to the minute, even the second." Upon hearing Xiao Mingshan and Oppo's words, the audience recalled Shota and Oppo's earlier surgical performance, shivers running down their spines. Precision to the minute, even the second? It was indeed daunting. At that moment, just as everyone anticipated Shota to make the final incision, he suddenly halted. He had noticed that, under the influence of the extracorporeal circulation machine, the pulmonary vessels of the patient had become engorged, a manifestation of increased resistance. Shota's expression shifted, and the scalpel froze mid-air. The atmosphere seemed to thicken with tension. What was happening? Why was he pausing? Indeed, everyone was on edge, eager for the procedure to proceed. Shota's face was etched with anxiety, beads of sweat forming at his temples. What should he do? Taking a deep breath, Shota endeavored to steady himself. But what good was calmness now? The surgery could not proceed. The patient was likely suffering from concealed pulmonary hypertension. To undertake a standard heart transplant under these conditions would be tantamount to courting disaster. The chances of success were nil. What to do? In that moment, this renowned cardiac specialist, esteemed throughout Asia, found himself hesitating, even fearful. This was not his fault. Pulmonary hypertension can be challenging to detect, particularly when the patient exhibits relatively high pressures, compounded by factors such as abnormally narrow pulmonary vessels and congenital vascular anomalies. What would he do? Shota was at a loss. In the conference room, the already restless Li Songyue stood up abruptly, anxiously demanding to know, "What is happening? Why do you stop the surgery? What is going on?" Even Xiao Mingshan was perplexed. At that juncture, Shota turned to Chen He and stated, "The patient has pulmonary hypertension, and the resistance in the pulmonary vessels is markedly elevated. This is a contraindication for heart transplantation. Please communicate this to the family. I cannot proceed with this surgery." Upon hearing this, Chen He's expression shifted dramatically. What did he just say? Li Songyue, like a frenzied lion, trembled with urgency, desperate to comprehend what had transpired. Chen He turned to the camera, relaying Shota's words verbatim. After he concluded, silence enveloped the room. Everyone fell into a hushed stillness, acutely aware of the implications that pulmonary hypertension held for heart transplantation. It signified the potential failure of the surgery, the likelihood of an unsuccessful outcome, and ultimately the obliteration of hope. Li Songyue, witnessing the somber atmosphere, suddenly felt a surge of agitation. What does this mean? Director Xia, Dean Wang, please speak up. What has transpired? Xiao Mingshan and Amp, Oppo's expression darkened. Mr. Li, according to the latest ATS heart transplantation guidelines, pulmonary hypertension is a contraindication for heart transplantation, rendering success virtually impossible. The survival rate approaches zero. Professor Xiang Taishu, seek your counsel on this matter. Alas, I hope you find solace in this grief. Upon hearing this, Li Songyue felt utterly shattered. It was not just him. His wife had collapsed to the floor, and the elderly couple was equally distraught. In that moment, Chen He suddenly recalled his modifier. He wondered if it could be applied to the heart transplantation procedure. Beep. Your heart transplantation procedure has been detected as primary. Using one modification point allows for a primary alteration. Using 10 modification points facilitates a secondary modification. Chapter 3. I can modify the surgery upon hearing the system notification. Chen's eyes instantly brightened. An opportunity? Should he attempt it? Chen understood that this was not the time for hesitation. If not now, when? Such a rare chance. If he succeeded this time, it would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his fate. Using 10 points. Beep. Modifying your skill. Cardiac transplant, beginner. Please wait. Beep. Modification complete. Rare probability triggered. Your cardiac transplant, beginner, has been upgraded to left heart parallel heart transplant, advanced. A deluge of information flooded Chen and Appo's mind. He was elated to discover that this left heart parallel heart transplant was applicable to heart transplants for pulmonary hypertension. It was astonishing. This surgery represented a monumental breakthrough in the annals of cardiac surgery. Chen silently absorbed the essence of this procedure. In less than a minute, the surgical techniques and details unfolded vividly in his mind. The more he contemplated, the more he marveled. It was extraordinary. He could guarantee that such a surgical skill had never existed in this world before. Had he underestimated this modifier? Moreover, gazing at his advanced left heart parallel heart transplant, Chen realized something profound. His fate was on the verge of transformation. At that moment, Sho Takeda turned to Chen and said, I suggest we forego the surgery and donate the heart to someone in need. Please discuss this with the family. Indeed, from an objective medical standpoint, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Knowing failure was imminent, persisting was not a wise decision. Perhaps this heart could still offer hope to another. However, just then, Chen fell silent, refraining from immediate translation. Instead, he gazed intently at Sho Takeda and earnestly declared in Japanese, I have a way to complete the surgery. Upon hearing this, Sho Takeda was taken aback. Not only him, everyone in the operating room turned to Chen, staring at this novice. They all wanted to ask, what kind of absurdity is this? In the operating room, aside from a few auxiliary personnel from the provincial second hospital, the entire surgical team had been brought from Tokyo by Sho Takeda. To them, Takeda was undoubtedly an authority. When Professor Takeda himself stated that the surgery could not proceed, they believed it without question, because this was medicine, a discipline riddled with imperfections and regrets. Everyone felt a profound sense of sorrow. Even with Li Sangyue's generous funding for the surgery, the grim reality could not be altered. Yet, when Takeda had declared the procedure impossible, a relatively unknown young man asserted he had a solution. This was undoubtedly ludicrous. Sho Takeda frowned upon hearing Chen and Appo's words. He was not one for idle chatter, nor did he smile readily. In such a setting, Chen and Appo's statement irked him. He did not even allow Chen to explain, but curtly replied, Leave? Get another translator. I need to communicate with Mr. Li Sangyue. His single utterance was sufficient to convey everything. At that moment, everyone in the conference room outside the operating theater looked on in confusion. Li Sangyue was teetering on the brink of despair. His greatest hope for his daughter after all these years. What did a failed surgery imply? It was self-evident. Witnessing Professor Takeda and Appo's anger during the conversation with Chen, he quickly summoned his translator. What did he say? The translator hesitated, glancing at Li Sangyue's family, who were on the verge of collapse. He could only relay the exchange between Takeda and Chen. Once he finished, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. How could this happen? The hospital leadership cast reproachful glances at Yang Huanqing, clearly upset with Chen and Appo's audacity. Yang Huanqing was also stunned. This young man was far too reckless. Was this the time to show off? If Professor Takeda could not perform the surgery, was it wise for him to act bravely? This was not merely a matter of stealing credit. It was akin to rushing headlong into danger. Upon hearing this, Hospital Director Wang Zhanxin was evidently irritated. Yang Huanqing, is this the promising young man you spoke of? Should we really grant such an individual an opportunity? Look, he has learned to seize opportunities for himself. Under normal circumstances, had Chen and Takeda swapped roles, perhaps the audience would have been more receptive. Yet, in a situation where even Takeda could not find a solution, Chen's sudden outburst was clearly unwise. Why? because of expertise and reputation. Sho Takeda was a leading cardiac surgeon in Asia. Chen He. At this moment, Li Songyue realized he needed to take charge. He said, "Director Wang, I would like to speak with him inside." Wang Zhanxi nodded, recognizing Li as the key figure. "All right, connect the call." However, as the director, Wang Zhanxin was also quite considerate. "Manager Zhang, please turn off the live stream." Zhang Mu, the manager of the Dingxianjuan live broadcast project, understood that this situation was no longer suitable for public viewing and promptly shut down the stream. Yet, within the live stream room, chaos erupted. Although they could only see the surgical footage, they were unaware of the dispute. They had witnessed the patient and oppose as pulmonary hypertension, indicating that the surgery was fundamentally unfeasible. Why was the live stream suddenly turned off? Were they out of their minds? If the surgery was impossible, why not shut it down? Well, indeed, given the pulmonary hypertension, any surgery would likely fail. This poor girl truly had the worst luck. Wealth could not save her. As viewers exchanged comments, they had abandoned all hope for the surgery and oppose. As success, and could only express sympathy for Li Wei and oppose. Time ticked by. Finally, the call connected, and with the translator's assistance, communication flowed smoothly. "Professor Takeda, this is Li Songyue." "Hello, Mr. Li." Takeda was courteous towards the benefactor. With a sigh, Li Songyue inquired, "Professor Takeda, is there truly no hope for my daughter and amp, Oppo's, surgery?" Takeda replied earnestly, "I regret to inform you, Mr. Li, that according to nearly 20 years of data from our affiliated hospital at the University of Tokyo and the cardiac transplant guidelines established by the ATS in 2020, pulmonary hypertension is a contraindication for heart transplantation, with a success rate approaching zero." Li Songyue was momentarily stunned. Data is unyielding, yet he yearned for hope. Was there truly no chance? No miracle? With a bitter smile, he acknowledged none. Medicine should not rely on luck. This is science. Takeda shook his head, his resolute demeanor sending Li Songyue's heart plummeting. However, he lifted his gaze to the screen where Chen stood. He had learned Chen and Amp, Oppo's name from those around him. And suddenly he asked, "Dr. Chen, you have a way to save my daughter, correct?" Chen was taken aback for a moment, but his eyes then sparkled with renewed hope. He had thought his opportunity was lost. After all, even attempting it would require Professor Takeda's involvement, not his own. "Yes, I can," Chen affirmed with unwavering conviction. Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped all those present. Chapter 4. In the company of three. One must be my teacher at times. Profound impact does not require an abundance of words. A single phrase, a solitary term, or a mere gesture can suffice. At this moment, Chen He became the focal point for all present. Hearing Chen He's affirmation, Li Songyue felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. He glanced at his wife, then at his parents, observing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, albeit overshadowed by disbelief. At that juncture, a man interjected, "Mr. Li, Chen He was released from prison not long ago after a surgical mishap resulted in a patient's death. I urge you to consider this seriously." The speaker was none other than Zhao Liqui, the vice president of the provincial second hospital. His words rendered Li Songyue momentarily speechless. Simultaneously, Chen He, situated in the operating room, heard this declaration and once again found himself in the limelight. Who would have anticipated that such an inconspicuous figure could repeatedly capture the attention of many? Given the history at play, who would dare to place their faith in him? After all, no amount of eloquence can alter the past. Yet, Chen He was not naive enough to proclaim assurances of a successful operation. It was precisely overconfidence that had led to the previous catastrophe. To speak candidly, in medicine, there is no absolute guarantee of success. Humanity and Oppo's understanding of the human body remains woefully insufficient. Chen He shook his head and smiled faintly, choosing silence. He had initially believed he could alter his destiny, but little did he know he was heading toward such a predicament. Contemplating this, he removed his gloves and prepared to exit the operating room, no longer concerned with the opinions of others. However, as he passed the operating table and caught sight of the adorable little girl, his heart softened, reminding him of his own two children. After a brief moment of hesitation, he turned to Xiang Taishu and said quietly, "Mr. Xiang, the child still has a chance." Xiang Taishu ignored Chen He, awaiting Li Tsanyue's response. Chen He, undeterred, remarked, "Do not mistake ignorance for a badge of pride. Indeed, a standard heart transplant could not be performed on a patient with pulmonary hypertension. However, it was feasible to implant the donor heart within the recipient's right thoracic cavity without excising the recipient's own heart. The surgery could indeed succeed." With that, Chen He casually discarded his surgical attire into the trash bin and departed the operating room with a sense of liberation. As the door closed behind him, he uttered a final remark. "Remember, there's an ancient Chinese saying, 'In the company of three, one must be my teacher.' Humility carries no detriment." With that, he turned and left. Whether the surgery would succeed or fail held no relevance to him. I yearn to alleviate suffering. Yet, the masses do not believe in me. I aspire to save lives. How ironic that compassion eludes me. What concern is it of mine? He had once vowed to patients that he would strive to assist them, to offer them hope, sacrificing so much in the process. Yet, a single misfortune had led him to court. Who has ever shown me pity? In court, the hospital did not defend him, the family did not empathize, and the law did not favor him. Did he err? After his release, during the custody battle, he found himself stripped of everything, like a jester, subjected to humiliation from his ex-wife and misunderstanding from his children. The helplessness drove him to question the heavens. What wrong had he committed? At this moment, a sense of release enveloped Chen He. "If you do not believe in me, so be it," he chuckled. Within the operating room, the onlookers could not help but chuckle at Chen He's words. If not for the fear of repercussions in China, they would have undoubtedly scoffed. Meanwhile, in the conference room observing the surgery, Chen He's statements were meticulously translated. A profound silence followed. Dean Wang Zhanxin slammed his fist on the table, visibly enraged. Chen He had clearly offended Professor Xiang Taishu, and as Chen He represented the hospital, this could jeopardize relations between the provincial second hospital and their counterparts. Zhao Liqui exacerbated the situation, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Chen He is utterly reckless." Yang Huanqing, who had initially expressed satisfaction in Chen He, now fell silent, taken aback by Chen He's audacity. In that moment, the hospital's leadership shared a collective ire toward Chen He. If they were to speculate, this surgery would likely be his last in this institution. Yang Huanqing understood he could not retain him. Yet at that very moment, one individual reflected deeply on Chen He's words. Xiang Taishu trembled slightly upon hearing Chen He's remarks, as if a revelation had struck him. Instantly, he fixated on the thoracic cavity, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Following Chen He's line of thought, he began to explore the possibilities. Indeed, this concept was brilliant. By implanting the heart on the right side, there would be no need to remove the existing heart. Post-surgery, both the donor and recipient hearts could share the circulatory function. Why not? This was a stroke of genius. Xiang Taishu felt enlightened, fervently brainstorming various possibilities. If this were the case, the surgery was indeed plausible, with significant advantages. This approach would allow for a high margin of error, since even if one heart failed, the other could still function, buying time for a second transplant. However, one must not assume that simply transplanting a heart guarantees success. That is impossible. Currently, this procedure could even surpass traditional heart transplants in efficacy, particularly for patients like Li Wire, who suffered from pulmonary hypertension. What a monumental solution this could provide. At that moment, he recalled another of Chen He's statements. If the donor's pulmonary artery could be aligned with the recipient and opposed S right atrium, followed by connection of the donor's left atrium to the recipient and opposed S left atrium, and ultimately, an end-to-side anastomosis of the donor's aorta to the recipient and opposed S aorta. This young man had already articulated the surgical process flawlessly. With this thought, Xiang Taishu grew increasingly animated. As seconds ticked away, he stood rooted in place, delving deeper into contemplation. Yet, the more he pondered, the more he was captivated by Chen He's audacious idea and brilliant creativity. However, whenever he considered the intricacies of the procedure, he furrowed his brow. For while Chen He's surgical plan was undoubtedly advantageous, its challenges were glaring. The operational difficulty was exceedingly high. Every detail demanded perfection, placing immense demands on the surgeon's skills, whether in speed, overall perspective, or finesse. He considered himself incapable of executing such a procedure. In fact, he believed very few could. Could that young man truly accomplish it? Perhaps he just might. Chapter 5. Inviting Dr. Chen to return at this moment. Xiang Taishu and Amp, Oppo's heart was in turmoil. Suddenly recalling the last words spoken by Chen He before his departure, Xiang Taishu felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. It seemed he had indeed become rather arrogant. He was not always like this. Perhaps the years of fame had clouded his judgment, leading him to believe he was invincible. Perhaps he had grown a touch too proud. He silently recited, "In a journey of 3, there must be a teacher among us." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the conference room had become somewhat oppressive and awkward due to Chen He's absence. Li Congyu sighed, his thoughts consumed by Li Wire. After some deliberation, the family reached a decision. Regardless of the outcome, they were willing to make an effort. After all, this was their only glimmer of hope. Li Congyu, holding the phone, addressed Xiang Taishu. "Mr. Xiang, give it a try. We still wish to pursue this." The respected middle-aged man from Jin Province spoke with a quiver in his voice. Upon hearing this, Xiang Taishu was struck by recollections of Chen He's proposal. He felt that today could very well be a momentous occasion. Of course, it was imperative that the brilliant young man be involved. Xiang Taishu felt he might be on the verge of witnessing history. Historically, few have dared to question the American ATS guidelines. Today, that history was poised for revision. With excitement, Xiang Taishu addressed the camera. "Mr. Li, there is hope. The surgery is feasible. I possess a 30 assurance that there is indeed a chance. Moreover, I believe that if we could invite that young doctor from earlier to lead the operation, the success rate would be significantly enhanced." The room fell silent in astonishment at Xiang Taishu's words. Li Congyu, brimming with curiosity, eagerly inquired, "Who? Which doctor?" With the prospect of hope ignited, Li Congyu and Amp, Oppo's excitement surged. Initially despondent, the sudden turn of events was exhilarating. Such a precious hope, once thought lost, had been revived. If he could save his daughter, he would do anything. Xiang Taishu, slightly blushing, replied, "It was the young doctor who acted as the translator. I believe he is the only one capable of performing the surgery. By the way, what is that doctor's name?" This statement sent ripples of shock throughout the conference room. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom that such words had come from Xiang Taishu himself. All eyes turned toward the translator, who appeared equally perplexed. I assure you, my translation was flawless. As a top-tier translator, he was confident in his abilities, especially given the simplicity of the phrases. How could there be an error, considering the impossibility of a mistake? Could it be Chen He? Was he truly that exceptional? Everyone in Oppo's minds flashed back to Chen He's earlier presence. Li Congyu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Chen He had indeed claimed he could treat the patient, yet he had doubted him. Now, they were contemplating bringing him back. How surreal! Li Congyu, wise to the ways of the world, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Not only him, even the upper management of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was taken aback. Was Chen He truly as remarkable as Xiang Taishu had asserted? How could they have been unaware? Vice President Zhao, Liqui Kuden, and Oppo's helped but mutter, could there be a misunderstanding? Meanwhile, Yang Huanqing was completely befuddled, feeling as if life had turned dramatically surreal. Yet, even so, he remained skeptical that Chen He was indeed that capable. Although Yang had personally recruited him and recognized Chen He's talent and ability. After all, he had offended Zhao Liqui for this very reason. He did not believe Chen He was as extraordinary as Xiang Taishu claimed. Nonetheless, if Chen He could indeed successfully perform this surgery, the implications were profound. Yang Huanqing quickly suggested, "If there is any doubt, let us summon Chen He for clarification." President Wang Zhanxin felt a bit awkward, but, as a leader, he understood the importance of the bigger picture. His eyes suddenly brightened. "Yes, let us hasten to bring Dr. Chen here." Professor Xiang Tai-shu, please bear with us for a moment. I will fetch Dr. Chen immediately, Li Sangyue exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tai-shu felt a slight blush creep on his face. Oh, so his name is Chen He? What a lovely name. Please, I would also like to apologize to Dr. Chen in person. The room buzzed with intrigue at the prospect of Xiang Tai-shu personally apologizing to Chen He. Just then, President Wang Zhanxin and Appo's phone rang. President Wang, we have no idea where Dr. Chen went after leaving the operating room. A nurse from a surgical team exclaimed hurriedly. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as everyone's expressions changed. Wang Zhanxin commanded, "Find him, quickly." Turning to his assistant and others nearby, he instructed, "You all go check the changing room. Hurry, we must locate Dr. Chen. Yang Director, please go and speak with him. Dr. Chen will listen to you." Li Sangyue, now more determined than ever, rushed outside. "Director Yang, I will accompany you. He is a clever man. He understands that I may have offended Chen He previously. Now we must make amends." Zhao Liqui observed the flurry of activity and felt a pang of jealousy, internally scoffing. How absurd. A group of people chasing after a young man. How could he perform a surgery that Xiang Tai-shu cannot accomplish? It's utterly ludicrous. He found it hard to believe this entire scenario. In his view, Xiang Tai-shu was acting somewhat irrationally, placing faith in a few words that Chen He could succeed. This was surgery, not mere boastfulness. Though there were others who shared Zhao Liqui's skepticism, the majority remained curious about the potential surgery. After leaving the operating room, Chen He sat in the changing room, lost in thought. It was highly likely that today would mark his last day at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He was not a permanent employee, but a contracted worker, granting the hospital direct authority over his employment. As he contemplated this, Chen He felt no great sorrow, only a sense of guilt toward Director Yang Huanqing. After all, the world is vast. With his skills and system, surely he would find a place to belong. Resolute, Chen He began to change out of his scrubs. Just then, the door to the changing room swung open, and several individuals entered, including the head of the medical department and the president and Appo's assistant. Upon seeing them, Chen He assumed they had come to reprimand him. He noticed Yang Huanqing in the group. With an apologetic smile, Chen He said, "Director Yang, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. You need to worry. I will leave voluntarily today. I will certainly repay your kindness when the opportunity arises." With that, Chen He removed his white coat emblazoned with the name of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital and turned to depart. At that moment, Li Sangyue rushed forward and blocked Chen He's path. "Dr. Chen, I'm a family member of the patient, Li Wire's father. I sincerely apologize for my previous offense and hope you can overlook it. As a parent, I want to say anything more. I earnestly request that you save my daughter. Speaking of money is too crude. I understand it is an insult to you. However, if you can save her, you will be my family's savior. Whatever assistance I can provide, I will do without hesitation." Li Sangyue bowed deeply, bringing a hush to the room. Yang Huanqing approached silently, merely watching Chen He, his eyes brimming with excitement. Chen observed Li Sangyue in silence for a moment. At that juncture, a middle-aged man entered the room. "Hello, Dr. Chen. I am Xiao Mingshan, the director of the cardiac surgery department at the Provincial People and Appo's hospital. Your surgical proposal is remarkable and holds great promise. I sincerely hope you can undertake this procedure and create a miracle. Furthermore, if you're interested, our cardiac surgery department at the Provincial People's Hospital warmly welcomes your presence and is eager to nurture your talents." Before he could finish his sentence, a man rushed in with a somewhat grim expression. "Old Xia, ISN and Appo's. Is it inappropriate to poach someone like this? Dr. Chen, I am Yang Yulai, the vice president. Yang Huanqing has briefed me about your situation. Do not worry. Regardless of the outcome of this surgery, I will bear the responsibility for you. Yang Yulai can handle it. Yang Huanqing, go ahead. Yang Yulai, go ahead. Li Sangyue, I implore you." Chapter 6. A stunning display. Chen He never imagined that he would one day receive such treatment. As he gazed at the coal magnate, the hospital leaders, and the provincial director at the entrance, a smile suddenly crept across his face. Is this not life itself? Li Sangyue felt a gnawing anxiety. With every passing minute, the peril facing his daughter intensified. Chen He turned to Li Sangyue and said, I cannot guarantee the success of the surgery, but I shall do my utmost. Upon hearing these words, Li Sangyue immediately understood. He hastily replied, Dr. Chen, rest assured, I comprehend fully. I will sign the consent form and cooperate actively. Chen He nodded, expressing gratitude to Director Yang Yu and acknowledged Director Xia Mingshan, conveying his belief that they would have opportunities for collaboration in the future. With that, he strode toward the operating room as the crowd parted to create a pathway for him. Chen He felt a surge of excitement within him. He was determined to succeed. He yearned for triumph. Above all, he needed to prove himself. The moment Chen He entered the operating room, everyone silently turned to pay their respects. The nurses assisted him in donning the surgical attire, a privilege he had never experienced before. Xiang Taishu stood tall and addressed Chen He, saying, Chen He-kun, I apologize for my prior conduct. Please forgive my rudeness. Chen He nodded in acknowledgement, knowing that words held little significance at this juncture. The paramount task ahead was to execute the surgery flawlessly. Here, prowess often dictated authority. Xiang Taishu, upon receiving Chen He's nod, promptly relinquished the lead surgeon position, stating, Please, Dr. Chen, take the lead. I shall assist. The other assistants also stepped aside, awaiting the commencement of the operation. Although the actions of Xiang Taishu puzzled those around him, everyone cooperated willingly. In truth, Xiang Taishu understood that the success of today's surgery would hold profound significance, not only for heart transplantation, but also for the advancement of cardiovascular surgery. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. As a physician, when one is already unburdened by fame and fortune, what remains to be pursued? Is it not the resolution of challenging dilemmas? And now, an opportunity lay before him. If he failed to seize it now, he would have truly squandered over 50 years. In the meeting room, the multitude of hospital leaders observed the scene with mixed emotions. Li Sangyue's wife clutched his hand tightly, her gaze fixed on the screen, watching Chen He's eyes, desperate to discern the probability of success. As Chen He grasped the scalpel and glanced at Xiang Taishu and the other assistants, he firmly announced, The surgery begins. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, dozens of eyes were fixated on Chen He's hands. These seasoned experts could readily discern the truth of Chen He's earlier claims and the extent of his capabilities as the surgery unfolded. At that moment, Chen He's face radiated calmness. Indeed, he felt no trace of nervousness. As he lifted the scalpel, tranquility enveloped him. The experience of performing advanced left heart parallel heart transplants resurfaced in his mind, as ingrained as the habits formed from thousands of surgeries. Each detail had been meticulously honed. Chen He commenced the procedure, swiftly clamping the donor and amp, oppos, superior and inferior vena cava. These were fundamental skills, yet they tested a surgeon and amp, oppos, caliber. The locations and angles Chen He chose for the clamping were impeccable. Xia Mingshan's eyes lit up as he turned to Li Sangyue, assuring him, Mr. Li, do not worry. Dr. Chen truly possesses remarkable skills. In no time, Chen He's movements were precise and unencumbered by hesitation. He adeptly organized the thoracic cavity, aligning the donor and amp, oppos, pulmonary artery with the recipient and amp, oppos, right atrium on the same horizontal plane. His next task was the anastomosis of the pulmonary artery and right atrium, an exceedingly critical step pivotal to the success of the transplant. The heart's major vessels bear significant pressure and possess intricate structures, necessitating a high standard for suturing. Each stitch must ensure that the vascular walls are precisely aligned, with no leakage or narrowing, allowing for unobstructed blood flow and no tension on the sutured vessel, a true testament to a cardiovascular surgeon and amp, oppos, core competencies. At this juncture, the choice of suturing technique and skill would reflect the surgeon and amp, oppos, level of expertise. Chen He began, and all eyes remained glued to the suturing details. He employed interrupted mattress sutures. Xia Mingshan could not help but nod in approval. This technique ensured complete and tight alignment of the intima, minimizing the risk of hemorrhage. However, another physician furrowed his brow, expressing concern, but The drawback of interrupted mattress sutures is that they can cause circumferential narrowing during the suturing process. Could this be detrimental to the patient? Before he could finish his thought, he fell silent, realizing that Chen He's suturing method was not merely a standard interrupted mattress suture. This was something entirely different. Xiaoming Shan was equally astonished by Chen He's suturing technique. His eyes widened in amazement. It is an interrupted mattress suture, but he must have modified it. Xiaoming Shan's remark plunged the room into silence. How old was Chen He? Just 27. Yet he had already improved upon cardiovascular suturing techniques. This was the culmination of generations of effort. The ingenuity of this suturing method was astounding. Yet, had they not noticed the immense difficulty? Observe Chen He's dexterous fingers. This method was exceedingly complex. Indeed, at that moment, within the operating room, everyone was rendered speechless by Chen He's technique. Initially, Xiang Taishu thought Chen He merely had an exceptional plan, but as the surgery progressed, his astonishment grew. Each step of the procedure defied his expectations. When Chen He began the anastomosis, he was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Chen He's suturing skills would be so exceptional, employing a technique he had never encountered before. If he was not mistaken, this was undoubtedly an original approach. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. Unable to contain himself, Xiang Taishu inquired, "Dr. Chen, did you develop this suturing technique yourself?" Chen He nodded in silence. Soon, the anastomosis of the donor pulmonary artery and recipient right atrium was complete. Next, he proceeded to anastomose the donor left atrium with the recipient left atrium, and the donor aorta with the recipient aorta in an end-to-side anastomosis. Each suturing site involved a unique technique, with increasing complexity. Initially, the audience intended to learn from his approach, but as the procedure continued, silence enveloped the room. It was simply beyond their grasp, too challenging, too breathtaking. This surgery shattered all preconceived notions regarding suturing. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most pivotal aspect was that this surgery might very well make history, potentially overturning the long-held belief that heart transplants could not succeed under pulmonary hypertension. Chapter 7. What constitutes mastery time? Each fleeting second passes. The surgery is still in progress. Xiang Taishu gazes at Chen He, who is performing the operation, and finds himself unexpectedly filled with a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the seasoned general lamenting his age. For this particular procedure, Chen He has completely transformed Xiang Taishu into Oppo's worldview. It has dawned upon him that their previous paradigms of thinking must undergo a profound transformation. The advancement of medicine cannot rely solely on instruments and scientific progress. It also necessitates the physician's own dedication and evolution. A doctor is not merely a user of tools, but must embody the essence of being a healer. They ought to possess the pioneering and innovative spirit akin to that of Shen Nong, who tasted the myriad herbs. What Chen He has imparted to Xiang Taishu is far more than a surgical procedure. It is the introduction to an entirely new realm. Contemplating this, Xiang Taishu cannot help but sigh. He never imagined that at the age of 56, he would truly grasp the profound meaning of the phrase great medicine and sincere devotion. It has become clear to him that the title of doctor carries immense weight. Their mission is to heal lives. Finally, as Chen He completes the final suture, two hearts peacefully coexist within the thoracic cavity. They are independent, yet mutually supportive. Xiang Taishu, with keen insight, notices that Chen He has finished the surgery and aids in cutting the sutures. This signifies the conclusion of the primary phase of the heart transplant. What follows is the most exhilarating moment, for they are about to ascertain the success of the operation. At this moment, everyone rises to their feet. Almost all eyes are fixated on Chen He's hands and Li Wire's heart. A palpable tension fills the air, palms begin to sweat, and breaths become rapid. Yet, Chen He remains calm, as if he were performing a routine procedure. Release the air from the heart's vessels. Open the aortic clamp. Achieve complete hemostasis. Restore cardiac rhythm. Each step is executed with tranquility, as if he has already anticipated the outcome of the surgery. Indeed, thus far, every action has unfolded precisely as Chen He had foreseen, which is a positive sign. Gradually, the extracorporeal circulation begins to cease. In contrast to Chen He's composure, the collective sentiment grows increasingly tense. Everyone's hearts seem to beat in synchrony with Li Wire's. Anxious, restless, hopeful. Time slips by 1 second at a time. Suddenly, the two hearts begin to beat rhythmically. The extracorporeal circulation has completely halted. Have they succeeded? Excitement. The faces of all present are alight with exhilaration. Both hearts are now pulsing in a rhythmic dance. Blood begins to flow through the hearts. Have they truly succeeded? No, the surgery is not yet completed. All eyes are glued to the electrocardiogram. Chen He included, they must ascertain whether the cardiac function is normal. Another 2 minutes of monitoring ensue. Normal. Everything is normal. They have triumphed. They have successfully completed a heart transplant surgery for pulmonary hypertension, pioneering the simultaneous use of 2 hearts. As Xiang Taishu observes the gradually stabilizing data, he begins to tremble with emotion. He, Xiang Taishu, at 56, has witnessed a miracle. Not only him, the entire conference room erupts in excitement and jubilation. Yang Huanqing clenches his fists in anticipation of success. Xiao Mingshan's eyes brim with tears. He has witnessed a miraculous achievement in the field. At last, the monitoring period concludes. Everything is normal, no adverse reactions. When the anesthesiologist and assistant doctor exclaim in ecstatic tones, the room erupts in cheers. The surgery has succeeded. They have made history. They have created a miracle. All accolades are due to the young man standing before them. Inside the operating room, whether it be the staff from the Provincial Second Hospital or the team from Tokyo University Hospital, their excitement is shared in unison. Together, they have crafted a miracle. Xiang Taishu's eyes, awash with emotion, become slightly blurred, tears streaming down his face, as nurses hastily intervene to wipe them away, for the surgery is not yet concluded. Dr. Chen, thank you. Xiang Taishu bows deeply. The doctors accompanying him also bow in gratitude, saying, Dr. Chen, you have worked tirelessly. Thank you. Chen He, equally overwhelmed with emotion, feigns calmness and bows in return, saying, Thank you for your cooperation. Indeed, no surgical endeavor can be accomplished in isolation. Chen He bows to all staff members in appreciation. As this scene unfolds, those watching the surgery in the conference room erupt in applause, cheers, and celebrations. Li Sanyue's family is overwhelmed with joy, embracing one another in tears. Their eyes glisten with tears of excitement. After numerous trials, this surgery has finally succeeded, and the architect of this accomplishment is none other than Chen He, the remarkable 27-year-old physician. He has demonstrated to everyone that he has achieved the impossible. Taking a deep breath, Chen He struggles to contain the exhilaration on his face and the excitement within his heart. He has done it. Observing the respectful gazes of those around him, it seems as if the honors of yesteryear have returned. As the concluding tasks commence, Chen He strives to maintain his composure and addresses Xiang Taishu. We must conclude this. Xiang Taishu promptly nods yes. Let us wrap this up and transfer her to the intensive care unit. After a heart transplant, there remains a significant risk, be it infection or immune rejection, that can jeopardize the success of the surgery and even threaten life. The concluding tasks no longer require Chen He's direct involvement. The nearby doctors, well-versed in their duties, have already begun their work. Having trained under Professor Xiang Taishu, they now execute their responsibilities with ease. As Xiang Taishu observes the gradually sutured thoracic cavity, he's about to speak when he suddenly furrows his brow. Wait a moment, he exclaims. The assistants immediately halt their actions, their expressions shifting in alarm. What has occurred? Xiang Taishu's voice trembles slightly. Dr. Chen, regarding the left heart parallel heart transplant, could it be that there are concerns about the rejection response? Chen He cannot help but admire Xiang Taishu's acumen. He thought Xiang Taishu had overlooked it, yet he had indeed discovered the underlying issue. He nods without uttering a word. However, Xiang Taishu's hands tremble with excitement. The surrounding doctors remain perplexed, and the attendees in the conference room gaze on in confusion. What has transpired? The look in Xiang Taishu's eyes is filled with trepidation. He had not anticipated that Chen He could utilize this method to indirectly mitigate the impact of rejection reactions. The synergistic effect of the two hearts, coupled with this particular suturing technique, can alleviate the incidence of rejection. Most importantly, if an immune rejection occurs, leading to loss of function, the original recipient heart can still sustain the patient's life while awaiting another transplant. This surgical technique is truly remarkable. It offers multifaceted benefits. In Xiang Taishu's eyes, there is nothing but admiration for Chen He. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Taishu addresses the assistants. Dr. Chen, you are truly extraordinary. His words leave everyone bewildered. Chapter 8. 10 million. The surgery concluded. Li Wire was swiftly transported to the intensive care unit. Subsequent treatments to prevent infection and mitigate rejection reactions post-surgery must follow suit. Meanwhile, a throng surrounded Chen He as he exited the operating room. Once composed, Chen He realized that everything felt surreal, akin to a dream. After all, just yesterday, he was but an anonymous pawn amidst the crowd, gazing up at his superiors, a mere jester in the courtroom of failure. Yet today, he found himself in such a distinguished position. At the entrance of the conference room, those who had just witnessed the surgery emerged, nearly all wearing smiles. Even Zhao Liqui, who had previously offended many, donned a perfunctory grin that was both irksome and secretly gratifying. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chen. Li Tsiangyue and his family approached, bowing in gratitude. Li Tsiangyue grasped Chen He's hands firmly. Thank you, Dr. Chen. I am truly grateful. You are a benefactor to the Li family. Li Tsiangyue spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Regardless of his immense wealth, political acumen, or influential connections, when familial ties were at stake, he remained a devoted father. It was no exaggeration to say, Chen He had saved this family. Chen He smiled and nodded. Mr. Li, you are too kind. It is my duty. Li Tsiangyue raised his thumb. A good doctor indeed. Director Wang, you have nurtured an exceptional physician. Wang Zhanxin, standing nearby, nodded with a smile. Indeed. Dr. Chen represents the new generation of our emergency department, personally selected by Director Yang. We must cultivate him vigorously. Yang Huanqing, unable to suppress his thoughts, mused on how this was precisely why someone could ascend to the position of director. Yet, human nature is often pragmatic, is it not? Observing Zhao Liqui and others nodding in agreement, Yang Huanqing felt an indescribable pride swell within him. He couldn't oppose. He helped but give Chen He a thumbs up. Li Tsiangyue, glancing at Yang Huanqing, remarked, Well, Director Yang, I am a simple man, so please don and amp. Amp, oppose, take offense. I would like to personally donate 10 million to our emergency department to establish an operating room and update the equipment, as a token of my appreciation. Dr. Chen, I would appreciate your oversight on how this money is utilized for the operating room and equipment. Your word shall be final. To a hero, a fine sword. A good horse deserves a good saddle. He added, By the way, I wonder if Dr. Chen has time for a home-cooked meal tonight? It would be a way for us to express our gratitude. One must admit, Li Tsiangyue was quite astute. His words were impeccably crafted. Not only did he propose a generous donation of 10 million to the hospital, specifically for the emergency department overseen by Yang Huanqing, but he also allowed Chen He to manage and decide on the direction of the funds. This not only benefited the hospital, but also afforded Chen He respect, alleviating his awkward position. It was a masterstroke. Moreover, by extending an invitation for a family dinner as a patient, Chen He found it challenging to refuse. Chen He had yet to respond, while those around him were nearly drooling with envy. 10 million casually donated. Most importantly, the personal invitation from Li Tsiangyue was the most precious aspect. In Jin Province, with Li Tsiangyue and Amp, Oppos, as assistants, Chen He undoubtedly gained a benefactor. Yet little did they know, Chen He might very well be a benefactor to Li Tsiangyue. The latter had always been generous towards those who aided him. In Li Tsiangyue's eyes, Chen He was a highly valuable individual, one capable of saving lives. Why would he not treat him well? Wang Zhanxin quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Li. Director Yang, let's properly thank Mr. Li. This truly alleviates the urgent needs of our emergency department. At that moment, Yang Huanqing was utterly astonished. It was the first time he encountered such a magnanimous benefactor. Thank you, Mr. Li. Our emergency department will certainly handle this matter diligently. Li Tsiangyue smiled, saying little else. Truth be told, 10 million was neither a large nor small sum in his eyes. He donated far beyond that amount annually. He would willingly give this 10 million to Chen He, yet he understood that what Chen He needed was a stepping stone, not merely money. This man was a dragon poised to soar, and at Wuden and Oppos, to be long before he took flight. As for the second provincial hospital, he Wuden and Oppos, to remain there for long. However, this place served as a crucial launch pad, making his journey much more comfortable. For, regardless of circumstances, the essence of Chinese healthcare remains entrenched within the institutional medical system. At this juncture, Li Tsiangyue embraced Xiang Taishu. Mr. Xiang Taishu, thank you immensely for traveling such a distance. The two were evidently old acquaintances. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether they could have secured Xiang Taishu's presence. Xiang Taishu smiled, addressing Li Tsiangyue. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Li. You have allowed me to witness such a successful surgery and to meet a young, talented, and promising Dr. Chen. Li Tsiangyue sighed in relief. With your words, I am truly at ease. Xiang Taishu and Oppos' eyes were filled with contemplation as he calmly stated, you need not worry about the surgery. To be frank, today's procedure was the most successful heart transplant I have ever witnessed. Having said that, he turned to Wang Zhanxin, Director Wang. I recommend you keep this surgery under wraps. Today and Oppos' operation holds profound significance. It not only addressed heart transplantation under pulmonary hypertension, but also, and most importantly, reduced the possibility of organ rejection for the patient. Even in the event of rejection, it would facilitate future opportunities for more suitable organ transplants. Furthermore, the research value of this surgery is exceptionally high. Upon hearing Xiang Taishu's words, the crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Xiao Mingshan's eyes dimmed. He had sensed Xiang Taishu and Oppos' realization. He had long been aware of this fact. In fact, he had prepared to offer Chen He a lucrative position at the Provincial People in Oppos' hospital. Little did he expect that, at this point, enticing Chen He away would likely be a challenge. Then, Xiang Taishu and Oppos' proclamation ignited excitement among the crowd. I have an idea. Let the second provincial hospital collaborate with our Tokyo University Hospital's Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery for research purposes. We shall jointly explore heart transplantation. Of course, I will not claim sole credit. I will invite Dr. Chen to lead this project. Dr. Chen, what say you? Upon hearing Xiang Taishu's proposal, several directors erupted in enthusiasm. Establishing a research collaboration with Tokyo Medical University Hospital. What prestige such an arrangement would bring. What a monumental achievement. What immense impact could it have on the hospital? They gazed eagerly at Chen He, silently urging him, please agree. You cannot refuse such a wonderful opportunity. However, after a moment of contemplation, Chen He neither accepted nor declined outright. Instead, he stated, Professor Xiang Taishu, I still have some details to refine regarding this surgery. Let us consider collaboration at a later date. I believe there will be many opportunities for us to work together. Xiang Taishu nodded, smiling. I look forward to that day. Whenever Dr. Chen has the time, I would like to invite you to Japan to give a lecture. Chen He chuckled. I likely want to Oppos' of time in the near future. Xiang Taishu and Oppos' expression dimmed somewhat, yet he expressed understanding. Meanwhile, the directors were not merely disappointed, they were nearly exasperated. How could they let such a splendid opportunity slip away? In truth, Chen He was quite clear about his own thoughts. He was still just an inexperienced novice, fundamentally distinct from these top-tier magnates. The reason he's shown today was largely due to the modifications provided by the system. If one were to venture forth recklessly, whether to Tokyo or the Provincial People and Oppos' hospital, should the truth come to light, it would undoubtedly result in an exceedingly awkward situation. Chapter 9. Rich rewards. This issue is among the foremost concerns of Chen He at present. The surgery has concluded, and Xiao Mingshan is preparing to depart. He gazes at Chen He, a hint of regret in his smile as he clasps Chen He's hand. Dr. Chen, let us exchange contact information. Perhaps there are opportunities for collaboration in the future. Chen He does not decline. To put it plainly, the medical field is also a social sphere, and it is beneficial to become acquainted with influential figures. Xiao Mingshan is certainly not a minor character. He holds a prominent position in the surgical domain of Jin Province, serving as the chairman of the Jin Provincial Medical Association. As the head of cardiac surgery at the provincial hospital, he is also a professor and vice president at Jin Medical University. Chen He had often attended his lectures. Who would have imagined that such a distinguished individual would engage with Chen He as if they were equals, like friends? Life is unpredictable, and one can only sigh and wonder. In this society, status is not determined by age, but rather by capability. When you possess sufficient skill, you gain the right to converse on equal footing. Very well, Director Xia, let us keep in touch. At this juncture, Chen He felt a flush of embarrassment. Suddenly, Xiao Mingshan recalled something. By the way, Dr. Chen, which university did you graduate from? Chen He blushed, chuckling awkwardly. I am a graduate of Jin Medical University, class of 2018. Dean Xia, I attended your class. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingshan's expression brightened. Ah, splendid. No wonder you seem familiar. Our university has produced many talented individuals. Speaking of which, this year marks our 60th anniversary. You must attend. I will have someone send you an invitation soon. Chen He froze momentarily at the mention of the anniversary. Anniversary? Dean Xia, am I even qualified? How could Chen He be unaware of the significance of the 60th anniversary? It is a momentous occasion for Jin Medical University, where distinguished alumni are invited. To receive an invitation to such an event is, quite frankly, a source of great pride. Xiao Mingshan chuckled. I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Xiao Chen. You're being overly modest. If you're not qualified, then I am even less so. No more talk. You must attend without fail. With that, Xiao Mingshan left satisfied. Given that Chen He is a graduate of Jin Medical University, everything seemed straightforward. However, while Xiao Mingshan was pleased, others were not as fortunate. Presently, Wang Zhanxin and Yang Yulai exchanged anxious glances, filled with trepidation. They were internally restless, fearing that Chen He might be snatched away. Chen He now held great significance, even if he were deemed inadequate. After all, he was associated with a 10 million investment and a research collaboration project with Tokyo Medical University Hospital. Yang Yulai quickly signaled to Yang Huanqing. Yang Huanqing, oblivious, returned a confused glance, then broke into laughter, much to Yang Yulai's frustration at his foolishness. At this moment, Xiang Taishu had completed the surgery and showed no intention of lingering. He was a busy man, having brought his family along, and needed to return promptly. Without further ado, he turned to Chen He and assured him, Dr. Chen, rest assured, I will not disclose any details of your surgery. I guarantee it with my integrity. Chen He smiled, but remained silent. In truth, even if the surgical video were to leak, it would not matter. The intricate details cannot be mastered simply by observation. Without hundreds, if not thousands, of surgical practices, there would be no opportunity to replicate such skills. The Li family also took their leave, intending to see Professor Xiang off. Before departing, they turned to Chen He. Dr. Chen, I will send someone to pick you up at the hospital tonight. Chen He nodded, accepting the offer with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Li. Li Cangyue beamed at this. No need for formality. Just call me Li Ge. With that, the Li family rose to leave. After completing her surgery, Li Wei was in the ICU and could not be visited, rendering their stay at the hospital unnecessary. Chen He proceeded to the changing room. Upon entering, he was suddenly greeted by a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations! Your surgery is complete. Completion rating, excellent. Reward obtained. 1. 1 modification point 10. 2. A copy of an advanced skill book. Chen He was taken aback. So, completing surgery yields modification points. But what is this skill book? With no one around, Chen He cautiously opened the skill book. A flash of light enveloped him, and another notification chimed. Ding! You have opened the advanced skill book. Acquiring Advanced Aesthetic Skin Suturing Technique. Advanced Aesthetic Skin Suturing Technique. A fusion of skin suturing and aesthetic methods to achieve superior suturing results, effectively concealing scars and minimizing skin damage. Upon reading this, Chen He felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated something more advanced. Instead, It was merely an aesthetic skin suturing technique. Nevertheless, a reward, no matter how modest, was still welcome. Meanwhile, several hospital leaders convened in a meeting room. Yang Huanqing spoke with palpable excitement. Director Yang, Director Wang, you must have noticed Chen He's capabilities. We cannot solely focus on his past mistakes. We must acknowledge his strengths. Yang Yulai nodded in agreement. Indeed, Director Wang, I believe Director Yang speaks wisely. Xiao Chen secured significant benefits for our hospital today. You've seen Director Xia's attitude. If we do not reciprocate in some manner, it may disappoint Xiao Chen. Wang Zhanxin, smoking and exhaling smoke rings. Ponder the pros and cons before inquiring. Director Yang, what kind of reward do you think would be appropriate for Xiao Chen? Yang Yulai furrowed his brow. His expression resolute as he stated, I believe we should act decisively. As you all know, our cardiac surgery department is in need of capable hands. Let us promote Xiao Chen directly to deputy director, nurturing him step by step. No, Zhao Liqui immediately countered, that is not feasible. While Chen He possesses talent, I believe he is still far from the deputy director position. We recently secured that role through talent acquisition in Beijing. Furthermore, Chen He's abilities require comprehensive evaluation. Rewards should be gradual. I suggest he remain in the emergency department, be provisionally promoted, and be observed further. Wang Zhanxin contemplated this for a moment before remarking, well, Director Yang, let us have Chen He stay in the emergency department for now, but let us also take a bolder approach. We should unearth the potential of our capable young talents. Yang Huanqing understood Wang Zhanxin's intent and promptly expressed gratitude. Thank you, Director. I will take care of this matter. Chapter 10, Visiting the Li family upon returning to the department. Yang Huanqing summoned Chen He to his office. With an expression of exuberance, he exclaimed, my boy, you truly excel. I never anticipated that you could tackle such a challenging surgical dilemma. Initially, I regarded you as a promising talent, but it appears you are, in fact, a genius. Ha ha ha. Yang Huanqing, animated and jovial, reveled in his own delight for quite some time. Chen He, observing Director Yang and Oppo's exuberance, Kuden and Oppo's, T helped but smile. To be candid, Director Yang had shown him great favor. After experiencing medical mishaps and incarceration, any public hospital would have shunned someone with his background. Yet, Yang Huanqing risked incurring the wrath of Deputy Director Zhao Liqui to bring Chen He on board. Though he was merely a contract worker for Chen, it felt like a lifeline in a moment of despair. You should have seen Zhao and Oppo's expression. It was splendid. Well done, my boy. You and Oppo's vindicated both of us. Yang Huanqing patted Chen He on the shoulder, elated. Then, he shifted to more serious matters. The leaders just discussed your situation, and both President Yang Yu and I are inclined to transfer you to the cardiovascular surgery department as an associate chief physician. However, the president suggests you first transition to a permanent position in the emergency department. Yang Huanqing's earnest gaze stirred genuine emotion within Chen He. To acknowledge his capabilities yet keep him in the emergency department, while voluntarily offering him a position in cardiovascular surgery, exemplified true mentorship. However, Chen He was acutely aware of his circumstances. Returning to cardiovascular surgery was appealing, yet one must act in accordance with one and Oppo's true calling. The emergency department, though somewhat lacking, had been a pivotal turning point in his life. If Yang Huanqing could achieve success, why couldn't Oppo's offer a promising future to him as well? Furthermore, would a position in cardiovascular surgery guarantee a favorable platform? Staying in the emergency department might actually allow him to thrive. With this in mind, Chen He smiled and remarked, Director Yang, are you eager to send me away? Yang Huanqing shot him a stern look, his brows furrowing in irritation. You little rascal. Chen He interjected, I've decided to stay. Yang Huanqing paused, taken aback. You little rascal. Words unnecessary. They exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's intentions. Work diligently, and I shall not shortchange you. If any issues arise, I will shoulder the burden. These two sentences encapsulated Yang Huanqing's promise. The hospital is preparing your transition to a permanent position. Rest assured. Concerning the department, while the hospital cannot grant you the title of associate chief physician, I will provide you with the benefits of that position and apply for your level 4 surgical qualifications. Our emergency department may be small, but can offer you the platform you seek. Go forth and make the most of it." Chen He's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Yang Huanqing did not promote him, he had bestowed upon him a platform for unrestrained expression. To be entrusted with level 4 surgeries was a significant show of confidence. Chen He suddenly felt grateful for his choice. After a brief chat, Yang Huanqing excused Chen He. Indeed, the emergency department at the provincial second hospital was not thriving. In fact, it was somewhat unworthy of its tertiary hospital status. Yang Huanqing had been summoned under pressing circumstances and returned from the capital to assume the role of director here. Upon returning to the department, Chen He did not attract much attention. After all, to the others, Professor Xiang Taishu was credited with the surgery, and only a few of the directors and department heads were privy to the truth. Due to the confidential nature of the surgical content, the details were temporarily sealed and not disseminated. The emergency department comprised 12 doctors divided into 2 major groups: the internal medicine group, led by the capable and short-haired Yang Ximin, and the surgical group, commanded by the decisive 40-year-old Yu Chong. Chen He had been diligent and hard-working over the past month, earning favorable impressions from his colleagues. "Xiao Chun, you and Amp, Oppos, Reback. How did the surgery go?" Wang Xiaojiang, a key member of the emergency department in his 30s, greeted him with a smile. His outgoing personality made him an indispensable part of the team, often saying, "Life is already tough. If I don and Amp, Oppos, tea sweeten it. How can I survive?" "Brother Wang, it went smoothly," Chen He replied with a smile. Wang Xiaojiang then pulled Chen He aside, curious and conspiratorial. "Tell me, does Professor Xiang Taishu have 3 heads and 6 arms?" This remark elicited laughter from everyone. In the afternoon, with the emergency department not particularly busy, the doctors were busy completing medical records when Wang Xiaojiang's comment prompted a wave of chuckles. "I'm being serious here. If a heart transplant can succeed under pulmonary hypertension, what else could it be but the work of someone extraordinary?" Wang Xiaojiang insisted. "Perhaps it was my doing." Chen He countered playfully. Wang Xiaojiang scoffed. "I'd rather believe in Professor Xiang and Amp, Oppos, as mythical abilities." Chen He shrugged, unfazed. In this world, speaking the truth often goes unacknowledged. Not much more joking ensued before the emergency bell rang. Wang Xiaojiang leaped to his feet and dashed toward the hall, followed by another doctor rushing to assist with the rescue efforts. This was the nature of emergency work, regardless of whether one had been eating, chatting, using the restroom, or napping just moments before. The instant the bell rang, muscle memory kicked in, propelling one into action. It was a mission, an instinct ingrained deep within. Chen He was no exception. Though the shift was supposed to end at 6, Chen He found himself occupied until 7:30. Finally, the end of the workday arrived. But completing all tasks was never an option. In the realm of medicine, the work is never truly finished. It continues relentlessly until retirement. Choosing a career in healthcare is akin to embarking on a lifelong journey. Even upon reaching the end, one may simply find a moment of respite. As Chen He gathered his belongings and prepared to leave, he noticed a luxury Mercedes Maybach parked at the entrance and suddenly remembered his promise to Li Yue for the evening. The driver, spotting Chen He, promptly opened the car door. "Mr. Chen, please." Chen He felt a twinge of regret. "I apologize for the delay. I've been swamped." The driver smiled understandingly. "No worries. We'll head straight to Mr. Li's residence. Is there anything urgent on your mind?" Chen He shook his head. "No, let us proceed." The ride was smooth, akin to the videos where the Maybach seemed to glide effortlessly, providing a truly comfortable experience. After more than half an hour, the vehicle entered a villa district and came to a halt in front of a grand villa. Li Yue personally came out to greet him. "Brother Chen, thank you for your hard work," he said, extending a warm handshake. Chen He smiled back. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Li Ge." Not one to overlook the courtesy extended to him, Chen He expressed his gratitude. "Please do come in. Your sister-in-law is cooking today. A rare opportunity for me to share in the feast." Ha ha. Chapter 11. The silver mission trigger. The room was brilliantly illuminated, tastefully arranged without ostentation or chaos. embodying simplicity that was far from simplistic, evoking a sense of understated luxury. This perhaps epitomized the essence of true affluence. The dining area was considerably larger than the living room of Chen He's previous residence. The Li family was visibly delighted at Chen He's arrival. A modest spread of 8 dishes and 2 soups had been prepared, all lovingly crafted by Li Sanyue's wife. "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law, for preparing such a feast," Chen He remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Xian chuckled lightly. "What this? Compared to the surgery you arranged for Wei Er, this is mere child's play." Li Sanyue and Appo's parents nodded in agreement, sharing in the joy of the day's events. "All right, the dishes are ready. Let us sit down and eat," Li Sanyue beckoned. The family exuded warmth, devoid of any airs. After the meal, Li Sanyue returned to his room and emerged with a gift box, smiling as he said, "Little Chen, this is some tea sent by a friend, dragon well harvested before Qingming. It's quite delightful. Do have a taste." Chen He initially declined, but the insistence of his host compelled him to accept. Just as Chen He was about to take his leave, Yu Xian's phone rang. After hanging up, Yu Xian frowned and urgently inquired, "Old Li, do you know any skilled plastic surgeons?" Li Sanyue turned around, concerned. "What's wrong?" Yu Xian, clearly anxious, replied, "There has been an incident with Jia. One of the artists the company is heavily investing in was injured during an event, with numerous cuts from glass shards on her face and body. The company has spent a fortune on her. If she's left with scars, it could be disastrous." Li Sanyue frowned. "How would I know a plastic surgeon?" "Don't panic just yet. I'm quite familiar with the head of the dermatology department at the provincial hospital. Let me inquire. Where's Jia now?" Yu Xian responded. "She's still at the company. I've sent a few doctors over, but they're too afraid to go to the hospital for fear of bad publicity affecting the company's standing." Li Sanyue furrowed his brow. "I'll make a call." Chen He stood by, caught in a dilemma of whether to leave or stay. Li Sanyue hurriedly made a call and returned to Yu Xian, stating, "Come with me to Jia. Have you found someone? It's late. It won't be easy to locate anyone. I had my friend contact the head of the dermatology department to go directly to the company." Yu Xian nodded. "Let us go." Li Sanyue glanced at Chen He and suddenly said, "Little Chen, I apologize, but there's an urgent matter at home. I must go. I'll arrange for a driver to take you." As Chen He recalled their earlier conversation about glass wounds and suturing, he suddenly remembered the advanced cosmetic skin suturing technique he had just acquired today. It seemed this knowledge could be particularly useful. Ding. Mission system activated. Triggered silver mission. Assist in resolving Yu Xian's current predicament. Upon completion, rewards include 1. Modification point 20. 2. Suturing speed increased by 50%. Chen He was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that a simple dinner would lead to the activation of a mission system. Moreover, the rewards for a silver mission were so substantial. With this thought, he suddenly proposed, "Brotherly, I have some knowledge of suturing. Perhaps I could help." Yu Xian and Li Sanyue exchanged glances before agreeing. The driver promptly arrived, operating a business-class Alfred. Li Sanyue, Yu Xian, and Chen He boarded the vehicle, heading towards Jia Media. Throughout the journey, Li Sanyue and Yu Xian were busy on their phones. After half an hour of travel, they finally arrived at Jia Media. In the 33rd floor office, Yu Jia was pacing in her room. Upon seeing Yu Xian and Li Sanyue, she hurried over. "Sister, brother-in-law, you're here. How is she?" Yu Xian directly inquired. "Her emotions are quite unstable. She's in the room. The wounds have been treated by the doctors, but they're hesitant to suture," Yu Jia informed them. With that, the group made their way to the room, a spacious private area adjacent to a conference room with a lounge inside. Yu Jia glanced back at Chen He, her curiosity evident in her gaze towards Yu Xian. Sensing her concern, Yu Xian introduced, "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Chen He from the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He's the one who saved Wei Er's life today." "Oh, Dr. Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you." Yu Jia smiled, her beauty accentuated by her fitted professional attire, adding an alluring charm. "This is my sister," Yu Xian added, "the general manager of Jia Media." Yu Jia bore a resemblance to Yu Xian, yet appeared younger, likely in her mid-20s. already holding the position of general manager at GSM Media. They shook hands, exchanging little more than pleasantries. Upon entering the room, Chen He noticed 4 or 5 individuals in white coats engaged in discussion by the wall. Their conversation was audible from the doorway. This suturing method can effectively minimize scarring. But there are muscle groups interspersed here, making smiles look unnatural. Though Chen He was not particularly versed in cosmetic procedures, he possessed considerable experience in skin suturing, especially with the advanced skills he had just acquired, which had provided him with a significantly different perspective. The wall displayed several photographs of injuries caused by glass, some on the face, others on the legs. Despite the glass being removed, the scars remained glaringly apparent. Chen He gazed thoughtfully at the images. Yu Jia turned to Li Sangyue, brother-in-law. When will Professor Gu arrive? Li Sangyue checked his watch. Any moment now. Yu Jia then asked the doctors present, "Have you reached a conclusion?" The attendees were the leading surgeons from the largest cosmetic institution in the city, and Yu Jia had spared no expense to gather them. However, the cost was justified if they could successfully treat the patient. Upon hearing Yu Jia's inquiry, the doctors frowned. Yang Meiyuan from Imei Cosmetic Institute remarked, "Manager Yu, it's extremely difficult, almost impossible, to achieve a result that doesn't affect the aesthetics and leaves no scarring." He Qian, although not in agreement with Yang Meiyuan, nodded in concurrence. Indeed, avoiding scars is already a significant challenge. Just then a man walked in. "Mr. Li, Professor Gu has arrived." Li Sangyue quickly replied, "Please come in." Hope glimmered in Yu Jia and Yu Xian's eyes. "Yes, please." Gu Jiaxiang was renowned in the cosmetic surgery field of Jin Province, serving as the vice president of the Provincial Plastic Surgery Association. As soon as the news of Gu Jiaxiang's arrival spread, the representatives from various cosmetic hospitals turned their attention. However, everyone understood that, regardless of Gu Jiaxiang and Oppo's expertise, or even that of President In, this was no longer a matter that could be resolved through technical means. Gu Jiaxiang, in his 50s, exuded an air of authority, yet upon seeing Li Sangyue, he greeted him warmly with a smile. "Good evening, Mr. Li." Li Sangyue nodded. "I truly appreciate you coming out here at such a late hour. It's quite an urgent matter." Gu Jiaxiang chuckled. "No need for such formality. We'll have our pleasantries later. Let us first assess the patient's condition." Yu Jia promptly arranged for someone to lead the group into the room, and Chen He followed closely behind. Upon seeing the patient, Chen He's eyes widened in disbelief. It was none other than the current sensation, the renowned actress Che Yinxin. As the bandages were removed, 3 prominent scars, each the length of 3 fingers, stood out starkly. At that moment, Chen He understood why Yu Xian and Yu Jia had refrained from taking her to the hospital. The impact of the situation was simply too significant. Moreover, once the news spread regarding Che Yinxin, the market value of GSM Media would undoubtedly experience significant turbulence. At this moment, despair filled Che Yinxin and Oppo's gaze. She was acutely aware that her livelihood depended on her appearance, and now, this face. In truth, it was not only her. The entirety of GSM Media faced the same predicament. The artist with the company's assets and value, having invested so much, failure to reap returns posed a perilous threat. Gu Jiaxiang conducted a meticulous examination. However, the more he scrutinized, the more disheartened he became, for the circumstances were indeed grim. The damage to the skin was extensive. Attempting to mend it would entail numerous complications. The face is inherently rich in blood vessels and nerves, and achieving a restoration that preserves functionality while avoiding scarring is, in many respects, an arduous task. After a lengthy pause, Gu Jiaxiang glanced at Che Yinxin, acutely aware that this matter dealt a substantial blow to her. He then addressed the assembled crowd. "Please step outside." Once they were outside, Yu Jia anxiously inquired, "How is it, Director Gu can be treated?" Gu Jiaxiang sighed. "Mr. Li, Manager Yu, I shall speak candidly. The condition of Miss Che is far from optimistic. Achieving complete restoration presents considerable challenges. If I'm not mistaken, she has likely undergone multiple cosmetic surgeries. This, in turn, may further complicate the repair process." Upon hearing this, Yu Jia and Yu Xian and Oppo's faces instantly paled. This news was evidently not favorable. Yu Jia, her expression tinged with urgency, asked, "Is there truly no way at all?" Gu Jiaxiang shook his head. "Manager Yu, I must be honest. Even if I were to go to the capital, I doubt I would find anyone capable of complete restoration." His words plunged Yu Jia and Yu Xian into a profound sense of despair. Chapter 12. The finishing touch. Che Yinxin bears the hopes of many individuals. It could even be asserted that without Che Yinxin, Jiasin Media would suffer a significant loss of combat effectiveness. Both Yu Jia and Yu Xian appeared ghastly pale. Setting aside the numerous advertising endorsements Che Yinxin is currently involved in, there are also several film and television projects about to commence shooting. Should these endeavors not proceed smoothly, the penalty for breach of contract could soar into the hundreds of millions. This scenario undoubtedly poses a grave threat to Jiasin Media. Li Songyue approached, addressing Gu Jiaxiang. "Director Gu, is there truly no alternative?" Gu Jiaxiang sighed. "Ah, Mr. Li, I speak only the truth. Moreover, it is already too late to head to the capital. Wounds have an optimal healing window. For superficial injuries, the ideal suturing time is within 6 hours. However, given the rich blood circulation in the facial area and the warm weather, to prevent infection, I recommend suturing within 3 hours, which is paramount. Won't be done in 3 hours. Whether in Beijing or Shanghai, you cannot make it." Yu Xian inhaled deeply, understanding that as the primary decision-maker of the company, she had to act decisively. Fixing her serious gaze on Gu Jiaxiang, she stated, "Director Gu, please provide a solution. We shall heed your advice." Gu Jiaxiang focused intently on the wound diagram hanging on the wall, lost in thought. His presence rendered Yang Meiyuan and He Qian, along with the others from the plastic surgery institution, visibly pale. After all, as long as Gu Jiaxiang was present, he was the authority. Silence enveloped the room, with everyone cautious not to disrupt the flow of ideas. The crowd instinctively stepped back, granting Gu Jiaxiang space. At that moment, only Chen He remained by the side, equally observing the wound. Suddenly, Gu Jiaxiang proposed, "Perhaps we could employ micro-skin flap transplantation. We could excise the irregular defects on either side of the wound, and then suture the uniform skin." This suggestion quickly garnered the approval of several cosmetic surgeons present, nodding in agreement. "Excellent idea. This is brilliant." The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming notably lighter. Yet at this juncture, a voice interjected. "No, if we proceed this way, the subcutaneous tension during suturing will significantly increase, and the inherent strength of the cosmetic thread is relatively weak. Therefore, we must suture more tightly, which will inevitably raise the likelihood of scarring and leave visible suture marks." The crowd turned to find a young man, seemingly in his late 20s, who had disrupted the moment. Chen He and Oppo's remarks rendered their earlier flattery awkward, causing brows to furrow across the room. Even Yu Jia regarded Chen He with a puzzled expression. Just as Yu Xian was about to speak, Li Songyue intervened. At that moment, a sigh escaped, and who else could it be but Gu Jiaxiang? He shook his head, stating, "Indeed, I have not considered all aspects thoroughly." The fact that Professor Gu admitted a shortcoming surprised everyone, plunging the room into silence. Gu Jiaxiang glanced at Chen He, nodding thoughtfully, instinctively assuming that Chen He was another expert invited by Li Songyue. After all, the ability to swiftly recognize one's own deficiencies suggests a profound understanding, indicating that the individual must possess considerable expertise, at least on par with his own. Thus, Gu Jiaxiang began to engage Chen He in conversation. "What do you think of using interrupted sutures?" "Feasible," Chen He replied. "The procedure is straightforward, indicating strong controllability, but the suture marks may be quite pronounced." "What about fortlock suturing?" Gu Jiaxiang inquired. "That is worth considering, as it would reduce pressure on the skin." However, their discourse deepened, perplexing the surrounding audience, who suddenly realized that Chen He was indeed a master in his own right, equally skilled as Gu Jiaxiang and notably youthful. Realizing that this young man had come with Li Songyue, the crowd felt a sense of relief. After all, could anyone brought by Mr. Li be anything less than exceptional? As Gu Jiaxiang and Chen He continued their discussion, a competitive spirit emerged. Yet gradually, every suggestion put forth by Gu Jiaxiang was dismissed by Chen He. For a moment, Gu Jiaxiang's competitive nature flared. This won't do. That won't do. Why don't you propose a solution? At this point, Yu Xian, observing from behind, felt a surge of tension. Had Li Sangyue not been present, she would have long since burst forth with her thoughts. Meanwhile, Yu Jia and Appo's beautiful eyes radiated urgency. Chen He, upon hearing Gu Jiaxiang and Appo's challenge, remained unfazed and calmly continued to scrutinize the photographs. After a brief moment, he picked up a pen from the table and made a mark upon the image. This stroke was positioned above the forehead, just above the hairline. The onlookers were left bewildered. However, just as the crowd struggled to comprehend what they had witnessed, Gu Jiaxiang excitedly slammed the table, startling everyone. Remarkable. Simply extraordinary. What a magnificent incision. This is truly brilliant. His exclamations filled the room with astonishment. The audience gazed at Gu Jiaxiang in confusion, witnessing this dignified man in his 50s, typically so commanding, now displaying unchecked joy akin to that of a child. Indeed, Gu Jiaxiang was genuinely elated. While others may not discern its significance, to him, it was an inspired stroke, akin to the finishing touch that brings a painting to life. In an instant, Gu Jiaxiang's competitive spirit evaporated as he turned to Chen He, exclaiming, "Sir, you are truly remarkable. This stroke resolves all issues. By the way, I am Gu Jiaxiang, director of the dermatology department at the Provincial People's Hospital. May I ask how to address you?" Chen He smiled, shaking Gu Jiaxiang's hand, and replied, "Director Gu, you flatter me. This idea arose from your guidance. Our earlier discussion was highly enlightening. My name is Chen He." Chen He's words honored Gu Jiaxiang, and indeed, the latter and Appo's smile widened, his gaze toward Chen He growing more amicable. Dr. Chen is too modest. Afterward, Gu Jiaxiang approached Li Sangyue and addressed Yu Xian, "Mr. Li Mizu, I just had an enlightening discussion with Mr. Chen, who proposed an excellent approach that I believe holds great promise." Gu Jiaxiang did not seek accolades. For him, such recognition was unnecessary. "I believe we should give it a try." His words stirred profound emotion within Yu Xian. She cast an incredulous glance at Chen He, then turned to her husband, Li Sangyue. He smiled knowingly. Indeed, he had cultivated an extensive network over the years, and although he had invested significantly, it had honed his discerning eye. Chen He was not the type to boast or act with arrogance. His calm demeanor and genuine humility indicated that he had a valid solution. After all, he had learned a valuable lesson at the hospital that day. Would he have another opportunity? Li Sangyue felt a twinge of regret for not having recognized Chen He sooner. If only he had aided him during his most challenging times. Shaking his head, he chastised himself. One must not be overly greedy. It was not too late, however. Indeed, Li Sangyue could not resist investigating Chen He further. His inquiries revealed a sense of regret for not having met such a remarkable individual earlier, while simultaneously fostering a desire to forge a connection. Yu Jia, too, regarded Chen He with disbelief, astonished by his capabilities. She perceived an enigmatic depth within the man and Appo's eyes, as if they held countless stories and secrets. Chapter 13. Who is this divine being? The doctors from several beauty institutions, including Yang Meiyuan and He Qian, were somewhat perplexed. They stared wide-eyed at the photographs on the wall, trying to decipher the meaning behind Chen He's strokes. After a prolonged silence, they found themselves unable to grasp its significance, even questioning if it was merely a display of pretentiousness. After all, the wound was on the face. What could a stroke on the head possibly signify? At this moment, Yu Xian and Appo's gaze toward Chen He had transformed from earlier. If rescuing her daughter had been a personal matter that could foster some camaraderie, then now, Chen He had ascended to a level of collaboration. To be honest, she had not anticipated such benefits from bringing him along. The clouds of worry on her face had significantly lifted. "Dr. Chen, you have truly been a tremendous help." "Professor Gu, now that we have a plan, shall we proceed?" Gu Jiaxiang nodded. "Yes, let us begin the suturing as soon as possible. However, Ms. Yu, I must clarify one point. It is impossible to leave no scars. We can only strive to minimize them during the stitching process, and some instrumental assistance will be needed later." Yu Xian nodded. "I understand, Professor Gu. You need not worry." At this juncture, Gu Jiaxiang glanced at Chen He and suddenly inquired, Dr. Chen, will you be performing the procedure, or shall I? This time, Chen He did not decline, after all. He had a silver task at hand that needed completion before discussing anything else. He felt a pang of greed at the thought of the rewards associated with the silver task. I shall take charge. Gu Jiaxiang did not doubt his capabilities, instead feeling a sense of admiration. After all, facing challenges requires not only skill, but also courage. Although a suturing plan had been devised, it did not guarantee success. The true difficulty of the suturing lay in the execution. The plan was merely an enhancement. Gu Jiaxiang smiled. All right, I will assist you. He genuinely looked forward to this collaboration. Chen He and Gu Jiaxiang meticulously discussed the specific procedures, while the other doctors began preparing the necessary items for the suturing. After all, if Professor Gu needed to lend a hand, what could they possibly do? Yet, they still remained oblivious to the exact nature of Chen He's plan. Approximately 10 minutes later, Professor Gu, Mr. Chen, we are ready to commence. Chen He nodded and walked alongside Gu Jiaxiang into the room. At this moment, Che Yanxin still appeared despondent, with remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes. As the preparations for suturing began, she grew increasingly anxious. Observing her, Chen He smiled reassuringly. My son is your fan. Upon hearing his words, Che Yanxin was momentarily taken aback, her mood slightly lifted. Behind her, Yu Jia felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, how could such an outstanding and confident man be without a partner? Women are not foolish. Che Yanxin refrained from speaking, for even a word could disturb her wound. Chen He continued, once I successfully suture, I would appreciate it if you could sign something for me. Che Yanxin's eyes brightened, and with a quivering voice, she asked, will it be successful? My face, will it not be disfigured? Chen He smiled, I assure you, everything will be fine. This was a promise he could confidently make. Seeing the assurance in his eyes, Che Yanxin felt an immense sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yu Jia, overhearing this exchange, felt a surge of hope. Today she had heard countless phrases like impossible, unrealistic, too difficult, and I cannot guarantee. Hearing such resolute words for the first time filled her with optimism. At this moment, Che Yanxin was prepared. Recognizing the opportune moment, Chen He instructed, prepare the anesthetic. Yang Meiyuan promptly nodded. Professor Gu, please clean the skin and hair in the head area. Gu Jiaxiang complied, while everyone else remained puzzled as to why the head needed cleaning. However, as Chen He began his procedure, realization dawned upon them. Yang Meiyuan and the others nearly leaped in excitement. This is decompression incision? What a brilliant idea. Incredible. So that's it. By creating an incision in the scalp to relieve pressure, a better suturing outcome for the facial area could be achieved. What a stroke of genius. Indeed, Chen He's concept involved making an incision on the head to alleviate pressure, as any resulting scars would be easier to manage due to the hair and oppos as coverage. This approach would facilitate superior trimming and suturing of the facial skin. This innovative thinking left everyone in awe, and it was no wonder that Gu Jiaxiang had been so animated earlier. At that moment, who could still doubt Chen He's abilities? Subsequently, Chen He made an incision 4 centimeters long on the forehead, but he did not immediately proceed with suturing. Instead, he began to refine the edges of the 3 facial incisions. Even after the anesthetic, there was still some pain. Che Yanxin, feeling tense, tightly closed her eyes, gripping her hands together, unknowingly clutching the hem of Chen He's clothing, which brought her some comfort. Observing this, Chen He said nothing but continued with his work. One could not help but notice Che Yanxin's beauty. With her fair complexion and delicate chin, when she occasionally opened her eyes, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes sparkled like clear water. Even with her eyes shut, her long eyelashes quivered anxiously. However, Chen He was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He was instead reminded of the past. Che Yanxin was not only an idol for his ex-wife, but also for his son. He had previously taken his wife and child to her concert. Had he been given such an opportunity in the past, he would have joyfully leapt at the chance. Yet now, he was close to Che Yanxin, but could no longer touch his child or wife. Chen He sighed, shaking off such thoughts, and focused intently on the task at hand. After addressing the damaged skin, it was finally time to commence suturing. This was the most critical moment. Suturing, how to minimize scarring, accelerate skin healing, and reduce the visibility of needle marks were all formidable challenges. Chen He recalled advanced aesthetic skin suturing techniques. Taking the needle holder from He Qian, he grasped the specialized suturing thread. The needle was small and fine. The thread was a number 4 absorbable suture. As he pierced the needle into the skin, everyone held their breath, some feeling tense. Yet, Chen He remained calm, as his advanced suturing technique was akin to countless rehearsals. His hands were steady. The needle tip penetrated the skin and entered the subcutaneous layer, and in a remarkable maneuver, he did not withdraw the needle tip, but instead reinserted it into the subcutaneous layer. This operation left everyone astounded. Gu Jiaxiang's expression changed, unable to contain his curiosity. "Dr. Chen, what are you doing? What suturing method is this?" Chen He casually replied, "Lambert suture combined with subcutaneous suturing, followed by fort locking." The simplicity of his explanation left everyone bewildered. However, all were professionals who recognized that both Lambert suturing and fort locking were highly advanced techniques in skin suturing, representing years of expertise. Could one simply modify such techniques? Yet, Chen He's suturing method was remarkably swift. On one side of the incision, he quickly inserted the needle through the subcutaneous fat, skillfully emerging from an adjacent point, perfectly perpendicular to the skin edge. He then employed the same technique on the opposite side of the incision. At this moment, the edges of the incised subcutaneous tissue were inverted, and the skin on both sides aligned with astonishing smoothness, devoid of any gap. Such an outcome was evidently beyond the expectations of all present. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless for an extended period. Even Gu Jiaxiang, standing nearby, breathed rapidly, his gaze fixated on Chen He's needle holder, not daring to allow himself the slightest distraction. Simultaneously, he pondered the origins of Chen He. Was he from Xia Hospital, Jishuaten, or perhaps a luminary returning from one of those prestigious overseas institutions? At that moment, Gu Jiaxiang and Appo's eyes were filled with solemnity and seriousness. This young man was truly extraordinary. Who exactly was he? Chapter 14. Compensation. The suturing was far from over. It had merely begun. In contrast to the astonishment radiating from the crowd, Chen He remained remarkably composed. "Saline rinse," he stated succinctly, interrupting the collective thoughts of those present, who hurriedly set about their preparations, changing needles, cutting threads, and so forth. Chen He's movements were fluid, while his suturing speed may not have been rapid. His meticulous attention to the quality and details of the stitches left no room for criticism. Those present, all professionals in the field of aesthetic medicine, were typically discerning regarding suturing techniques. However, Chen He's craftsmanship was beyond reproach. This was true mastery. As time passed, Chen He's suturing became increasingly seamless. Aided by Gu Jiaxiang, truth be told, this group of assistants was exceptionally competent, especially Professor Gu, whose mere glance conveyed an understanding of Chen He's intentions. Whether it was wiping sweat or cutting threads, their professionalism was evident. It was worth noting that these individuals were well-known figures in the aesthetic medicine community of Jin Province, commanding substantial salaries. How could they lack perceptiveness? This realization made Chen He understand why top-tier professionals often assembled their own specialized teams. After all, with just a glance, they comprehended one's needs, rendering words unnecessary. Reflecting on Professor Zhang Taishu's esteemed team, Chen He felt a pang of envy. It seemed imperative for him to cultivate a professional team of his own in the future. Eventually, Chen He concluded the suturing with a final nod. Casting a glance at Yang Meiyuan, who promptly cut the thread. "Well done," he praised. Yang Meiyuan beamed with joy at the compliment, exclaiming, "Thank you, Dr. Chen." She held the position of chief at Imei Plastic Surgery Hospital, earning an annual salary of 1.2 million, and was somewhat renowned in the aesthetic medicine circle of Jin Province. However, hearing Chen He's praise felt sweeter than honey, reminiscent of the joy of being commended by a teacher during school days. The suturing was now completely finished. Yu Jia, Yu Xin, and others gathered around eagerly to witness the results. Chen He instructed Yang Meiyuan, "Please rinse with saline to assess the outcome." The suturing had inevitably left some bloodstains. Yang Meiyuan was thrilled to clean up, casting a proud glance at Qian. She delicately picked up the tweezers and alcohol swabs, commencing her task. Her touch was gentle and careful, and as she examined the wound closely, her admiration for Chen He deepened. As the bloodstains were meticulously wiped away, the wounds finally lay bare 1, 2, 3. Upon revealing all the wounds, the collective gasp from the onlookers was palpable. At this moment, Che Yanxin felt a tumult of anxiety and uncertainty. Witnessing the crowd in Oppo's reaction sent a jolt of apprehension through her. What has happened to my face? She asked cautiously. Yu Jia, brimming with excitement, hurried to her bag and retrieved a compact mirror, exclaiming, "Take a look for yourself." Che Yanxin's heart raced, her hands trembling. The image of her earlier wounds haunted her thoughts, rendering her hesitant to glance at her reflection. Yu Jia, with a beaming smile, encouraged, "Go on, look." Yu Xian nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating Che Yanxin and Oppo's reaction. "See? Everything's fine." With great trepidation, Che Yanxin held the mirror up to her face, her eyes barely opening, reminiscent of a student nervously awaiting exam results. However, when she cautiously examined inch after inch of her skin, she was left utterly stunned. Was it her imagination? Yes, it had to be. Che Yanxin quickly grabbed a tissue to dab her eyes, yet the sight that greeted her was still that of smooth, radiant skin. At last, she discovered a slight stitch, but it was nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. The fine suturing marks had been skillfully concealed. The subcutaneous suturing technique employed by Chen He ensured that the thread lay hidden beneath the skin, and the advanced suturing methods rendered the skin seamlessly joined. Aside from the necessary knots, no traces were visible. This revelation left Che Yanxin awestruck, tears of joy suddenly streaming down her cheeks. The exhilaration of reclaiming her beauty was a happiness beyond anyone in Oppo's imagination. Not just her, but the entire office was captivated by Chen He's suturing prowess. They had encountered skilled practitioners before, but understanding the difficulties involved made their astonishment all the more profound. Gu Jiaxiang stood silently to the side, intently observing Che Yanxin's face. Truth be told, had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have found it hard to believe the scene before him. It was truly remarkable. This reconstruction was the most impressive he had ever seen, bar none. From the initial design to the mid-procedure execution, Chen He had consistently surprised him. A sigh escaped Gu Jiaxiang, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Director Gu, is everything all right?" Yu Jia inquired anxiously. Gu Jiaxiang smiled wryly, shaking his head. "No issues. This suturing is the finest I have ever encountered." Without exception, his praise was unreserved, noting that this suturing technique could also expedite healing. While typical facial recovery might take a week, this method could potentially reduce it to 4 or 5 days. The perfect alignment was the optimal strategy for accelerating healing and minimizing scarring. "I believe, Ms. You can rest assured now. To have invited such a top-tier doctor like Chen, he is truly a stroke of luck for Miss Che." At this moment, Che Yanxin was also overwhelmed with emotion. The transition from despair to hope was a sentiment she understood all too well. "Thank you, Chen." She began to speak, but Chen He interrupted. "The next few days are crucial. The thread is fine, and the tension is minimal. It's best to control your diet, speech, and expressions." Che Yanxin nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you for your hard work, Professor Gu." Chen He smiled at Gu Jiaxiang, who looked increasingly satisfied. I genuinely believe that it won't be long before Miss Che returns to her former beauty." Yang Meiyuan chimed in, flattering the atmosphere. Yu Jia and Yu Xin's expressions softened considerably after the exchange. Following their conversation, Che Yanxin was set to spend the night at Imei Plastic Surgery Hospital for inpatient rehabilitation, utilizing equipment and beauty treatments to expedite her recovery and minimize scarring. Just before she left, Che Yanxin shyly asked, "Dr. Chen, would it be convenient to add each other on WeChat?" After a pause, she awkwardly added, "There may be some questions I need to consult you about." Chen He was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "Shall I scan, or will you?" Che Yanxin, already nervous, momentarily failed to grasp the implication. However, upon seeing Chen He pull out his phone to reveal the QR code, her face flushed deeper. "I'll scan." I'll scan yours. As Che Yinxin departed, Chen He gazed at the smiling face she had sent him, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Once an unattainable idol, she had now added him as a friend. Perhaps he could boast a little in front of his son now. After Che Yinxin left, Yu Jia led everyone to the reception room, signaling to her assistant. The assistant returned from the adjoining room with a box, placing it on the table. When the box was opened, it revealed an entire case filled with pink banknotes. Chen He was taken aback by the sight. Just how much money was in that box? Dr. He, thank you for your hard work. Yu Jia took out 30,000 and placed it into his hands. Dr. He, without any hesitation, accepted it. After all, this was his earned income. The other doctors received similar amounts, each varying between 20,000 to 30,000. Chen He observed this scene with a profound sense of reflection, realizing that his own monthly salary at the hospital barely reached a few thousand, despite his tireless efforts. Witnessing others receiving such substantial sums for a mere outing left him in awe. Yu Jia then withdrew 100,000 and approached Professor Gu Jiaxiong. Professor Gu, thank you for making the trip this late. Professor Gu nodded with a smile, responding, "You're too kind. Mr. Li invited me, which is quite flattering, and, to be honest, I didn't oppose. To contribute much. I must credit Dr. Chen." Yu Jia insisted, "Professor Gu, you are being modest. If you refuse this fee, we may hesitate to invite you again in the future." Gu Jiaxiong chuckled, "Then I shall accept it. Thank you." Finally, it was Chen He's turn. Yu Jia directly brought over the remaining amount from the box, nearly 500,000. "Dr. Chen, this is a small token of our appreciation. We are truly grateful for your assistance today." Chen He, experiencing such generosity for the first time, felt somewhat embarrassed. Just then, Li Tsangyue and Yu Xin approached. Yu Xin remarked, "Xiao Chen, if you do not accept this money, I will feel uneasy and Old Li will have something to say about it." She skillfully pressed the cash into Chen He's hands. "We haven't had the chance to thank you properly for today's surgery, and now you've helped us immensely. You must accept this. Furthermore, let amp oppose keep our personal and professional matters separate, shall we?" At that moment, Li Tsangyue chimed in with a smile. "Carrying so much cash at this hour is rather inconvenient. How about this, Xiao Chen? Just give me your bank account number. Tomorrow, your sister, you will have the finance department process the transaction. This is a standard company expense, after all. The company has more shareholders than just your sister, right?" Seeing no reason to decline further, Chen He nodded and provided his bank account number to Yu Xin. Truth be told, he was in dire need of funds at this moment. Chapter 15. Their father, the great doctor. At this moment, the clock neared midnight. Yet every individual present exhibited an exuberance that belied any inclination toward slumber. They observed Yu Xin bestowing a substantial sum of money upon Chen He, devoid of any semblance of envy or discontent. In their collective perspective, the money was undeniably well-deserved. If such expertise were not valued at 500,000, then what incentive remained for their arduous endeavors? While money may not be omnipotent, it serves as a relatively equitable measure for appraising the worth of skill. To them, Chen He's recent demonstration of technique was evidently invaluable. Not only 500,000, but even 1,000,000 would be justifiable. He had salvaged Jiasen Media and rescued top-tier stars like Che Yinxin. Groups of 3 or 4 continued to engage in animated discussions regarding the suturing technique they had just witnessed, seemingly with an inexhaustible supply of conversation. Yu Jia, glancing at the time, smiled and remarked, "It is getting late. I appreciate everyone making the effort to come here." They all recognized that it was time to depart. However, there remained one matter yet to be addressed. After a prolonged moment, Yang Meiyuan mustered her courage and approached Chen He, saying, "Dr. Chen, I am with Imei Plastic Surgery Hospital. May I add you on WeChat? We can communicate more in the future." Chen He nodded in agreement. This initial exchange sparked lively enthusiasm among the others, who eagerly approached to add Chen He as well. "Dr. Chen, I am from Bomai Hospital." "Dr. Chen, I am." It was evident that these individuals were reputable cosmetic doctors in their original city. After successfully adding Chen He on WeChat, they appeared quite content. At this juncture, Gu Jiaxiong cleared his throat and retrieved his phone from his pocket, saying, "Dr. Chen, Let us exchange more knowledge and learn from each other. Chen He jested. I can hardly wait. I'll be relying on everyone for likes on my moments. This elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd. They all appreciated this capable yet unpretentious young man. Once the friendships were established, Gu Jiaxiang curiously inquired, Dr. Chen, where are you currently employed? Chen He smiled and replied, I am in the emergency department at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. This statement rendered the room silent. Gu Jiaxiang furrowed his brow and glanced sideways. The emergency department at the 2nd Provincial Hospital? In Jin Province? Chen He nodded. Yes, I just started not long ago. Gu Jiaxiang was momentarily taken aback. Not only him, but everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. Chen He was indeed at the 2nd Provincial Hospital? How could such an esteemed doctor emerge from that subpar institution? Moreover, in the emergency department, in their eyes, the emergency department was a life-saving ward, with suturing skills often likened to rudimentary methods. As emergency physicians primarily focus on saving lives rather than performing delicate skin sutures. By the time the suturing was completed, a life could easily be lost. Thus, Chen He's revelation left everyone astounded. Gu Jiaxiang initially found Chen He's words puzzling, but soon became animated. Dr. Chen, I believe your talents are somewhat wasted in the emergency department. Would you be interested in joining the dermatology department at the Provincial People and AMP, Oppos, as hospital? Rest assured, once you come, we'll provide substantial support and allow you to flourish according to your talents. With your capabilities, the sky's the limit. To begin with, an annual salary of 500,000. Gu Jiaxiang spoke with conviction. Indeed, the dermatology department had thrived under his leadership. Chen He smiled in response. Director Gu, I am quite content in the emergency department, but I welcome the opportunity for further communication and potential collaboration. Gu Jiaxiang was not in a rush. After all, they were both from Jin Province, and their circles were interconnected, ensuring future opportunities would abound. All right, Dr. Chen, keep my words in mind. They remain valid for the long term. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly animated, inviting Chen He to visit their institutions, proposing to make him a special guest. Chen He did not outright decline. After all, he was indeed in need of financial support. If he could leverage his skills to earn some extra income, it might prove a beneficial strategy. Everyone is merely human, striving to make a living. As people began to disperse, only Li Sangyue, the Yu sisters, and Chen He remained. Li Sangyue looked at Chen He and smiled. You truly are my lucky star. You have assisted me immensely today. How should I express my gratitude? Chen He chuckled. Brotherly, you are too kind. Li Sangyue patted Chen He on the shoulder. Yes, calling me brother is appropriate. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. It's getting late. Let me give you a ride home. With that, the group descended the stairs. Yu Jiao followed closely behind. Upon reaching the ground floor, the driver brought the Alfred around. Yu Xin and Li Sangyue took seats in the second row, while Chen He occupied the front passenger seat. At this moment, Yu Jia suddenly rushed over. I will also see Dr. Chen off. Li Sangyue couldn't help but smile at this. Yu Xin chuckled, and then suddenly asked, by the way, Xiao Chen, where do you live? We should drop you off first. At this question, Chen He felt a flush of embarrassment. In contrast to the glamorous and affluent Li Sangyue and Yu Xin, Chen He found himself in a state of utter destitution. He resided in an urban village, primarily due to the low rent. Freshly released from prison, he had no savings to speak of. Having a roof over his head was a blessing. There was no quality of life to consider. Even his rent was subsidized by his sister. Chen He concealed all of this from his parents. Children who venture out often share only their triumphs, sparing their parents from worry. Chen He's parents were rural folk with limited means. Even if he were to share his burdens, it would be of little use. Thus, they remained unaware of his imprisonment or the fact that he had divorced. Faced with Yu Xin's inquiry, Chen He felt a comical pang of inferiority. However, he then self-deprecatingly smiled, realizing how overly concerned he had been. Did it truly matter where he lived in the eyes of others? Or would his place of residence alter his standing in their perception? Certainly not. He had committed no crimes. Though currently impoverished, he held an unwavering belief in a brilliant future ahead. What did he have to feel inferior about? Sometimes, the most challenging path is not the road of life, but the journey of the heart. Once traversed, The future would be smooth sailing. True confidence stems from ability and spirit, not merely from wealth. With this in mind, Chen He smiled calmly. I live in Wang Village on Xinjian Road in Bayan District. I'm temporarily renting a place. Upon hearing Chen He's words, the group indeed paused for a moment. An urban village? Li Songyue had anticipated Chen He's struggles, but had not fathomed the extent of them. Meanwhile, Yu Jia and Appo's eyes brimmed with curiosity. She wondered what experiences such a capable man had endured. After about 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at the entrance of Wang Village. Chen He greeted them before stepping out of the car. Li Songyue, holding a box of tea leaves, followed suit and said to Chen He, "Come, let me walk you a bit." Chen He hesitated, brotherly. Li Songyue patted Chen He on the shoulder and quietly remarked, "Come on, let us go for a walk in an amp. Appo's too strict at home." He then turned to Uxin and said, "All right, you all don't need to follow. I'll accompany Xiao Chan for some fresh air." The two walked 100 meters or so, turned a corner, and Li Songyue pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Chen He. "Would you like one?" After a moment's hesitation, Chen He accepted it. Li Songyue lit it for him, and they settled down at the roadside. In the city's village, the streetlights were in disrepair, casting a dim glow. Two individuals stood together, the sparks from their cigarettes punctuating the night. After a long silence, Li Songyue posed a question. "Xiao Chun, have you considered regaining custody of your children?" This statement caused a noticeable change in Chen He's expression. However, upon reflecting on Li Songyue and Appo's status, he managed a wry smile. Li Songyue spoke earnestly. "You trust in my capabilities." Chen He sighed in response. "Brotherly, I am aware of your strength. Yet, I do not wish to further embed in my children and Appo's minds the notion that I am a thief. I aspire to earn their affection through my own efforts, to show them that their father is not a criminal, not a coward, and certainly not a villain, but rather a great doctor." Li Kangiwa Siga, empathizing with Chen He, understanding the depth of parental love. He recognized the pride and resilience within this man. They stood there, sharing cigarettes in the darkness. Chen He smiled softly. "Brotherly, you should head home now. I appreciate your intentions." Li Songyue nodded, discarding his cigarette but extinguishing it with his foot. He looked at Chen He and said, "All right, I'll take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. I still have some influence in Jin province." Chen He laughed, nodding as he jested. "Indeed, let us find time to share a drink." Li Songyue chuckled heartily, pointing at Chen He before turning to depart. He had taken a liking to this young man, not because of his abilities, but simply due to their rapport. Chapter 16. I am not ready yet. Chen He returned to his modest room and turned on the light. The space was small, approximately 12 square meters, simply adorned with only a bed, a table, a cabinet, and a coat rack. The bathroom was shared and located outside. Despite its starkness, the room was impeccably clean, with photographs of his two children displayed on the table. The elder was named Chen Gu, for years old, a lively boy, while the younger, Chen Shi, a 2.5-year-old girl. After changing his clothes, Chen He sat at the table, gazing at the photographs of his children, his heart swelling with happiness. The images were taken a year ago during Chen Shi and Appo's first birthday celebration. Having spent a year in prison, he marveled at how much his children had grown. The first time he saw them after his release was in a courtroom. Upon seeing his precious ones, his heart melted. Regrettably, he felt like an unfit father, absent during the most crucial moments of their lives. To his dismay, he had lost even the custody rights to them. Yet, this was not the source of Chen He's deepest sorrow. The most painful moment occurred in court when the judge, inquiring about the children and Appo's preferences, asked them whom they wished to stay with. His daughter, Chen Shi, resolutely declared, "I want to be with Mommy. He's a bad man. Daddy is a criminal." Those words shattered all of Chen He's remaining strength. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to well in his eyes once more. He could brush off concerns regarding his wife, as the world of adults is rife with complexities. However, when it came to his children, he felt utterly defenseless. All he desired was to strive and demonstrate to his children that their father was not the person they believed him to be, yearning for their heartfelt willingness to be with him. As the hour grew late, Chen He tidied up, preparing to lie down, when suddenly, A system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the silver task. Rewards: 1. Modification points 20. 2. Suturing speed increased by 50%. Gazing at the system rewards, Chen He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, as it was late, he paid little mind to the rewards and fell asleep. Wang Village was conveniently located just a 20-minute walk from the provincial second hospital, much to Chen He's advantage. Upon arriving at the hospital at 7:30, he found himself amidst the bustling morning rush. The emergency department was particularly busy at this hour, filled with a myriad of people. As he entered, he was greeted by the chaotic scene of the waiting area, where a multitude of patients clamored for attention. Nurses hustled to maintain order amidst the commotion, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The emergency department of the provincial second hospital resembled a hodgepodge of various medical cases. Unlike other facilities such as the provincial people in Oppos, as hospital or Jean de First Hospital, where emergencies primarily involve critical care, the second hospital's emergency room was a melting pot of ailments. Last night, on-duty doctor was none other than Wang Xiaojiang, who was overwhelmed with patients as the night shift struggled to keep up. Upon spotting Chen He exclaimed with relief, "Chen He, hurry, change your clothes. A multitude of patients is waiting." Without hesitation, Chen He donned his white coat and entered the treatment room. Nurse Weiqi, in her 30s and a vital member of the emergency team, had been juggling duties between the operating room and the emergency department. She quickly prepared the necessary supplies upon seeing Chen He arrive. "Dr. Chen, shall we begin calling the next patient?" she inquired. Chen He nodded. "Yes, Sister He, please proceed." The spacious treatment room accommodated 3 doctors simultaneously. Wang Xiaojiang was busy cleaning and bandaging a patient when the first one arrived, a frantic elderly woman who had rushed in wearing an apron, clearly in distress. Upon seeing Chen He, she urgently implored, "Doctor, hurry. My flesh is about to fall off." Chen He noticed the woman's hand tightly wrapped in a layer of tissue, blood seeping through. He motioned for her to sit down. As the tissue was unwrapped, the deepest layer was gruesomely adhered to the flesh. The process was painful, and the woman cried out, "Ouch, it hurts." What could have been a harrowing scene transformed into a comedic moment as the woman's cries echoed in the room. A nearby patient being treated by Wang Xiaojiang couldn't suppress his laughter, shaking in silent mirth. Wang Xiaojiang quipped, "Brother, if you keep shaking like that, the stitches will burst." Indeed, the man soon expressed his discomfort with a moan, and the stitches gave way. The elderly woman paused, then began to laugh as well, creating an awkward atmosphere in the room. This is the nature of emergency medicine. After Chen He completed the cleaning and debridement, he prepared to suture the wound. The woman had cut herself while preparing fruit and now required stitches. Addressing Nurse Weiqi, he requested, "Please pass me the suturing materials." Suturing was a fundamental skill for any surgeon. However, once Chen He began, his demeanor shifted markedly. The number of stitches required was minimal, only 7 or 8, but his hands moved with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers, skillfully closing the wound. Before the patient could fully comprehend what was happening, Chen He suddenly announced, "All done. Next." His words left everyone in the vicinity astounded, particularly the elderly woman, who looked down at her hand in disbelief and exclaimed, "Huh? It's finished? I wasn't ready yet." Nurse Weiqi stared wide-eyed at Chen He, muttering, I wasn't ready either." The man who had previously laughed could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing. However, such joy was fleeting. Suddenly, the man lamented, "Oh no, the stitches have come undone. Doctor, they've come apart." Wang Xiaojiang sighed, glancing at the man with resignation. "Indeed, you're correct. Now, the stitches are completely undone, and we must start over." The man, upon hearing this, looked down at his leg, disheartened by the sight of the open stitches. Pain was the true concern, overshadowing all else. Yet, Chen He was too preoccupied with his own thoughts. He was astonished by his own speed of suturing. He indeed had stitched much faster. The 50% increase in speed had made a monumental difference. Chen He felt a surge of excitement. He had stumbled upon a valuable boon. Wang Xiaojiang, oblivious to the cause of this change, continued his work without a second thought, while the elderly woman left in a state of disappointment, seemingly unaware of her own medical experience. Nonetheless, Nurse He, recalling the earlier scene, couldn't help but remark, "Dr. Chen, you were incredibly fast." Chapter 17, By What Right? The same words, when uttered by different individuals, undoubtedly carried distinct flavors. The moment the alluring and sophisticated Nurse He spoke that phrase, it evoked an array of vivid imaginings. Chen He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojiang had just finished suturing a patient. Upon overhearing the exchange between He and Chen He, a nearby patient could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Wang Xiaojiang was utterly helpless to intervene. Unsurprisingly, the sutures had come undone once again. The man was on the verge of tears, glancing at Wang Xiaojiang in despair. On Chen He's side, He continued to call out names, while Chen He's suturing skills were on full display. From 7:20 to 8 o'clock, in just 40 minutes, Chen He managed to attend to 21 trauma patients, whereas Wang Xiaojiang had only completed 15. As time passed, the disparity became increasingly evident. He stood by, observing Chen He with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Unlike the average nurse, she had spent over a decade in the hospital and had witnessed numerous scenarios, often assisting doctors. To an outsider, suturing might seem uniform, but she understood well that mastering this fundamental surgical skill demands countless hours of practice. Finally, the patients were all attended to. He quickly tidied the table and turned to Chen He, sincerely stating, "Dr. Chen, your suturing skills are truly impressive. I have been with this hospital for 10 years and have assisted the chief, but I can say without exaggeration that you are the fastest suturer I have ever seen." Bar none. Her praise left Wang Xiaojiang astonished. Despite being a nurse, He had a discerning eye and more experience than he did, leading everyone to address her as Sister He. Nevertheless, this was the first time he had witnessed her commend someone so highly. Wang Xiaojiang couldn't help but sigh. "Chen He, you've only been in our department for a few days, and you're already stealing my thunder." Chen He nodded with a smile, lightening the mood with a joke. "Sister He, keep your voice down. If the chief hears, we might lose our salaries." He couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, enough banter. I'm off to the operating room." She turned to leave. The nurses in the operating room earned significantly more than the average doctors, a well-known fact. By now, it was already past 8 o'clock, and with the morning rush subsiding, the oncoming shift of doctors would soon arrive. As the handover time approached, Chen He and Wang Xiaojiang walked together towards the office. At 8:10, Yang Huanqing entered the office with a smile. As soon as he stepped inside, he announced, "I have some good news to share today." Everyone perked up at his words. Wang Xiaojiang suddenly muttered, "Are we getting a pay raise?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. The atmosphere in the emergency team was buoyant, thanks to Yang Huanqing's down-to-earth demeanor. Almost. Yang Huanqing chuckled. As soon as the crowd heard this, their interest was piqued. There is nothing quite as uplifting as the prospect of a salary increase. Following discussions with our hospital leadership yesterday afternoon, the first piece of good news is that the emergency department is set to establish its own operating room. Upon hearing this, the room erupted with excitement. The emergency department would finally have its own operating room? What prestige! Wang Xiaojiang, coming from the general surgery background, applauded enthusiastically. Yu Chang, the head of the surgical team, was equally thrilled. An operating room would bring numerous benefits to the department. Emergency surgeries had previously been difficult to perform independently and had to be handed over to the relevant inpatient surgical departments, which limited their development. Now, with an operating room, they would gain a voice in their operations. Thus, this was undoubtedly good news for the emergency surgical team. Applause echoed throughout the room. Yang Huanqing raised his hands for quiet. Now, for the internal medicine team, don't be disheartened. The second piece of news pertains to you. The hospital has decided to relocate the medical records room adjacent to the emergency department, freeing up space to add more beds and significantly expand our emergency services. The addition of beds meant an increase in revenue. The emergency department had long struggled with insufficient beds, which had restricted the doctors and oppos incomes. Thus, this news was a boon for everyone in the emergency department. With the announcement of two pieces of good news, the entire department was filled with surprise. Yang Huanqing then said, "This is indeed good news, but also a challenge. The increase in patients necessitates that we enhance our capabilities to handle various situations. Hence, I urge everyone to focus on self-improvement." Finally, he announced the last piece of good news. From today onward, Chen He will officially be a member of our department. The hospital has granted him a permanent position as an attending physician, with the salary and benefits of an associate chief physician, along with independent prescribing rights and primary surgical responsibilities, according to our talent introduction standards. As soon as this was said, a hush fell over the emergency room. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Chen He, filled with disbelief. Why was Chen He, a newcomer, receiving such treatment when many contract workers remained? Moreover, this was not merely a permanent position, but one that came with the benefits of talent introduction. How could someone so young, having only recently joined the hospital, be afforded such privileges? In an instant, discussions began to circulate among the staff, clearly expressing their discontent. However, as it was a decision made by the leadership, they could only whisper amongst themselves. Yet, some individuals were more outspoken. Hu Jianquan, an elder in the department in his 40s and a longtime deputy director, felt disgruntled by Yang Huanqing's moment in the spotlight. Upon hearing of Chen He's sudden promotion, he seized the opportunity to voice his complaints. With a glum expression, Hu Jianquan stood up and asked, "Director Yang, how come I was unaware of such a significant matter regarding department personnel?" Yang Huanqing appeared to have anticipated this and couldn't he help but chuckle. "Director Hu, this decision was made by the hospital leadership." Hu Jianquan frowned. "The hospital decided? I suspect this is more of your decision, Director Yang. Is this truly appropriate? Many of our colleagues are already in their 40s and still hold attending physician positions, while Dr. Chen has only just arrived and is granted the benefits of an associate chief physician. Everyone knows you brought Dr. Chen in, but this hardly seems fair. This could dishearten everyone." Hu Jianquan's words resonated with many, igniting tensions between Yang Huanqing and several staff members. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Yang Huanqing remained silent, having anticipated Hu Jianquan's attempt to undermine him. Standing there, he gazed at the crowd and could not resist saying, "Do you all want to know why?" Though silence reigned, many nodded in agreement. Yang Huanqing suddenly smiled. "Don't you want to know why we are establishing an operating room in the emergency department? Why the medical records room is being relocated to allow us to expand our patient capacity? Don't you wonder why, after so many years, the emergency department is finally receiving such support?" The audience was indeed curious about these developments, but their primary intrigue lay in understanding why Chen He had been granted permanent status. Such is human nature. When someone around you outshines you, all your attention is drawn to that individual. Yang Huanqing slammed his hand on the table and declared emphatically, "Let me make this clear. This funding did not come from the hospital, nor was it provided by the state. It was secured by Chen He. You are all aware of the heart transplant surgery performed yesterday on Li Sanyue, the daughter of Mr. Li. You know that the operation was successful, yet unforeseen complications arose during the procedure, which even Professor Xiang Taishu could not resolve. However, Chen He managed to handle it. Together with Professor Xiang, he successfully completed such a challenging surgery, saving Mr. Li's daughter. Therefore, this funding comes from Mr. Li as a sponsorship for the emergency department. And the supervisor is none other than Chen He." Yang Huanqing and Appo's voice resonated with determination, and his powerful words rendered the room silent. "What do you find me unfair?" Hu Jianquan also fell silent. Others ceased their discussions as well. Opportunities are not passively awaited. They must be actively pursued. Yang Huanqing scanned the room, stating, "If you possess the capability, then show it. I will provide you with a platform and an opportunity. But remember, this department is not a place for those who rely solely on seniority." The atmosphere became instantly hushed. While Yang Huanqing was approachable, it did not imply he was lenient. On the contrary, he was a decisive individual who embraced reform. Otherwise, he would not have swiftly taken charge of a department at such a young age. At that moment, Wang Xiaojing began to applaud with a smile, welcoming, "Well done, Chen He. Yes, let us celebrate with a meal. Wonderful news." The lively atmosphere soon overshadowed the earlier tension. Having performed surgery that morning, Yang Huanqing announced the news, held a brief meeting, and then departed. After the shift change, Wang Xiaojiang approached, grinning, and remarked, "You've done well." Chen He smiled in return, but did not respond. Several familiar colleagues came over to extend their congratulations, and Chen He expressed his gratitude to each. However, Chen He understood that the situation was far from straightforward. This was merely the beginning. Gaining recognition from others would require time. Chapter 18. The initial show of power, a hospital is merely a place for healing and saving lives, or so many believe, including Chen He, who once shared this sentiment. However, like any institutional entity, a hospital functions as a microcosm of society, with a complex web of interests and power dynamics stretching from the hospital director to the department heads and down to every junior doctor and nurse. Initially, Chen He's entry into this environment garnered little attention. After all, what significance could a mere junior doctor hold? Yet, circumstances have shifted dramatically. Chen He's unexpected rise has shattered the long-standing tranquility of the emergency department. Within this department, Yang Huanqing serves as the head, while Hu Jianquan holds the position of deputy director. However, Hu Jianquan, a veteran of the hospital, possesses deep-rooted connections that overshadow the newcomer Yang Huanqing. The two have long been at odds, particularly since Hu Jianquan's father-in-law was a former hospital leader whose influence continues to resonate through the ranks, as many current administrators owe their positions to him, thus affording Hu Jianquan considerable respect within the institution. Yet, fortune has not favored Hu Jianquan. Following the retirement of the previous head of the emergency department, he assumed his position with confidence. However, the hospital's sudden restructuring brought in a wave of new talent, including the capable Yang Huanqing, who seamlessly ascended into Hu Jianquan's former role. This shift planted the seeds of discord between them. Yang Huanqing has only recently taken office, yet he has already begun to develop the emergency surgery room and expand the emergency ward, thereby enhancing his standing within the department. It has been years since the emergency department has seen such progress, instilling a sense of urgency in Hu Jianquan. Fortunately for Hu Jianquan, Chen He's rapid promotion has provided him with an opportunity to exploit. In the emergency department, few hold the title of deputy chief physician, and many who do are still awaiting formal appointment and the accompanying benefits. Hu Jianquan intends to leverage this situation. He is well aware of Chen He's recent undertakings and is keen to investigate the implications of such a significant event. Skilled in the art of political maneuvering, Hu Jianquan highlights the relationship between Yang Huanqing and Chen He, questioning why senior colleagues have not yet received their due titles. This tactically exacerbates tensions between these individuals and Yang Huanqing, whose limited support base only diminishes further. Yang Huanqing is not oblivious to Hu Jianquan and Appo's schemes. He simply deems them beneath his notice, believing that in the face of undeniable competence, such intrigues are the antics of jesters, hardly worthy of consideration. After all, is it not his merit that has earned him the directorship? The news of Chen He's formal appointment swiftly spread throughout the department. While many expressed gratitude verbally, internally, opinions diverged. Achieving formal status is not a simple feat. It requires extensive bureaucratic procedures involving the provincial administrative office and the hospital's medical affairs department, rendering a swift transition improbable. Thus, until then, Chen He's duties remain largely unchanged. He is on a 24-hour shift, combining both night and day duties, a common occurrence in emergency medicine. Around 10 in the morning, Chen He's phone abruptly chimed. Upon checking, he was momentarily stunned. It was a notification from the bank indicating a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan. A wave of disbelief washed over him. A quick call to Li Sangyue confirmed that half of this amount was for Li Wei's surgical fees. Hanging up, Chen He stared blankly at his phone. He had never possessed such wealth, and now, suddenly a millionaire, he found himself at a loss regarding how to spend it. Should he indulge in a boiled egg with his noodles? Or perhaps, a pressing thought struck him. It was imperative to secure a home, a stable sanctuary. He could not remain without a place to call his own indefinitely. Following negotiations during the custody dispute, he was allowed to visit his child. With that in mind, Chen He resolved to take some time after his night shift to explore potential residences. The morning passed with relatively few patients. After attending to 2 individuals with injuries, Chen He sat at the computer to update medical records. At that moment, Nurse Linya hurried into the room, her expression fraught with concern. "Who is the attending doctor today?" she inquired urgently. "It's me," Chen He replied, turning to face her. Seeing him was akin to encountering a savior. She implored, "Dr. Chen, we have a patient in the emergency area experiencing severe nausea and vomiting. The family is quite unstable." Chen He frowned. Nausea and vomiting? Where are the internists? Linya, still relatively inexperienced as a new intern, hurriedly explained, "Dr. Zhao from internal medicine is occupied and cannot attend. The situation is urgent, and the family is upset with me. Please, Dr. Chen, I'm at my wit and oppose end. You must help." Acknowledging her plea, Chen He nodded. "Lead the way." Relieved, Linya responded, "Thank you, Dr. Chen." As they proceeded to the waiting area, they encountered a woman in her 50s, one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusatorily at the nursing station. "What use are you all? We've waited forever, and my daughter is suffering. I'm going to report you to the director." The woman's fury was palpable, while a man beside her, cradling a young girl, also expressed his frustration. "I've waited long enough. My daughter is in distress, and yet no one is attending to us." Such scenarios frequently unfold in the emergency department, where the imbalance between patients and medical staff often leads to tension. The nurses, unable to respond defensively, could only attempt to soothe the situation. "Ma'am, please remain calm. We are calling for a doctor." "Calm? What good does that do? If anything happens to my daughter, I'll hold you all accountable." As a parent, her distress was understandable. Her daughter was suffering from severe nausea and abdominal pain. Chen He swiftly intervened. "Ma'am, please try to stay calm. Linja, bring a stretcher and move the patient to the observation room." Chapter 19. Can potatoes be poisonous? Nonsense. Upon hearing Chen He's words, Linya felt as though she had found a pillar of support and hurriedly nodded before sprinting towards the observation room. At that moment, the middle-aged woman's emotions had also calmed somewhat. "Doctor, please help me check on my daughter. What is wrong with her?" Chen He bent down to observe the young girl, who appeared to be around 20, lying limp in the man and damp Oppo's embrace. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "What happened to her?" The man furrowed his brow. "She has been feeling unwell since breakfast this morning, followed by vomiting and diarrhea, and she complained of sore throat. We initially thought she had overindulged at a gathering with her classmates last night, and her mother scolded her a bit. However, around 9 o'clock this morning, the diarrhea began, and she was unable to articulate her discomfort. We rushed her here immediately. Doctor, please find out what's wrong. Could be food poisoning?" Chen He was instantly troubled. Originally a surgeon specializing in emergency procedures, he possessed some knowledge of emergency internal medicine and had made efforts to familiarize himself with emergency techniques and common ailments. Nevertheless, he was not a specialist in emergency internal medicine, and he felt a sudden wave of shame and helplessness. Seeing the anxious expressions of the family members, he knew he could not show any sign of uncertainty. However, pretending to be more capable than he was did not seem appropriate either. Just then, Linya came running with a stretcher. Together with the man, Chen He assisted the girl onto it. The woman looked at Chen He anxiously and asked, "Doctor, will my daughter be all right?" Chen He remained silent. "Please do not panic. I will conduct a simple examination first." The woman responded with a hesitant acknowledgement. Linya pushed Chen He into the observation room. Suddenly, the young girl's breathing became rapid. Chen He's expression changed, and he quickly placed an oxygen mask on her. "Shaolin, measure her blood pressure." Linya nodded and began her preparations. At that moment, Chen He could only focus on stabilizing her vital signs. Diarrhea and vomiting could easily lead to electrolyte imbalances and decreased blood pressure. This much he understood, but he was still uncertain about the specific situation. Dr. Chen, blood pressure is 80-50 millimeters of mercury. Upon hearing this, Chen He frowned. Her blood pressure was alarmingly low. But what could be causing this? Realizing he needed assistance, he contemplated consulting an internal medicine doctor or calling for a consultation. After all, an emergency physician was not omnipotent. Not every ailment could be diagnosed by him alone. Just then, Linya spotted the emergency internal medicine doctor, Jiang Fruin, on duty. She rushed to him. "Dr. Jiang, We have a patient experiencing nausea and vomiting, and her blood pressure is low with rapid breathing. Please come take a look. Jiang Furen glanced at Chen He, seemingly unfazed, and frowned. I have something going on here. Chen, you can't handle this? Shaolin, if you can't manage, just call for a consultation. I'm occupied with another patient and can't leave. Linyu was momentarily stunned, even feeling a bit angry. Dr. Jiang, Chen is a surgeon. Jiang Furen merely acknowledged her with a dismissive "oh" and added, in emergency medicine, it's not about specialties. It's about capability. After that, he shot a derisive glance at Chen He and entered another room. Chen He could see that Jiang Furen was deliberately targeting him. Linyu was furious, stamping her foot in frustration. Chen He felt a surge of anger as well. He recognized that despite his recent promotion, he had also garnered enemies. And such days would be plentiful ahead. These individuals seemed to relish his misfortunes. With that thought, Chen He discreetly activated the system. Noticing he still had 30 modification points left, he proceeded. Ding. Using 10 modification points, congratulations. You have triggered a modification critical strike. Emergency diagnosis, beginner, has been upgraded to toxicology diagnosis, master level. Ding. Using 10 modification points, congratulations. Emergency internal medicine, beginner, has been upgraded to emergency internal medicine, advanced. Upon seeing these two subjects, Chen He's eyes brightened. This should suffice, he thought. He decided to keep the remaining 10 points in reserve for emergencies. At that moment, Linya, still angered by Jiang Furen, turned to Chen He and suggested, Dr. Chen, why don't you call for a consultation? Dr. Jiang is simply too much. Clearly, this is a case for internal medicine, yet he makes snide remarks. It's truly excessive. I believe he is upset about Director Yang promoting you today. Chen He chuckled softly. Linya was new to the hospital, and as an intern, she had not yet been tempered by society. Her remarks bore a youthful innocence that was quite endearing. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I can manage this. Indeed, with the knowledge from the two newly acquired skills flowing seamlessly through his mind, Chen He felt transformed. Linya was taken aback. Dr. Chen, you are a surgeon. Please don't overextend yourself. I understand that Zhang's words can be provoking, but you shouldn't take it out on the patient. The patient is innocent. Linya's chubby cheeks were adorably expressive as she voiced her concerns. Chen He suddenly erupted in laughter. Who says I'm taking it out on anyone? With a glint of determination in his eyes, he added, besides, who says a surgeon cannot understand internal medicine? Afterward, Chen He approached the patient with renewed vigor, diligently gathering information. The young girl, though somewhat lethargic, retained awareness. As Chen He observed her breathing improve, he removed the oxygen mask and asked, could you describe what happened today? The girl replied softly, this morning was actually fine. I had a bit to drink last night, but didn't tea affect me? However, after breakfast, about half an hour later, I began to feel discomfort in my throat, as if I had choked on something spicy. I didn't think much of it, but then I suddenly started vomiting and having diarrhea, and my stomach felt terrible. After hearing this, Chen He appeared to have an epiphany. Shaolin, quickly order a complete blood count and stool test. Young lady, please cooperate. The patient's condition was not critical. Otherwise, they would not have been able to wait until now. With a blood pressure of 80/50, she was stable, and her vital signs were not in immediate danger. The priority now was to reach a diagnosis. While waiting for the test results, Chen He turned to Linya and asked, would you like to know what might be ailing the patient? Linya nodded, as if it were a given. Yes. Follow me, Chen He instructed, stepping outside to inquire with the girl's mother. What did you have for breakfast this morning? The woman frowned. Doctor, it shouldn't have anything to do with our meal. We usually have steamed buns, vegetables, and millet porridge for breakfast. We in Oppos, we been eating this for decades. It's surely isn't related to our food. Chen He shook his head, interrupting her. Did you consume any potatoes? The woman was taken aback. Yes. How did you know? Chen He sighed. When you were cooking this morning, were the potatoes sprouted? The woman's eyes widened in realization. You can even guess that? Linya looked at Chen He with astonishment. How did he know? Did he catch a whiff of something? She inhaled sharply, but detected nothing unusual. No, aside from a woman's bad breath. Chen let out a sigh and said, Madam, if I am not mistaken, your daughter may be suffering from food poisoning caused by potatoes. The woman's expression changed instantly, and she raised her voice. How can that be possible? I have eaten potatoes my entire life and have never heard of anyone being poisoned by them. At that moment, Jiang Furuin, noticing the commotion, hurried over and inquired, "What is going on?" The woman, seeing that Jiang Furuin was in his 40s and appeared to be an experienced physician, replied, "Doctor, this young doctor claims that my daughter has food poisoning from potatoes she ate this morning. Surely this is nonsense. I have lived this long and have never heard of potato poisoning." A hint of schadenfreude flickered in Jiang Furuin's eyes. "Well, dear lady doctor, Chen is our associate chief physician. There may have been a misunderstanding. He has just joined us from the emergency department, and it is possible." Just then, the nurse in Oppo's station announced, "Dr. Chen, the results are in." Upon receiving the lab report, Chen examined it and noted a significant decrease in red blood cells. Turning to Linya, he instructed, "Prepare for gastric lavage. The patient may be experiencing acute potato poisoning." Jiang Furuin frowned immediately. "May I take a look? The red blood cell count is somewhat low, but how can this be classified as acute potato poisoning?" Hearing Jiang Furuin's words, the woman seemed to find solace. Her distrust of the young doctor intensified. "Are you joking? How could it possibly be acute potato poisoning? Are you trying to swindle us out of money? No way." The ensuing uproar soon attracted Yang Simin, who had just emerged from the resuscitation room after attending to a patient. She approached swiftly. "What is happening here?" Jiang Furuin quickly explained, "Director Yang, Dr. Chen claims that this young girl is suffering from potato poisoning. Surely this is absurd." Chapter 20. May I change my doctor? Upon hearing Jiang Furuin and Oppo's words, Yang Simin displayed no reaction. Instead, she took the test result from Chen He and scrutinized them attentively. Yang Simin was a pragmatic individual. Although she never engaged in departmental rivalries, both Yang Huanqing and Hu Jianquan were vying for her attention. This was due, first and foremost, to their undeniable competence. Secondly, it was because both men adhered to principles. No one is fond of those lacking in them. For Yang Simin, her principle was the patient. They were her everything. At that moment, she merely glanced at Jiang Furuin and made several deductions. However, she would not criticize the doctor in front of the patient. Arguing over who was right or wrong was futile. The priority was to diagnose the patient accurately and commence treatment promptly. She turned to the middle-aged woman and said, "Please wait a moment. I will check on the patient's condition." Upon observing Yang Simin's commanding presence, the woman understood she was an impressive figure and nodded, albeit awkwardly. However, she then inquired, "Director, may I see my daughter?" Yang Simin did not refuse. "Yes, but please do not make noise once inside the observation room." The woman expressed her gratitude profusely. Thus, Yang Simin led Chen He, Jiang Furuin, Linya, and others toward the observation room. Jiang Furuin, like a devoted follower, eagerly trailet behind Yang Simin. Linya and Chen He brought up the rear, with Linya unable to suppress her thoughts, tugging at Chen He and whispering, "Dr. Chen, you've gotten yourself into trouble." Director Yang is quite stern. Seeing Linya and Oppo's expression, Chen He couldn't help but chuckle. Upon entering the observation room, Yang Simin personally measured the patient and Oppo's blood pressure and inquired further about her condition. The more she asked, the more curious she became, as such cases were rare. It was evident that food poisoning was the culprit, but the types of food poisoning were numerous. The true test of a physician's skill lay in discerning the specific type of food poisoning. This was the crux of the matter. Respiratory paralysis, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain. Determining the cause from these symptoms was quite challenging. However, Yang Simin suddenly recalled Chen He's mention of potato poisoning. Suddenly, various clues connected in her mind, and after glancing at the test results again, her eyes hardened with determination. It was indeed potato poisoning. Though seemingly common, such poisoning was rarely encountered in clinical practice, sometimes not seen for years or even decades. While many were aware that sprouted potatoes could be toxic, how often had one encountered a case of hospitalization due to potato poisoning? It was indeed rare. Consequently, this often led to its neglect. Had Jiang Furuin not initially brought it up, Yang Simin felt it would have taken her some time to arrive at this conclusion. With this thought, Yang Ximin looked at Chen He with surprise. Moments later, she asked, "How did you determine this?" Chen He replied calmly, "Director, the patient is likely suffering from a series of acute poisoning reactions due to potato poisoning. The toxin in potatoes is a weakly alkaline glycoalkaloid, also known as solanine, which is water-soluble. Solanine is corrosive and hemolytic, and it paralyzes the central nervous system and respiratory center. Symptoms of acute sprouted potato poisoning generally manifest within minutes to hours after consumption, beginning with a prickling or burning sensation in the throat and mouth, followed by nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and diarrhea. In severe cases, intense vomiting can lead to dehydration and electrolyte imbalances, causing blood pressure to drop. Severely poisoned patients may experience coma and convulsions, ultimately succumbing to respiratory paralysis. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression changed dramatically. After all, such news would be difficult to face publicly. How could a mother inadvertently harm her own daughter? The woman felt insulted, her anger boiling over as she shouted, "How could that be possible? How could I want to poison my daughter? Besides, I ate the same dish and I'm fine." "You, young doctor, shouldn't make baseless accusations." Chen He clarified, "You've misunderstood my point. In normal circumstances, potatoes are safe. However, sprouted potatoes contain solanine as their toxic component. Under normal conditions, potatoes contain little solanine, but during storage, its levels gradually increase, especially after sprouting, where the solanine content in the sprouts and eyes skyrockets, leading to poisoning when consumed." Before the woman could retort, Yang Ximi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, madam, Dr. Chen's diagnosis is correct. Your daughter is indeed suffering from potato poisoning. Of course, we are not suggesting that you intentionally poisoned her. Rather, it is the nature of potatoes themselves that, when improperly stored and allowed to sprout, can indeed become toxic." Jiang Furuan was utterly taken aback. His eyes widened as he stared at Director Yang, and Chen He, rendered speechless. Was it possible that this was merely a fortunate coincidence? It truly was potato poisoning? After Yang Ximin finished speaking, she shot a glare at Jiang Furuan and sincerely apologized to Chen He. "Dr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. This patient should have been under our department's care. We owe you our gratitude." Chen He smiled. "Director Yang, you're too polite. We're all part of the emergency department. There's no need for such formalities." He then addressed the middle-aged woman, saying, When potatoes are improperly stored, sprouting or turning green, the solanine levels significantly increase. If not removed or destroyed during cooking, poisoning can occur upon consumption, especially common in late spring and early summer. However, this toxin is easily decomposed by acetic acid and can also be neutralized by high heat or thorough cooking. Please be vigilant in the future. Upon hearing both Yang Ximin and Chen He affirm this, the woman felt a wave of panic. "Director Yang, will my daughter be all right? Please provide a treatment plan." Yang Ximin shook her head. "From what we can see, there appears to be no significant issue." Thankfully, Dr. Chen made a timely diagnosis. "We are preparing for treatment now. You may step outside for the moment." At this point, the woman was filled with regret. Grabbing Chen He's hands, she exclaimed, "Thank you, doctor. Oh, it's all my fault. I've always been frugal, never thought something like a potato could be toxic. It's all my fault. I was just so anxious and confused. Please don't take offense." She then shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Furuan. "I thought older age equated to better doctors. But it seems it's all my fault. I was ignorant, so please disregard my earlier words." The woman's comment infuriated Jiang Furuan. Yang Ximi, noticing this, interjected, Please step outside. Your daughter may require gastric lavage and treatment." The woman, half convinced, prepared to leave but couldn't help but cast a worried gaze at Jiang Furuan. Ultimately unable to contain herself, she turned to Yang Ximin and asked, "Director, might it be possible to change doctors? Could this Dr. Chen treat her instead? I'm just not comfortable with him." Her words created an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Jiang Furuan's face shifted between shades of green and purple, his expression resembling that of an enraged pig as he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The woman, far from intimidated, muttered to herself, "Humph, who is he trying to impress with that tantrum? His skills are lacking, but his temper is immense." Yang Ximin shook her head and sighed. To be honest, she was not fond of such veteran doctors. They were difficult to manage and tended to form cliques. However, as the head of the internal medicine department, it was her duty to uphold the dignity of the hospital and its physicians. Rest assured, madam, you need not worry about the treatment. Dr. Chen, you may continue with your responsibilities. I will handle matters here in the internal medicine department. Chen He smiled and rose to leave, with Linya following him out of the ward. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him. Dr. Chen, you are simply incredible. Wow, you should have seen Dr. John's face just now. He looked as furious as a pig. Huh, but honestly, Dr. Chen, your diagnostic skills are remarkable. It's truly a stroke of fortune. Even Director Yang speaks highly of you. No wonder you hold the position of Associate Chief Physician. It an amp, Oppos, s well-deserved. I am your foremost admirer. Ha! Chen He couldn't help but chuckle as well. To speak candidly, a hospital is ultimately a realm governed by competence. Lacking in skill not only reflects a personal irresponsibility, but often translates to negligence towards patients. Today, it is Jiang Furuin. Tomorrow, who knows who it might be. Chapter 21. Triggering the copy system after Jiang Furuin departed, he did not return his office, but instead sulked back to the duty room. Upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered Hu Jianquan, who was about to leave. Noticing Jiang and Appo's dark expression, who could not help but inquire, Dr. Jiang, what troubles you? Why the long face? Jiang Furuin and Appo's countenance was tempestuous. Director Hu, seeing his distress, who placed his chubby hands on Jiang and Appo's shoulders, giving them a reassuring pat while smiling. What is going on? Who has upset you? Jiang Furuin, filled with indignation, raised his right hand, pointing into the air as if Chen He were standing right before him, and solemnly proclaimed, Ah, Director Hu, this Chen He is utterly arrogant, completely disregarding us seasoned professionals. He then recounted the earlier incident to Hu, embellishing the details. Hu Jianquan burst into laughter. Dr. Jiang, why take a young colleague so seriously? Have a broader perspective. Jiang Furuin, feeling slightly irked, retorted, Director Hu, I must disagree with your sentiment. Yang Huanqing is clearly trying to undermine us. Chen He's arrogance stems solely from his connection with Yang. If Chen He can behave so haughtily, what will happen to our department in the future? It will be ruled by the Yangs. I want to comment on others, but I stand firmly by your side. What is Yang Huanqing so proud of? Just because he spent a few days in a major hospital in Beijing? And Chen He, what is he trying to prove? Ugh. Hu Jianquan chuckled, narrowing his eyes as he responded. Dr. Jiang, this matter is not as formidable as you perceive. The emergency department sees countless patients daily, each presenting a myriad of ailments. Who can possibly master them all? Chen He hails from the first affiliated hospital of Jin Province Medical University. It's normal for him to possess some skills. However, he specializes in cardiac surgery and is merely 27 years old. How formidable can he truly be? Youth often brings a certain arrogance, which is to be expected. It simply reflects a lack of life experience. Chen He has been promoted, hasn't he? He is set to receive the Deputy Chief Physician and Oppos benefits, so we ought to assign him more responsibilities and see if he can manage. In the ensuing days, aside from his work, Chen He dedicated his spare time to house hunting. The provincial second hospital is situated in the city center, surrounded by esteemed schools, thus making the area rife with educational properties that command steep prices. The 1 million yuan he possessed was insufficient to purchase anything here. Additionally, the complexities of second-hand properties meant that after a fortnight, he had seen nothing worthwhile. This past month brought mixed tidings. Chen He received confirmation of his official appointment as an attending physician, with the hospital formally offering him the Deputy Chief Physician and Oppos as compensation. Most significantly, he was granted primary surgical authority. Furthermore, the emergency operating room had been successfully established and was set to commence operations the following week, which was excellent news for Chen He. Following his confirmation, his monthly base salary as a deputy chief physician was approximately 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. However, the hospital emphasized bonuses. For a surgeon, the primary income derives from performing surgeries. If he could manage 10 surgeries in a month, he could easily earn an additional 8,000 or more. This newfound confidence enabled Chen He to contemplate acquiring a better property through a loan. Yet, unfavorable news also emerged. 2 nights prior, while dining with an old classmate, Chen He, having indulged, learned that his ex-wife, Lu Jiehui, had been involved with another man even before his imprisonment. This revelation left Chen He in a state of shock for an extended period. The extensive financial compensation he had paid, due to his medical malpractice and his year-long incarceration, had instilled a deep sense of guilt towards his ex-wife and child, which he believed had significantly contributed to his divorce. However, this new information suggested otherwise. Hearing this news was akin to a thunderclap for him. He yearned to confront Lu Jiehui to discuss this matter, but after much contemplation, he could only manage a bitter smile. Realizing they were already divorced, what more was there to discuss? Nonetheless, this situation had taken root in Chen He and Oppo's heart, causing him considerable distress. He was particularly concerned about his child. If Lu Jiehui had moved on, would she still care for their offspring? A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Yet, he remained skeptical of the news, planning to visit his child when time permitted. However, he desired to present himself with dignity, not as a disheveled, defeated individual before Lu Jiehui. On Friday morning, during the shift handover, Yang Huanqing entered the doctor and Oppo's office, addressing the gathered staff. I bring good news. Starting today, the hospital's 3rd operating room is officially in use. This marks our emergency department's inaugural surgical facility, and I expect everyone to treat this with the utmost seriousness. Nurse Supervisor, please coordinate with the surgical team regarding the scheduling of operations. I appreciate your efforts. The nurse supervisor, a woman in her 40s with a sharp tongue but a kind heart, cheerfully replied, Of course, Director. I don't mind putting in the effort for such important tasks. Laughter erupted among the staff. Once the arrangements were made, Yang Huanqing suddenly mentioned, with the establishment of the operating room, we will also have opportunities to conduct urgent surgeries. This is promising news. Yet it poses a challenge, as our responsibilities have significantly increased. We must independently execute these surgeries. Thus, it is imperative that we remain vigilant. Patient lives are paramount, and we must collaborate as a team to safeguard this responsibility. I hope everyone approaches this with utmost diligence. Director Yu, please oversee the operating room, including the surgical teams. Director Yang, you are in charge of the newly added wards. Yang Ximin nodded in agreement. Understood. Yu Chong, not one for many words, merely nodded in silence. At this juncture, Yang Huanqing turned to Chen He. As for you, Chen He, although you hold the deputy director's designation, for now, you will work alongside Director Yu. Hu Jianquan interjected, Director Yang. This suggests a lack of trust in Dr. Chen. Since the hospital has appointed him as a deputy director, I believe we should place our faith in him and assign him the role he deserves. Our emergency department has long been in need of a pre-hospital emergency leader. I believe Dr. Chen is quite suitable, youthful and vigorous. His capabilities have been acknowledged by the hospital. Therefore, I propose Dr. Chen take on the role of deputy director for pre-hospital emergency services. Given his current deputy director status, it seems only reasonable to assign him this additional responsibility. His words left the room in stunned silence. Indeed, the provincial 2nd hospital and Oppo's emergency department had always struggled with pre-hospital emergency care. This role primarily entails overseeing the transition of patients to the hospital, specifically on-site emergency care, which is a significant test of a physician and Oppo's skills, not to mention a thankless position. Hu Jianquan understood the implications. You excel in surgery. Yet now you're being shifted to pre-hospital emergency care. What good is surgical skill if you're not performing surgeries? Yang Huanqing was about to decline this proposal when suddenly, Chen He heard the system notification chime. Ding. Copy system activated. Copy. Every instance of pre-hospital emergency care constitutes a copy mission. During these missions, one will receive substantial experience, modification points, and other reward items. Chapter 22. An urgent mission. When Chen He saw the system prompt, he was momentarily taken aback. A dungeon? Each external emergency rescue had transformed into a dungeon. Moreover, according to the system notification, every external emergency rescue dungeon could yield substantial rewards in experience, items, and modification points. Chen He suddenly realized that this job could, in fact, be a boon for him. After all, unlike others, he needed numerous surgical and clinical opportunities to enhance his professional skills. What he required most was modification points. As for the items, he had yet to encounter them and was unaware of their specifics. Chen He felt that his system was increasingly resembling a game, where saving patients and completing tasks yielded rewards. Now even dungeons had emerged. Observing the system prompt, Chen He believed it was time to take action. However, his willingness to proceed did not imply that he would allow Hu Jianquan to manipulate him. In the office, as Hu Jianquan articulated his thoughts, several doctors began to echo his sentiments. Indeed, I believe Director Hu makes a valid point. Yes, I think the position of Deputy Director of Pre-Hospital Emergency Care suits him well. I concur. Dr. Chen, faced with the cacophony of opinions, Hu Jianquan and Apos, his plump face broke into a smile. At that moment, Yang Huanqing cast a decisive vote against the proposal. No, Dr. Chen possesses a solid foundation in cardiac surgery. I believe transitioning to pre-hospital emergency care is inappropriate. Talent should be placed where it is most needed. Upon hearing this, Hu Jianquan chuckled. Director Yang, that is not quite right. You must listen to the opinions of the masses and also consider Dr. Chen's own perspective. I believe pre-hospital emergency care is an excellent platform, and I trust Dr. Chen is eager for an opportunity to prove himself as a deputy chief physician through merit. Am I right? Furthermore, it is illogical for an emergency physician to avoid pre-hospital emergency care. In both reason and sentiment, I believe Dr. Chen is the most suitable candidate. Hu Jianquan was astute, framing his words in such a way that if Chen He were to refuse, it would imply he lacked the capability to deserve the title of deputy director. In an instant, all eyes shifted to Chen He. Even Yang Huanqing fell silent, aware that while he could protect Chen He temporarily, he could not do so indefinitely. Simultaneously, he was curious to see Chen He's response. Chen He smiled suddenly. I am grateful for Director Hu and Apos' recognition. I indeed believe pre-hospital emergency care is a remarkable platform. I can agree to take on this role. The moment these words were spoken, everyone turned to observe him in surprise. Pre-hospital emergency care was undeniably a challenging task. It involved being on call at all times, carrying significant responsibility, and directly facing the families of patients, which often led to disputes between doctors and patients. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was the lack of financial incentives. It was far less lucrative than performing surgeries in the operating room. Upon hearing this, Hu Jianquan's eyes sparkled. He had not expected Chen He to agree so readily. At that moment, Chen He added, however, I do have one request. Hu Jianquan quickly responded, Yes, Dr. Chen. Please share your needs, and we will consider them. Chen He stated plainly, I wish to have full responsibility for pre-hospital emergency care. At this declaration, even Yu Chang and Yang Ximin were taken aback. Yang Huanqing had not anticipated that Chen He would make such a demand. Pre-hospital emergency care, though significant, was still a subordinate task within the broader context of the 120 Emergency Service Center. Could Chen He truly manage it independently? Hu Jianquan fell into contemplation, pondering the implications of Chen He's request. Yang Huanqing also scrutinized Chen He, his eyes filled with confusion, while Chen He offered him a reassuring glance and nodded. At this moment, Hu Jianquan realized the crux of the matter. Who would bear responsibility if issues arose? Chen He replied, Director Hu, rest assured, should any problems arise, I will take full responsibility. With this assurance, Hu Jianquan felt reassured. Director Yang, what is your opinion? After a moment of hesitation, Yang Huanqing stated, Then from today onward, Chen He will be responsible for pre-hospital emergency care. Dr. Sun and Dr. Wang, you will accompany Chen He and primarily oversee pre-hospital emergency operations, officially establishing the pre-hospital emergency team. Additionally, if you encounter any issues that cannot be resolved, promptly communicate with the hospital and emergency center. Do not attempt to handle everything alone. Upon hearing the director and Apos' arrangements, Sun Yu and Wang Yihuan were momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. Understood, Director. Both were newcomers, having joined the emergency department less than 2 years prior, one from internal medicine, the other from surgery. although they were still in the early stages of their careers. The prospect of being assigned to pre-hospital emergency care was met with reluctance, yet they had no choice. For while Yang Huanqing appeared affable, he was, in fact, a man of principles. After the meeting, Sun Yu and Wang Yihuan approached Chen He, nodding in acknowledgement Director Chen. Sun Yu, being 2 years Chen He and Amp, Oppos, S senior, a graduate of Jincheng Medical University with a master in Oppos, S in general surgery, was somewhat reluctant to work under Chen He. He questioned the potential for advancement in following Chen He, especially given the lack of surgical opportunities in pre-hospital emergency care. However, faced with the director and Oppos S orders, he could only muster the resolve to comply. Conversely, Wang Yihuan, whose background was in emergency medicine, seemed more content with the arrangement. She recognized that pre-hospital emergency care was an excellent training ground. Thus, she held a degree of anticipation for the upcoming tasks. Nevertheless, she too harbored doubts about Chen He's capabilities. Observing their attitudes, Chen He surmised their sentiments, but maintained a cheerful demeanor. In the coming period, we may face considerable challenges. However, I assure you, by following my lead, you will attain what you seek, and this phase will not last long. Upon hearing Chen He's confident declaration, both were taken aback. They had expected something different, but were met with this bold assurance. Curiosity sparked within them. What had instilled such courage in Chen He? Was it the influence of Liang Jingru? Clearly it was not. At that moment, Nurse Chief Wang Miling approached Chen He. Dr. Chen, our emergency department currently has only 2 monitoring ambulances. Additionally, here are the standard equipment and medications. After completing the handover with Nurse Chief, Chen He realized a crucial fact. He now understood why Hu Jianquan had placed him in this position. The pre-hospital emergency care at the provincial second hospital was virtually non-existent. Medili Afade. In contrast, the first affiliated hospital of Jincheng Medical University boasted a dedicated pre-hospital emergency department, with 15 ambulances and a staff of 31, including doctors, nurses, and drivers. By comparison, the pre-hospital emergency care at the provincial second hospital was unequivocally a mere show. However, Chen He remained unperturbed. If it were not a facade, how could he have been appointed as its head? With such a platform, he believed it would end Amp, Oppos, TB long before he could thrive. Yet, to be candid, Chen He felt a twinge of anxiety. He recognized that opportunity and challenge coexisted. If he failed to seize this opportunity, his ascent might be indefinitely postponed, and he could not afford to wait. Had he not learned of his ex-wife's circumstances, Chen He might have continued to develop steadily. Yet now, circumstances had changed. He must prepare himself thoroughly, including for a renewed custody battle for his child, and to face his ex-wife in court once more. At 10:30 in the morning, a sudden and urgent ringing of the telephone echoed through the air. Moments later, Nurse Linya hurriedly rushed into the doctor and Amp, Oppos S office. Dr. Chen, something terrible has happened. There has been a traffic accident at the intersection of Shiman Alley. A pedestrian has been injured, and the situation is critical. Our hospital is the closest, and the 120 Emergency Center has urged us to proceed without delay. Upon hearing this, Chen He's expression shifted dramatically, and he nodded in agreement. Understood. Zhao Yu, prepare the first aid kit. We shall go together. Linya, you should accompany us as well. Zhao Yu swiftly grabbed the first aid kit and followed Chen He as they dashed outside. Linya closely trailed behind, joining them in the ambulance. To be honest, as they sat in the vehicle, all 3 felt a sense of unease. Injuries from traffic accidents are inherently perilous, with a significantly high mortality rate. Over 500,000 people perish annually due to traffic accidents worldwide, placing it among the top 10 causes of human death. This alarming statistic stems from the multifaceted nature of the injuries sustained in such incidents, with countless uncontrollable factors at play. Chen He, seated in the ambulance, could hardly fathom that on his very first day in this role, he would confront such a daunting challenge. In contrast, Zhao Yu appeared visibly anxious and apprehensive, as this was his inaugural experience participating in a pre-hospital emergency response. The ambulance sped along, and aside from the seasoned driver, Old Wang, the 3 of them were novices in this scenario. Observing the trio of inexperienced individuals behind him, Old Wang himself felt a twinge of anxiety. Would they manage? The vehicle had barely left the hospital for 3 minutes when Yang Huanqing, having just completed a surgery, hurried back to the emergency department. Today, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Ultimately, he was somewhat uneasy about entrusting the pre-hospital emergency response to Chen He, given the myriad uncontrollable variables involved. He harbored doubts about Chen He's ability to handle the situation, prompting him to return immediately after his operation. Upon arriving back at the doctor and Oppo's office, he searched for Chen He for a considerable time, but found no trace of him, which piqued his curiosity. Wang Yihan, where is Chen He gone? Wang Yihan promptly replied, Director, Chen and Zhao Yu have responded to a traffic accident. The patient's condition is quite serious, and they left 5 minutes ago. Upon hearing Wang Yihan's words, Yang Huanqing's expression shifted dramatically. A traffic injury, and not a minor one at that. Chen He was indeed unfortunate to encounter such a formidable rescue task on his very first day. Yang Huanqing felt a headache coming on. At that moment, Yu Chang approached. Having overheard Wang Yihan and Oppo's comments, he could not help but exclaim, "What a cruel initiation!" Yang Huanqing paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The phenomenon of harsh initiation often occurs in hospitals, wherein newcomers face complex diseases and surgeries right off the bat. Such circumstances are truly difficult to explain. Yang Huanqing suddenly turned to Yu Chang and, still feeling uneasy, suggested, "Old Yu, why not head over there?" Yu Chang, upon hearing this, remained silent but nodded and hurriedly set off. P.S. Today, there will be only one update. Regular updates will resume tomorrow. Apologies for the inconvenience. Chapter 23. When it rains, it pours. Driver Old Lu has been an experienced emergency driver for many years. From the old Jinbei van to the current Mercedes-Benz ambulance, he has witnessed the evolution of the provincial second hospital. Old Lu is not one for idle chatter. During his free time, he prefers to smoke in the shade of trees, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. Despite driving an impressive vehicle, Old Lu feels no joy. In the past, when he operated the Jinbei van, he would make 7 or 8 trips a day, saving numerous lives. Now, with the switch to the Mercedes, he is lucky to have 1 or 2 calls, sometimes none at all. The emergency department at the provincial second hospital has been deteriorating day by day, a fact that weighs heavily on Old Lu's heart. Yet, he understands that he is merely a driver and chooses to remain silent. Today, the situation is even more absurd, as the important task of emergency rescue outside the hospital has been assigned to a novice. At over 50, Old Lu is uncertain how many more days he has before retirement. However, watching the hospital's power struggles lead to a young person being appointed as the head of external emergency rescue fills him with frustration. As the vehicle speeds along, Old Lu navigates through the congested streets, managing to find the quickest route. Soon, 7 minutes later, they arrive at the intersection of Shimen Alley. The doors swing open, and Chen He is the first to leap out, followed closely by Zhao Yu, clutching the emergency kit. Is he nervous? Undoubtedly, but there is no turning back. He is a doctor. Linya follows behind with Old Lu, carrying the stretcher. At this point, the traffic police have cordoned off the area. The patient, an elderly sanitation worker, lies on the ground, barely clinging to life. As Chen He approaches, he notices the man's abdomen is soaked in blood, his hands pressed tightly against it. The old man's eyes are squeezed shut in agony, his breathing faint. The police officer hurries over. "Hello, comrade." Chen He nods. "How long has it been since the incident?" The officer glances at his watch. "About 20 minutes. The driver fled the scene, and we've already contacted the authorities. Please, expedite the rescue." Chen He nods in agreement. "Have the patient and Oppo's family been notified?" The officer hesitates, his expression a mix of emotions. The elderly man has no family. However, we found a few contacts in his address book. Chen He lowers his head, placing his hands on the carotid artery to check for a pulse and observe the patient's breathing. The good news is that, although faint, he can still detect breathing. However, the carotid pulse is extremely weak. "Sir, wake up. Can you hear me?" He gently taps the man's shoulder, seeking a response, but receives none. Breathing and pulse are weak, and consciousness is unclear. Zhao Yu scissors cut open his clothing, The patient's abdomen is a gruesome sight, blood saturating the ground. Concern grips Chen He, for the leading cause of fatalities in car accidents is often hypovolemic shock. The patient's condition strongly suggests this. The priority now is to locate the source of the bleeding and apply immediate pressure. Zhao Yu quickly nods and begins to cut away the patient's clothing. Suddenly, a gash extending several inches appears on the man's lower right abdomen, blood pouring forth. Chen He's expression shifts dramatically. This is bad. There is a high likelihood of abdominal injury. Yet, determining the precise source of the hemorrhage is impossible at this moment. Ding. Side quest. Safely transport the patient to the operating room to receive substantial rewards. Quest requirement. The patient's vital signs must remain stable until reaching the operating room. Chen He hurriedly opens the emergency kit, pulling out an ample supply of gauze, pressing it against the wound with all his might to staunch the bleeding. But soon, the blood soaks through the gauze, continuing to seep out uncontrollably. The sight is alarming for Zhao Yu. This is his first experience with pre-hospital emergency care, and he is witnessing a life-and-death struggle. Stop the bleeding, check for fractures, and prepare to transfer the patient. Old Lu and Linya bring the stretcher over. Chen He forces himself to maintain composure, aware that he is the anchor for everyone present. He cannot afford to panic. If he does, chaos will ensue, and that would be the gravest danger of all. I'll apply pressure to the wound. You secure the limbs and spine. Prepare for transfer. Follow my lead. 3, 2, 1. Lift. Taking a deep breath, he strives to calm himself. Quickly, they place the patient onto the secured stretcher. Old Lu observes Chen He's calm command and decisive actions. Feeling relieved, perhaps this young director Chen possesses some skill after all. The patient is swiftly loaded into the ambulance, but the bleeding shows no sign of abating. As a cardiac surgeon, Chen He has a precise understanding of blood loss. An average adult weighing around 120 pounds has approximately 7 to 8% of their body weight in blood, roughly 500 milliliters. Therefore, losing over 200 milliliters at once poses a life-threatening risk. However, the elderly man has already lost nearly 1,000 milliliters. Chen He cannot determine the exact amount lost. With a furrowed brow, he notices the anxious gazes of those around him. Dr. Chen, what is our next move? Chen He looks directly at driver Old Lu. Master Lu, how long until we reach the hospital? Old Lu frowns. If we leave now, the fastest route is 7 minutes. Upon hearing this, Chen He shakes his head. No, that one and amp, oppose, T-do. We don't have enough time. Zhao Yu, here, prepare for surgery. Zhao Yu freezes, his face draining of color. He thinks he misheard. Staring at Chen He in disbelief. Director Chen. Surgery? Chen He affirms with a nod. Yes, we must operate to locate the source of the bleeding. The patient is experiencing massive hemorrhaging in the abdominal cavity, and we cannot stop it. Since the incident, he has already lost nearly 1,000 milliliters of blood. Even if we apply pressure to stem the bleeding, he will succumb before we reach the hospital. Therefore, we must operate now to identify the source and effectively halt the bleeding. Zhao Yu, still hesitant, protests, Director Chen, our vehicle lacks surgical capabilities. What if something goes wrong? Moreover, the patient has no family to sign consent. Chen He's gaze is resolute. If we do not operate, the patient will certainly die. At this moment, a series of knocks reverberates at the door. Linya opens the back door of the ambulance, revealing a group of concerned faces. Each person is filled with urgency and trepidation. Doctor, how is Grandpa Chen? What is the situation? Just then, the traffic officer approaches. Everyone, please calm down and do not disrupt the rescue efforts. The crowd complies, stepping back to clear the entrance. However, the worry is palpable in their eyes, and a few young women begin to weep. One girl, likely in her 20s, can no longer contain her emotions and bursts into tears. Doctor, you must save Grandpa Chen. He is our benefactor. We will spare no expense to save him. Several young people echo her sentiment, their eyes glistening with tears, fixated on Chen He. At this moment, the phone of traffic officer Qian Liang suddenly rang. To his astonishment, it was his superior calling. Captain, what is it? He inquired. The voice on the other end sounded anxious, issuing a directive. Xiao Qian, from this moment on, you are to closely accompany Mr. Qin Zhuangmu. Mr. Qin Zhuangmu is the recipient of our Jinshan Jinmei annual selection. Over the course of 39 years, he has generously sponsored the education of 121 university students. Remember, you must dedicate yourself fully to his care. Chapter 24. Do not say cheer up upon hearing the voice. Traffic Officer Qian Liang's expression changed dramatically. He never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable elderly gentleman before him was, in fact, such a remarkable figure. At 61 years old, having lost his spouse early in life and without any offspring, he had generously donated $98 million over the span of 39 years, funding over 100 university students. Such a hero. He should not have met such a fate. At this moment, Wang Zhanxin, the director of the provincial second hospital, received a call from the provincial office. After hanging up, his face paled, and he immediately called Yang Huanqing. Yang Huanqing, the patient in your emergency department is named Qin Zhuangmu. He is a candidate for our Outstanding Individual Award, and the leadership places great importance on this matter. You must ensure a successful rescue. Upon hearing this, Yang Huanqing and Oppo's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. He was utterly stunned. What was going on? This Chen fellow was toxic. Just as he took office, he encountered such a severe car accident involving a person of great significance. What to do? What to be done? Yang Huanqing hurriedly arranged for the emergency department, urgently preparing a green channel for the patient. He then picked up the phone and relayed the director's message verbatim to Yu Chong. Yu Chong, typically not one for many words, fell silent for a long time after listening, only uttering a single word before hanging up the phone. Damn. Indeed, this situation was too outrageous. In an instant, Chen He, Zhao Yu, and Lin Yu became the focal point of attention for many influential figures. Yet the three of them remained blissfully unaware of it. At this moment, the one feeling the most frantic was Yang Huanqing. Yu Chong was not faring much better. Fortunately, he finally spotted the ambulance. After parking, he hurriedly followed it. Meanwhile, Traffic Officer Qian Liang was calling for his colleagues to prepare a path for the ambulance. Once ready, he asked urgently, "Comrade, are we heading back to the hospital now?" Chen He shook his head. "No, wait." At that moment, Yu Chong boarded the ambulance. He looked at Chen He, his expression shifting as he asked, "Why aren't we leaving?" Chen He glanced at Yu Chong, momentarily taken aback. "Director Yu, what brings you here?" Yu Chong stated succinctly, "Director Yang is worried about you and sent me." "What is the patient's condition?" With a sigh, Chen He replied, "Abdominal hemorrhage. He and Oppo's already in hypovolemic shock. An estimated loss of around 1,200 milliliters of blood, and pressure stabilization efforts are ineffective. If we return to the hospital in this state, he will die." Upon hearing this, Yu Chong's expression changed. "Linya, activate the cardiac monitor. Lindenadid quickly." In the cramped back of the ambulance, 4 individuals were squeezed together. Yu Chong wasted no time, closing the door behind him. As the cardiac monitor powered on, the blood pressure continued to plummet, registering only 60-40 millimeters of mercury. Under these circumstances, returning to the hospital was impossible. What to do? Yu Chong glanced at Chen He and said, "Prepare for an exploratory laparotomy." Chen He nodded rapidly, getting ready. Beside them, Zhao Yu stared at the two, his scalp tingling. They seemed like 2 madmen. It must be said that Yu Chong was a man of action, never one for idle chatter. After a brief sterilization, the two were ready for the surgery. Yu Chong's movements were remarkably skilled as the scalpel sliced through the skin, revealing the abdominal cavity. To their astonishment, they discovered a significant amount of blood within. Activate the ventilator. Suction. Irrigate. Administer 4 fluids to increase blood pressure. With each command issued by Yu Chong, it seemed to momentarily distance the patient from the clutches of death. However, the incessantly oozing blood continued to erode the patient and Oppo's life force. Time at this moment felt painfully extravagant. The driver, Lao Lu, was drenched in sweat, anxiously observing the frantic duo in the back. He had been a driver for many years, but this was the first time he witnessed surgery inside the vehicle. It was truly exhilarating. Before long, Yu Chong managed to clear the blood from the abdominal cavity. However, the sight that met him plunged him into despair. The liver had ruptured. Both the liver parenchyma and capsule were completely torn, a condition known as true hepatic rupture. A torrent of blood flowed out, seemingly unending. At that moment, Yu Chang sighed. Was there no hope left? Hemorrhaging caused by a ruptured liver was a formidable challenge. Even in a surgical room, achieving hemostasis was nearly impossible. Zhao Yu, a specialist in hepatobiliary surgery, was equally stunned by the sight before him. The mortality rate from liver rupture was alarmingly high. What to do? Chen He, unwilling to concede, pondered. Had they struggled so hard only to surrender? But what could they do? Could they rescue him? Forget about saving him. Could they even stop the bleeding? Yes. Hemostasis. Chen He swiftly opened his system interface, gazing at the remaining 10 modification points with trembling hands. He activated his hemostasis technique skill and clicked the modification option. Closing his eyes tightly, he prayed for success. Finally, a prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Hemostasis skill successfully modified to Manual Hemostasis Technique, Master Level. With a wealth of knowledge flooding his mind, Chen He abruptly opened his eyes. He met Yu Chang's gaze and inquired, Director Yu, if I can ensure the patient's blood loss remains below 200 milliliters before reaching the hospital, can he be saved? Yu Chang shuddered. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Chen He donned a fresh pair of gloves and fixed his gaze upon the liver. Without hesitation, he plunged his hands into the organ, inserting his right fingers into the hepatic artery, while delicately placing his other fingers on the hepatic veins. Gradually, he maneuvered the liver closer, and to Yu Chang's astonishment, the bleeding had stopped. Not entirely, but the outflow had diminished to a mere trickle. This scene left both Yu Chang and Zhao Yu utterly astounded. What was this technique? Manual Hemostasie Technique. Yu Chang gave Chen He a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. He then turned to driver Lao Lu, instructing, let us go. Head back to the hospital. Shaolin, contact Director Yang to activate the green channel and prepare for surgery and blood supply upon arrival. Traffic officer, clear the way. With a swift press of the accelerator, Lao Lu exclaimed, hold on tight, we and amp, oppos, re-off. 6 traffic officers were already ahead, paving the way. Inside the ambulance, Chen He trembled, feeling as though every ounce of strength was being drained from him. It was unimaginably difficult. Chen He hunched over, his hands firmly gripping the liver, which was soaked in blood, while sweat drenched his shirt. He remained silent. Each passing second was torturous. Chen He dared not move, fearing that any shift might cost the patient his life. Tears of excitement nearly brimmed in Zhao Yu and Amp, oppos, his eyes. In this moment, he understood what it meant to race against time for life and death. He grasped what it meant to be an emergency physician, those clad in battle gear racing against death in a sea of blood. Chen He was squeezing out the last vestiges of his strength. Yu Chang watched him, his fists clenched in solidarity. He silently cheered for Chen He, though he dared not speak the words. Chen He, you can do it. For he could see that Chen He was giving it his all. This is the utmost limit for Chen He. No matter how much effort is exerted, what more can be done? To put it bluntly, urging someone who has strived to their limits is not encouragement. It is an affront. Chen He has truly given his all. Beads of sweat, cascading down as if they cost nothing, continue to flow relentlessly. At last, the vehicle arrives at the hospital. Chen He dares not relax. The patient is wheeled out. Chen He remains vigilant. The patient is taken to the operating room. In that moment, Chen He finally lets his guard down. With a resounding thud, he collapses to the ground. He no longer wishes to rise. He is utterly exhausted. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully transported the patient to the emergency room, earning rewards. 1. Modification points 20. 2. A high-level blank skill book capable of replicating others in oppos, skills. Chen He smiles. Lying on the ground, he beams with joy, not for the rewards, but because he accomplished it. The patient has been saved. Chapter 25. The escalation of events as Zhao Yu observed Chen He lying on the ground. Utterly exhausted, yet wearing a foolish grin, he was suddenly struck by a wave of emotion. Is this what it means to save a life? The sense of accomplishment was truly profound. Zhao Yu instinctively extended his hand. Chen He smiled back, grasped his hand, and sat up from the ground. Director Chen, you and oppos, remarkable. Zhao Yu exclaimed, genuinely in awe of Chen He's extraordinary rescue efforts that day. The technique of manual liver hemostasis was something Zhao Yu had never witnessed before. He could guarantee that during his academic years, even his graduate advisor, the head of the hepatobiliary surgery department at the provincial hospital, would not have been capable of such a feat. He recalled witnessing a patient succumb to death on the operating table due to a genuine liver rupture, where the bleeding simply could not be halted. Thus, when he saw the liver rupture earlier, he had believed that rescue was beyond reach. Yet, Director Chen had performed a miracle. Most impressively, Zhao Yu had observed Chen He maintaining complete stillness during the manual hemostasis for a continuous 10 minutes. A true test of physical endurance and willpower. Director Chen had accomplished this. If Zhao Yu had felt any dissatisfaction about being assigned to pre-hospital emergency care that morning by Yang Huanqing, he now had no reservations whatsoever. He held deep respect for Chen He. Meanwhile, within the operating room, urgent blood transfusions and fluid resuscitations were underway, with 4 intravenous lines established simultaneously for medication, hydration, and transfusion. The patient was in hemorrhagic shock, teetering on the brink of death. The primary step in preoperative management was vigorous fluid resuscitation and transfusion. Sufficient blood had been prepared and was ready for the impending surgery. The chief surgeon, Professor Jiang Nan of the hepatobiliary surgery department, was at the helm. Yu Chang soon changed into scrubs and entered the operating room. At 55 years of age, Jiang Nan and Amp, Oppo's proud hairline was a testament to his formidable prowess. Indeed, he was one of the few surgeons at the provincial second hospital capable of commanding respect in such critical situations. Jiang Nan's gaze was intensely fixed on the liver. There was a true rupture of the liver and a near injury to the hepatic vein. The fact that the patient had managed to reach the operating room awaiting rescue was nothing short of miraculous. Upon seeing Yu Chang enter, Jiang Nan incredulously remarked, "Director Yu, how impressive! To stabilize a patient with a near hepatic vein injury for over half an hour before bringing them into the operating room. Such skill is unparalleled in the entire province." Yu Chang nodded, acknowledging the difficulty. "Indeed, it is quite a challenge. But it was not my doing. I could not have accomplished it." Jiang Nan was taken aback. "Not you? There are talents like this in the emergency department? How come I was unaware?" Yu Chang pointed to Chen He, who was seated on the floor outside the operating room, looking somewhat fatigued. "That's Dr. Chen He. He has only recently joined our hospital and is currently responsible for pre-hospital emergency care. Today, he performed an open abdominal procedure and manual hemostasis." Jiang Nan's interest peaked. Manual hemostasis? At this moment, the patient's vital signs have stabilized on the ECG monitor. The surgery is about to commence. Meanwhile, Chen He and Zhao Yu took a brief respite before returning to the emergency department. Upon entering, they were greeted by a crowd gathered in the lobby. One might mistake it for a riot, yet the crowd was silent, standing anxiously at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, an Audi A6 arrived, and a man in his 50s, clad in a suit, stepped out, flanked by 2 assistant-like secretaries. Wang Zhanxin awaited at the entrance with Yang Huanqing. "Good morning, leader." Wang Zhanxin promptly extended his hand. The man appeared somewhat distracted, his mind preoccupied with Qin Zhuangmu, and he straightforwardly inquired, "Director Wang, how is Mr. Qin doing?" Wang Zhanxin responded promptly, "He has been in the operating room for some time. The surgery is being performed by our hospital and Amp, Oppo's chief of hepatobiliary surgery, Professor Jiang Nan. He is a national expert and a renowned physician in Jin province. With him in charge, there is no cause for concern." The man breathed a sigh of relief. "We must do everything possible to save him. Mr. Qin is a good man. We cannot allow him to suffer." Wang Zhanxin nodded in affirmation. "Absolutely. Please, leader, come inside the emergency department to wait." Yang Huanqing led the way into the emergency lobby, where they immediately noticed the throng of people at the entrance. One man in his 30s recognized the provincial office director, Li Xiaoran, and approached him. "Director Yang, you've arrived." Li Xiaoran nodded. "Xiao Song, what is happening here?" The man sighed. "Director, this group of young people organized themselves spontaneously. Upon hearing about Mr. Qin's predicament, they all rushed here. As you know, many of them were supported by Mr. Qin during their studies, so to them, he is a benefactor. With Mr. Qin and Amp, Oppo's life hanging in the balance, they're deeply worried and insisted on coming." From within the crowd, a young girl of merely 19 emerged, her eyes swollen from crying. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Director Yang, please save Grandpa Chen. I implore you. I have 6 siblings and I am the eldest. After finishing middle school, my family would not allow me to continue my education. It was Grandpa Chen who supported me, enabling me to leave the mountains, attend university, and experience the beauty of this world. But why can't I wait until I graduate? Once I graduate and earn money, I can repay my grandpa and aunt, Oppos, as kindness. Yet, I fear I may not reach that day. Director Yang, I beg you, please save Grandpa Chen. With that, the girl bowed deeply. The others behind her followed suit, pleading, we beseech you. These individuals were all students whom Qin Zhuangmu had supported over the years. Their lives had taken a remarkable turn thanks to him, granting them better opportunities. Observing the earnest expressions of dozens before him, Li Xiaoran sighed. They are all good people. He stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Greetings. I am Li Xiaoran. I assure you that we will do everything in our power to save Mr. Qin Zhuangmu, no matter the cost. He continued. We will also exert maximum effort to locate the driver responsible and ensure just punishment. No one will be spared. He concluded, rest assured, I, Li Xiaoran, vow to provide you with a satisfactory response. His resolute words brought a hush over the assembly. Chapter 26. The true savior is Chen He in time. Time passed by, second by second. The act of waiting was the most excruciating moment. Chen He sat in his office, astonished by the remarkable capabilities of the elderly sanitation worker. Zhao Yu handed Chen He a news article he had found online. Look, this is Qin Zhuangmu, the elderly gentleman. The article revealed that after losing his spouse at a young age, over the course of 39 years, he had generously donated nearly 2 million yuan to support 121 students in their educational pursuits. Living a life of quiet dedication, he even sold his own home, and now, in his 60s, continued to perform acts of kindness as an ordinary sanitation worker. After reading, Chen He sighed, this is the essence of a truly good person. He felt relieved that they had safely brought him back. Otherwise, it would have been a grave misfortune. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. Good deeds are rewarded. If you hadn't just so happened to be the head of emergency rescue today, the old gentleman might have truly perished. The technique of manual liver hemostasis was indeed impressive. Chen He chuckled. It and Oppos. That's merely a trick. Would you like to learn? Zhao Yu and Oppos. eyes widened in excitement. Really? I can learn? Chen He shrugged. Why not? Zhao Yu was instantly elated. At that moment, Wang Yihan approached, noticing Zhao Yu and Oppos' dramatically changed demeanor towards Chen He, sparking her curiosity. She was eager to uncover the events that had transpired during this trip. The situation surrounding Qin Zhuangmu continued to gain traction. By noon, the surgery was still ongoing. Reporters from various media outlets, including the original city television station and Jin Province broadcasting station, had gathered at the scene. The taxi radio announced, for 39 years, Mr. Qin Zhuangmu, a sanitation worker, has selflessly contributed to this society in his own way. As we speak, the students he has supported have grown up. Some have started families, others have established careers, and some are still studying. Yet at this moment, their hearts are united, all waiting for the old gentleman's recovery. The audience listening on the radio was encouraged to pray for Mr. Qin, wishing for the successful rescue of this selfless elder. Simultaneously, they urged anyone who witnessed a specific license plate number, original A71414, to report it immediately, emphasizing that wrongdoers must be held accountable. Please stay tuned. We will broadcast updates on the old gentleman and Oppos' rescue as they come in. At that moment, many residents of Original City were invested in the situation regarding Qin Zhuangmu. Taxi drivers awaited the outcome, and even some passengers joined in the anticipation. Those with tempers lashed out at the hit-and-run driver, and suddenly, the incident seemed to spread throughout Original City. More and more people learned that Qin Zhuangmu had recently been named Jin Province's Person of the Year. Even provincial leaders took an interest, considering elevating him as one of the 10 influential figures of China. However, the old gentleman humbly declined the honor, citing a simple yet profound reason. I am just an ordinary person. The money I earn cannot be taken with me in life or death. It is meant for those children, for whom it can change their destinies. Moreover, I do not wish for them to be ridiculed. This elder, for the sake of the children's dignity, refused such accolades. And today, those children gathered, awaiting a result. Finally, at 1:40 p.m., the surgery concluded. Jiang Nin emerged from the operating room and informed the nurse. The surgery was successful. Go notify Dean Wang. The nurse hurried to the emergency hall. Meanwhile, Wang Zhanxin was on edge, anxious about the possibility of surgical failure, despite knowing the inherent risks of success and failure. The current situation would be disastrous if it ended unfavorably. With countless eyes watching, the pressure on doctors was immense, requiring them to possess remarkable mental fortitude. None of them had eaten lunch, including Li Xiaoran. All were anxiously awaiting news. At that moment, a young nurse rushed over. Dean, it was successful. The surgery was a success. Her words were like a heavenly melody, instantly igniting excitement among everyone present. Wang Zhanxin finally exhaled in relief. Successful? Where is Director Jiang? Director Jiang is taking the patient to the ICU and will be right over. Good, good, Li Xiaoran exclaimed repeatedly, lifting the atmosphere of joy. Reporters sprang into action as soon as they heard the news. When the announcement of Mr. Chen's successful rescue spread, cheers erupted. Many taxi drivers listening to the broadcast were so elated they didn't and oppose to even want to collect their passengers and oppose fares. Good deeds are rewarded. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. As Jiang Nin approached, Li Xiaoran proactively extended his hand for a handshake, a privilege Wang Zhanxin had not received. Director Jiang, you've worked hard. You're too kind. This is merely my duty, Jiang Nin replied with a smile. Li Xiaoran held his hand warmly. It is individuals like you who make society better. Director Jiang, you were the hero of today's surgery. At that moment, reporters swarmed, quickly making Jiang Nin the center of attention. Indeed, Mr. Chen was a hero. But what about the one who saved the hero? Surely, he was a hero as well. Consequently, many reporters surrounded Jiang Nin. Director Jiang, we heard that Mr. Chen Zhuangmu's condition was extremely critical. Was the surgery particularly difficult? Director Jiang, did you feel a lot of pressure during the surgery? A barrage of questions ensued. Suddenly, Jiang Nin fell silent. After a pause, he remarked, indeed, Mr. Chen Zhuangmu's injuries were severe. There was damage to the hepatic veins and true liver rupture. I have encountered many such cases. Car accidents are frequent, but they often end in fatality. He continued, in traumatic injuries, this represents a nearly certain peril. The reporters, hearing his words, felt elated. The old director was indeed astute, pinpointing the critical aspects in mere moments. The surgery's difficulty was precisely what made the interview worthwhile. However, no one expected Jiang Nin to shift his focus. Why is there such a high mortality rate? Because after a true liver rupture, there is significant bleeding, leading to hemorrhagic shock in a short time. Moreover, achieving hemostasis is exceptionally challenging. Therefore, even if 120 arrives promptly, individuals can succumb to excessive blood loss before reaching the hospital. Thus, Mr. Chen Zhuangmu's struggle was not within the surgery itself, but rather in the process of transporting him to the operating room. That was the true challenge. In fact, I believe the greatest contributor to Mr. Chen and Oppo's rescue today is not me, but Dr. Chen He from the emergency department. He ensured Mr. Chen and Oppo's safe transport to the operating room, granting us the opportunity to save him. I believe Chen He is the true hero of today. Upon hearing this, the entire room erupted in curiosity. Who is Chen He? Li Xiaoran furrowed his brow and glanced at Wang Zhanxin. Where is Dr. Chen? Yang Huanjing apparat equali perplexet. Chen He? This young man has created yet another miracle? How remarkable! Yang Huanjing felt that he was beginning to lose his grasp on Chen He's capabilities. Meanwhile, Chen He and Zhao Yu sat in a corner of the office, devouring instant noodles ravenously. There is no way around it. Emergency pre-hospital care operates on its own terms, devoid of designated meal times. As the two individuals returned from their call, their stomachs growled with hunger, leaving them with no choice but to settle for a simple bowl of instant noodles. This scene was captured by a journalist, who clicked away with their camera. Chen appeared utterly bewildered and kicked Zhao Yu beside him, exclaiming, "We're doomed." The director is definitely going to reprimand us for eating instant noodles during work hours. Now that journalists have photographed us, will it end up online? However, in the eyes of all the reporters and onlookers, the narrative was quite different. They had already conjured an image of a dedicated doctor so engrossed in saving a patient that he neglected to eat, resorting to instant noodles merely to stave off hunger. At that moment, in a taxi, Lu Jiahui was taking her 2 children to attend an event. Suddenly, Chen He exclaimed, "Mom, listen. It's Dad. The radio says he's incredible. He saved someone." Chapter 27. The man eating instant noodles. The hit-and-run driver fled the scene, but the young director rushed to save lives. Dr. Chen He valiantly stood at the forefront of the emergency department. As the head of the out-of-hospital emergency rescue at the provincial second hospital, he was a remarkable talent, not yet 30, bearing the weight of the institution's emergency surgery with grace. At this moment, this young prodigy found himself in a hospital room, indulging in instant noodles after several hours of continuous work, having missed lunch. It is individuals like Qin Zhuangmu and Dr. Chen He that contribute to the stability of our society. Let's express our gratitude to them. On the radio, a reporter passionately recounted the story, painting a vivid portrait of Chen He in the minds of listeners. The young director, dedicated to saving the injured and tirelessly working, utilized his exceptional skills to safeguard the emergency gate of Jin Province 2nd People and Appo's hospital, thereby preserving the lives of patients. A taxi sped along, the radio broadcasting the news incessantly. In the back seat, Xiao Changgu perked up his ears, listening intently. After the broadcast, his eyes widened with excitement. "Mom, that's Dad. His name is Chen He. You heard them say he is an amazing doctor, saving lives. Dad is not a bad person. Shishi, did you hear that? I told you, Dad is not a bad person." Chen Gu eagerly explained to his younger sister, Chen Shi, who stared in bewilderment, her lips pursed. But why do Grandma and Grandpa say Dad is a bad person? To her, the word father felt foreign. She only knew that her grandparents claimed he was not good, that he had harmed someone, abandoned them, and was caught by the police. Moreover, all her friends had dads, yet she did not. Thus, she believed her grandmother was right. Surely, her father must be a bad person. Otherwise, why would she, being so sensible, be abandoned? Listening to the siblings' discussion, Lu Jiahui couldn't help but smile internally. There must be many men named Chen He in this world. How could it possibly be him? The broadcast clearly stated that this Chen He was the head of out-of-hospital emergency rescue, a director under 30. Could he possibly compare? She wondered if he had found work yet. Lu Jiahui kept her thoughts to herself and simply said, "All right, Chen Gu, look after your sister. He is not your father. It an Appo's. It's just a coincidence of names." She held no belief that this man was indeed Chen He. In her eyes, he was just an ordinary person, mediocre and unremarkable. Had she not been naive and foolish in her youth, she would never have married him right after graduation. She was different now. Over the years in the pharmaceutical industry, she had witnessed countless beautiful things and met many outstanding men, especially after becoming a regional manager, interacting with the elite from various hospitals, directors, and professors. Chen He, with only a master's degree, seemed far too ordinary. Moreover, the world could be harsh. How far could someone with no background and limited education go in society? To put it bluntly, one might end up merely toiling for a meager existence. This was not the life she desired. After all these years, she had grown weary and yearned to pursue her own life. Lu Jiahui did not believe she had done anything wrong. She simply acted according to her own convictions. With so many celebrities opting for divorce, why could she not? Her perseverance until Chen He's release had already been her greatest endurance. Thus, she felt no burden of conscience. Turning to her driver, she requested, "Could you please turn off the radio? I need to make a phone call." The taxi driver chuckled and replied, "Sure." Lu Jiahui picked up her phone and dialed her mother. "Mom, I will be there shortly. Could you watch the kids for a few days? The company is organizing a large salon, and I might be quite busy." All right. Listening to her mother, Chen He muttered softly, lowering his voice. "But Dad is also a doctor. His name is Chen He. I wonder where Dad is." After speaking, he felt a wave of melancholy. "I miss Dad." Mom Chen, she gazed at her brother, licked her lollipop, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, "Brother, what does Dad taste like?" Chen He pondered for a long while. "I forgot Lu Jiahui," observed her children, and then looked out into the distance. She felt justified in her choices. She had the capability to provide her children with a better life, a superior environment, and greater opportunities, not confined to a cramped apartment, arguing over trivialities like a piece of eraser. Thinking of this brought a smile to her face. At that very moment, in the emergency department, Li Xiaoran entered the doctor and Appo's office and approached Chen He, causing him to feel somewhat anxious. He was well aware that Li Xiaoran was a high-ranking official, someone whom even Director Wang looked up to. "Hello, Director." Chen He awkwardly smiled, attempting to shake hands, only to realize his hands were somewhat dirty, having accidentally splashed some broth from his noodles. However, Li Xiaoran was unfazed and initiated a handshake, glancing at the noodles with a smile. "I used to eat instant noodles a lot," he remarked. Chen He chuckled. "Director, you should eat less. It's not good for your stomach." Li Xiaoran's smile faded, and he replied earnestly, "Indeed, not good for the stomach. Eat less." Chen He was taken aback, momentarily speechless, feeling slightly embarrassed. Li Xiaoran chuckled in response. "You are a doctor, yet you know it's bad but still indulge." He stirred the noodles with a spoon and added TSK without a slice of ham. "It lacks soul. Even more so, it lacks nutrition." Zhao Yu joined in the laughter, appreciating the down-to-earth nature of their leader. "Professional, Li Shoudan Siga. No matter how busy you get, do not neglect your health. Your body is the foundation of your endeavors. Young man, I have faith in you. Keep up the good work." With that, he patted Chen He on the shoulder and departed. This scene was captured by reporters. And perhaps the next day in Appo's newspaper would feature a large spread on the conversation about instant noodles between Li Xiaoran and Chen He. As Li Xiaoran left, the crowd dispersed, as their presence had indeed disrupted the hospital's normal operations. Once the people had vacated, Chen He let out a sigh of relief. Before long, Yang Huaqing walked in, glancing at Chen He and Appo's noodles, and jokingly remarked, "You, my friend, have turned instant noodles into an art form." Tomorrow, the entire city will be talking about the director of the provincial second hospital who eats instant noodles. Chen He awkwardly smiled. What an honor that is. Thus, amidst the involvement of media, the public, and law enforcement, the hit-and-run driver was swiftly located, within a day, no less. That very night, the Yuanqing Evening News reported on the day's events. A doctor eating instant noodles entered the public consciousness. Indeed, many young people no longer paid attention to the news, let alone newspapers, which seemed like relics of the past. However, for many older leaders and government officials, newspapers and news were indispensable parts of life. As a result, Dr. Chen He found himself in the spotlight, perhaps appearing inconspicuous, yet playing a crucial role at a pivotal moment. Chen He found himself in a rather demanding situation. As the head of pre-hospital emergency care, he bore the weight of numerous responsibilities. With only Zhao Yu and Wang Yihan as his subordinates, his position as director was, to put it bluntly, akin to that of a laborer. Fortunately, he would have a brief respite tomorrow. Just as Chen He was about to clock out, Yang Huaqing suddenly called out to him. "Xiao Chen, wait a moment." Chen He paused, turning to face his superior. "Director, what is it?" Yang Huaqing smiled and replied, "Do you have some free time tomorrow? There's a salon in the emergency department. Come along with me." Chapter 28. Please, do not act foolishly. Upon hearing Yang Huaqing's words, Chen He was momentarily taken aback. "A salon? What salon?" Yang Huaqing retrieved an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Chen He. "It's merely a small gathering within the industry. It is a private, high-end cardiovascular salon organized by Yunfeng Pharmaceutical Company. It is said that several experts will be attending. You should go and mingle. Young people ought to engage in dialogue and let ideas collide. Isolating oneself is not the way forward." After speaking, Yang Huaqing smiled. "I want to be attending tomorrow. I'll be spending time with my wife and children." Chen He discerned that Yang Huaqing was offering him an opportunity and smiled in return. "Thank you, Director." Yang Huaqing waved his hand dismissively. Chen He thought to himself that attending the gathering could be beneficial, especially since he possessed a high-end blank skill book, and perhaps he might encounter significant figures from whom he could learn. Back in school, Chen He frequently attended meetings organized by pharmaceutical companies. Of course, at that time, His primary motivation was to enjoy free meals, as these companies were affluent and held their gatherings in venues of at least four-star quality. The dining was splendid, and he had brought Lu Jiahui to these feasts on numerous occasions. With a sigh, Chen He reminisced, as memories of the past were often difficult to relinquish. Yet, considering his current situation, he shook his head and ceased his thoughts. Glancing at the invitation, he noted that the event would take place at the Hilton Hotel, the premier hotel in the original city. He chuckled to himself, seizing this chance to improve his dining experience, as he had been exceedingly busy and fatigued of late. The following day, Chen He rose, took a shower, and rummaged through his wardrobe in search of a suit that was relatively formal. After all, attending such a high-end salon warranted a modicum of respect. However, after searching for quite some time, he could not locate a decent suit. With a wry smile, he sighed, recalling that since his marriage, his salary card had been entrusted to Lu Jiahui. Chen He recognized that his starting point was not particularly high compared to his peers. Yet he worked diligently. On good months, he earned over 10,000. Such an income was considered high within the original city, but he was reluctant to spend money, and Lu Jiahui seldom bought him new clothes. Reflecting on this, an unsettling feeling washed over him. 2 years prior, it seemed Lu Jiahui had begun to prioritize her attire, skincare, and cosmetics, occasionally purchasing more expensive handbags. Chen He, serving as an inpatient chief, spent half the year in the hospital, thus he had not paid much attention. He couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that an internet joke had unexpectedly manifested in his life. Truth be told, it felt somewhat disheartening. There's a saying online: when a woman no longer concerns herself with her daily meals or seasonal comforts, it signifies she has turned her affections elsewhere. After years of marriage, it appeared she hardly ever bought him new clothing. Shaking his head, Chen He unearthed the suit he had worn on his wedding day, which was the most expensive attire he could find. Fortunately, his physique had not changed much over the years. After donning the suit and inspecting himself in the mirror, he appeared considerably more polished. Indeed, a suit and dress shoes could significantly enhance a man's confidence. As he stepped outside, he coincidentally encountered his landlady, a plump woman in her 50s who always wore a cheerful expression, seemingly devoid of worries. "Oh, Xiao Chun, you look sharp today. Going on a blind date?" she exclaimed. "I could introduce you to a lovely girl next door. She is a bit on the heavier side, but once the area is redeveloped, she'll inherit several properties and live comfortably for life." Isn't they're saying online these days? What was it? And Oppos, Annie. I don't want to work hard anymore. And Oppos. Why not consider it? I think she is quite fond of you. Chen He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, chuckling awkwardly. "No blind date, young Jia. I'm just attending a meeting." Upon hearing this, the landlady's face broke into a wide grin. "Well, no blind date is good. At the end of the day, life is about living well. A beautiful woman may seem like a blessing, but you must be able to handle it. Otherwise, a good woman will eventually be taken away by someone else." Chen He found himself at a loss for words. Reflecting on Lu Jiahui, he suddenly recognized the wisdom in Yang Jia's words. He nearly faltered and considered following her suggestion to date the girl next door. However, after much contemplation, he grew concerned about whether he could handle the burdens of life with his slender frame. That girl, she must weigh over 300 pounds. After deliberating, Chen He opted to call a ride and headed towards the Hilton. This would be his first visit to the Hilton. The meeting was scheduled in a large private room on the 3rd floor. As he arrived early, the turnout was still sparse. After presenting his invitation to the staff, he was welcomed inside. One could not help but admire how the Hilton catered to the aesthetic sensibilities of affluent Chinese patrons. The room was adorned in a traditional Chinese style, featuring a small artificial hill shrouded in mist, with solid wood furniture throughout. A selection of snacks was laid out on the table. Just as Chen He settled in, a waiter approached with an array of teas. "Sir, would you like something to drink? We have small green tangerine, peach, coffee, and long jing." As Chen He was about to respond, a cold voice pierced through the air. "What are you doing here?" Startled, Chen He looked up to find his ex-wife standing before him. Upon seeing Lu Jiahui, he couldn't help but smile. What a small world it was. "Why shouldn't I come?" he retorted. "To be honest, I hardly recognized you. You've changed quite a bit." Indeed, at that moment, Lu Jiahui resembled a character from a television drama, clad in high heels, cropped pants, and a fitted blazer that accentuated her figure beneath a crisp white blouse. Truthfully, had she not recognized him first, Chen He would have hesitated to acknowledge her. Lu Jiahui's expression darkened upon hearing his remark. She dismissed the waiter and fixed her gaze on Chen He. Suddenly, she recognized his attire. This was the very suit they had purchased together during their wedding. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to compose herself, suspecting that he had come to win her back. "There's no chance for us. It's useless to regret now. We're already divorced," she said in a low voice. Chen He was momentarily taken aback, then retorted mockingly, "Yes, I regret it. I truly do. If I had known you would become like this, perhaps I should have divorced you long ago." Lu Jiahui's expression shifted dramatically. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that certain individuals were already flirting with others before I entered the picture," Chen He scoffed. Lu Jiahui's face paled. "Leave this place. Stop causing a scene. We are both adults." "Chen He, do you know how childish you are? You have no idea what I want, and you don't understand women at all. Please do not act foolishly." Chapter 29. Divorce? No. Chen remained unperturbed, while Lu Jiahui visibly displayed her impatience. At that moment, a girl rushed over, announcing, "Manager, Director Xia, and the others are downstairs and will be here shortly. Master Yang informed me that Professor Wang from Xia Hospital will arrive in about 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiahui cast a troubled glance at Chen and waved dismissively at her subordinate, saying, "Yes, I understand. I will go down immediately." After saying this, she fixed her gaze on Chen. A few seconds later, she placed her bag on the table, took out her phone, and pointed it at Chen. "I understand now. Chen, I thought you still had some dignity. If you had come to reconcile with me, I might have regarded you more highly. But unexpectedly, I looked down on you. You're here for money, aren't you? How much do you want? Is 10,000 enough? If not, how about 20,000? Chen took a deep breath and glanced at this worldly and harsh woman, then closed his eyes. The Lu Jiahui who once existed had long since perished. The one who used to join him for hotel meals, delightfully relishing street food, shopping, watching movies, and strolling by the river had vanished. The current Lu Jiahui was foreign and loathsome. Chen no longer wished to argue with her. He stood up, looked at Lu Jiahui, and said, "You have changed." With that, he turned to leave. As she had stated, the world of adults was devoid of naivety. Lu Jiahui felt her face redden at Chen and Appo's words. The disdain in his gaze struck her as a profound insult. "Chen, people can change, but some become better and stronger, while others decline day by day. Do not stand on a moral high ground to condemn others, for you are unworthy." Chen walked out for the first time, leaving Lu Jiahui with a grim expression. She took a deep breath, adjusted her makeup, and donned a smile as she headed outside. As she passed the doorway, she angrily inquired, "Who let him in? Didn't I say to conduct strict reviews?" Upon hearing this, Chen turned and tossed the invitation from his pocket towards her, stating, "I have an invitation, Manager Lu. Please do not bully others." Lu Jiahui and Appo's expression shifted. At that moment, she noticed Director Xia Mingshan and Professor Wang approaching together. She quickly abandoned her confrontation with Chen and greeted them with a bright smile. "Director Xia, Professor Wang, welcome." Lu Jiahui smiled joyfully. However, she soon realized that after glancing at her, Xia Mingshan did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze on Chen. Indeed, Xia Mingshan was genuinely surprised to encounter Chen here today. He was utterly delighted and rushed over, extending his hand. "Dr. Chen? Huh, what a coincidence to meet you here." Chen was equally surprised to see Xia Mingshan and shook his hand, smiling. "Director Xia, hello. It has been a long time." This scene left those around them astounded. What stature did Xia Mingshan hold? He was the vice president of the cardiothoracic surgery branch of the Jincheng Medical Association. Yet, he was so warmly and proactively greeting this young man. Who exactly was this young man? This scene was unmistakably witnessed by Lu Jiahui behind them. She was dumbfounded. She never expected Xia Mingshan to treat Chen with such enthusiasm. What had transpired? Had he known Professor Xia previously? At that moment, Xia Mingshan pulled Chen aside and introduced him. "Dr. Chen, let me introduce you to a friend. This is Professor Wang Yuechio, an expert from our capital and Appo's Xia Hospital." Professor, this is the young Dr. Chen I mentioned, who possesses considerable insight in the field of cardiovascular surgery. What a fortunate coincidence to meet today. Chen quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Professor Wang, welcome to Jinsheng. Professor Wang Yueqiu gazed at Chen with curiosity. Dr. Chen, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Old Xia has often boasted about encountering an outstanding young doctor and insisted we meet. Suddenly, Xia Mingshan inquired, Little Chen, where are you off to? Chen cleared his throat. I have some matters to attend to. I'm planning to head back. Xia Mingshan frowned. Heading back? What a pity. Today, the Provincial Cardiovascular Hospital has a special case discussion, and they mentioned that if you were here, it would be great to join in. I heard they invited a cardiothoracic expert from New York Presbyterian Hospital who is set to perform a beating heart surgery simulation this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately became interested. Beating heart surgery was a remarkable technique in the field of cardiology. It involved performing operations while the heart continued to beat. This technique had yet to gain traction in the country, let alone mature. Chen estimated that no one in Jinsheng could accomplish it. For a moment, he genuinely became intrigued. Could he possibly replicate the skills of his counterpart using an advanced blank skill book? Thinking of this, Chen hesitated. Observing this, Xia Mingshan cheerfully urged, Since you're already here, don't miss this rare opportunity. If you let this chance slip by, it may never come again. Wang Yueqiu added, Indeed, Dr. Chen. I would like to exchange ideas with you as well. Chen smiled then. Shall we go? Xia Mingshan beamed, please. Afterward, Xia Mingshan turned to Lu Jiahui, saying with a smile, Manager Lu, thank you for creating such an opportunity for us. Lu Jiahui and Oppose. This expression was somewhat complex, but she smiled and replied, It is our honor to host Director Xia and Professor Wang. Please come in. In the presence of these directors, Lu Jiahui dared not act rashly. To put it plainly, their pharmaceutical company heavily depended on these directors for profit. If their drugs could not enter the hospital, the losses would be significant. Thus, even if Lu Jiahui had the audacity, she would not dare offend either of them. She smiled and accompanied the group inside. Xia Mingshan was wholly focused on Chen. The two exchanged laughter and conversation, leaving Lu Jiahui curious about why Chen garnered such attention from Director Xia. Was there something she was unaware of? Wang Nanshan suddenly asked, Old Xia, how long have you known Dr. Chen? Xia Mingshan chuckled. Dr. Chen is still my student. How long do you think it's been? Xia Mingshan's statement was also a means of self-aggrandizement. However, Lu Jiahui felt relieved. So that was it. After some casual conversation, Xia Mingshan suddenly asked Little Chen, What are you busy with today? Is your wife looking for you? We might be in for trouble. Chen was momentarily taken aback. I'm currently alone. Xia Mingshan was momentarily stunned. Oh, but then noticed the ring on Chen's hand. Divorced? Chen was startled, realizing that he had been wearing his wedding ring all along. He smiled and directly removed the ring, saying, No, I am a widower. With that, he tossed the ring into the distant river. Chapter 30. The ridiculous salon at this moment. Lu Jiahui stood nearby, her ears pricked, intentionally or not, eavesdropping on Chen He's conversation. Friends after a breakup? Nonsense. The world is starkly realistic. After a separation, everyone secretly wishes for the other to fare worse. That is the undeniable truth. The ideal scenario would be to make the other party regret their decisions profoundly. However, upon hearing Chen He's words, Lu Jiahui's face turned a deep shade of anger. It was not merely a divorce. It felt akin to losing a spouse. This statement ignited a furious tide within her, almost causing her to erupt in anger. Shameless, utterly shameless. Yet at that moment, she witnessed Chen He remove his wedding ring and toss it into the river. The Hilton stood by the riverside, its windows wide open. Watching the ring vanish into the distance, Lu Jiahui was suddenly overcome by an inexplicable feeling. But just as quickly, her expression darkened. What right did Chen He have to act in such a manner? Even if they were to divorce, it ought to have been initiated by her. Meanwhile, Chen He gazed at the flowing river, suddenly feeling a sense of release. Lu Jiahui had finally extinguished any lingering hopes he harbored. As for clarifying whether she had engaged in indiscretions before their divorce, he could not be bothered to inquire. When one ceases to care for another, nothing they do stirs any significant emotion. His thoughts were now solely occupied with the desire to bring his children to him and care for them diligently. In truth, each day in prison, his mind revolved around his two children. Seeing this, Xia Mingshan chose not to linger on the topic any longer. Having lived for over 50 years, he understood these truths all too well. He sighed and remarked, "Xiao Chun, one must look forward. You're still so young, right? The future is bright. Why dwell on the past?" Chen He smiled faintly. "Director Xia, I appreciate your understanding." Lu Jiahui cast a cold glance at Chen He before rising to leave. Moreover, many remarkable individuals surrounded her now, far surpassing Chen He in stature. Wang Yueqiu, Chen He, and Xia Mingshan engaged in lively conversation, particularly delving into the realm of heart transplantation, where Chen He's insights broadened their perspectives. At 9 in the morning, the salon commenced officially. Lu Jiahui stood at the forefront, warmly welcoming everyone. At that moment, a tall, radiant man in his 30s approached her, giving her a gentle hug. Lu Jiahui reciprocated politely, though she could not help but blush. Truth be told, she had no defenses against Yu Yunxiao. Accomplished and poised, he was the general manager of Yunfeng Group's American division. This time, in coordination with her provincial meeting, he had invited the chief expert from New York Presbyterian Hospital. He had granted Lu Jiahui a tremendous favor, satisfying her every vanity. It is worth noting that Yunfeng Group is one of the few Chinese pharmaceutical companies that have ventured abroad. For Lu Jiahui to become the regional manager was already a significant achievement. However, due to her recent appointment and her tenuous foundation, hosting this meeting was also a means to solidify her influence in Jin Province. Securing such a distinguished figure made Lu Jiahui feel an inner sense of fulfillment. Lu Jiahui began her introduction. "Today, it is my honor to gather the experts in the field of cardiovascular surgery from Jin Province. Those present are truly remarkable specialists. And today's salon aims to provide a platform for our esteemed professors. For this reason, we at Yunfeng Pharmaceuticals are fortunate to invite Mr. James, the chief expert from New York Presbyterian Hospital, a director of the world-renowned ATS, and one of the founders of the non-arrest cardiac surgery technique. Let's welcome him with a round of applause." The arrival of James instantly ignited the atmosphere in the room. After all, being a director of the ATS spoke volumes. With 3,000 members worldwide, it is one of the oldest academic organizations in America. Chinese members are few and far between, let alone its historical significance. Thus, inviting such a personage was indeed a remarkable feat. Moreover, the significance of the non-arrest technique could not be overstated. As an inland province, Jin Province had lagged in development and rarely hosted top-tier international experts. Consequently, this meeting immediately elevated its status. Once Howard took the stage and opened his presentation, he said, "I'm delighted to be in China today to share and learn about the non-arrest cardiac surgery technique. In cardiac surgery, we often operate while the heart is arrested. However, whether it is through the use of cardioplegic solutions, cooling methods, or extracorporeal circulation via heart-lung machines, there is an inherent drawback: reperfusion injury. This creates an excellent opportunity for the non-arrest technique." Howard exuded an air of authority, diving straight into his lecture without excessive self-introduction, which garnered much goodwill from the audience. Seated among them, Chen He discreetly opened his advanced blank skill book, hoping to replicate the non-arrest surgical technique he was witnessing. It was his first attempt at such a feat, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. However, just as he prepared to engage, an unexpected system notification rang out. Ding! Friendly reminder. The counterpart lacks relevant skills. Blank skill book cannot be utilized. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen He's eyes widened in disbelief. No relevant skills? His brows furrowed in confusion. Where had the issue arisen? Was it possible that the procedure was not named as such? He hastily sought information online. Non-arrest cardiac surgery? No luck. After cycling through several names, Chen He was astonished to discover that the individual seemingly possessed no such skill. In a moment of bewilderment, he pondered the implications. Was this lecture a farce? Were the presenters imposters? As these thoughts crossed his mind, an idea struck him. He promptly searched for the chief cardiac surgeon of New York Presbyterian Hospital, James, on his phone. Utilizing various channels, including foreign literature networks, he began his investigation. After thorough research, he confirmed that James Reagan was indeed a director of the ATS and the vice president of New York Presbyterian Hospital. Yet, this revelation only deepened Chen He's suspicions. Was it possible that he simply did not know how to utilize the skill book? After reviewing the literature, he uncovered a crucial detail. Professor James specialized in aortic surgeries, such as aortic aneurysms and dissections, among others. A light bulb went off in Chen He's mind. Replicate aortic dissection surgery. Ding. Found counterpart S. Beginner-level aortic dissection surgery. Would you like to replicate? Chen He's eyes widened. This is what is referred to as an expert. Replicate thoracic aortic aneurysm surgery. Ding. Found counterpart S. Beginner-level thoracic aortic aneurysm surgery. Would you like to replicate? One after another, Chen He delved into several of the procedures the individual claimed to specialize in. Yet, he found that either the skill levels were too low or that the skills simply did not exist. At that moment, Chen He was left utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that this so-called expert was merely a joke. He had all but confirmed a disconcerting truth. This purported expert was an imposter. The true Professor James was nowhere to be found. With this realization, Chen He found the situation rather amusing. Who would have thought? The gathering of experts in Shaanxi province was rather perplexing, as it appeared that the invited guests were mere impostors. Was this a jest? Nonetheless, Chen He quickly grasped the reality. Given that Shaanxi itself was not particularly robust in development, the field of cardiac surgery was even more commonplace, and the province held little sway in the national discourse surrounding ATS. Even if a deception were to occur, it would likely go unnoticed. The prevalence of counterfeit experts had unfortunately infiltrated the medical community. Yet, Chen He found himself intrigued by Professor James, who, despite the dubious circumstances, exhibited a degree of competence, at least delivering his lecture with a semblance of professionalism. However, there lingered an undeniable absence of authenticity. The situation resembled a lecture delivered solely from notes. Contemplating this, Chen He resolved to depart during the upcoming coffee break. He harbored no desire to expose the charade. Upon reflection, doing so would benefit no one. The embarrassment would not only fall upon James, but also upon Yunfeng Group and all the esteemed experts present. With a resigned sigh, Chen He noted that it was nearing 10 o'clock, and the coffee break commenced. After a brief respite, the proceedings were set to continue. Just as he prepared to rise, a familiar face caught his eye. His former superior, Zhu Quan, who had once been the director during Chen He's tenure at the Shaanxi General Hospital. Zhu was engaged in jovial conversation with Lu Jiahui and Du Yunxiao, their camaraderie reminiscent of longtime friends. This sight caused Chen He to furrow his brow. To speak candidly, he harbored a deep disdain for Zhu Quan, an individual lacking in accountability, whose focus lay not in fostering professional growth, but rather in financial gain through kickbacks. However, if such behavior constituted an industry norm, what truly infuriated Chen He was the hospital S and department and Oppo's response during the medical dispute that had transpired. After the incident, Zhu Quan had disavowed any connection to Chen He, attributing the surgical mishap solely to him, claiming miscommunication with the patient. Zhu and Oppo's actions felt to Chen He like a betrayal at a time of vulnerability, leading to his unjust imprisonment. Thus, encountering an adversary brought forth a surge of agitation within Chen He. He acknowledged his own faults, yet the blame for medical disputes rarely rests on a single individual. Zhu had assured Chen He to proceed with the surgery, only to later cast him aside when the situation turned dire. The nature of cardiac surgery is fraught with unpredictability, and Chen He regretted his negligence in failing to secure a written agreement, which ultimately precipitated his downfall. As Chen He observed Zhu, Lu Jiahui, and Du Yunxiao in their animated exchange, a chilling thought struck him. Could it be possible that everything was orchestrated? He squinted, noticing Du Yunxiao's hand deliberately resting on Lu Jiahui's waist, while she returned his gestures with a coy smile and flushed cheeks. What a pair of seducers! Meanwhile, Zhu Quan appeared utterly oblivious. Was it conceivable that Du Yunxiao had conspired with Zhu Quan to ensnare him, or perhaps, after his downfall, they had seized the opportunity to further his misfortune, leading to imprisonment, divorce, and the loss of custody? The weight of these implications was almost unbearable for Chen He. At that moment, Zhu Quan bid farewell to Lu Jiahui and Du Yunxiao, cheerfully mingling with other directors in the salon. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure standing nearby. His eyes widened in surprise, but then narrowed into a smile. Xiao Chun, you made an appearance? Chapter 31. May I ask, what is your name? Zhu Quan was completely unprepared to encounter Chen He in such a setting. He was unaware of Chen He's recent developments. But did it matter? As Director Zhu, he was engulfed in a multitude of responsibilities daily, leaving little time to ponder the affairs of this inconsequential individual. Nevertheless, he approached with a genial smile. Xiao Chun, you should have called when you came out. Your departure has left our department lacking a pivotal force. It must be noted that Zhu Quan possessed an impressive ability to converse with anyone, effortlessly adapting his tone to suit the audience. If anyone had overheard his earlier comments, they would undoubtedly have been moved. However, upon hearing this, Chen He felt a chuckle rise within him. When he had entered the institution, Zhu, the rotund figure, had shown him no mercy whatsoever. With this thought in mind, Chen He smiled and replied, Director Zhu, you are far too busy to remember me. Zhu Guan Shuklad. Then suddenly inquired, you've just been released. Haven to you? Have you found employment yet? Would you like me to write a letter of recommendation for you? Chen He discerned that Zhu Quan intended to humiliate him. No need for your assistance, Director. Zhu Quan sighed, adopting a tone tinged with disappointment, and raised his voice slightly, saying, Xiao Chun, one must not be overly arrogant. You have made mistakes and have spent time in prison. How can you not learn from your past? This remark indeed drew the attention of those nearby. After all, for a physician, having been incarcerated often signifies a bleak future. No institution would be inclined to employ someone with a criminal record, especially in the medical field. Our hospital has a temporary position available. Would you like to give it a try? Zhu Quan's gaze was laden with sarcasm. Indeed, society is often so unforgiving. As the chief of cardiothoracic surgery at a major hospital, Zhu Quan held considerable influence within the realm of cardiac surgery in Jin Province. Should he choose to target Chen He relentlessly, finding employment in the entire province would likely prove exceedingly difficult for him, leaving Chen with no choice but to acquiesce. However, the Chen He of today was not the same as before. As discussions erupted among the crowd, they soon realized they knew little of this man. Director Zhu, is this your department's doctor? Zhu Quan let out an undeniable sigh. He was once. Unfortunately, due to an incident during surgery, things took a turn. In truth, Chen He's skills were commendable. Indeed, those who possess talent often speak in this manner, omitting details while feigning mystery. First mentioning Chen He's incarceration, then following with a vague statement, and finally offering a feigned compliment, leaving no room for criticism. In an instant, the onlookers regarded Chen He with peculiar eyes. At this moment, Lu Jiahui noticed the unfolding drama and frowned, preparing to intervene, but a man behind her suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist. Lu Jiahui's face flushed, and she glanced at Du Yunxiao. Meanwhile, many experts and directors observed Chen He with complex expressions. Summer Ming Mountain and Wang Yueqiu were in the restroom, oblivious to the incident, as it was a break time and the occasional hushed discussions reached their ears. I think I remember. It was a medical mishap last year. Yes, I heard about it. It even made the news. Indeed, the patient's family made quite a scene. Listening to the murmurs and witnessing the peculiar gazes, Chen He remained silent, unperturbed. Yet, upon seeing Du Yunxiao and Lu Jiahui, he took a deep breath and resolved to stay. Turning back, he returned to his original seat. Well, since you all have discarded your dignity, why should I preserve yours? Initially reluctant to expose the ruse and willing to grant them some semblance of face, he now deemed it unnecessary. Zhu Quan, startled by Chen He's sudden decision to sit back down, was momentarily taken aback. This young man, had he truly not been driven away by anger? It seemed that a year of imprisonment had indeed taught him the harsh realities of life. Lu Jiahui had assumed Chen He would leave, but to her surprise, he did not. A flicker of satisfaction surged within her. Indeed, she wished to showcase her current self, one that was no longer the person she had once been. The man behind her, in comparison, was a stark contrast, rendering her past self insignificant. Zhu Quan chuckled, taking a seat beside Chen He. Xiao Chen, this is life. Sometimes, one must accept their fate. Wouldn't you agree? One must understand their place. Chen He nodded thoughtfully. Director Zhu, this position is already occupied. Zhuguan Ohat? Whose place is this that I cannot take a seat? At that moment, Summer Ming Mountain and Wang Yueqiu approached. Upon seeing Zhu Quan, they paused. Summer Ming Mountain and Zhu Quan had long been at odds. Being in the same field, the saying fellow practitioners are enemies rang true. Yet, it was clear that Zhu Quan always found himself at a disadvantage when compared to Summer Ming Mountain, including during the recent election for the vice president of the Cardiothoracic Division of the Jin Province Medical Association. Summer Ming Mountain regarded Zhu Quan and said to Chen He, "The atmosphere is tainted. Let's find another place to chat." Chen He laughed heartily. "Sounds good." Wang Yueqiu, though silent, understood his stance and promptly followed Summer Ming Mountain away. Their departure left Zhu Quan in a state of acute embarrassment, his face turning crimson. He huffed in indignation. "What are you trying to prove?" Though the break was brief, the situation surrounding Chen He stirred a minor commotion. Professor James returned, and the room fell silent. The lecture resumed. This time, having warmed up the audience in the first half, he seemed more relaxed. It appeared he had recognized that this audience was largely unfamiliar with the intricacies of non-beating heart surgery. His hesitations diminished, replaced by a newfound confidence. Non-beating heart surgery primarily hinges on precision techniques, alongside a critical understanding of cardiac rhythm cycles. Chen He listened intently, refraining from interruption. Finally, at 11:30, the presentation concluded. Chen He, fixated on the slides, suddenly conceived a bold idea. He quickly consulted the system. Can a material be modified? Modification is possible. Chen He's eyes lit up. Can the previously discussed non-beating heart surgery content be altered? In progress. Detected. Substandard version of non-beating heart surgery lecture notes. Modifiable. Chen He felt no remorse for spending skill points. Cost. 10 points for modification. Ding. Modification complete. The substandard version of non-beating heart surgery lecture notes has been transformed into James S. Insights on non-beat heart surgery. Automatically saved to your system space. Upon hearing this, Chen He's eyes sparkled. He opened his system space to find the document titled James S. Insights on non-beat heart surgery. Without delay, he clicked to learn. Instantly, a wave of invisible brilliance enveloped him. His mind was flooded with an abundance of skills and knowledge. It felt as though James S. experiences with non-beating heart surgery over the years were being seamlessly woven into Chen He's consciousness. Chen He sensed as if he had lived through such a life himself. Even the most knowledgeable can be perplexed, while the observer maintains clarity. Chen, too, found himself forming his own perspectives on the phenomenon of a heart that does not beat. At last, Chen opened his eyes. The lecture had come to a close, and a wave of enthusiastic applause filled the room as the audience expressed their admiration for the speaker's narrative. Lu Jiahui took the stage, initiating the proceedings. Let us extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor James for his generous insights, and let us applaud him once more. She encouraged the audience to voice their questions and engage in lively discussions. Seizing the moment, Zhu Quan was the first to rise. I must admit, after hearing Professor James and Oppo's talk, I feel a profound sense of my own limitations. The prospect of performing surgery on a non-beating heart is something I could hardly fathom. Yet here we are. Today's presentation by Professor James has been incredibly enlightening. Zhu Quan was quite adept at flattery, and Chen did not mind. He listened intently, diligently recording every detail on his phone. With Zhu Quan breaking the ice, many others soon followed suit, and Chen patiently assisted them in capturing their memories. At that moment, Xiao Mingshan was beset with numerous questions. The morning had not been easy for him. He had filled pages with notes. He was particularly intrigued by the technique of non-beating heart surgery. However, as he reviewed his notes, he realized that much of what had been discussed remained at a conceptual level, lacking deeper exploration. Unlike others, he had genuinely come to learn, yet he felt his queries had not been adequately addressed. A wave of frustration washed over him as he listened to the accolades surrounding him. Was he truly the only one who was left in the dark? He glanced at Wang Yueqiu, who appeared equally troubled, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Eventually, after a series of commendations, The morning session drew to a close. Professor James seemed somewhat buoyed by the praise he had received. At that moment, Chen suddenly stood up and posed a question to the stage. Professor James, I have a query. In the context of maintaining the stability of the mitral valve while preventing the impact of blood flow during non-beating heart surgery, how do you address this issue? That is my first question. Secondly, a critical point you have yet to address is how to ensure the stability of the patient's nerves during such a procedure. Lastly, while the prospects of non-beating heart techniques are promising, I have one final inquiry. If a patient suffers from chronic heart failure, would you deem it appropriate to make an incision to prevent reperfusion injury during this surgery? Chen and Amp, Oppo's trio of questions rendered the room silent. These inquiries were fundamental, arguably essential challenges that the technique must surmount, with the third being a straightforward case. Yet, Professor James's expression shifted. He appeared somewhat flustered, and the audience fell into a hushed stillness. The photographer continued to capture the moment, as everyone present looked bewildered. Chen's interjection clearly deviated from the norm. Typically, no one would challenge a guest speaker. Zhu Quan, his expression darkened, interjected, "This is absurd. Do you even have the right to speak here?" However, Chen remained composed. Undeterred, he pressed on. It seems Professor James is unable to answer these questions. Very well, let me pose a simpler one. Do you know where the conventional surgical incision is made during mitral valve surgery? This question was straightforward, and 90% of the audience would likely know the answer. Yet, Chen was acutely aware that Professor James did not. With a smile, Chen continued, "It appears this gentleman cannot respond to that question. So allow me to ask the simplest of all. What is your name?" With this single line, the entire room was left in stunned silence. Chapter 32. Such coincidence. Upon hearing Chen He's remarks, the atmosphere in the room became palpably agitated. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on Chen He, and many were visibly displeased. In the wake of such an incident, no one dared to question James. Instead, their ire was directed at Chen He, the very individual who raised the issue. In the eyes of the crowd, status equates to authority. Without standing, one's words are deemed erroneous. Even the truth is met with skepticism. In an instant, many began to murmur and point fingers at Chen He. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood up, his demeanor commanding respect. He bowed slightly to James, expressing his apologies. "Professor James, I sincerely regret that this incident has marred your experience in China. Allow me to introduce myself. I am He Jian, the chairman of the Jin Province Medical Association. I assure you, I will resolve this matter." After making his statement, He Jian turned his gaze sharply towards Chen He. "What is your name, and which hospital do you represent?" Chen He could hardly suppress a laugh. This time, he chose to respond in Mandarin. Some individuals have knelt for so long that they have forgotten the sensation of standing. How could such a servile mindset, emerging after such a short time, cause one to forget the cultural confidence of the Chinese people that has endured for millennia? "Sir, you better listen well. My name is Chen He. What can you do to me?" As Chen He concluded, his eyes gleamed with intensity, locking onto He Jian. The latter's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Chen He's words. "Whom are you accusing of kneeling for too long? You, young man, speak without decorum. Do you believe I want an amp? Oppos, contact your hospital right now." Chen He chuckled. "I am so frightened. Is the Jin Province Medical Association solely under your dominion, Director He? Or do you possess the authority to determine a physician's qualification to practice medicine?" Chen He's words grew increasingly audacious. Having already torn the veil of civility, why should he fear disgrace? Furthermore, he was eager to witness whose reputation would truly be tarnished today. Absurd. He Jian's face flushed with anger. Clearly at a loss for words, he pointed an accusatory finger at Chen He, cursing vehemently. At that moment, Zhu Quan stepped forward. "Chen He, do you realize you are tarnishing the reputation of the Jin Province Cardiothoracic Surgery Association?" He then turned to Xia Mingshan, who stood behind Chen He. "Vice President Xia, will you not take action as such a situation unfolds under your watch?" Xia Mingshan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Chen He, seemingly deep in thought. Indeed, he was different from others. Although Chen He had not disclosed his motives, he had begun to piece together the situation. The more he pondered, the more troubled his expression became. If what Chen He asserted was true, Today's events transcended mere farce. Wang Yueqiu, noticing Xia Mingshan's reaction, swiftly sent him a message via his phone. Upon reading it, Xia Mingshan's eyes lit up, and he nodded in understanding. Without delay, Wang Yueqiu rose and exited the venue, his visage fraught with urgency. At this very moment, chaos reigned. Almost everyone was pointing fingers at Chen He, who had become the target of collective ire. Zhu Quan harbored a cold smirk within. After today, Chen He would find no refuge within the entire medical community of Jin Province. He had undoubtedly offended at least half of the experts and professors in the field of cardiothoracic surgery. Did he still aspire to progress? To have a future? Chen He remained unperturbed, treating Zhu Quan and others as if they were inconsequential, his gaze fixated on James. He raised his phone to capture a photo of James, then remarked with a smile, "Sir, in China, there exists a law known as fraud. Article 266 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China explicitly defines it as the act of illegally possessing property through fictitious claims or concealing the truth with the intent to deceive others for substantial public or private assets, thereby constituting fraud. I wonder, given that you are attending this conference, you must have received a considerable sum. Haven to you? Perhaps you have already crossed into criminal territory. Furthermore, Chinese law stipulates leniency for those who may have unknowingly committed a crime or displayed remorse. I believe you ought to contemplate this matter carefully." Chen He's proclamation left the audience in a state of bewilderment, as they clearly lacked understanding of the truth. Only two individuals displayed evident panic in their eyes. The first was Professor James on stage, and the second was the tall, handsome manager Du Yinxiao. Chen He's words had been unambiguously direct. How could they not comprehend his intent? However, Du Yinxiao found it difficult to fathom how Chen He could deduce that this individual was not Professor James. Historically, James seldom attended international conferences and had never set foot in the country. He was a dedicated researcher and clinician, often dismissive of commercial meetings. Du Yinxiao was well acquainted with Chen He, having known Lu Jiahui for some time. He possessed comprehensive knowledge about Chen He's background. Thus, Du Yinxiao was acutely aware that such an insignificant figure had never traveled abroad, let alone attended an international conference. How could someone like him possibly know James? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. Lu Jiahui, noticing the commotion, felt a surge of panic. Today marked her first high-end salon meeting since becoming a regional manager, with the company having allocated significant funds for the event. However, Yinfeng Group was a corporation, not a charity. As a manager, she had numerous opportunities to host events, yet ultimately, those had to translate into profits for the company. That was the crux. At this moment, Lu Jiahui could no longer tolerate Chen He's antics. She never anticipated that he would disrupt the venue, creating a situation where no one would leave in good spirits. Lu Jiahui's face darkened. She hurriedly ascended the stage and instructed the security personnel, "Please escort him out. He is disturbing the order of the conference. Call the police and have him taken to the station." Upon witnessing this, Chen He couldn't help but laugh. He fixed his gaze on Lu Jiahui and solemnly remarked, "In the past, I did not understand what the phrase 'the most venomous is a woman's heart' truly meant. But now I have experienced it firsthand. More than a year ago, when I was sent away, I believe you were well aware. Otherwise, why has my seal gone missing from my residence? Lu Jiahui, I have always regarded you as the person I trusted most. Even when you took me to court, I never held resentment towards you, nor did I ever envision you as the one to harm me. It appears I have come to understand. I have inadvertently become a stumbling block on your path in life, have I not?" At this juncture, Chen He sneered, "So this time, do you intend to send me to the police station? Should I expect a prison sentence?" Upon hearing Chen He's words, Lu Jiahui felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. In that instant, her complexion drained of color. She gazed at Chen He in horror. "You're spouting nonsense. Chen He, you've come to exact revenge on me. Haven to you?" "Yes, you. The best decision I made in my life was divorcing you. I will never regret it. And you think that this will earn my respect? Let me be clear. In my eyes, you are nothing but a complete failure. A loser. I hold you in utter disdain. Are you satisfied now?" Lu Jiahui and Amp, amp, oppos, S-words, laden with coldness, plunged the room into an abrupt silence. All eyes were fixed on the two, as if a revelation had dawned upon them. It appeared that this was a deliberate act of vengeance. How absurd, this man! The crowd regarded Chen He with scornful eyes. Security. This individual is causing a significant disturbance. At that moment, Chen He rose to his feet, casting a glance at Lu Jiahui. Moreover, I must inform you that I will undoubtedly reclaim custody of the child. You are unworthy of being a mother. With that, Chen He chuckled, seemingly indifferent, and made his way towards the exit while proclaiming, "Today's meeting was quite the spectacle. I recorded everyone's remarks in their entirety. Soon, the video of today's events will be available online. I believe many will have numerous questions. Watch it multiple times upon returning. It is truly laughable that a farcical entity like Yun Phone Group would invite such a charlatan masquerading as James." A group of so-called experts mistook an imposter for James, lacking any discernment. Following this, Chen He erupted in laughter, proceeding towards the door. I eagerly anticipate the reactions this video will elicit online. Absurd. Chen He's words were strikingly candid. Almost everyone present could hear him distinctly. After his remarks, the audience was left in a state of bewilderment. The individual on stage is not James? Who is he then? Zhu Quan and He Jian were utterly dumbfounded. They had just been extolling each other, only to realize the other was not James. At that moment, Du Yunxiao suddenly stepped forward. With confidence and charm, he seemed to be the center of attention wherever he went. Instead of displaying any trepidation, he exuded calmness and poise, coupled with a healthy dose of self-assurance. Du Yunxiao approached the stage and, with a smile, addressed the audience. "I apologize for the minor inconvenience caused, which has affected everyone. However, I urge you to remain clear-headed and not allow certain individuals' remarks to cloud your judgment. Additionally, I express my sympathy for Manager Liu, having encountered such a man lacking grace, taste, and ability, who resorts to bullying women." As he spoke, Du Yunxiao's gaze remained fixed on Chen He. Indeed, his intention was to provoke Chen He, hoping to incite his anger. The more enraged Chen He became, the better. Ideally, he would resort to violence. In that event, Du Yunxiao had 100 ways to ensure Chen He faced consequences. And would he face retaliation? Certainly not. Is there anything wrong with self-defense? As a Taekwondo black belt, he held Chen He in contempt. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves, casting disparaging glances at Chen He. Some could no longer contain their outrage. As a man, I'm truly embarrassed for you. Indeed, lacking dignity. It's utterly shameful. Just leave. Upon hearing these remarks, Chen He did not react with anger, but instead smiled. He looked up at the crowd. "I am curious, from where does your sense of superiority derive? From your parents, or is it innate? Furthermore, to weave a lie so convincingly indeed requires a measure of skill." Chen He turned it apart, followed closely by Du Yunxiao. They arrived at a secluded spot. Du Yunxiao sneered. "Leave now, loser. This is no place for you. Put on your cheap suit and make yourself scarce." Chen He regarded Du Yunxiao. "Do you truly believe you will succeed?" Du Yunxiao shrugged, mockingly eyeing Chen He. "What do you have left to compare with me? Your wife doesn't even recognize you. What else do you possess? Custody? Don't be ridiculous. I will ensure you have nothing. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, your wife is quite delectable." Chen He nodded. "Oh, it seems you have a penchant for second-hand goods. I do have one question for you. When you kissed her, did you ever catch a whiff of my scent?" At this, Du Yunxiao's expression shifted, and he raised his fist, poised to strike Chen He. However, he restrained himself. Looking at Chen He, he shook his head. "Quick-witted. You are clever. I underestimated you. But do you believe that today? Why declare him to be James? He is indeed James. Do you believe it?" Chen He was taken aback. He anticipated this question. Indeed. How could he prove it? Seeing Chen He's reaction, Du Yunxiao continued. "Furthermore, do you think among all these people, anyone would believe you?" Chen He fell silent. Du Yunxiao patted Chen He on the shoulder. "Ha." At that moment, Chen He's phone suddenly rang. Initially reluctant to answer, he hesitated before picking it up. To his surprise, it was Professor Xiang Taishu. Chen He stepped aside and answered the call. "Professor Xiang Taishu, hello." Xiang Taishu chuckled. Chen, I'm back in China. No, to be precise, I have arrived in the original city. Chen He was taken aback. What brings you here? Xiang Taishu replied with a smile. I am very concerned about Li Weire's surgery, and now that I have some time, I decided to come directly. Continuing, Xiang Taishu added, this time, I brought along a friend. I believe we will have much to discuss. This friend is also an expert in the field of cardiac surgery. Upon learning about my surgery, he has been eager to communicate with you. But rest assured, I have not disclosed any details or plans regarding the surgery to anyone. Chen He nodded. Oh, who is he? At that moment, an English voice resonated. Hello, Dr. Chen, my name is James Reagan. Chen He was instantly taken aback. From New York Presbyterian Hospital? Indeed. Chen He glanced at Du Yunxiao and suddenly smiled. Chapter 33, Mr. Du. Do you still believe you have one? Hello. Dr. Chen, are you listening? James inquired, sensing the silence on the line. Chen He smiled into the phone. Greetings, Mr. James. It's a pleasure to finally connect with you. Hearing this, James Reagan couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, flattery is often the best approach. By the way, Dr. Chen, where are you currently located? Chen He replied with a smile. At the Hilton Hotel, 3rd floor, Lakeside Suite. I am awaiting your arrival. Oh, the Hilton. That's where we're staying too, on the 41st floor. We'll be down shortly. After hanging up, Chen He shook his head with a smile. He looked up at Du Yunxiao and couldn't and Amp. Amp, Oppos. T help but say, do you think you have already won? Du Yunxiao shrugged, gazing at Chen He with a hint of derision. You truly overestimate yourself. No, you're not even worthy of being my opponent. Hence, the notion of winning or losing does not exist here. Of course, if you insist on there being a victor, it is undoubtedly I who has triumphed. Frankly, Chen He, you are nothing but a coward. Everything you have is a result of my destruction. Now, standing before you, you lack even the courage to retaliate. It is indeed pathetic. Du Yunxiao continued to provoke Chen He, unleashing a torrent of disparaging remarks. Do you believe that if you possess a woman, I cannot take her from you? In his eyes, women were mere assets to be seized. Truth be told, being insulted so brazenly was a most unpleasant experience for Chen He. Perhaps, as Du Yunxiao asserted, his earlier life had indeed seen its share of failures. Looking at Du Yunxiao, he stated earnestly, you shall come to taste this bitterness in due time, and it will not be long before that happens. Du Yunxiao sneered, striding towards the private room. Oh, are you angry? Anger is merely the outcry of the incompetent, he remarked, leaving without glancing back. Approximately 5 minutes later, a waiter approached with 2 men in their 50s. One was Xiang Taishu, while the other was a tall blonde and high-nosed Westerner. Ha, Mr. Chen, long time no see. Xiang Taishu greeted warmly, embracing Chen He. Allow me to introduce, this is James Reagan, an old friend from the ATS Association. Chen He smiled. Hello, Mr. James. I have long admired your research on cardiac resuscitation techniques. I believe we have much to discuss. Upon hearing this, James Reagan became visibly excited. Dr. Chen, I once heard it said that fate brings people together from thousands of miles away. I believe we are destined to meet. Chen He chuckled. Indeed, but before we proceed, I have something to share with Mr. James. James paused, looking curiously at Chen He. Oh, what is it? Chen He inquired. Do you know someone by the name of Du Yunxiao, the general manager of Yinfeng Group in the United States? James furrowed his brow upon hearing the name and shook his head. I have a vague impression. He invited me to China for a business event recently, but I declined. Chen He responded, then you might need to take a look at this document. With that, he walked to the entrance of the Lakeside Suite, where a large table was laden with conference notices. 2 staff members stood there, anxiously watching Chen He. Chen He approached, casually picking up a flyer, and remarked, thank you. May I borrow this? He then handed the document to James Reagan. Mr. James, perhaps you should review this. James took the document and began to read, curiosity piqued. However, his expression swiftly changed, anger flickering across his features. As he continued reading, his fury intensified. Shameless. This is fraud. This is outright criminal. James's voice lowered as he seethed, gripping the flyer tightly. Xiang Taishu, witnessing James and Amp, Oppo's reaction, was taken aback. He rarely saw James lose his temper. A dedicated academic, he was typically affable, making this outburst all the more alarming. Xiang Taishu took the flyer from James and glanced at it, his expression quickly shifting to shock. This is utterly outrageous. They are brazenly using James's name to conduct a fraudulent seminar. This is nonsensical, unforgivable. It is tantamount to a crime. Realizing the gravity of the situation, James made his way toward the inner hall, determined to confront whoever was exploiting his reputation for such deceitful purposes. Indeed, from a legal standpoint, this constituted fraud. Both the speaker on stage and Yun Feng Group were organizing this event for profit, and it could be argued that they were liable for criminal charges. James, towering and furious, stormed toward the venue. The staff attempted to intervene, but were utterly bewildered by the foreigner's imposing demeanor. Thus, James entered the conference hall, followed closely by Chen He and Xiang Taishu. Their unexpected arrival disrupted the proceedings, as attendees had been praising Professor James. Now, seeing Chen He return with two allies, their brows furrowed in confusion. Lu Jiahui spoke up first. "If you don't leave, I will call the police." Chen He nodded. "Oh, then I shall trouble you to dial 110. Zhu Quan glared at Chen He. "You truly have no shame. Time and again, you disrupt this meeting. Do you think this is your playground?" Chen He sneered. "What is this place? Merely a gathering of two swindlers and a group of fools entertaining themselves." At that moment, Lu Jiahui reached for her phone to call the police, having reached her limit with Chen He. However, just then, Du Yunxiao snatched her phone away, frowning. "Do not call the police." Seeing this, Chen He burst into laughter. "Call the police. Let us see who dares to do so." He then turned to Du Yunxiao. "Mr. Do you still believe you have one?" Du Yunxiao and Amp Oppos. Gaze fixated on Chen He and James Reagan behind him. Fist clenched, teeth gritted, his entire being trembling with fury. Upon seeing James enter, he was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined someone of James Reagan's stature would come to China. This was simply inconceivable. Yet there stood James Reagan, whom Du Yunxiao had encountered numerous times and had attempted to invite on several occasions, all to no avail. Now, as he watched James standing prominently in the hall, the flames of rage ignited in Du Yunxiao's eyes. Lu Jiahui, bewildered, looked at Du Yunxiao, unable to contain her curiosity. "Yunxiao, what is happening? What is going on?" Faced with Lu Jiahui and Amp Oppos' inquiry, Du Yunxiao and Amp Oppos' expression darkened. "Be quiet." Lu Jiahui was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Du Yunxiao, the dashing prince she admired. She could not fathom why he appeared so terrified. What on earth had transpired? As Lu Jiahui cast another glance at Chen He, she suddenly realized that this man was somewhat inscrutable to her. What could possibly be the reason for this? At that moment, the most anxious individual, apart from Du Yunxiao, was none other than the imposter posing as Professor James. His gaze darted nervously towards the real James. A look of panic etched upon his face, akin to the fear experienced by the Qing Yo Jing upon encountering Taishang, Lao, Jun, and Journey to the west. "Professor." After much hesitation, his inner turmoil culminated in a faltering exclamation. "You. How did you arrive?" This utterance instantly piqued the curiosity of everyone present, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. At this juncture, some astute observers began to discern the underlying truth, such as Xiao Mingshan, who finally comprehended why Chen He had acted as he did from the outset. Reflecting on it now, he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. However, his curiosity only deepened regarding how Chen He had deduced that the man before them was not the genuine James. The calm before the storm was palpable, yet the stillness was destined to be shattered. At last, James Reagan spoke. "George, why have you behaved this way?" His anger was evident, for George was his teaching assistant, which explained the presence of James and Amp Oppos' lecture notes in George and Amp Oppos' possession. Upon hearing this, Chen He felt a sense of relief. It was no wonder George had some inkling about the heart and Amp Oppos' incessant beating. Yet, the foreign attendees beside Chen He furrowed their brows upon hearing James Reagan referred to as George. Suddenly, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. George dashed off the stage, hurriedly approaching James, and with a resounding thud, he knelt before him. "Professor James, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me." I shall never impersonate you again. This was my folly, and it was all Du Yunxiao and Amp, Oppo's, doing. He encouraged me to act thus. George and Amp, Oppo's, confession sent shockwaves through the audience. What? In unison, everyone sprang to their feet. The attendees, all experts in their fields, could no longer ignore the gravity of the situation. They swiftly grasped the reality that the figure they had lauded and idolized, who had lectured them for an extended period, was not James at all, but merely one of his subordinates. At that moment, as recollections of recent events flooded their minds, their complexions shifted from pale to ashen. All eyes then turned to Chen He, as enlightenment dawned upon them. They finally understood why Chen He had previously posed those questions and inquired about the individual's name. The truth had been unveiled. Moreover, they comprehended why Chen He had begun recording after being reprimanded. The impending exposure of this deception would be far more painful than any physical chastisement. At this juncture, Zhu Quan felt as though he had swallowed something vile. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he had been most outspoken in his praise, yet now, he was consumed by embarrassment. Simultaneously, Lu Jiahui began to grasp the full extent of the deception. The esteemed Professor James they had invited was nothing but a fabrication. George was the true orchestrator of the charade. The so-called conference had been a ruse. In that moment, Lu Jiahui understood why Du Yunxiao had insisted she refrain from reporting the matter to the authorities. If she had done so, who would they arrest? The answer was glaringly obvious. However, Lu Jiahui and Amp, Oppo's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind. She felt as though all her aspirations had crumbled. After painstakingly attaining the position of general manager at Yunfeng Group in Jin Province, she now faced the prospect of her career being obliterated by a single incident. She could already envision the ire that the experts she had invited would harbor towards her after the meeting concluded. Everything was collapsing around her. Suddenly, Lu Jiahui's expression shifted as she caught sight of Chen He again. It dawned on her that he had known about this all along. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, Lu Jiahui realized that Chen He had been aware of the truth for quite some time. Now, she perceived Chen He standing before her, seemingly so simple yet profoundly complex. The world around her felt as though it was disintegrating. In a moment of desperation, she contemplated a possibility. Could it be that Chen He had orchestrated all of this? Perhaps he had invited James himself. If only he would agree, everything could be salvaged. With this thought, she rushed to Chen He's side, grasping his hand tightly. Chen He, please help me. I beg you. You must have a solution, right? Remember the suit I bought for you? You still care for me, don't you? I implore you, assist me. Her voice trembled with emotion, a plea laced with desperation. Chen He shook his head, forcefully withdrawing his hand from her grasp. With an icy detachment, he replied, "Do not touch me. You are filthy." Indeed, his words were devoid of any sentiment. The Lu Jiahui he once knew had perished when he discarded the ring. The person before him now seemed utterly foreign, driven by self-interest and utterly repugnant. Chen He turned to face Du Yunxiao, his expression unwavering. "Do you still believe you have emerged victorious?" Du Yunxiao, as countenance darkened, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. He glared at Chen He like a cornered beast. Unfazed, Chen He sneered anger. "That is the most futile expression of weakness. Come on, strike me." Enraged to the brink of explosion, Du Yunxiao swung his fist, smashing it into the computer before him. Chen He let out a cynical chuckle. "Do you still harbor such confidence, Mr. Du?" Chapter 34. Await the attorney's letter. Chen He's words struck Du Yunxiao like a resounding slap, leaving no room for mercy. Chen He understood all too well that someone like Du Yunxiao, accustomed to being exalted, placed great importance on his own reputation. As anticipated, upon hearing Chen He's statement, Du Yunxiao's facial muscles contorted in a grotesque spasm. He clenched his teeth in fury, vowing to bring ruin upon Chen He, ensuring he would never regain his footing. Unfortunately for him, the current circumstances were decidedly not in his favor. The situation had escalated to a boiling point, with everyone present gaining a comprehensive understanding of the events. This meeting was a deceitful collaboration between Du Yunxiao and George, aimed at manipulating Lu Jiahui. To Du Yunxiao, the experts surrounding him were mere jesters. and Lu Jiahui was simply a naive fool, believing she had aligned herself with a powerful ally by organizing such a high-profile conference. Who could have predicted that the outcome would be so disastrous? Instead of garnering the goodwill of those present, she had dug a pit for herself and fallen into it. Now, the prospect of her redemption seemed exceedingly bleak. The atmosphere grew so tense that even the sound of heartbeats and breaths seemed superfluous. Some attendees pondered strategies, others were lost in thought, and a few lamented their own foolishness. Meanwhile, a select few observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Everyone stood there, at a loss for what to do. At that moment, James Reagan shattered the silence, picking up his phone to call his attorney in the United States, recounting the situation in meticulous detail. He then turned to Du Yunxiao and declared, "Prepare for a court summons." Du Yunxiao's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer maintain his composure. He understood the esteemed position that Professor James Reagan held in the field of cardiothoracic surgery in America. As the chief expert at New York Presbyterian Hospital, his words carried substantial weight. If James Reagan chose to confront him openly, the consequences would be dire. Thus, faced with such a predicament, Du Yunxiao felt genuine panic overwhelm him. He hurried forward, pleading, "Professor Reagan, please allow me to explain. I believe there has been a misunderstanding." However, James offered Du Yunxiao no opportunity for explanation, turning on his heel to leave. Just before departing, he suddenly recalled something and addressed Chen He, saying, "Dr. Chen, my apologies. I must return to the hotel to discuss the specifics with my attorney. We shall meet shortly. I am grateful for your assistance today." The crowd was momentarily taken aback by James and Oppo's unexpected courtesy towards Chen He. They had begun to clarify the relationships among them, but remained bewildered by the enigma that was Chen He. This seemingly unremarkable individual had emerged as the pivotal figure of the day. From being labeled a minor character with a troubled past by Zhu Quan, to being the ex-husband of the disruptive Lu Jiahui, and now even garnering respect from James Reagan, they realized they truly knew nothing about Chen He. Who was he really? Chen He nodded at James Reagan, affirming, "Yes, we shall connect shortly." Xiang Taishu followed James out. The atmosphere in the private room reverted to its initial state. Chen He regarded Du Yunxiao and Oppo's panicked demeanor and stated earnestly, "I will return all that you have given me in due course. Trust me, that day is not far off. This is merely the beginning." With that, Chen He turned to leave, his anger now vented. As for the outcome, he felt no further need to contemplate it. Lu Jiahui and Oppo's fate was of no concern to him. He cast a fleeting glance at her despondent figure on the floor before departing without a backward glance. She had brought this upon herself. To say she deserved it would be no exaggeration. At that moment, Du Yunxiao took a deep breath and called after Chen He, "Wait. To be honest, I underestimated you. I now believe you are worthy of being my opponent." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Chen He was already nearing the exit. Completely ignoring him, Du Yunxiao shouted in desperation, "You better wait for me." Chen He raised his middle finger in response, retorting, "Fool! Do you really think you are the protagonist in a novel? How absurd." With that, he strode out, disregarding Du Yunxiao as pretentious bravado. Du Yunxiao stood there, momentarily speechless, consumed by a rage that burned fiercely within him. He lashed out at the objects nearby, and the attendant, witnessing the scene, dared not intervene, timidly reminding, "Sir, this is I'll compensate double." Du Yunxiao shouted, madness overtaking him. "I have plenty of money. If I don't vent this frustration, I might truly lose control." This was the first time in his life he had felt so utterly humiliated. All his reason and composure were eclipsed by the flames of anger. Lu Jiahui watched him with trepidation, unsure how to comfort him. Meanwhile, the assembled experts and professors were disinclined to concern themselves with the drama unfolding before them. They had more pressing matters to address. Chen He held something crucial in his grasp, and everyone hastily exited, ignoring Du Yunxiao and Lu Jiahui entirely. Soon, the room was empty. The grand venue remained resplendent as one of the Hilton's most luxurious suites, unchanged in its opulence. Yet within, a man was furiously releasing his pent-up emotions while a woman sat desolate on the floor. After a long silence, Du Yunxiao finally regained his composure, gazing out at the river, lost in thought. Eventually, He turned back to Lu Jiahui, pulling her up from the ground and saying, "Get up." Lu Jiahui, in emotional turmoil, lamented, "I have lost everything. I have nothing left. Yin Xiao, I trusted you completely. Why did you betray me like this? I worked so hard to get to this point. Why would you do this to me?" In her despair, Lu Jiahui felt utterly hopeless. Du Yinxiao sneered, "Do you think I have been defeated? Huh. Chen He is merely a minor character. Trust me. Soon you'll understand just how naive he is. I will make him regret ever stepping foot in this world." With that, Du Yinxiao composed himself and dialed a number. Chapter 35, A Slap in the Face. The title has been changed. Please take note. I was in a meeting. The voice on the other end was quite cold. To be honest, upon hearing that tone, Du Yinxiao felt a pang of fear. He quickly said, "Dad, I and Amp. Amp, Oppos. I'm sorry. I and Amp. Amp, Oppos. V. encountered a bit of trouble." There's a moment of silence before the reply came. "I will be waiting for you in the office." After hanging up, Du Yinxiao felt a bit anxious. However, if he didn't and Amp, Oppos, seek his father and Amp, Oppos, S assistance, it would be exceedingly difficult to navigate today and Amp, Oppos, as predicament. Du Yinxiao approached Lu Jiahui and said, "Come, let in Amp, Oppos. Let's go meet my father." Lu Jiahui and Amp, Oppos, S eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly stood up. Who? It was not because Lu Jiahui held immense importance that he wanted to introduce her to his father, but rather because she possessed something of vital significance to Chen He. That was the custody of the child. He understood clearly that the only leverage Chen He had over him was Lu Jiahui and Amp, Oppos, as custody rights. This was Du Yinxiao and Amp, Oppos, as sole opportunity. As for how much he liked this woman, in his eyes, she was merely a toy. Upon hearing Lu Jiahui and Amp, Oppos, as question, Du Yinxiao replied nonchalantly, "Yinfeng Group Du Feng." At this revelation, Lu Jiahui was utterly stunned. Du? Director Du? She was genuinely bewildered. She never imagined that Du Yinxiao was the scion of Yinfeng Group. Du Feng was the chairman of Yinfeng Company. Lu Jiahui had thought Du Yinxiao was merely a privileged second-generation heir, young and capable, destined for a brilliant future. Yet, she had underestimated him. Realizing that he was the son of the president of Yinfeng Group, Lu Jiahui and Oppos, as thoughts began to race. While Du Yinxiao indeed liked her, she was acutely aware that in his eyes, she was simply a novel plaything. However, Lu Jiahui was indifferent to that. Her only concern was herself. If Du Yinxiao proved to be of no use, that would truly infuriate her. Now, upon learning that Du Yinxiao was Du Feng and Amp, Oppos, S son, her mind became agile, contemplating various advantageous strategies. "All right, I will accompany you." Du Yinxiao hurriedly left the meeting with Lu Jiahui, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Meanwhile, Chen He had not been away from the meeting long when others hastily followed after him. Chen He turned around. "Everyone, is there something you need?" The crowd fell into an awkward silence. However, seeing Chen He about to leave, someone finally stepped forward. "Dr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for earlier. I was blind. Please do not take it to heart. Could you delete my previous remarks?" Indeed, that video was quite embarrassing. Hearing this, Chen He glanced at Zhu Quan. Zhu Quan and Amp, Oppos, S expression changed. He truly did not wish to concede to Chen He. Yet, the situation dictated otherwise. Zhu Quan approached. "Xiao Chun, you see. We were all deceived by Du Yinxiao. We are all in the same industry. There is no need for this to escalate further. Let's just let it go. After all, it is better to resolve a feud than to escalate it, right?" Zhu Quan and Oppos, as casual words, aimed to defuse the situation. The others nodded in agreement, believing that if they banded together, perhaps Chen He would let it slide. After all, would anyone truly sever ties? Of course not. Just as Zhu Quan thought he could smooth things over, Chen He suddenly smiled, looking at Zhu Quan, and said, "Why don't you call me an Amp, Oppos, Dad and Amp, Oppos, and I might consider it." Zhu Quan and Amp, Oppos, S face turned as red as a monkey and Amp, Oppos, S behind. He glared at Chen He, furious. Yet, given that he was at a disadvantage, he had no choice but to lower his voice. "Chen He, Do not push your luck. You are cutting off your own retreat. Chen He nodded. Indeed. You make a valid point, but I would never stoop to being your pig of son. Why don't you shout it out loud? Just declare yourself a pig. Zhu Quan slammed the table in frustration. Bastard. You are taking it too far. Chen He shrugged. If anyone can make Director Zhu call out, I might just delete it. At that moment, all eyes turned to Zhu Quan. Director Zhu, a true man can bend and stretch. Surely in AMP, Oppos, it's not a big deal. For the sake of everyone, just say it. Zhu Quan's eyes burned with fury as he stared at Chen He, feeling as if he were being grilled over an open flame. Yet he endured, finally whispering, I am a pig. Once he uttered those words, the room fell silent. Chen He stared at Zhu Quan. Let me tell you, Zhu Quan, the schemes you have plotted against me will eventually come to light. Just wait. I will certainly repay this grudge. During my year in prison, I thought of you every single day, you know? With that, Chen He turned and strode out. This time, he resolved to be bold, to repay kindness with kindness, and enmity with enmity. A true man should act thus. What is this bending and stretching? When I bent, did you ever feel that humiliation? Having said that, Chen He entered the elevator. Watch for tomorrow and Oppos. News. With that, he departed. What was he afraid of? Afraid of Zhu Quan and Oppos. Words that everyone is in the same industry. That one should help a friend? When you, Zhu Quan, are threatened, everyone will make you squeal, I am a pig. Is this what you call camaraderie? Such camaraderie, Chen He found unworthy and unnecessary. The humiliation he endured moments ago would be made clear to them. One can indulge in chaos, but one must not speak carelessly. Moreover, Chen He had other plans. Zhu Quan and AMP, Oppos, expression shifted upon realizing this. The others felt the same. Chen He, you are utterly lacking in decorum. Young people these days have no sense of honor. Xiaoming Shan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shake his head. He refrained from persuading Chen He. As the saying goes, do not advise others to be virtuous without knowing their suffering. From the fragments of conversation, Xiaoming Shan understood clearly what Chen He had faced. He was also aware of the formidable force Chen He was up against, an enormous collective, a vast multinational conglomerate, half of the cardiovascular industry in Jin province. Yet, Chen He was unafraid. Watching Chen He's retreating figure, Xiaoming Shan sighed and silently cheered him on. To be honest, were these so-called colleagues truly good people? Each one currying favor, not focusing on their profession, always scheming to network, take kickbacks, and form cliques. Perhaps this circle genuinely needed a young man like Chen He to emerge. With this thought, Xiaoming Shan rose and departed as well. Meanwhile, Zhu Quan stood frozen in place, feeling quite uneasy. Yet more than that, his eyes burned with hatred. He found it hard to accept Chen He and Oppos as sudden boldness. A mere underling had compelled him into such a position. Intolerable. However, as the crowd watched Chen He leave, their anger was inevitably directed at Zhu Quan. Zhu Quan, weren't you the one who betrayed everyone? If Chen He has such a background, why didn't he mention it earlier? You are such a person. Seeing the familiar faces of his colleagues suddenly turn hostile, Zhu Quan nearly exploded with rage. After some contemplation, Qingqing has decided to alter the title of her book, as it seems to be lacking in attention. The new title will be Professional Doctor. I possess a medical modifier. She hopes for the continued support of her readers and encourages them to urge her for updates. As a physician, Qingqing leads a rather busy life. Yet she is committed to enhancing her writing efforts. Rest assured, she will dedicate herself to crafting a distinctive narrative within the medical genre. She kindly requests everyone's support for her endeavors. Chapter 36. The Capital Invitation. As Chen He departed from the Hilton Hotel, he found his spirits weighed down by a heavy burden. How joyful had he truly been? Was it genuinely gratifying? The satisfaction of slapping Lu Jiahui's face, exposing Du Yunxiao, and leaving Zhu Quan utterly humiliated had indeed brought a flicker of pride to Chen He. It provided him an unprecedented sense of vindication. Such occurrences were beyond the realm of his imagination. Once, he had approached the world with a benevolent heart, willing to trust everyone. Yet today, an overwhelming influx of information left his emotions in turmoil. The truth regarding his wrongful imprisonment from a year prior gradually surfaced. Perhaps he had indeed been the victim of a conspiracy. Recollections of Zhu Quan and Du Yunxiao and Apos. S words lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. And then there was his failed marriage. The inherently kind Chen He had believed that everything stemmed from an unfortunate surgical mishap, attributing it to his own negligence and inability to safeguard his family. However, he now realized that even as one desires tranquility, the winds of fate remain relentless. In this chaotic society, striving for personal integrity is exceedingly challenging. Perhaps, while one should harbor no ill will, it is prudent to remain vigilant against others. Stepping out of the Hilton, Chen He gazed at the ceaselessly flowing waters of the Yu River, clenching his fists. Only by becoming truly formidable could he stand against the world with confidence. The reason he preserved those videos, refraining from deleting them, was due to his belief that they constituted one of his most significant assets. He would never be foolish enough to discard them. Lu Jiahui and Du Yunxiao, as senior employees of Yunfeng Group, had their interests intricately tied to the organization. If Yunfeng Group were to discover the abysmal failure of today's meeting, which had offended nearly half of the experts present in the field of cardiac surgery in Jin Province, they would undoubtedly be furious. When negotiations with Chen He became necessary, this would be an essential factor. It could be said that Chen He held the lifeblood of Yunfeng Group in his hands. While it may not equate to life and death, it certainly amounted to a significant injury. For Yunfeng Group originated from Jin Province. After leaving the Hilton, Chen He exuded confidence and sharpness. In the afternoon, James Reagan had wrapped up his affairs and called upon Chen He for a brief discussion, delving into various techniques in the realm of heart transplantation. At this juncture, however, Chen He skillfully steered the conversation towards the topic of nonstop heart surgery. With a smile, he remarked, "Mr. Reagan, I am genuinely intrigued by your nonstop heart surgery. I have perused numerous related papers." Upon hearing Chen He's words, James Reagan chuckled, for he was indeed a leading figure in the global arena of nonstop heart surgery. Initially, the complexity of such procedures was unimaginable. Yet, James Reagan had steadfastly pursued this field and finally emerged triumphant over the past 2 years. Hearing Chen He express such interest led James to assume that the latter was merely being polite. "Dr. Chen, you're too modest. Every field has its experts, just as you excel in heart transplantation." The entire afternoon was consumed by discussions of academic matters between Chen He and James Reagan, creating a misconception that perhaps Chen He was also adept in nonstop heart surgery. As James Reagan prepared to take his leave, he could not resist asking, "Dr. Chen, are you capable of performing nonstop heart surgery?" Chen He laughed and replied, "I have never undertaken such a procedure. Merely theoretical discussions." James Reagan found himself quite fond of this humble Chinese doctor. "Next time, I would be honored to invite you to observe." The following day, Chen He accompanied 2 individuals to visit Li Wire. The young girl had undergone nearly a month of recovery and appeared much like any other child. However, this was merely superficial. Her heart still prohibited her from engaging in any strenuous activities. Yet for Li Wire, this transformation was enough to alter her world. Observing Li Wire's joyful smile, Li Tsangyue and Yu Xin felt a profound sense of accomplishment. "If it weren't for you, I feel my world would have been so dull," Li Tsangyue remarked wistfully. Xiang Taishu smiled. "That's because you met Dr. Chen too late. Had you known him sooner, perhaps the early surgery could have repaired her heart." Li Tsangyue nodded in agreement, sighing. Indeed, it was a bit late. However, his notion of late did not refer to time alone. In the evening, after hosting everyone, Li Tsangyue had specially prepared some aged-fine wine for his guests. For some reason, Chen He overindulged that day. Seizing a moment alone, Li Tsangyue led Chen He to the balcony of the villa. Sensing Chen He's pensive demeanor, he could not help but say, "Xiao Chen, I investigated your situation and found some discrepancies." Chen He was taken aback. "Is this about my imprisonment?" Li Tsangyue nodded, "Yes. I discreetly inquired and learned that your family had interacted with certain individuals before deciding to press charges against you. However, when I consulted my lawyer, he stated that even if the patient's family engaged in medical disputes, it would not alter the fact of your surgical mishap. Thus, we returned to the original state of affairs. Can you recall any additional clues from that time?" I find it hard to believe that you could cause a surgical mishap. Chen He was momentarily stunned by Li Sanyue's words, as he had never anticipated that the latter would take the initiative to investigate the matter thoroughly. Even reaching out to the patient's family and consulting a lawyer. This revelation left Chen He astounded. This was precisely Li Sanyue's brilliance. He approached relationships with genuine sincerity and strength, unafraid of inconvenience. This characteristic was the true reason behind Li Sanyue's ability to cultivate numerous friendships over the years. Often, minor successes stem from luck. However, significant achievements require vision and substantial capability. Chen He had assisted Li Sanyue, prompting the latter to feel a desire to reciprocate. After much contemplation, he recalled the events surrounding Chen He from a year prior. Upon investigation, he indeed uncovered some puzzling details. Chen He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Li. However, I will manage this matter on my own." Upon hearing Chen He's response, Li Sanyue patted his shoulder and smiled. "I believe you can do it." The next day, James Reagan and Xiang Taishu prepared a transfer through the capital for their departure. However, just as they were about to leave, they received an unexpected phone call. "Professor Reagan, are you still in China? I am Ouyang Lan, the president of the ATS Association and the Chinese Society of Cardiac Surgery." James had minimal interaction with Ouyang Lan, as this was his first visit to China. Nonetheless, recognizing her as a member of the ATS Association, he replied with a smile. "Hello, Professor Ouyang. I am at Beijing International Airport, preparing to leave for Japan." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lan became increasingly animated. "Mr. Reagan, here's the situation. We have a patient, 91 years old, suffering from valvular heart disease, severe myocardial damage, and an acute myocardial infarction. The situation is critical. We cannot perform a stopped heart surgery, and upon learning of your presence in China, I wish to invite you to assist us. The family is not ordinary people, and I hope you understand that once the situation is resolved, they can arrange a private jet to return you to Japan." James paused for a moment, contemplating the gravity of the situation. "Agreed. All right, please can you pick me up?" Chapter 37. This question feels eerily familiar to me. Ouyang Lan stepped out of the car and, upon seeing Professor James Reagan, hurriedly approached him for a handshake. "Professor James, it is a great honor to meet you." "Thank you so much." James smiled in return. "You're too kind. It is simply part of our profession. However, I must ask, how did you know I was in China?" Ouyang Lan's face flushed. Wang Yuechio had just called her, inquiring about a photograph of James. "Well, Professor James, one of my subordinates, Wang Yuechio, is attending a salon in Jin Province today. He expressed doubts about your lecture, so I believe you're already aware of what transpired. I sincerely apologize for this incident. Rest assured, I will address this matter with utmost seriousness and will not tolerate any academic fraud." Despite being a woman, Ouyang Lan was indeed a formidable force. Coming from a distinguished medical family, her ancestors were among the pioneers of medicine in the New China. Throughout her life, she had tirelessly worked on the front lines of healthcare. Such individuals cannot abide any form of deceit. Therefore, upon meeting James, she felt compelled to make a commitment to him. Moreover, Ouyang Lan not only possessed such resolve, but also the capability to back it up. She served as the vice president of the Chinese Medical Association, the president of the Cardiac Surgery Society, and her husband was the deputy director of the National Health and Family Planning Commission. In the medical field, she was indeed a prominent figure. She would never turn a blind eye to actions that tarnished the reputation of the domestic medical community. Upon hearing this, James nodded earnestly. "That will be a great help, Professor Ouyang." Just then, a man in his 60s, clad in a sophisticated suit, approached from a car, exuding an air of authority befitting someone accustomed to high office. However, his brow was furrowed with concern. Many might wonder what troubles could afflict such a person. But in this world, there are indeed numerous challenges that wealth and power cannot remedy. "Mr. James, this is Mr. Qin Xiangnan, the chairman of Donglin Group." Upon hearing this, James and Oppo's eyes brightened, for he was familiar with the company. Donglin Group had emerged as a promising pharmaceutical enterprise in the past 2 years. Despite its relatively recent establishment, it had shown remarkable growth. Its latest drug had recently passed the scrutiny of the FDA and was expected to be launched soon. Qin Xiangnan quickly approached. extending his hand to James. Professor James, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please, I am not a chairman. I am merely a common family member of a patient. I have come today with the hope that you can save my father. James nodded. Let us get in the car and discuss this further. Chen He acquiesced. The vehicle was a spacious Mercedes-Benz, and the assistant brought forth Mr. Chen and Amp, Oppo's, medical records. It was evident that they had prepared meticulously, as all documents were in English to facilitate James and Oppo's understanding. James examined the records closely. After about 20 minutes, once James had reviewed everything, Ouyang Lan began to elaborate. Mr. Chen and Amp, Oppo's father has a rather critical condition. He is 91 years old and was admitted due to congestive heart failure accompanied by acute pulmonary edema. The echocardiogram revealed severe mitral regurgitation due to chordal rupture at the A2 level of the anterior leaflet. However, he also has a significant history of hypertension, hypothyroidism, chronic moderate renal failure, active bladder hemorrhage, and intestinal polyps. Additionally, 2 years ago, he underwent PCI due to a myocardial infarction in the right coronary artery. Have we conducted a risk assessment? James inquired after reviewing the case. Ouyang Lan nodded. The Euroscore 2 predicts a mortality rate of 36.31 for this patient, while the STS risk assessment forecasts it to be as high as 60.33. His condition is extremely perilous, akin to a cat on a hot tin roof. Should we proceed with a cardiac arrest surgery, the likelihood of success is virtually non-existent, as we cannot predict the damage caused by myocardial reperfusion injury. Our expert panel deliberated extensively and reached a consensus: a mitral valve repair surgery without cardioplegia. At this moment, James took a deep breath, understanding why they sought his expertise. A mortality rate of 36 in Europe and 60 in the United States. Such figures are daunting. Not only Ouyang Lan, but few in the world would dare to guarantee success under such circumstances. The primary advantage of non-arrest heart surgery is that it can prevent the complications associated with cardiac arrest and subsequent reperfusion injury. For instance, consider an aging engine that has developed faults. If you shut it down for repairs, it may never start again. However, if repairs can be made while it is running, such risks can be avoided. Non-arrest heart surgery embodies this very principle. However, after reviewing the information, James sighed and glanced at Ouyang Lan, then focused on Chen Xiangnan. Mr. Chen, I assure you that I will dedicate myself fully to this surgery. However, I must be candid. As professionals in the medical field, we are acutely aware of the uncertainties inherent in medicine. There are significant risks involved with the surgery, and I cannot guarantee its success. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiangnan and Amp, Oppo's eyes brightened. He was well aware of the implications. Yet, receiving a commitment of utmost effort was already a tremendous honor. Thank you, Professor James. I understand. As a son, I simply wish to provide my father with the best medical care possible. I hope we can explore every option. Rest assured, I can bear any outcome. Ouyang Lan sighed as well. Professor James, Mr. Chen is also my mentor, a foundational figure in the Chinese pharmaceutical industry. His existence is invaluable. I entrust his care to you. Indeed, while many may not grasp Mr. Chen and Amp, Oppo's significance, numerous esteemed figures in the current medical field are his students. In the past, he led the Chinese medical team to break through knowledge barriers imposed by foreign powers, paving a path of progress. Therefore, Mr. Chen and Oppo's legacy holds profound meaning not only for his family but for the nation as a whole. As they spoke, the group arrived at the hospital. Just as the car came to a halt, Ouyang Lan's phone rang. Director, it's urgent. Mr. Chen's heart failure has worsened. He is now experiencing respiratory distress. With blood pressure at 190-140 millimeters of mercury, arrhythmia, chest tightness, palpitations, and shortness of breath. He has gone into ventricular fibrillation. Bring the defibrillator. Director, I cannot talk now. Mr. Chen has gone into ventricular fibrillation. After she hung up, Ouyang Lan and Amp, Oppo's expression changed dramatically. Experiencing ventricular fibrillation at this moment was life-threatening. Ventricular fibrillation indicates a severe cardiac arrhythmia, suggesting the patient is in a perilous state, teetering on the brink of death. With this thought in mind, Ouyang Lan rushed toward the ward without waiting for the elevator. Behind her, Qin Xiangnan, James Reagan, and Xiang Taishu followed closely, none of them needing to inquire about the situation. It was clear that something had gone awry. Qin Xiangdong and Amp. Appo's face was etched with tension and unease as he and his companions hurriedly made their way to the sixth-floor ward, breathlessly rushing toward the room. Even before they reached the door, they could hear the frantic calls from within. Prepare for monophasic shock at 360J. Is it ready? No, Dr. Zhao. The nurses were on the verge of tears. Biphasic shock at 200J. Prepare. Clear. The sounds of urgent resuscitation echoed through the room, causing the faces of those waiting outside to pale. Electric shock? Ventricular fibrillation. The realization struck them all like a thunderbolt. They were all experts, well aware of the implications. Even Qin Xiangdong understood the gravity of the situation. He stood at the doorway, trembling, too afraid to enter. Then, a woman spotted Qin Xiangdong, and her expression changed dramatically. She rushed toward him, exclaiming, "Brother, Dad is gone." Wailing, "Gone? Why didn't it oppose? Till you come sooner. He wanted to see you before he left." Tears and snot streamed down her face. This was none other than Qin Xiangdong and Amp. Appo's beloved younger sister, Qin Xiangyue. Upon hearing her words, Qin Xiangdong felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. His eyes glazed over, he muttered to himself, "Gone? Gone?" As the words fell from his lips, tears began to flow freely. The trials of his life had never brought him to tears, but now he seemed to have lost his very soul. He had prepared himself for this moment, yet after consulting with James Reagan, he had found a glimmer of hope. And now, that hope had vanished, along with the life of his father. Everything felt like a cruel joke, a reminder of the capriciousness of fate. Soon, Ouyang Lan, James, and others entered the ward, commencing a new wave of resuscitation efforts. Time became a relentless enemy, each passing second stretching into eternity. Ventricular fibrillation is a chaotic quivering of the heart that renders it incapable of pumping blood, a manifestation of abnormal electrical activity. The heart relies on its electrical system for rhythmic contractions. However, when the sinoatrial node fails to create an effective electrical cycle, the ventricles quiver, making defibrillation the most effective means of resuscitation. This intervention must occur within 3 minutes of the onset of fibrillation for maximum efficacy. At last, accompanied by the beeping of the monitor, the patient and Appo's heart rhythm began to appear on the screen. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. They had momentarily snatched the old gentleman from the clutches of death, yet no one dared to feel optimistic. They all understood that this sudden episode of ventricular fibrillation was a dire signal from the heart, indicating that this aging organ could no longer endure. James furrowed his brow, engaging in a lengthy discussion with Xiang Taishu. Ouyang Lan joined their fervent exchange, while the other experts found themselves unable to contribute, realizing they could not even comprehend the nuances of the conversation. As time ticked away, Qin Xiangdong, upon hearing of the resuscitation success, felt utterly drained, collapsing into a chair. Such a tumultuous heartbeat was a burden he could scarcely bear. Humanity is the most fragile of creatures when faced with fear. Finally, 30 minutes later, it was decided that surgery must proceed without delay. The patient's condition was too complicated to afford any further procrastination. If they waited until nightfall, there would be no one to vigilantly oversee the situation. Had it not been for Dr. Zhao and Amp, Appo's timely intervention, the outcome could have been fatal. Preparations for Qin Laozu and Amp, Appo's surgery were already complete. The only reason they had delayed was the uncertainty surrounding the procedure. Now, with the involvement of Xiang Taishu and James Reagan, Ouyang Lan felt a flicker of confidence, though it was still tenuous. Such a surgery, deemed to carry a 60 mortality rate by the American Association for Thoracic Surgery, was not to be taken lightly. As everyone entered the operating room, James Reagan, Xiang Taishu, and Ouyang Lan continued their discussions regarding the surgical procedure. As the lead surgeon, James gravely stated, "The operation requires imaging guidance to excise the prolapsed anterior leaflet of the mitral valve and to implant neocords." Simultaneously, We will perform external fixation of the neocords at the apex to complete the surgery. The feasibility is minimal, yet the complexity is immense. Since this will be conducted under cardiopulmonary bypass, the suturing will demand exceptional skill. The key to the surgery and AMP-OPOS success lies in maintaining synchronization with the patient and AMP-OPOS heart rhythm while ensuring rapid and precise suturing with minimal damage. This may require the expertise of Professor Zhang Taishu. Zhang Taishu paused, suddenly recalling someone. Perhaps Chen He might be better suited for this task. He vaguely remembered Chen He and AMP-OPOS outstanding suturing during his last surgery. However, he shook his head and remained silent. Once everyone was prepared, Ouyang Lan addressed the ultrasound technician. Prepare to begin. Preoperative ultrasound, please. The ultrasound technician was visibly anxious, given the significance of this surgery at Jeshuatin Hospital, where both the experts and the patient were high-profile individuals. As the ultrasound probe was placed on the patient and APO's chest, an image materialized. To everyone in APO's astonishment, they discovered severe regurgitation. The ultrasound technician and APO's face paled at the sight of the severely ruptured chordae tendineae of the anterior leaflet at the A2 stage, resulting in critical mitral valve regurgitation. James's expression shifted. Attempting a routine suture here will increase the difficulty, and if we cut into the apex, where the heartbeat is strongest, it could lead to adverse reactions. This is disastrous. However, after uttering this, James suddenly froze, as if he had heard those words before. Even Zhang Taishu stood in contemplation, pondering the familiarity of the situation. They exchanged glances, both awakening to a realization. Yes, their expressions became animated. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lan looked bewildered, unable to comprehend their exchange. In this critical moment, what were they discussing? James Reagan and APO's expression shifted subtly. How could Dr. Chen have considered these issues? Zhang Taishu and APO's face reflected a complex mix of emotions. Could it be that Chen He is familiar with the procedure for continuous cardiac surgery? Suddenly, James nodded, recalling his conversation with Chen He the previous day. Upon reflection, it became clear that Chen He would indeed be capable of performing continuous cardiac surgery. Given the professional quality of his questions and responses, definitely not the behavior of a novice. Upon realizing this, James inquired curiously, in such a situation, what would Dr. Chen suggest? Zhang Taishu replied, the standard pouch suture excision method. Reagan fell into deep thought, and moments later, his eyes lit up. This was a viable approach. However, the operational demands were exceedingly high. He feared he might not be able to execute it. How about you make the incision? Zhang Taishu was taken aback. I don an APO's. To know how to perform continuous cardiac surgery. Should we call Chen He? They both nodded in agreement. Ouyang Lan remained perplexed. Professor James. Who is Dr. Chen? Chapter 38. One must live like a human. Ouyang Lan was utterly bewildered by the words of James Reagan and Shota Shu. Chen He? Dr. Chen? Is he Chinese? However, how could she, as the president of the Chinese Medical Association and APO's cardiothoracic surgery branch, not recognize an expert in the field of cardiac surgery? Ouyang Lan prided herself on having some knowledge of the prominent experts in the domestic cardiothoracic surgery realm. Yet, she had no recollection of this Dr. Chen whatsoever. Upon hearing Ouyang Lan and APO's confusion, James Reagan elucidated, Dr. Chen is the purpose of our visit to China. We wish to engage with him regarding the philosophies and techniques of cardiac surgery. Ouyang Lan was even more stunned. She had invited numerous members of the ATS Association for exchanges over the years, but she had never managed to bring in top-tier figures like James Reagan and Shota Shu. Yet, Dr. Chen had somehow garnered their personal visit from afar. This was no mere matter of status. One needed considerable capabilities to achieve such a feat. Ouyang Lan understood that at their level, advancing just one step further was exceedingly difficult. Yet should they succeed, they could very well etch their names into history. Is this Dr. Chen from Jin Province? Which hospital? Winglan in Quit Ijali. Shota Shu, who was more familiar with the details, replied. He is an emergency physician at the Second People and APO's hospital of Jin Province. What? The Second People and APO's Hospital of Jin Province? An emergency physician? Ouyang Lan was taken aback, struggling to believe it. At this moment, Shota Shu explained, Professor Ouyang, about a month ago, I was invited to Jin Province to perform a heart transplant surgery, which you may have heard about. Ouyang Lan furrowed her brow and nodded. Indeed, I heard about it. I and Amp. Oppose, you've been meaning to ask. Did you not discover that the patient had pulmonary hypertension during the surgery? How did it ultimately succeed? Shota Shu sighed and shook his head. I had no means to complete the surgery. The patient's condition was far worse than you might imagine. Curiosity piqued, Ouyang Lan asked, then how? Did you succeed? Shota Shu replied directly, it was Dr. Chen. The situation was urgent, and the patient could not afford any delays. Just when I was about to give up, Dr. Chen successfully saved the patient using a left heart parallel heart transplant technique. Ouyang Lan was left speechless upon hearing this. What? A left heart parallel heart transplant? What kind of surgery is that? And how is Li Wire doing? Shota Shu chuckled and said, James, you met her. Why don't you share? James recalled Li Wire's condition with a sense of amazement. I can hardly believe she is a month post-heart transplant. Her bodily functions, heart, and various indicators are all excellent. While she may not compare to a healthy individual, she is certainly capable of leading a normal life. Ouyang Lan refrained from probing further about the left heart parallel heart transplant, for she knew that such matters would not be disclosed easily. After all, everyone possesses their own unique skills. What truly astonished her was that a relatively junior doctor had accomplished what even the world's top cardiac transplant specialists could not achieve. And this junior doctor was working in a small hospital's emergency department. Such an occurrence made Ouyang Lan feel a flush of embarrassment. Her own hospital had cutting-edge equipment, an elite team, and ample funding, yet they lacked a doctor of such caliber. James shifted the conversation, observing the echocardiogram of Old Man Chen on the surgical table, and remarked, You probably won't believe it. Just yesterday, I had an extensive discussion with Dr. Chen regarding the circumstances of surgeries performed on non-beating hearts. Moreover, he offered solutions for situations like Mr. Chen and Amp. Oppose S. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lan was utterly astonished. Could it be that Dr. Chen was also adept at surgeries involving non-beating hearts? James nodded. I believe he is capable. If not, how could he possess such in-depth knowledge? Professor Ouyang, to be candid, I do not have great confidence in this surgery. As you can see, the mitral valve in Amp, Oppose, SA2 stage is severely compromised, and the risks of operating at this juncture are substantial. If it were up to me, I would commence the surgery right away. However, I strongly advocate for Dr. Chen to perform this operation. Ouyang Lan regarded James Reagan, a man brimming with confidence, particularly in his field. Yet this very individual was fervently recommending that another take the lead. Professor Shota, what is your stance? Wing Lan In Guit? Without hesitation, Shota Shu declared, I have faith in Dr. Chen and Amp. Oppo's abilities. He is the most gifted and innovative cardiac surgeon I have ever encountered. Truthfully, if he were willing to relocate, I would invite him to Japan without a second thought. After hearing this, Ouyang Lan found herself at an impasse. She rose and exited the operating room. Outside, the Chen family awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Ouyang Lan emerge so quickly, Chen Xiangnan felt a tremor of apprehension within him. Ouyang Lan approached and clarified the situation to Chen Xiangnan. Mr. Chen, this is the current state of affairs. It is up to you to decide. Moreover, whether we can invite Dr. Chen or not remains a question. In her heart, Ouyang Lan had already envisioned Dr. Chen as a reclusive master of great skill. How could an ordinary person garner such high praise from individuals as esteemed as Shota Shu and James Reagan? Chen Xiangnan took a deep breath and pondered for a moment before asking, Dr. Ouyang, how long can my father hold on? Ouyang Lan paused, taken aback. I believe he should manage for at least a day. With determination, Chen Xiangnan replied, I will personally invite Dr. Chen. The distance from the capital to Jin Province was a daunting 500 kilometers. Chen Xiangnan instructed his secretary to prepare a private jet and urgently contact the local airport to arrange the route. Later that day, Chen He did not immediately release the video he had recorded. He was acutely aware that his current influence paled in comparison to that of the Yunfeng group. should the video be made public. It would not only damage the stock price and social standing of the Yunfeng Group, but also serve as a resounding slap to the Jin province medical system. Thus, Chen He understood that this video was a bargaining chip in his hands. He hoped to leverage it to regain custody of his child. The world was indeed pragmatic. Chen He was no longer that naive young doctor. He understood that his power was insufficient to confront a multinational corporation and the medical system of Jin province. His confidence stemmed from the belief that both Du Yunxiao and Lu Jiahui were merely regional managers. In the eyes of Yunfeng Group, these two individuals clearly pose no threat to the influence and stock price of the company, which is of far greater importance. Lu Jiahui seeks to continue her career at Yunfeng Group, and thus a compromise between both parties is inevitable. Chen He is indifferent to whether Lu Jiahui will face punishment. His only desire is to gain custody of their child, nothing more. At 10:00 amp, Oppo's clock in the morning, Chen He received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, are you Mr. Chen He? As a doctor, he often leaves his number for patients, so he is not averse to unknown calls. Yes, I am, he replied. Mr. Chen, I am from the legal department of Yunfeng Group, and I would like to discuss yesterday's events with you. Chen He was taken aback. They were quick to reach out. It seems that large corporations operate differently. The headquarters of Yunfeng Group is located in the original city of Jin province, occupying a 45-story office building, a landmark in the region. Chen He arrived at the agreed location, a high-end tea house below Yunfeng Group. Upon entering the private room, he was stunned to find 5 impeccably dressed elite men and women inside, all holding documents. They promptly rose as he entered, greeting him, "Hello, Mr. Chen. Please take a seat." To be honest, Chen He was quite intimidated by their commanding presence. Is such a large gathering necessary for a discussion? They were exceedingly professional. "Mr. Chen, are you ready? Once you are, we can begin." Today's conversation will be fully recorded, including video and audio, along with relevant documentation. Please rest assured that we are experts in legal matters. A sense of unease crept over Chen He. All right, let an Oppos. Let's get started. The spokesperson, a composed man in his 40s, explained, "Your filming of our company and AMP, Oppos, S internal salon yesterday has infringed upon some internal secrets. We are here to ask for your cooperation in deleting that footage to avoid serious consequences. After all, this is a burden you cannot afford." After hearing this, Chen He suddenly laughed. It dawned on him that they were here to intimidate him. From the moment he walked in, it was a premeditated show of force. In their eyes, he was merely a minor character. Never had he encountered such a professional and imposing legal team. They sought to instill fear in him from the outset. The man continued with bureaucratic jargon, asserting that Chen He's filming had negatively impacted Yunfeng Group and that he would bear the consequences. If he was not mistaken, the next step would likely involve bribery. Just as he suspected, seeing Chen He in silence, the man continued, "However, we understand that yesterday in AMP, Oppo's meeting was unpleasant and may have caused you distress. Yunfeng Group is prepared to offer you some compensation for your emotional distress." He then produced an envelope and placed it before Chen He. "Mr. Chen, this is our compensation for your suffering yesterday." Chen He glanced at the thick envelope, opened it, and found it contained around 50 to 60,000. He placed it back on the table and burst into laughter. "Yunfeng Group really is generous. I infringe upon your secrets, and you still offer me 50 to 60,000. How magnanimous." The man, attempting to maintain his composure, replied, "Our Yunfeng Group is a multinational corporation and a flagship enterprise in Jin province, a key project for both the province and the city. If you hand over the video to us, this money will be yours." Chen He felt a surge of resentment towards their arrogance. Was this meant to convey how formidable Yunfeng Group is? To imply that he was inconsequential? He smiled and remarked, "Yunfeng Group is indeed impressive. However," at this moment his tone turned serious, Chen He, have not been the same since the moment I stepped out of prison. I fear no one. What I have left. Tell Yunfeng Group that I, Chen He, am not afraid of you. Go ahead and sue me. I await your lawyer and Oppo's letter. Infringement of privacy. Involving trade secrets. Bring it on." With that, Chen He stood up and headed for the exit. He realized that when there is an imbalance of power, the other party will never take you seriously, let alone engage in an equal dialogue. They would find 100 ways to suppress you. As this thought permeated his mind, his inner fury began to boil over. The man quickly rose. Mr. Chen, we can increase the offer. Please do not act impulsively. You know this one in amp? Oppos. T resolve the issue. You can make demands. Chen He chuckled. My demands? I have no demands now. I, Chen He, would rather squander all my wealth than let you off the hook. Just as he exited the tea house, he encountered Du Yunxiao and Lu Jiahui, who were sitting in a convertible Ferrari at the entrance, looking at him with mocking expressions. Hey, Dr. Chen, why aren't you at the office? Du Yunxiao, who had shed his previous gloom, asked with a grin. Let me tell you, Chen He, no matter how hard you work, you will never afford even one of my toys. As he said toys, he patted the car with his left hand and pinched Lu Jiahui's cheek with his right, the implication unmistakable. Yet, Lu Jiahui offered no resistance. Upon learning that Du Yunxiao was the son of Du Feng, she realized her choice was clear. This was her sole opportunity to step into the upper echelons of society. Chen He smiled and replied, Had I known you had such a penchant for second-hand items, I would have gifted you one sooner. Rather than being angered, Du Yunxiao raised his hand and slapped Lu Jiahui across the face, laughing as he said, See, this is the goddess you once idolized, the woman you once loved. Lu Jiahui was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such an abrupt strike from Du Yunxiao. Yet she endured it. Du Yunxiao continued to laugh. You once catered to her every whim, and she left you without hesitation. Now, I can hit and berate her, and she won in oppos. T leave me. Do you know why? Chen He sighed at this scene, recalling the character Zhao Gongzi from Big Shot. At the time, he thought it was just a movie. However, after witnessing these events, he realized this is life. Some people can treat others and oppos, dreams as mere playthings, discarding them without a second thought. Some strive their entire lives to enter circles that others disdain. Some are born into privilege, while others struggle endlessly yet remain lost. Life has always been thus. Chen He gazed at Lu Jiahui, who sat silently in the car, tears streaming down her face. He suddenly understood one thing. One must live with dignity. He looked up at Du Yunxiao. This ISN and oppos, T over yet. At that moment, the people from the room emerged and, upon seeing Du Yunxiao, quickly said, Young Master Du, you're here. Chen He froze at the mention of young Master Du. Du Yunxiao, Du Feng. So that is how it is. Just then, Chen He's phone rang. Greetings. Are you Dr. Chen and Dr. Chen? I am Qin Xiangnan, the chairman of Donglin Group, and I have a matter I would like to request Dr. Chen's assistance with. Chapter 39. Do you think you have one? Upon hearing those words, Chen He was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean? The call from the chairman of Donglin Group, requesting his assistance, left him somewhat bewildered. Mr. Chen, where are you? I will come to find you immediately. Let us discuss this in detail. I truly am not a fraud. By the way, I had Director Ouyang and the others call you. The call was abruptly disconnected. Chen He looked at his phone and cooed into amp. Amp, oppos. T helped but shake his head. However, soon after, the phone rang again. This time, it was a video call from an unfamiliar capital number. Dr. Chen, can you see me? James greeted directly. I am currently at Jishuden Hospital. After briefly explaining the situation, James handed the phone to Ouyang Lan. Dr. Chen, let Professor Ouyang speak to you. Upon seeing Ouyang Lan, Chen He was instantly stunned. As the president of the Cardiac Surgery Division of the Chinese Medical Association, Ouyang Lan was a formidable woman, representing half of the realm of cardiac surgery in China. Who would dare to underestimate such a person? In fact, it wasn't just Chen He who was taken aback. Even Ouyang Lan widened her eyes in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the so-called genius doctor, as described by James, was merely a young man in his 20s. Chen He, Dr. Chen? Hello, President Ouyang. Chen He quickly greeted her. Ouyang Lan chuckled. I truly did not expect you to be so young, Dr. Chen. By the way, did Qin Xiangnan just call you? The situation is as Professor James described. Old Master Qin is a pioneer in our Chinese medical industry, and we sincerely hope to do everything in our power to save him. Chen He nodded. All right, I will contact Mr. Qin right away. I will hang up now. President Ouyang. After hanging up, Chen He felt a surge of emotions. To be honest, he never anticipated such a sudden turn of events. Yinfeng Group, despite his calculations, He never imagined that Du Yunxiao would be the son of Du Feng, the chairman of Yunfeng Group. No wonder the other party was so reckless. At this moment, Chen He realized that his greatest adversary was no longer Du Yunxiao, but rather the colossal entity known as Yunfeng Group. Just when he felt a sense of helplessness, this call rekindled his hope. Donglin Group, Chairman Qin Xiangnan, Director Ouyang Lan of the Chinese Medical Association's Cardiac Surgery Division, and the elderly Mr. Qin, whom he was about to save, would all become his allies. Therefore, the outcome was still uncertain. Before long, Qin Xiangnan called Chen He. As soon as the call connected, he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Dr. Chen, thank you so much. Where are you right now? I will be there immediately. At the base of Yunfeng Group, Chen He replied. I will arrive in 3 minutes. My vehicle is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Qin Xiangnan informed him. After hanging up, Chen He exited the tea room, only to find that Du Yunxiao and the legal department staff had not yet left. Seeing Chen He emerge, Du Yunxiao smiled and said, Chen He, I advise you to be realistic. This world is not as naive as you imagine. You're not a kindergarten student. Do not act so immaturely. Just hand over the video and take your money. What do you stand to lose? Besides, do you really think your video can be released? Seeing Du Yunxiao as confident demeanor, Chen He shook his head. Do you think you have one this time? Just as Du Yunxiao was about to respond, he suddenly froze. This question sounded all too familiar. Just yesterday, Chen He had said the same thing to him, leading to James Reagan and Oppos as personal visit. Du Yunxiao et Oppo, es mut gibt open, momentary spink. But soon, he burst into laughter. Ha ha, you really crack me up. Yes, I believe I have one for sure. What now? Chen He shook his head again. And at that moment, a series of sound approached. 3 executive vehicles slowly made their way toward them. Leading was an Audi A8, followed by a black Cullinan, and finally a Maybach W2019. The presence of these cars undoubtedly signaled the extraordinary status of their owner. Upon witnessing this, Du Yunxiao and Amp, Oppos, S expression changed instantly. This must be the arrival of someone from Yunfeng Group. Realizing this, he hurriedly exited his vehicle, awaiting the emergence of its occupants. Who could it be? The car doors opened, and Qin Xiangnan rushed out. He glanced up at the towering, imposing structure. His assistant quickly stated, Chairman Qin, this is the headquarters of Yunfeng Group. Qin Xiangnan muttered, the ostentatious aura hits you right away. As soon as he said this, several members of the legal department, including Du Yunxiao, caught wind of it. However, despite his irritation, Du Yunxiao understood that one should not provoke those whose backgrounds were unknown. In the crowd, the true boss was easily discernible. Du Yunxiao approached, Sir, are you here for Yunfeng Group? I can guide you. In a certain sense, Du Yunxiao was not entirely a spoiled rich kid, as he had performed well in market expansion during his time in the United States. Qin Xiangnan glanced at Du Yunxiao, shook his head, and upon spotting Chen He, he declared, no need. After coolly stating this, he rushed directly toward Chen He. Dr. Chen, at last I found you. I am Qin Xiangnan. Chen He smiled. Chairman Qin, you are too courteous. I could have gone directly. Qin Xiangnan shook his head. No, this is my sincerity. I sincerely hope Dr. Chen can save my father. Chen He nodded. Yes, I am aware of old Master Qin. I will do my utmost. Hearing this, Qin Xiangnan was overjoyed. Please, Mr. Qin, get in the car. The plane is ready, and we can depart at any moment. Thus, Chen He was invited into the vehicle, with Qin Xiangnan closely following. This scene left everyone around them utterly dumbfounded. Du Yunxiao stood there, his face ashen. This was his first experience of being ignored in the eyes of others. He was deemed inferior to Chen He, whom he considered worthless. Enraged, Du Yunxiao stomped on a railing, causing it to collapse. The security guard glanced over, but dared not speak. Investigate. Find out where this vehicle is from. Damn it, Chen He. At that moment, Du Yunxiao and Amp, Oppos, as phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his demeanor shifted. Dad, call me chairman at the company. Has the issue been resolved? A deep, resonant voice echoed from the other end of the line. Dad, Du Yunxiao prepared to explain. What can you do? The man in Oppos' voice revealed no hint of anger. However, such emotionless words caused Du Yunxiao and Oppos' expression to darken. The author has something to say, a newcomer with a new book, seeking everyone's support. I assure you, I will strive to write well. Chapter 40. Death Without Regret. Yunfeng Group stands as the vanguard of the pharmaceutical sector in Jin Province, a project that enjoys substantial governmental support. Over the years, Jin Province has relentlessly pursued reform and innovation, and Yunfeng Group, capitalizing on this momentum, has flourished remarkably, swiftly assimilating several local pharmaceutical companies and embarking on a trajectory of exponential growth. As Chen He sat within the confines of the car, gazing at the iconic edifice before him, he acknowledged the weight of pressure upon his shoulders. It was an undeniable truth. Such a colossal entity could not have been erected overnight. This corporation transcended the conventional notion of a mere business, for it bore the aspirations and livelihoods of countless individuals. Chen He was acutely aware of this reality. As the vehicle distanced itself, Qin Xiangnan appeared to perceive a subtle shift in atmosphere and, driven by curiosity, inquired, "Dr. Chen, do you have business with Yunfeng Group?" Chen He smiled, opting for silence, as he had yet to render any assistance to the other party. To speak prematurely would be imprudent. In the realm of adulthood, the intricacy of relationships often hinges upon mutual interests. Should he express his intentions now, only to later find himself incapable of aiding the elderly gentleman? Would the other party extend their support? Unlikely. In fact, they might view it as a mere transaction rather than an act of goodwill. Conversely, if he genuinely exerted his utmost efforts yet encountered insurmountable obstacles, and subsequently found himself in need of assistance, the circumstances would be entirely different. It is often said that throughout one and oppose's life, time is never squandered in vain. Every experience leaves an indelible mark upon one's existence. The years spent in confinement and the harsh realities faced thereafter had undeniably matured Chen He's mindset. Upon arriving at the airport, a private jet awaited him, marking the first occasion he had encountered such a high-caliber reception. Admittedly, a mixture of excitement and trepidation coursed through him. If Qin Xiangnan and Appo's reception was so grand, what could he expect from Du Yinxiao? After a series of events, Chen He finally reached Yishuadan by late afternoon. Ouyang Lan did not come to greet him, as the situation concerning old Master Qin was precarious, with the potential for complications looming at any moment. In cases of cardiac distress, should ventricular fibrillation occur anew, even the most skilled physician would find it exceedingly challenging to intervene. As the saying goes, medicine cannot save all lives, and fate favors those deemed worthy. Often, the role of a physician extends beyond mere life-saving. It encompasses the alleviation of suffering. Xiang Taishu and a staff member awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen, Xiang Taishu rushed over, his brow furrowed. Without exchanging pleasantries, he remarked, "The situation is dire." Chen He paused. "What has transpired?" "The damage to the mitral valve is severe. Achieving a stable resection during surgery will be exceedingly difficult. Most critically, it remains uncertain whether the heart can endure the procedure without ceasing its rhythm. Professor James suggests that the thoracotomy should ideally be completed within 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, Chen He's expression darkened. The notion of resecting the mitral valve chordae tendineae and suturing an artificial valve within a mere 30 minutes, all while the heart continued to beat, seemed utterly implausible to anyone else. Even he felt a sense of uncertainty. Following closely behind, Qin Xiangnan listened intently to Xiang Taishu's words, and a sense of hope began to wane. He sighed, appearing increasingly resigned to the harsh reality. Observing her brother's demeanor, Qin Xiangyue felt a twinge of concern. After all, their father was already 91 years old. The very fact that he had reached this point was no small feat. Gently patting her brother's back, she noticed his posture had also begun to stoop. "Brother, just do your best. We shall leave the rest to fate." Upon hearing his sister's words, Qin Xiangnan sighed once more, seemingly prepared for whatever lay ahead. As Chen He and his team entered the operating room, he called out to Chen He, "Dr. Chen, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Just do your utmost." Chen He smiled, nodding in acknowledgement as he stepped forward. The moment the doors to the operating room closed, a palpable tension enveloped those waiting outside. Qin Xiangnan and his sister, both in their 50s or 60s, stood alongside the anxious family members of patients. their gazes fixed upon the door, rendered speechless by the weight of expectation resting upon it. Upon Chen He's arrival, Ouyang Lan, though prepared, appeared slightly taken aback. "Doctor, Chen, you are truly youthful," she exclaimed. Chen He, recognizing her esteemed stature, offered a polite nod and smile in response. "President Ouyang, greetings. Indeed. Let's converse once the surgery is concluded. Now, prepare for the operation," Ouyang Lan commanded with her characteristic decisiveness, leading the way into the operating room. Moments later, after washing his hands and donning the surgical attire with the assistance of the nurses, Chen He found old Master Qin lying on the operating table, now conscious and aware. "Xiaolan, do not be anxious," the elderly gentleman reassured her. "I never anticipated that my departure would contribute to the field of medicine. It feels worthwhile." His heartfelt declaration elicited a mistiness in Ouyang Lan and Amp. Oppo's, his eyes, as it resonated with the aspirations of the older generation of medical practitioners. "Teacher, there is still hope," she insisted. Old Master Qin chuckled softly, his breath faint yet his eyes sparkling with vitality. "Having dedicated my life to medicine, I have witnessed countless farewells. What is there left to cling to?" With a sigh, he continued, Surgery without cardiac rhythm is a significant frontier for the future. Learn diligently from Professor James. Strive to ensure that our compatriots master this technique. When knowledge resides within our hands, we stand tall." Chen He felt a surge of emotion at the old gentleman and Amp, Oppo's, words. In that moment, he comprehended the profound meaning of entrusting one's life to the medical profession. Ouyang Lan shook her head, suppressing her tears. "Teacher, the one performing the surgery is a Chinese national. It is Chen He, and he is merely 27 years old. He is already capable of conducting such procedures. Our future is indeed promising." Her words brought tears streaming down Ouyang Lan's face, while old Master Qin regarded Chen He with a twinkle in his eye, chuckling, "You little rascal. You flatter me. If you truly possess such skills, I shall depart this world without regrets. I can still boast to my old friends." Just as he spoke, a fit of coughing ensued, his voice low and breaths rapid, casting a pallor over his visage that hinted at evident heart failure. Witnessing this, Ouyang Lan felt her resolve wavering. Yet, just when uncertainty loomed over all, Chen He received an urgent system notification. Ding! Surgical assistance task initiated. The surgery for old Master Qin is imminent. Please expedite the procedure. Task requirements. Successfully complete the surgery and save old Master Qin. Completion rewards. 1. A master-level heart surgery manual. 2. Modification points 20. 3. Hand steadiness increased by 50%. Chapter 41. What is speed? Upon receiving the system prompt, Chen and Oppo's expression changed dramatically. He turned to Ouyang Lan and the others, saying, "We cannot delay any longer. Prepare for surgery." Chen's words caused Ouyang Lan to blush slightly. It is often said that a doctor should not operate on themselves, as emotions can cloud judgment during critical moments. After all, who in this world can maintain a heart of stone? Ouyang Lan quickly regained her composure and announced the commencement of the surgery to the anesthesiologist and others. "Anesthetist, prepare. Teacher, it will be over soon. Please rest," she added. The elderly man nodded, glancing at Chen with a faint smile. "Young man, you've worked hard." Chen bowed respectfully to the elder, replying, "We will talk when you awaken." The elder smiled again, closing his eyes. That closure might last a day, or perhaps it would be a final farewell. Regardless of what lay ahead, he was prepared. With no regrets in this life, the only thing he could not let go of was his love for China. His heart swelled with nostalgia for his homeland. This sentiment was ingrained in the bones of their generation, unforgettable even in death. With the anesthetist ready, the surgery was about to commence. The tracheal intubation was initiated to maintain breathing. The elderly man was now under full anesthesia, as the surgery involved a heart that would not cease beating. They opted against hypothermic perfusion. Chen, unhesitatingly, chose to take the lead as the primary surgeon, with James Reagan assisting. At first, Ouyang Lan felt a twinge of worry, as it was her first encounter with Chen. Was he truly as formidable as they claimed? She felt a pang of uncertainty. However, at this moment, what other option did she have but to place her trust in him? Even James Reagan had suggested that Chen take the lead, leaving her with little room for objection. Chen grasped the scalpel and made an incision at the center of the chest. As blood began to seep through the skin, his blade skillfully avoided nerves and blood vessels, allowing the thoracic retractor to enter seamlessly. This seemingly straightforward maneuver demanded exceptional skill and precision from a surgeon. Time ticked away. The heart was finally exposed. It was indeed an aged heart, shining with its last vestiges of vitality. Observing this, James Reagan sighed. "Dr. Chen, I feel 30 minutes might be a tad long." Though reluctant to admit it, the others recognized this as an undeniable reality. What could they do? Should they surrender? In that instant, all eyes turned to the young lead surgeon. However, to everyone in Oppo's astonishment, Chen exhibited no sign of panic whatsoever. Indeed, Chen was deep in thought. His suturing speed was already commendable, and he had just received a 50% boost. Chen speculated that this should suffice, right? With that thought, Chen decided to make the heart incision via the right atrium and interatrial septum, directly accessing the pericardium. James furrowed his brow, questioning, why make the incision here? Chen replied calmly, this incision is closest to the mitral valve, facilitating the surgery. This straightforward explanation sparked a revelation in James. Typically, they would opt for an atrial incision. With James's adept assistance, they placed another pericardial traction suture near the apex of the heart, fully exposing it. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lan hurriedly retrieved the prepared CTS stabilizer, a device designed to reduce the amplitude of heartbeats to facilitate the surgical procedure. After all, conducting surgery on a heart that continues to beat poses a significant challenge, and this physical aid would alleviate some of the pressure. However, at that moment, Chen suddenly declared, "We cannot use the CTS stabilizer." Ouyang Lan frowned. "Why not?" Chen explained, "While the stabilizer has minimal impact, it still affects the heart in Oppo's normal rhythm. To minimize risk as much as possible, we will not employ the CTS stabilizer." James nodded in agreement. Dr. Chen makes a valid point. Yet, this will increase the difficulty of the procedure. Chen remained silent, calmly asserting, "It's all right. I've got this." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lan felt increasingly unsure. This young man, was he too ambitious? Nevertheless, Chen took a deep breath. The forthcoming actions would showcase the essence of synchronized and coordinated surgery. Thus, under the guidance of echocardiography, Chen opted for the standard purse-string suture technique for the surgical incision. This scene left James Reagan wide-eyed. Was this truly the standard purse-string suture technique in action? Chen nodded, remaining silent, as he could not afford to be distracted at this moment. The heart in his hands throbbed incessantly, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. There could be no room for carelessness. One hand was steady, supporting the heart, while the other deftly maneuvered the instruments within. Heart surgery relies heavily on intuition. Merely relying on the echocardiographic images makes it challenging to grasp the conditions within the heart. A moment of inattention could lead to damaging the pulsating heart. At such a juncture, it would be impossible to merely repair the mitral valve. The heart itself could be jeopardized. Hence, in that tense moment, everyone's heartbeat echoed alongside the elderly man's. It was utterly implausible for Chen to claim he was unperturbed, yet he had no retreat. Time slipped away. Chen cautiously grasped the prolapsed portion of the anterior leaflet of the mitral valve. Ouyang Lan anxiously monitored the time, her hands slick with perspiration. James, however, was fixated on the surgery. He realized that Chen had undoubtedly performed similar surgeries before. Otherwise, how could he be so adept? Every aspect, from the surgical incision to the purse-string suturing at the heart's entrance, and now the retrieval of the prolapsed anterior leaflet, was the culmination of countless hours of practice. This realization made James blush, for he felt that his skills paled in comparison to Chen and Oppo's. This revelation was difficult for him to accept. Time felt both slow and swift at that moment. 20 minutes remaining. 15 minutes remaining. Each announcement quickened Ouyang Lan and Oppo's breath. Just then, Chen swiftly extracted the prolapsed portion of the anterior leaflet and promptly inserted the neocord artificial cord. This process was crucial and intricate, as it required maintaining the appropriate tension while adhering to stringent pressure standards for the cord. This tested the suturer's skill to the utmost. Yet, only 10 minutes remained for the surgery. Everyone in AMP, Oppo's, nerves were taut. But, in the following instant, the spectators witnessed the true meaning of suturing speed. With just 5 minutes left, tension filled the room. Could it be completed in time? Yet, at that moment, Chen had finalized everything and began inspecting the results. When Chen addressed the echocardiographer, the latter appeared visibly taken aback. Huh, finished. So soon. Not only him, but the others were also caught off guard, as none expected the process to unfold so swiftly. Chen nodded. All eyes were fixed on the echocardiographer, awaiting the verdict. The echocardiographer widened his eyes, staring at the images in astonishment, muttering, "My goodness, this is simply perfect." The echocardiogram displayed that the neocord artificial cord's pressure and tension levels were appropriate, and the mitral valve function had returned to normal. No mitral regurgitation was detected. Director, the surgery was a success. Indeed, success has been achieved. Oh my goodness. The words spoken by the other party have utterly exhilarated everyone. Ouyang Lan trembled with excitement. Success. Truly, it has been accomplished. Chen He finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "I have lived up to expectations." Observing Chen He's beaming face, the crowd was left in astonishment. After all, this young man has truly accomplished what seemed to be an insurmountable surgical feat. Author and Damp, Oppo's, note, I apologize for not updating yesterday due to my cousin in Damp, Oppo's, engagement. In the future, I will provide 2 updates every evening and hope for your continued support. Chapter 42, Master Level Reward. The operation was a resounding success. Chen He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He cast a glance at his hands, which still trembled slightly. Completing such a high-intensity surgery within 30 minutes was a formidable challenge, both physically and mentally. Fortunately, it was accomplished. The ultrasound doctor looked at Chen He with eyes brimming with excitement. Let an amp, Oppo's, wrap things up, Chen He remarked before turning to Professor Ouyang Lan. Please, Professor Ouyang. Ouyang Lan was taken aback, casting a curious glance at Chen He before comprehending his intent. It was clear that Chen He was granting Ouyang Lan the opportunity to take the lead. This is often how surgeries unfold. For instance, when a prominent figure invites an expert for a procedure, the expert might only perform the initial incision, while the primary work falls to others. Upon completion, the expert may symbolically conclude the operation, maintaining the aura of authority. Chen He's gesture was imbued with the same sentiment. Wing Lang, as the president of the Chinese Society of Cardiology, held a position of significant prestige, representing the pinnacle of the domestic medical field. Chen He's actions added a touch of brilliance to Ouyang Lan and Damp, Oppo's, demeanor. In the public narrative, this surgery would be heralded as the first mitral valve replacement surgery performed in China without cardiac arrest, led by Professor Ouyang Lan alongside team members, including Chen He, and attended by distinguished figures such as ATS Council members James Reagan and Shota Kaki. Chen He was there to assist, not to overshadow. He was acutely aware of his identity and standing. Ouyang Lan glanced at Chen He, nodding in acknowledgement, her eyes reflecting gratitude. To be candid, does anyone truly lack a sense of pride in this world? It is inconceivable. People strive for dignity, while the Buddha receives a single incense stick. The ancients articulated this truth clearly. Ouyang Lan and Oppo's impression of Chen He improved significantly. He was young, capable, and most importantly, aware of propriety and moderation. In this society, it is not mere intelligence that grants dominance. Often, emotional intelligence bears greater weight. Chinese culture places more value on interpersonal relationships than on mere accomplishments. As the surgery neared its conclusion, Chen He stood there, hearing the system notification sound. Ding! Task completed. Rewards. 1. Master Level Cardiac Surgery Skill Book. 2. Modification points 23. Hand stability increased by 50%, accompanied by an invisible radiance. A skill book radiating purple light appeared in Chen He's system space. Master-level skills. His eyelids fluttered as he gazed at the glowing cardiac surgery skill book, suddenly filled with anticipation. Up until now, Chen He had not yet acquired any master-level surgical skills. The only master-level knowledge he possessed being in emergency internal medicine S toxicology. With an additional 20 modification points, he now had 50 in total, and Chen He eagerly yearned to accumulate 100 points to discover what skills might emerge from such a threshold. The third reward, an increase in hand stability by 50%, may seem trivial, yet it was indeed the greatest gain of the day. For a surgeon, the most reliable asset is undoubtedly one's hands. In the early 21st century, amidst the rapid advancements in surgical techniques, the renowned Professor Hillary once stated, "The dexterity and stability of one and amp, Oppo's, S hands determine the ceiling of surgeon and amp, Oppo's, S capabilities." As the retractor was removed, the elderly gentleman and amp, Oppo's, S thoracic cavity was finally sutured. The surgery was utterly complete. Ouyang Lan glanced at the monitor. All indicators were stable. Now, they only needed to navigate the postoperative danger period of 24 hours. After all, the heart had just undergone surgery, necessitating close observation during this time. Soon, the elderly patient was transported to the VIP intensive care unit, and Ouyang Lan led the group out of the operating room. Upon opening the door, Qin Xiangnan quickly rose, his expression tense as he fixated on the two individuals. "Professor Ouyang, Dr. Chen, how is my father?" Qin Xiangyue clenched her hands tightly together. Ouyang Lan smiled reassuringly. "The operation was successful. Mr. Qin, your visit today was not in vain." The successful completion of his surgery owes much to Dr. Chen. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiangnan, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Chen He's hand, his voice choked with gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Chen." Chen He smiled modestly, responding, "I am glad to have fulfilled my duty." Qin Xiangnan took a deep breath. "This kindness weighs heavily upon me." As the group exited, they stood outside the intensive care unit, gazing at the elderly man within. Ouyang Lan refrained from allowing Qin Xiangnan entry, as the situation remained precarious, requiring 24 hours of close monitoring. Should no complications arise during this period, the patient in amp, Oppo's, S condition would stabilize significantly. Afterward, Ouyang Lan turned to Chen He. "Dr. Chen, I must trouble you during these 24 hours. After all, your expertise in this area is profound, and should any complications arise, your timely intervention would be invaluable." Chen He hesitated. After all, tomorrow was Monday, and he was due at work. Qin Xiangnan looked at him expectantly. "Dr. Chen, I implore you." Contemplating the matter, Chen He finally stated, "I will make a phone call." James Reagan and Sho Takaki were equally reluctant for Chen He to leave at this moment. After all, they had a multitude of queries awaiting answers. To be honest, James was filled with regret. Why hadn't amp, Oppo's, T discussed matters with Chen He thoroughly the previous day? Witnessing Chen He's surgical prowess had led James to realize that Chen He's understanding of non-beating heart surgery might surpass his own. This realization, while somewhat disheartening, also brought him joy, for he finally had someone with whom to engage in meaningful discourse. Chen He called Yang Huanqing, offering a brief explanation. Yang Huanqing had little to say. After all, requesting leave was a common occurrence. He merely advised Chen He to return promptly, as in a hospital filled with employees. Everyone had their personal matters to attend to. Upon learning that Chen He would remain, Qin Xiangnan was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude toward Dr. Chen. Not only him, but everyone was thrilled that Chen He had chosen to stay. That evening, Qin Xiangnan ordered a private dining experience delivered to the hospital. Given the elderly gentleman and amp, Oppo's, S delicate condition, no one dared to leave, so they dined within the hospital premises. That night, Ouyang Lan, James Reagan, and Sho Takaki engaged Chen He in in-depth discussions regarding non-beating heart surgery, extending their conversation until around midnight. Everyone relished the exchange. At this stage in their careers, Ouyang Lan and her colleagues lacked for nothing in terms of status, position, or wealth. What they truly valued was the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the field and leave a lasting legacy for future generations. The most honorable accomplishment might be the creation of a treatment protocol or surgical technique that addressed a significant medical challenge, thus etching their names into the annals of medical history. However, the following day, before dawn, Chen He's phone rang abruptly. "Director Chen, we have a situation." Upon hearing this, Chen He's expression shifted. "What has happened?" "Last night, we admitted a patient with a fracture and due to inadequate pre-hospital emergency conditions. The patient's family is now causing a ruckus at the hospital." Chapter 43, I am eager to discover who it is. Upon hearing this, Chen He appeared somewhat anxious. As the director of pre-hospital emergency services, he was responsible for addressing any issues that arose. However, he found himself unable to leave the situation at hand. After much contemplation, he decided to call Yang Huanqing to explain the circumstances. Yang Huanqing nodded and reassured him, "Do not worry, I will handle it." Chen He, feeling somewhat relieved, ended the call. However, that morning, the scene at the emergency entrance of Provincial Second Hospital was chaotic. The family of a patient, accompanied by a dozen friends and relatives, blocked the entrance, demanding an explanation from the hospital. Yang Huanqing was taken aback, as the patient's condition, a mere fracture, was not serious. Although treatment had been delayed, the hospital and Oppo's medical resources were admittedly limited. Such incidents were commonplace across the nation, especially in the Provincial Second Hospital. Unfortunately, no one was willing to heed Yang Huanqing and Oppo's explanations. Zhao Yu, a young doctor who had been on night duty the previous evening, was exhausted and felt overwhelmed by the crowd and Oppo's demands for answers. The situation quickly escalated, prompting Vice President Zhao Liqui to intervene. Yet, the family insisted on a formal response from the hospital. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What kind of pre-hospital emergency service are you running? With such standards, how can you handle emergencies?" Zhao Liqui, hearing this, quickly responded, "Our pre-hospital emergency service does have limitations, but it is not as dire as you suggest. The patient did not suffer any complications. I believe we should let this matter rest." However, the family was unyielding, intent on making a scene. Initially, the hospital considered a private resolution, but the family was adamant, forcing them to call the authorities for assistance. Thus, the situation spiraled out of control. The family accused the emergency department of being indifferent to the patient and Oppo's life and well-being. At this juncture, the Medical Mediation Committee intervened, requesting the hospital to provide documentation. Meanwhile, Chen He remained in the capital, absent from the scene, which critically impacted the hospital. Upon learning of this, the family escalated their complaints to the relevant departments, targeting Chen He directly. The seasoned professionals of the hospital quickly recognized the unfolding scheme, a deliberate plot aimed at discrediting Chen He. Who could be behind this? In the office, Zhao Liqui erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Chen He is utterly irresponsible. Look at the rumors circulating outside. This situation is disgraceful. We are a hospital, and our reputation is at stake. Director Wang, you must handle this with utmost care." Wang Zhanzhan remained silent, observing the reactions around him. Meanwhile, Yang Huanqing had begun to piece together the situation. The unrest had started the previous night, and the opposing party was unyielding. What began as a trivial matter had escalated into a serious doctor-patient conflict, exacerbating an already tense atmosphere. The adversary had come prepared. What had Chen He done to provoke such animosity? Just then, Wang Zhanzhan and Oppo's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. Within a minute, he ended the call. "Director Wang, what happened?" Yang Yu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Wang Zhanzhan sighed. It was the Health Commission. They insisted on strict action against the key figures involved in this incident, particularly Chen He or others. The atmosphere in the room shifted. As the expressions of those present grew complex, some curious, some regretful, some shocked, and others relieved. Zhao Liqui, filled with indignation, declared, "Chen He cannot remain here." Yang Huanqing directly stated, "This is clearly a case of instigation. Do you not see? We are a hospital. These agitators are not merely family members. They have ulterior motives. If we take action against Chen He, we are capitulating to these troublemakers. Today it is Chen He. Tomorrow it could be me and the day after. It could be you, Zhao Liqui. Oh, but of course you lack understanding of the medical field. Yang Huanqing and Appo's words caused Zhao Liqui to blanch. At that moment, Wang Zhanzhan interjected, "Enough. We are all directors here. Let us conduct ourselves appropriately." The room fell silent. Wang Zhanzhan continued, "Yang, return to your department and continue your work as if nothing has happened. No one should interfere in this matter. Everyone should focus on their duties." Wang Zhanzhan was no fool. He understood that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Furthermore, after years of experience as a director, he recognized that someone was targeting Chen He. He resolved to remain uninvolved, realizing that he could not fully comprehend Chen He's character, which was shrouded in ambiguity. What should he do? After everyone departed, Wang Zhanzhan sat in his office, deep in thought. The call he had received was from a minor official at the Health Commission, not of significant consequence. While the hospital fell under the Commission and Appo's jurisdiction, the provincial second hospital was still a unit of considerable standing. Wang Zhanzhan pondered how he could be directed by others in his decisions. Moreover, the official had merely requested that he manage the situation. Who the key individual was remained uncertain. If the family were at fault, then that would absolve Wang Zhanzhan of responsibility. Wang Zhanzhan was acutely aware that the opponents were orchestrating their moves. Yet, Chen He was still absent. Yang Huanqing had mentioned he was in the capital. Wang Zhanzhan closed his eyes, contemplating the next steps. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He picked up the phone and dialed Li Songyue. "Hello, Mr. Li, this is Wang Zhanzhan. I need to discuss today's events with you." Wang Zhanzhan relayed the details earnestly. Upon hearing, Li Songyue erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Is this not bullying an innocent person?" "Thank you, Director Wang. You know, Chen has not treated me like a brother at all. I was unaware of this situation until now." After hanging up, Wang Zhanzhan shook his head, feeling that those instigating the trouble were lacking in skill. Did they truly believe they could bring down Chen He so easily without understanding his background? Li Songyue, a figure of considerable influence, had not even uncovered the full truth. But that was not all. Another key player remained. Old Master Qin Zhuangmu and Director Li Xiaoran from the provincial office. Was this not about public opinion? Was it not claimed that Chen He had neglected his duties and lacked medical qualifications? Clearly, the previous incident had yet to resonate deeply enough. Meanwhile, in the emergency department, Zhao Yu sat dejectedly. He felt he had inadvertently put Director Chen in a difficult position. The thought weighed heavily on him. If he had managed the situation better and offered an apology, perhaps it would not have escalated to this extent. Hu Jianquan entered with a smile, holding a cup. He relished the chaos surrounding Chen He's predicament. Jiang Furuan felt similarly, as he had recently been outsmarted by Chen He and was eager for retribution. Hu Jianquan, unable to contain himself, lamented, "Alas, it is all my fault for recommending Chen He for the position of Director of Pre-Hospital Emergency Services. I never anticipated it would lead to such turmoil for the hospital." Despite his words, he was secretly delighted. Just then, Yang Huanqing entered and addressed everyone. There is no need for discussion regarding today's events. Everyone should focus on their respective duties. After speaking, Yang Huanqing left and called Chen He. At this very moment, within the confines of Jeshuatin Hospital, the Qin family, Ouyang Lan, James Reagan, and Chen He were all filled with excitement. The operation had been successful. The elder had regained consciousness and had safely passed the 24-hour mark. Qin Xiangnan, brimming with gratitude, was about to thank Chen He when his phone rang. It was Yang Huanqing. Chen He answered the call. "Boss, what's the matter?" Yang Huanqing succinctly explained, "There are people trying to target you." He detailed the situation, stating, "It has escalated to the Health Commission, claiming you have abandoned your post." The Health Commission seems to take this matter quite seriously, even reaching out to Director Wang for strict action. However, it appears that Wang Zhanming intends to protect you this time, but be mentally prepared. Do not overly worry. By the way, Xiao Chun, tell me, who have you offended? The monitoring room, already steeped in silence, echoed with his words, catching the attention of everyone present, particularly Qin Xiangnan and Ouyang Lan, whose expressions shifted drastically upon hearing this. After ending the call, Chen He sighed, "It's you again?" Du Yingxiao, Qin Xiangnan, his face flushed with anger, declared, Leave this matter to me, Xiao Chun. Ouyang Lan added with a cold chuckle. All right. I too wish to see how the foundational figure in the Chinese medical field has strayed from his duties. I look forward to it. P.S. For those reading, please consider leaving a favorable review. Ching has noticed that her ratings consist of only 10 friends. I kindly request a 5-star rating. Chapter 44. Chain reaction indeed. After the phone call, Ouyang Lan was not just angry. She was incredulous. Being part of the medical system herself, she was acutely aware of the murky depths of this industry. At their age, many matters became clear at a glance. The absence leading to a medical dispute, escalating to the Health Commission and the Medical Arbitration Committee, was a blatant case of medical harassment. Moreover, doctors are human too. Do they not have private lives? If Chen He had not saved the elderly Mr. Qin today, but had taken a leave instead, would it still be fair to blame him for any ensuing issues? It was utterly ridiculous. In such a vast hospital, would it not function normally without one individual? Clearly, someone was intent on creating trouble for Chen He. At this moment, Qin Xiaonan and Amp, Oppo's eyes brightened. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Chen He, realizing that this predicament stemmed from his own actions. If he did not intervene, it would be a failure of character. Dr. Chen, do not worry. I will personally accompany you back to Jin Province. Although I, Qin Xiaonan, am not a significant figure, I cannot bear to see my brother suffer such an injustice. This is clearly a case of bullying. Rest assured, the Qin family is not easily trifled with. Chen He opened his mouth, ready to speak. This is it. But before he could finish, Ouyang Lan interjected. Young Chen, you are too naive. Often, wielding power is not for show, but for self-protection. I gathered from your situation that you have offended someone who is now targeting you. It is more appropriate for President Qin to intervene. At that moment, James Reagan and Takashi Shudo remained silent, unable to comprehend the conversation in Chinese. Yet, observing the expressions of those around them, they could surmise something was amiss. Unable to contain his curiosity, James finally asked, what happened? Qin Xiaonan and Oppo's assistant, upon receiving permission, translated the earlier discussion. To everyone's surprise, James Reagan reacted with indignation, exclaiming, what utter nonsense. These lunatics are simply bullying someone. I refuse to return to America. Professor Takashi Shudo, accompany me back to China. I intend to confront them. These thieves and robbers. Unable to confront me, they dare to trouble Dr. Chen. This outburst left everyone momentarily speechless. How did Chen He and Oppo's predicament involve James Reagan? Approaching Chen He, James sincerely apologized, saying, Dr. Chen, I genuinely regret that this situation has ensnared you. Ouyang Lan looked at James, bewildered, and asked, what exactly transpired? Sighing, James shook his head. It is rather ironic. In fact, Dr. Chen assisted me greatly. Unbeknownst to him, when Professor Takashi Shudo arrived in China 2 days ago, I accompanied him. Upon arrival, Dr. Chen informed me that someone was misusing my name to promote a cardiac surgery seminar. Eventually, I learned that Yunfeng Group had organized a lecture on and Oppo's, Professor James Reagan and Oppo's, cardiac surgery, which was a complete sham. The lecturer was not me at all. Had it not been for Dr. Chen documenting the entire event and informing me, I might have remained oblivious. I suspect this incident has led to Dr. Chen offending Yunfeng Group. After this revelation, silence enveloped the room. Ouyang Lan was so exasperated she nearly laughed. How splendid. I now comprehend the situation. I never imagined these medical companies could act so brazenly. Clearly, I must visit Jin Province. With that thought, Ouyang Lan promptly dialed her husband and Oppo's number. Hello, I believe it is more appropriate to inform you of this matter. Ouyang Lan's husband held the esteemed position of Deputy Director of the National Health Commission, overseeing such issues. Given the gravity of the situation, she felt compelled to act. For this was not merely a joke. It was an embarrassment not only for Yunfeng Group, but for the entire field of cardiac surgery in Jin Province. How could a group of experts be so easily deceived by con artists? It would be a source of ridicule. As expected, after ending the call, Ouyang Lan turned to Chen He and assured him, Dr. Chen, rest assured, this matter does not solely concern you. In fact, we should be grateful to you for bringing this issue to light. Tomorrow morning, We shall travel together to the original city. Ouyang Lan stated resolutely. Chen He was taken aback. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this magnitude. Initially, he had planned to offer help when Du Yunxiao targeted him, but now he realized that they had made a foolish move. It was clear they had underestimated him, not knowing that he was in the capital for a significant reason. Moreover, they had inadvertently provided him with a formidable adversary. Contemplating this, Chen He envisioned Du Yunxiao's determined expression and thought, this time, not only will you fail, but you may also find yourself in a predicament. Meanwhile, in the original city, within a tea house, Hu Jianquan addressed the man before him with a smile. Manager Du, all the historical materials regarding Chen He at the Provincial Second Hospital are here. Du Yunxiao nodded, casting a glance at Zhu Quan, Chen He's former superior, who was all too familiar with Chen He. The thought of Chen He once mocking him made Zhu Quan seethe with rage. Yet now, an opportunity for revenge lay before him. If murder were not a crime, Zhu Quan would gladly flay Chen He alive. I have also arranged the cases from Chen He's time at the large hospital, and I and Amp, Oppos, V, taking care of all matters related to his imprisonment. Hu Jianquan assured. Rest assured, young Master Du. Tomorrow, once this information is released, it will deliver a devastating blow to Chen He. At that moment, I am eager to see which hospital in Jin Province would dare to accept him. Chapter 45. A series of slaps in the face to Yun Xiao and Amp. Oppos, as eyes brimmed with malice. In recent days, he had truly been vexed by Chen He, a once insignificant figure. He had returned from prison, much like a clown, repeatedly thwarting Du Yunxiao and Oppos' endeavors. Just yesterday, Du Feng had gazed sternly at him and declared, if this matter is not handled properly, do not return to America. Let your brother take the position of general manager for the American region. This statement struck Du Yunxiao like a bolt from the blue. In their grand family, no one could transcend its confines. Born into the Du family, he had enjoyed its privileges while simultaneously grasping the essence of competition from a young age. Within the Du family, everything must be earned through one's own merit. Although Du Feng was the chairman of Yinfeng Group, he was not the sole shareholder. Thus, regardless of whom Du Feng wished to support, he required a wholly legitimate reason. Du Yunxiao had a twin brother, Du Yunze, and their relationship was far from ordinary. With Yinfeng Group's market value exceeding 80 billion, who wouldn't he desire to inherit such a conglomerate? Therefore, Du Yunxiao was resolute in his intent to deal with Chen He. Once accomplished, he would return to America. He envisioned himself as the general manager for the Chinese region of Yinfeng Group before making his return. Before departing, he must eliminate Chen He. Du Yunxiao inhaled deeply, shaking his head. This is insufficient. I intend to send him away, never to return. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Quan and Hu Jianquan and Amp, Oppos' expression shifted. It dawned on them that this young master Du was indeed ruthless, sending him away. Hu Jianquan felt a headache coming on. Zhu Quan interjected, young Master Du, we must proceed with caution. Your haste may lead to mistakes. In truth, everything was unfolding logically. I have an idea. Consider this. Now that Chen He has finally gained some footing at the Provincial Second Hospital, he surely yearns to reclaim custody of his child. But have you contemplated the impact if you were to ruin his reputation, causing him to lose his job and become a complete failure? The blow would be catastrophic. Destroying a man is, in essence, a simple task. One merely needs to strip him of hope. At this juncture, if you were to mock him in front of his ex-wife, Lu Jiahui, and their children, do you think he would retaliate? It would be a heart-wrenching blow. Zhu Quan and Amp, Oppos' disdain for Chen He was palpable to the core. This line of thought ignited a spark in Du Yunxiao and Amp, Oppos' eyes. Yes, that's the plan. The following day, a private jet gracefully landed at Sudong Airport in Yuanping City, Jin Province. Qin Xiangnan, Ouyang Lan, Chen He, James Reagan, and Xiang Taisuke emerged from the aircraft. Ouyang Lan and Amp, Oppos' husband, Yang Jianhua, did not join them on the private flight. Instead, he led an inspection team by high-speed train, arriving in the afternoon. The National Health Commission convened a meeting to address the recent academic fraud. placing significant emphasis on the issue. The medical field was a key area of national development and could not afford to falter. As a representative of the pharmaceutical industry in Jin Province, Yinfeng Group bore even greater responsibility. Consequently, after the meeting, Yang Jianhua personally led the team toward Yuanping City. On this very day, the provincial Second People's Hospital faced unrest. Protesters brandished banners proclaiming, "Chen He, you are unworthy to be a doctor. Will you once again jeopardize lives?" The slogans drew a curious crowd, all eager to discern the identity of Chen He. At that moment, an online sensation erupted in the city, showcasing footage of Chen He's courtroom defeat from a year prior. Suddenly, the spectacle gained traction. A man who had spent a year in prison for medical malpractice had resurfaced at the provincial second hospital. Moreover, he was now accused of abandoning his post and disregarding patient safety. Imagine the chilling effect such news would have on any patient. Who would trust such a doctor? Some within the hospital even distributed flyers detailing Chen He's past misdeeds. The public's capacity for discernment often hinges on the prevailing sentiment. When one person, 10 people, 50 people, or 100 people declare Chen He to be a villain, it is plausible that he may indeed be branded as one. At this juncture, Dean Wang Zhanzhan observed the chaos with mounting frustration. The state had yet to establish comprehensive legislation regarding medical disputes, leaving many to exploit the situation. Some had even formed groups for this very purpose. After much deliberation, Wang Zhanzhan picked up the phone, opting to call the police. However, upon their arrival, the crowd dispersed in a frenzy. Once the police departed, the protesters re-emerged. The police were equally exasperated. They could not remain vigilant indefinitely. Yet the protesters had committed no outright crimes. At that moment, Dean Wang's phone rang. "Dean Wang, Chen He says he wishes to return." Yang Huanjing remarqued exasperate. Dean Wang's expression shifted. "Do not allow him to come back." What purpose would it serve at this moment? Instinctively, Wang Zhanzhan found himself siding with Chen He. Yang Huanqing sighed, "I cannot stop him." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhanzhan pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating his next steps. "Have you informed him of the current situation?" Yang Huanqing nodded anxiously, "Yes. I told him, but he is so stubborn." Chen He, at this moment, was eager for a more severe confrontation. Just earlier, Li Tsungyue had called to inform Chen He to return to the hospital, assuring him that everything had been arranged. Every individual involved in the protests had been scrutinized. Their backgrounds were clear, and each act of disruption constituted a crime. Simultaneously, he had contacted the police department. For the police, dismantling a protest group was a commendable achievement, a mark of success. Yet for Chen He, it presented a golden opportunity to vindicate himself. The media and reporters were all primed and ready. Let him return. Once there, the narrative surrounding his trip to the capital to treat the elderly Qin would be unveiled, and everything would fall into place. Meanwhile, Secretary Li Xiaoran of the provincial department called, indicating he would soon visit the hospital to meet the recovering elder Qin Zhuangmu and deliver the certificate awarded to Chen He. This entire series of orchestrated maneuvers left Chen He bewildered. Who was orchestrating this intricate scheme behind the scenes? Contemplating this, his anticipation grew. "Du Yin Xiao this time? I shall ensure you rue the day." Chapter 46. I have emerged, what will you do? Veteran sailors know well that before storm strikes, the sea is eerily calm, so calm can evoke fear. At the Second People and Oppo's hospital of Jin Province, the uproar of medical malcontents continues unabated. As the crowd of onlookers swells, their spirits rise, as if this unrest marks a personal triumph. The leaders of the provincial hospital find themselves in a quandary. In this era, a term has emerged, cultured rascals, aptly describing these individuals. They wield the law not to safeguard their rights, but to engage in underhanded schemes. The emergency department doctors, witnessing this debacle, feel a sense of helplessness. Although they understand that the situation is not Chen He's fault, many perceive him as the catalyst of their plight. In the office, Jiang Fruin expresses his frustration. Honestly, what are the hospital leaders thinking? What good would expelling such individuals do? With them lingering around, the hospital is in a constant state of turmoil. Perhaps it would be better to close the doors. His sentiments resonate with many. Hu Jianquan, the deputy director of the department, feigns resignation and sighs. Ah, such is society. His words encapsulate an unspoken despair, as if the magnitude of Chen He's connections grants him immunity. This rhetoric, indeed, attracts considerable ire. A middle-aged doctor, unable to contain his indignation, rises to voice his concerns. This is unacceptable. I must advise the leadership. If this continues, the emergency department might as well cease operations. At this moment, Zhao Yu interjects. Why not confront the leadership and demand they disperse this mob? Must an innocent person always bear the blame for these incidents? If it's Chen today, will it be you tomorrow? Are we to suggest that the leadership expel you as well? Zhao Yu's words redden the face of his adversary, who stammers in response, clearly flustered before storming out. The emergency department now finds itself divided into three factions. Some stand in solidarity with Chen He, others remain neutral, while a few openly support him. Just then, a young nurse and amp, Oppo's expression shifts. Director Chen is back. Instantly, the office erupts in commotion. Why has Chen returned at such a pivotal moment? Zhao Yu and amp, Oppo's countenance darkens as he rushes outside, only to find Chen He strolling towards the emergency hall. Ironically, the so-called medical malcontents fail to recognize him, revealing their true intent. They are merely here to cause chaos, lacking any genuine acquaintance with Chen He. Zhao Yu approaches Chen with concern. Director Chen, what brings you here? Aren't and Oppo's. Do you worried they and Oppo's? LL recognize you? Chen He reassures him with a smile. It and Oppo's. As fine. Meanwhile, the office occupants observe Chen's arrival with mixed emotions. Chen, addressing Zhao Yu, remarks, I walked through the crowd without anyone stopping me. In fact, no one even recognized me. At this, the room falls silent. Indeed, if they do not know Chen He, why target him? Just then, Jiang Furun exclaims, Chen He, why are you back? The atmosphere outside instantly ignites as a throng rushes towards Chen, intent on inflicting harm. The uninformed onlookers follow suit, murmuring, is that Chen He? So young. He doesn't and amp, Oppo's, seem like a villain, but one cannot judge by appearances. The surrounding discussions swell, and Chen, glancing at Jiang Furun with a bemused smile, quips, it seems you missed me during my absence, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Furun, slightly embarrassed, retorts, not at all. I was merely looking for you regarding a patient file that requires your signature. It's from yesterday's emergency case. Chen chuckles, dismissing him. Outside, the instigators shout, Chen He, you disgrace the medical profession, get out. Remove your white coat, for you are unworthy to be a doctor. Yet, Chen remains unfazed, confidently striding towards them. As he steps out of the doctor's office, he declares, I have emerged. Now what? His proclamation leaves the crowd momentarily bewildered. Do they truly believe he fears them? After years of causing disturbances, they have never encountered someone so undaunted. But would they dare to act? The atmosphere grows tense, awkwardly suspended. Chen grins and shrugs. I have come forth. Who seeks me? Silence prevails. Just then, a prominent figure among the dissenters shouts, Chen He, you are unworthy of being a doctor. Suppress your hypocrisy. Chen raises an eyebrow. Oh, who is your relative? The dissenting individual, well prepared, declares, I am the brother of Zhang Jian, who fractured his bone 2 days ago. As a physician, you should. With a series of probing questions, Chen catches him off guard. How did Zhang Jian sustain his injury? Who called 120? Who attended to him after the incident? How was his subsequent treatment? Was there a delay in care? The barrage of inquiries leaves the man speechless, and murmurs ripple through the crowd. Chen then coolly states, let me inform you that you are now engaging in medical malfeasance. According to the latest regulations, your actions constitute illegal behavior, and if there is a record, it could lead to criminal charges. At this moment, a stir arises in the crowd as several police officers appear, commanding, do not move. Everyone, raise your hands. The medical malcontents panic, protesting you. Let us go. Is it wrong to defend our rights? They begin to bicker desperately. Just then, more individuals emerge from the crowd. A young man steps forward. I am Zhang Jian, the patient Chen doctor referred to. This man is not my cousin. They are a professional medical extortion team, promising to waive medical fees if we allow them to assist. Then an elderly woman speaks up on May 3rd. They approached me as well. I was confused and believed their lies, resulting in them extorting over 500,000 from the hospital. My conscience is troubled, and I must speak out. Here is the agreement we signed. They promised me 50,000. One by one, others come forward, revealing their past connections with the malcontents. They all held evidence. Some even had recordings and videos. One by one, they began to point out the medical troublemakers within the crowd. In an instant, chaos erupted. The surrounding onlookers gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene, struggling to grasp the reality before them. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events? However, this was not the end. A professional legal team approached the crowd. "Good day, officers. We are from the Jinhua law firm, and we have been commissioned by the families of the patients to be here. Over the past 3 years, these troublemakers have caused disturbances in 9 hospitals on 51 occasions, extorting a staggering total of 21 million yuan under the guise of representing the patients and Oppo's families, according to Article 274 of our criminal law. This amount exceeds what is considered particularly large and warrants a sentence of over 10 years of imprisonment." Upon hearing this, the medical troublemakers were left utterly dumbfounded. In the midst of the crowd, the former director of the Jin Province Public Security Bureau personally led a team forward. With an air of authority, he addressed the troublemakers. "I am Chen He, the former director of the Jin Province Public Security Bureau. We have been investigating these medical fraud gangs for quite some time, and after a year of diligent work, we now possess irrefutable evidence. You are suspected of significant fraud. Please cooperate with our investigation. Those who confess will be treated leniently, while those who resist will face severe consequences." The moment these words were spoken, the onlookers began to grasp the situation. So it was true. These individuals were indeed despicable, preying upon both the hospitals and the patients. Every penny they extorted was soaked in the blood and tears of others. How could they bear to continue? Finally, an elderly man could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to spit. "Bah, what disgrace! You beasts are truly unworthy of the stable life our ancestors fought to establish. How could you act in such a manner? Dr. Chen is a fine person." At this moment, the medical troublemakers were genuinely terrified. They had been involved in this for so long, many merely part-timers. Who could have anticipated this outcome? "Officer, I was wrong. This is my first time. It was Yang Depan who brought us here." "Yes, officer, I confess. I have records of all the disturbances. It was he who orchestrated everything." In no time, under such pressure, this ragtag group lost their backbone. One by one, they began to disavow responsibility. And in an instant, all the medical troublemakers were taken away. At that moment, Chen He turned to Chen He and smiled. "Dr. Chen, you have great courage." He then shook Chen He and Oppo's hand. Chen He was somewhat taken aback, for he had no prior acquaintance with Chen He, the esteemed director of the Jin Province Public Security Bureau. "All right, let in Oppo's. Let's wrap it up." With that, Chen He bid farewell to Chen He, saying, "Dr. Chen, we are leaving." A contingent departed the hospital, leading away 30 members of the troublemaking group. This scene was nothing short of spectacular, stirring excitement among the patients and doctors present. Zhao Yu, following closely behind Chen He, was left utterly astonished. "Wow, boss, you and Oppo's, incredible." The emergency department doctors were equally stunned, for it appeared to be the first time they had witnessed a doctor achieve such a victory over medical troublemakers. In that moment, the gazes of all present turned toward Chen He with a hint of admiration. The young nurse Linya looked at him with eyes full of adoration. Jiang Furuan snorted but remained silent. The disappearance of the troublemakers seemed to restore calm. Everyone resumed their normal duties. However, at that moment, the office phone rang unexpectedly. A young nurse picked it up, and moments later, she looked at Chen He with a complex expression. "Dr. Chen, Section Chief Yang would like to see you in the medical department." Chen He paid little mind, instead smiling as he replied, "Thank you." He then stood and left the office. Seeing Chen He depart, Jiang Furuan muttered under his breath, "What a show-off." A few minutes later, Chen He arrived at the medical department, where numerous individuals were present due to the hospital's busy schedule with professional title evaluations. Upon entering, he directly approached the director's office. Yang Songxiang glanced at Chen He with a frown, not allowing him to sit before immediately reprimanding him. Chen He, do you realize the negative impact your actions have had on the hospital? Also, regarding your absence 2 days ago, as the director of pre-hospital emergency care, you must. Yang Songxiang and Amp, Oppo's voice was loud, disregarding the presence of many others in the office as he showed no concern for Chen He and Oppo's dignity. Furrowing his brow, Chen He replied, I took a leave of absence. A leave of absence? Yang Songxiang scoffed. You can take a leave, but can the patient afford to do the same? You are a doctor. Chen He smiled lightly. Indeed, Section Chief Yang, I am a doctor, not a deity. I too require rest. If you believe that being a doctor at our hospital means I cannot take a break, then I have nothing more to say. With that, Chen He stood and walked away, showing no regard for Yang Songxiang's feelings. After all, respect must be earned. Why should he give it freely? Yang Songxiang was taken aback by Chen He and Oppo's audacity, his body trembling with anger. He could not fathom that Chen He would stand his ground so firmly. You, come back here. Chen He left without looking back, infuriating Yang Songxiang to the point where he slammed his hand on the table. Meanwhile, in his office, Dean Wang Zhanming sighed with relief upon learning that the situation with the troublemakers had been successfully resolved. These nuisances were truly bothersome. Mr. Li Cangyue was indeed capable. He had resolved the matter so simply. However, Mr. Li seemed genuinely concerned about Chen He. Just then, Dean Wang and Oppo's phone rang. Dean Wang, Director Li has arrived. Also accompanying him are Director Ouyang Lan from the capital Jishuotan Hospital and Mr. Qin Xiangnan, chairman of the Dongling Group. Upon hearing this, Dean Wang and Oppo's expression changed. What do they possibly want? He only knew that Li Xiaoran would be coming. But what was Ouyang Lan's purpose? And why was the chairman of Dongling Group here? Dean Wang felt a sense of foreboding. The other party added, it seems. They are here to thank Dr. Chen. Dear friends, today is Mother and Oppo's day. Do not forget to wish your mothers a happy holiday. Chapter 47. The skillful hands supporting the banyan tree at the second people in Oppo's hospital of Jin province. Several luxury vehicles entered the courtyard. The foremost among them, a conspicuous Rolls-Royce, stood out, given that the entire Jin province could count the number of such cars on one hand. The families of patients nearby turned their heads, curious about the arrival of yet another distinguished figure. Soon, the vehicles came to a halt, and a driver, clad in a suit and white gloves, swiftly exited to open the door. From within emerged Qin Xiangnan and Ouyang Lan. Following closely behind, two individuals alighted from sleek Manbach, one of whom was evidently a foreigner. This spectacle captured the attention of many onlookers. What business could bring a foreigner here? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, filled with common folk unaccustomed to such grandeur. After all, summoning a renowned figure to the Second People's Hospital was no easy feat, and the recent uproar involving a medical dispute had hardly settled. At that moment, Wang Zhanzhan hurriedly made a call to notify the hospital and Oppo's leadership to convene downstairs. In the elevator, he meticulously adjusted his attire and tie. Yang Songxiang, standing beside him, couldn't he help but inquire, Director Wang, which leaders are visiting today? Wang Zhanzhan replied, Director Li from the provincial department, along with experts from Beijing and possibly leaders from the Health Commission. Upon hearing this, Yang Songxiang's eyes brightened. But thoughts of Chen He's earlier dismissiveness in the office reignited his irritation. Director, I need to bring up a matter with you, he began, but Wang Zhanzhan cut him off, insisting, we can discuss it later. Yang Songxiang fell silent, swallowing his words, replying, understood, Director Wang. Though his anger towards Chen He only grew. After Wang Zhanzhan and his entourage descended, he quickly approached Qin Xiangnan and the others. Director Ouyang, it is a pleasure to welcome you to our hospital for a visit, he said with a smile. While others may have been oblivious, he understood, well, that although Ouyang Lan was merely a physician, she was closely associated with Yang Jianhua, the deputy director of the National Health Commission, a figure of considerable importance whom Wang Zhanzhan dared not take lightly. The Second People and Oppo's hospital had struggled significantly in recent years, and any opportunity for advancement was a dream come true for Wang Zhanzhan. At 55, his chances for promotion were dwindling, and he had devoted the last 33 years of his life to this institution, witnessing its rise and fall. Yet, often the hospital's development was beyond the control of a mere director, leaving him anxious and frustrated. Now, an opportunity had presented itself, and Wang Zhanzhan knew he must seize it. Though he was uncertain about the reasons for Ouyang Lan and Amp, Oppo's visit or Qin Xiangnan and Amp, Oppo's ostentatious arrival, he could not shake the feeling that it was somehow connected to Chen He. Had Chen He recently traveled to the capital and stirred something up? The thought made Wang Zhanzhan increasingly anxious. Ouyang Lan, displaying generous politeness, shook Wang Zhanzhan's hand, saying, "Director Wang, you are far too kind. I am just a doctor here to engage in academic exchange." She then introduced Qin Xiangnan. "Director Wang, this is our esteemed chairman of Donglin Group, Qin Xiangnan. You may be familiar with his father, Qin Yuanjia." Upon hearing the name Qin Yuanjia, Wang Zhanzhan visibly trembled. The elder Qin was an idol to their generation, a luminary who had significantly contributed to modern Chinese medicine. The mere mention of him echoed loudly in the ears of Wang Zhanzhan and his colleagues, who exchanged astonished glances, realizing they were in the presence of the great man and Amp, Oppo's son. But why was he here? At that moment, Qin Xiangnan and Amp, Oppo's sister, Qin Xiangyue, emerged from the car, holding a beautifully crafted banner. "Director Wang, this is a banner we commissioned. Your hospital has nurtured exceptional doctors." Her words left Wang Zhanzhan and the vice directors momentarily speechless. Chairman Qin, what do you mean by this?" Wang Zhanzhan stammered. Qin Xiangnan took a deep breath and explained, "Well, it's my fault. A couple of days ago, my father was critically ill due to severe mitral valve damage, requiring surgery. Given his advanced age, the procedure was complex. We learned that your hospital and Amp, Oppo's Dr. Chen specializes in such surgeries, so we invited him to assist. Dr. Chen performed exceptionally, restoring my father and Amp, Oppo's health. However, due to the risk period following the surgery, we hoped he could return only after my father was stable. Unfortunately, this delay led to complications, and I am here to apologize." His explanation clarified the situation, but confusion lingered. Who was this Dr. Chen? Aside from Wang Zhanzhan and a few others, no one realized that Qin Xiangnan referred to Chen He. Just then, Qin Xiangyue unfurled the banner, revealing the inscription, "Skillful hands supporting the banyan tree. High medical peaks to conquer." Presented to Dr. Chen He of the emergency department at the Second People's Hospital. The moment the name Chen He was uttered, everyone present was taken aback, exchanging looks of shock and disbelief. They had not anticipated that Chen He, having been away for just a few days, could have stirred such a significant commotion. Wang Zhanzhan and Amp, Oppo's heart raced with clarity. Indeed, it was him. As he prepared to accept the banner, he suddenly ordered, "Please summon Dr. Chen." He urged Yang, the stunned head of the medical department, to act promptly. Chapter 48. Masterful hands can scale peaks. Yang Songqiang was completely taken aback. He never anticipated that the distinguished individual expressing gratitude was none other than Chen He, the very person he had harbored resentment against moments before. Upon hearing Director Wang and Amp, Oppo's words, Yang Songqiang found himself at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Wang Zhanzhan turned to him with a glare, prompting Yang Songqiang to rise promptly. "Wang Zhan, please wait a moment," he said. "I cannot accept this banner. It would be more appropriate for you to present it to Dr. Chen personally." Indeed, Wang Zhanzhan believed his greatest strength lay in his understanding of propriety, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He recognized that the visit from the other party was not merely to express gratitude towards him, but rather to honor Chen He. With this understanding, he felt no need to overshadow Chen He's moment. Wang Zhanzhan had even surmised that Chen He had likely encountered some formidable figures, and the Qin family's elaborate journey from the capital in a private jet to Jin province was undoubtedly not a trivial matter. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. At that moment, Yang Songqiang had entered the emergency department's doctor's office. "Where is Chen He?" he asked, scanning the room for him. Upon seeing Yang Songxiang, Hu Jianquan's eyes brightened. Director Yang, what brings you here? Who are you looking for? Yang Songxiang brush him off. Where is Dr. Chen? Hu Jianquan's eyes widened in realization. Just moments ago, someone had mentioned in a small group that Chen He and Yang Songxiang had quarreled in the office. It seemed that Yang Songxiang was now seeking trouble. With this thought, Hu Jianquan couldn't help but relish the unfolding drama. Chen He was indeed a person who stirred up trouble wherever he went. What good was his skill if he was constantly embroiled in conflict? Before he could finish his thought, Yang Songxiang spotted Chen He and hastily approached him, donning a somewhat obsequious smile. Dr. Chen, there you are. Mr. Qin from the capital has arrived, and the director has asked me to bring you to him. After speaking, Yang Songxiang added, I was a bit hot-headed earlier. Please do not take offense. You know how challenging the work in the medical department can be. I should. How about this, Dr. Chen? Let an oppose, has put aside our differences, and I'll apologize. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Those involved in administrative duties possess a notable ability to adapt to circumstances. Yang Songxiang was acutely aware of the situation. In Director Wang and oppose, eyes, Chen He was now a sought-after talent. After all, Chen He could perform surgeries that could not be done at Beijing Jishudan Hospital. This was a clear indication of his value. Therefore, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to reconcile and apologize to Chen He. His words left those around them dumbfounded. Hu Jianquan gaped in disbelief, unsure of what to say. Hadn't they just quarreled? Chen He's failure to apologize was one thing, but why was Yang Songxiang, the head of the medical department, apologizing? It must be noted that the head of the medical department wielded significant power, just below the vice president, and even more influential than some idle hospital directors. This was real authority. All doctors in a hospital were under the jurisdiction of the medical department. One could only imagine the astonishment that followed Yang Songxiang's apology. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen He understood the wisdom of not striking a smiling face. The other party had taken the initiative to apologize. If he were foolish enough to act arrogantly, it would reflect poorly on him. In the adult world, offering each other a way out could lead to better relationships. Moreover, Chen He would still have to interact with the medical department in the future. With this in mind, he smiled back. Director Yang, you are too kind. I was a bit anxious earlier. Your work is indeed challenging. I could be a bit hasty in my speech, so please don't take it to heart. Let us sit down together when we have the time. Indeed, Chen He's words instantly elevated his standing in Yang Songxiang's eyes. Yang Songxiang had previously worried about what would happen if Chen He refused to give him face. After all, there were numerous doctors in the department. To his surprise, Chen He had extended a ladder for both of them to climb down. In an instant, Yang Songxiang regarded Chen He with newfound respect. He smiled. Absolutely, we should find time to sit down together. By the way, I almost forgot the main matter. Director Wang is waiting. Let us go together. With that, the two of them exited the office in succession, leaving Jiang Furen and Hu Jianquan in a state of bewilderment. Even the other doctors were left scratching their heads, unsure of what had transpired. Wasn't it said that the head of the medical department had a notorious temper? At that moment, as Chen He emerged, he fortuitously encountered Provincial Director Li Shaoran, who was accompanied by secretaries and reporters visiting the hospital. The media journalists were not to be underestimated. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce parked outside and Qin Xiangyue presenting the banner, they immediately converged on the scene. Just then, Chen He also arrived, leading to an unexpected convergence of three parties. Wang Zhanzhan had by now summoned the hospital's publicity department staff. Such significant news, if not publicized, will be sheer folly. Dr. Chen, thank you for saving my father. Qin Xiangnan personally handed the banner to Chen He. Wang Zhanzhan added, this is the blessing from Mr. Qin Yuanzi. He dedicated his life to the medical field for the nation, and now it is time for the younger generation to assist him. Upon learning that Qin Xiangnan's father was none other than the esteemed Qin Yuanzi, the crowd erupted in excitement. What a monumental story. Qin Yuanzi, Chen He. At this juncture, Li Shaoran stepped forward, holding a modest medal. Though it was neither large nor expensive, its significance was profound. Dr. Chen is an exemplary physician. He devoted himself tirelessly to his duties. I still recall the scene of him eating instant noodles after completing a task. Li Shouran Proclaimat. This medal, though humble, serves to encourage outstanding yet ordinary medical work within the province. I believe our nation will witness an increasing number of remarkable medical professionals in the future. Here, take this. Xiao Chen. Li Xiaoran personally handed the medal to Chen He with a smile. At that moment, Ouyang Lan arrived from behind, producing a letter of appointment. Dr. Chen, on behalf of the Cardiothoracic Surgery Department of the Capital Jishudan Hospital, I invite you to become our guest expert. We hope to exchange insights and knowledge. I sincerely hope you will not refuse. In an instant, Chen He was taken aback. A cascade of banners, medals, and appointment letters. The journalists were ecstatic at this turn of events. What was happening? Noble medical ethics. Profound medical skills. Such an individual surely deserved to be celebrated and reported upon. Didn't he? Meanwhile, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. Just an hour earlier, a group of agitators had been vociferously declaring Chen He a villain. Some even held on to flyers disparaging him, appearing utterly perplexed. It was evident that the Chen He standing before them, a paragon of medical ethics and skill, was the true Chen He. An elderly man, infuriated, discarded his flyer, exclaiming, "Bah, those agitators have slandered such a good doctor." In an instant, several flyers containing disparaging remarks about Chen He were swept into the crowd, only to be noticed by Li Xiaoran and others present. The reporters caught sight of this as well, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Author and Amp, Oppos. S-Note. The subsequent developments promise to be even more thrilling. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 49. Li Xiaoran's olive branch. As the director of the provincial department, Li Xiaoran wielded considerable authority. Both positions he held were of great significance. Generally, the Secretary General was responsible for overall coordination, while the director of the office handled specific administrative tasks. Thus, Li Xiaoran possessed a profound understanding of the intricacies involved. Having ascended through the ranks from the propaganda department, he was well aware of the implications of the advertisements concerning Chen He. It immediately dawned on him that someone was attempting to frame Chen He. With this realization, Li Xiaoran regained his composure. To be frank, given his high standing, he ordinarily would not concern himself with such trivial matters. Nevertheless, Qin Zhuangmu was pivotal. He was among this year's top 10 exemplary figures in Jin province, warranting a report to higher authorities. Logically, Chen He had saved Qin Zhuangmu, and Li Xiaoran's involvement thus far could be seen as a way to repay that debt. However, upon reading the advertisements, Li Xiaoran fell into contemplation. If he chose to turn a blind eye and disengage from the matter, it would be the prudent choice, leaving Chen He and others without grounds for complaint. Conversely, if he chose to assist Chen He, it could prove to be a timely act of kindness. The crux of the matter lay in assessing Chen He's worthiness of assistance. At that moment, it was evident that both Ouyang Lan and Qin Xiangnan could vouch for Chen He's value. After a brief hesitation, Li Xiaoran resolved to extend his help to Chen He. Ultimately, whether from a standpoint of principle or personal conviction, aiding a capable physician might be a commendable endeavor. After all, in the face of life, all are equal. Who is devoid of afflictions, great or small? The fact that individuals like Li Songyue, Qin Xiangnan, and Ouyang Lan were willing to extend a helping hand to Chen He spoke volumes. In essence, Li Xiaoran had decided to invest in this promising talent. Naturally, he would not go all in, nor did he find it necessary to risk everything. After articulating his thoughts, Li Xiaoran turned to his secretary and calmly instructed, "Look into this matter. Be thorough, including the detailed records from a year ago when Dr. Chen was imprisoned. It would be best to contact the relevant departments to obtain the original files." The secretary was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Director Li would suddenly take such a keen interest in Chen He. However, as a secretary, he understood the importance of attentiveness and promptly nodded. "Understood, Director. I will proceed immediately." "By the way, Director, weren't you scheduled for a meeting this afternoon?" Li Xiaoran decisively interrupted. "Postpone it. Just inform them that I have some important matters to attend to." The secretary nodded and departed. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the esteemed director of the provincial department would personally involve himself in Chen He's affairs. Wang Zhanzhan was particularly astonished, considering how thoroughly Li Xiaoran had organized the inquiry, even going so far as to investigate the circumstances of Chen He's imprisonment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Zhanzhan felt a surge of relief. Although he was unsure why so many dignitaries were willing to assist Chen He, he recognized that it was ultimately beneficial for him. If Chen He recovered, how could the provincial second hospital not prosper? How could Wang Zhanzhan himself not benefit? Chen He gazed at Li Xiaoran in surprise, his heart racing with emotion. The ordeal of imprisonment from a year prior had nearly obliterated his life, haunting him like a persistent nightmare. The most despairing revelation was that upon his release, he discovered that his imprisonment had been a calculated scheme orchestrated by his ex-wife, who had already fallen for another. The dual blows to his career and love life had left him emotionally frozen, with no hope of vindication. Yet now, Li Xiaoran's words ignited a flicker of hope within Chen He. "Thank you, Director," he managed to utter, striving to maintain his composure, though his voice quivered. As the truth began to surface, he felt as though the clouds had parted to reveal the sky, yet he simultaneously experienced a surge of trepidation. In the past, he had believed himself to be content, only to realize he had been perceived as a fool by others. Initially, he had thought that post-incarceration, he would be a broken man with no prospects, but fate had taken an unexpected turn, leading him to a new beginning. He fought back tears, bowing respectfully to Li Xiaoran, perhaps believing that this esteemed figure could indeed help him reclaim his narrative. Ouyang Lan sighed deeply at the sight, while Qin Xiangnan, having perused the advertisements, shook his head in resignation. They had only seen Chen He's prowess in the operating room, unaware of the painful history he bore. Qin Xiangnan approached and patted Chen He on the shoulder, offering silent support. What had begun as an effort to assist had unveiled layers of suffering that this young man had endured. Observing this, Li Xiaoran reassured, "Little Chen, rest assured. Since I have spoken these words, I will investigate thoroughly. If there are indeed any concealed clues, I will strive to help you reclaim your honor. Of course, if I find myself lacking the capability, then there is little more to be said." Chen He nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Director." To receive a promise from someone of such stature was a rare and invaluable opportunity. Wang Zhanzhan, noting the time, suggested, "How about this? Since everyone has traveled far, let us, as hosts, treat you to a meal and have a pleasant conversation. What do you think?" While speaking, he glanced at Li Xiaoran, who smiled and replied, "I'll abstain from joining. There are numerous matters at the office to attend to. Enjoy your gathering, and do not hesitate to call me if needed. I will go pay my respects to old Master Qin before heading back to the office." Everyone understood that given Li Xiaoran's position, it was inappropriate for him to remain, and they nodded in agreement as they accompanied him to visit old Master Qin. In the VIP special needs ward, Qin Zhuangmu's condition was nearly stable. However, following a liver repair surgery and significant blood loss, his overall health still required close monitoring and recuperation. Recovery from such a substantial operation necessitated time. Upon seeing Li Xiaoran, he promptly rose, exclaiming, "Leader, I'm truly better. Please allow me to be discharged." Having devoted his life to service, the sudden shift to a VIP ward left him feeling out of place. Yet, the hospital authorities insisted on keeping him hospitalized. Seeing Li Xiaoran arrive, the elderly gentleman was on the verge of tears. Li Xiaoran took his hand and smiled. "Old sir, please focus on your recovery. This is funded by government resources. You need not worry about the costs." Upon hearing this, the elder grew even more anxious, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my age. How many more days can I live? Spending such a sum is simply wasteful. Just think of how many lives could be saved with such funds." The sincerity of his words resonated deeply, devoid of any pretense. While such sentiments might seem disingenuous coming from others, Qin Zhuangmu's decades of frugality to support hundreds of students gave weight to his statements, evoking a sense of admiration among those present. In truth, this world is always illuminated by a glimmer of hope. They have cast their light through the thickets of secrecy, nourishing the earth beneath them, often unbeknownst to them. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lan, observing Qin Zhuangmu's medical records, widened her eyes in astonishment. Rendered speechless by the revelation of liver rupture due to a car accident. Moreover, it was a genuine rupture of the liver, accompanied by significant injury to the hepatic veins and copious hemorrhaging. Was there any hope for the survival of such a patient? Furthermore, as he perused the medical records, he was astonished to discover that Chen had performed an emergency surgery on-site, executing a manual hemostasis procedure on the liver, and had safely transported the patient to the operating room. In that moment, Ouyang Lan was rendered speechless, gazing at Chen with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. What manner of physician was this? Chapter 50. Urgent return, cooperation with investigation. In recent days, the personnel within the health system of Jin Province have been under considerable strain. Yang Jianhua, the vice chairman of the National Health Commission of China, descended from above to directly convene a meeting with the local health committee. This particular meeting extended for a duration of a day and a half, during which all attendees were strictly prohibited from disclosing any details. Consequently, the topics discussed were classified, prompting many to sense an unusual atmosphere. Simultaneously, that evening, a piece of local news captured widespread attention. A team of 30 individuals involved in medical disputes was detained by the local Public Security Bureau. This news swiftly ascended to the forefront of today's local headlines. At that moment, in a high-end Japanese restaurant, Du Yunxiao was dining with Lu Jiahui. I am preparing to go abroad. Would you like to accompany me? Du Yunxiao inquired directly. Lu Jiahui hesitated. Du Yunxiao continued, given the gravity of the situation, I suspect you may not retain your position as the regional manager in Jin Province. Alternatively, you could wait for me. I will return in a year as the general manager of Yunfeng Group for the China region. However, before Du Yunxiao could finish, a phone call interrupted him. It was none other than Zhu Quan, the director of cardiac surgery at the Jin Province General Hospital, and Du Yunxiao's former superior. Du Xiao, there has been an incident. Du Yunxiao remained calm. He had sensed a decline in his demeanor since associating with Chen He, whom he found increasingly intolerable. Resolved promptly, he replied, What happened? Du Yunxiao asked, his tone indifferent. Zhu Quan, however, was in a state of urgency. Today, the director of the Urban Public Security Bureau personally led a team to the provincial hospital and apprehended the entire medical dispute team. Upon hearing this, Du Yunxiao abruptly rose from his seat, causing the table to crash noisily, drawing the attention of those around him. His expression darkened as he said, Send me the news article. With that, he left the table, leaving Lu Jiahui in a daze, her gaze fixed on the window, lost in thought. At 27, Lu Jiahui appeared remarkably well-preserved, exuding an aura of elegance. Despite the attention from the men in the restaurant, she remained oblivious, her thoughts elsewhere. Outside, it rained lightly, and passers-by hurried along the streets. A boy rode an electric scooter with a girl seated behind him, one arm wrapped around him while the other held an umbrella. The boy rode slowly, cautious of the wind that might whisk the umbrella away and concerned for the girl's safety. Yet, despite their precautions, the electric scooter offered little shelter from the elements. As vehicles sped by, Lu Jiahui shook her head, diverting her gaze. She did not doubt love. She had experienced it. However, she pondered how feelings could deteriorate. When the mundane realities of life accumulate, love often becomes a burden. Life can render a man hapless, lonely, and pitiful, while it can drive a woman to madness, instilling doubt and transforming her entirely. At that moment, she realized this was not what she desired. Du Yunxiao and Lu Jiahui were high school classmates. She was his first love. After he went abroad, their paths diverged. Lu Jiahui sighed, believing all along that she had done no wrong. Water flows downward, and people aspire upward, she mused. Unbeknownst to her, Du Yunxiao was equally distressed. Soon, Zhu Quan sent the link to the news article. After reading it, Du Yunxiao was stunned. He never anticipated such a development. This was evidently no trivial matter. If the authorities were merely investigating their extortion of the hospital, it could be resolved. However, if they were probing for past offenses, the situation would become dire. Chen He had been imprisoned, and this team had been involved. If old matters were resurrected, it could lead to significant trouble. As thoughts raced through his mind, Du Yunxiao called Zhu Quan and asked, Do you have the contact information for the family involved? Zhu Quan nodded affirmatively. Good. Contact them and ensure that the previous incident is completely forgotten. Remember, there must be no loose ends. Money is no object. Zhu Quan agreed and hung up. Instead of returning to the restaurant, Du Yunxiao drove home, sending Lu Jiahui a message. I'm heading home. I have something to attend to. After hastily leaving, he arrived home, preparing for his departure abroad. Sooner was better. Once he had clarified his thoughts, he instructed his secretary to prepare the necessary documents and book a flight. However, the earliest flight was at 8 a.m. the following day. After much deliberation, Du Yunxiao decided to visit his parents to say goodbye. His mother, Xiao Runfang, descended from a historically significant family in whose city and currently operated a chain of beauty salons. The marriage between Du Feng and Xiao Runfang was a typical union of families. Their relationship was marked by mutual respect and understanding. Upon Du Yunxiao's return, both his parents were taken aback. "Brother, why have you returned?" Du Yunza asked with a smile. "This is my home. Why shouldn't I come back?" Du Yunxiao replied. "Yunza, you're old enough. It's time for you to become independent." Du Yunza chuckled. "Yes, I should learn from my brother. Auntie, please bring another set of utensils." He added. The two brothers appeared amicable, yet the subtle competition did not escape Du Feng's notice. During dinner, Du Yunxiao suddenly stated, "Mom, Dad, I'm returning to the United States tomorrow. My flight is at 8 a.m. Yunza, take good care of Mom and Dad while I'm away." Du Yunza looked surprised, unsure why Du Yunxiao was leaving so abruptly, but nodded with a smile. "All right, don't worry, brother." Du Feng nodded. The American market is vast. It's an excellent opportunity for growth. Make the most of it. Du Yunxiao acknowledged this as the simple family gathering came to a close. The following day, Du Yunxiao arrived at the airport early. As he approached the exclusive first-class boarding passage, a staff member informed him, "Mr. Du, I'm sorry, but your passport has been canceled and cannot be used." Stunned, Du Yunxiao exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? I am the general manager of Yunfeng Group S.U.S. branch. My passport is." Before he could finish, his phone rang. Suppressing his anger, he glanced at the screen displaying his father's name and quickly answered. Upon picking up, he heard Du Feng's cold voice. "Return to the company immediately and cooperate with the relevant department's investigation." The succinct message sent a chill down Du Yunxiao's spine, especially due to his father's frigid tone, leaving him feeling as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Had the inevitable finally arrived? The author has something to say. Oh, by the way, please remember to leave a 5-star review. Chapter 51. Trouble arises. Before Du Yunxiao had the chance to speak, Du Feng had already hung up the phone. It was evident that his father was furious, deeply disappointed, and utterly unwilling to entertain any of his justifications. Du Yunxiao suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Had it not been for his secretary's timely support, he might have collapsed to the ground. "Impossible. This cannot be," he murmured to himself. Yet no one around him paid heed to his words. What should he do now? Flee? But why should he run? Escaping would only complicate matters further. He prided himself on being an intelligent individual, one who would not act foolishly, yet here he was utterly at a loss. Seeing Du Yunxiao in such a state, his secretary felt a pang of panic. She hurried forward, intending to negotiate with the airline representatives, but Du Yunxiao stopped her with a firm gesture. Taking a deep breath, he calmly instructed, "Let's return to the office." The secretary paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Du Yunxiao's achievements did not come from ignorance. He was acutely aware that he needed to unravel the series of events that had led to this predicament. Why had his visa been revoked? And what did it mean to cooperate with the investigation? Which department was conducting the inquiry? As he sat in the car, he continually adjusted his demeanor and dialed his mother, Xiao Runfang. At this critical juncture, Du Yunxiao felt it prudent to seek his mother's counsel. Thus, he made his way home to meet her, detailing the situation in full. He now understood that the circumstances had likely spiraled beyond his control. A child in trouble should be aided by an adult, shouldn't they? Du Yunxiao realized that, in his father's eyes, his worth paled in comparison to the stock prices of Yunfeng Corporation. This was the outcome of the education and experiences he had received throughout his life. In Du Feng and Oppo's upbringing philosophy, children were merely vital cogs in the wheel of family advancement, A failed heir was deemed worse than none at all. Thus, both Du Yunxiao and Du Yunjia were relentlessly striving to forge ahead. The pressure on the affluent offspring far exceeded that of the average individual, burdened by the achievements of their forebears and the expectations of friends and family. Even the neighbor's children seemed to soar higher than the ordinary. Du Yunxiao was acutely aware that mismanaging this situation could lead to dire consequences. He feared not Chen He nor James Reagan, but rather the bitter taste of failure. His hope in confiding in his mother was that she might lend him a crucial hand in his time of need. Within the confines of Yinfeng Group, in the chairman and AMP, Oppo's office, Du Feng sat behind his desk, brow furrowed. Until today, he had received multiple notifications. Not only was Du Yunxiao under investigation, but, more importantly, Yinfeng Group was required to cooperate with the relevant inquiries. At that very moment, the company was being scrutinized by health regulatory authorities, encompassing data from drug animal experiments, Phase 3 clinical trials, and competitive bidding activities. If it were merely a straightforward matter, it could have been manageable. However, it also involved the drug administration, drug registration applications, patent declarations, tax audits, and a myriad of other issues. To be candid, how many businesses can truly operate with complete transparency? Where there is light, shadows must inevitably lurk. The taller the structure, the greater the shadows it casts. Consequently, such an examination would likely unearth minor issues. Yet, Du Feng understood that whether or not problems could be identified was of little consequence. What mattered was the attitude. Yinfeng Group was a leader in the pharmaceutical industry of Jin Province, a star enterprise, a benchmark in the field. Such an establishment represented a FAAD. Now, with an inquiry looming, it indicated deeper issues at play. In the office sat two individuals clad in white shirts and trousers. Du Feng smiled and remarked, "Gentlemen, would you care for some water?" Du Yunxiao soon returned, but the two officials politely declined. "No, Mr. Du, they're in AMP, Oppos. No need to trouble yourself. We will leave once our investigation is complete." Du Feng nodded aukwartly in acknowledgement. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Du Feng's expression shifted. "Come in." Du Yunxiao entered, greeting, "Good day, Chairman." His commanding presence took Du Feng aback, prompting a nod of recognition. "Yes, Manager Du, these gentlemen are from the National Health Commission, here to investigate a matter." Du Yunxiao approchait, extending a hand. "Hello, I am Du Yunxiao." The officials nodded and addressed him directly. "Mr. Du, we have been commissioned by ATS in the United States regarding allegations of infringing upon Professor James Reagan's legitimate rights by impersonating him for lectures and other commercial activities, resulting in serious repercussions." Upon hearing their words, Du Yunxiao sighed in relief. He had been overly anxious. This was the issue at hand. Nevertheless, he had already devised a plan for its resolution. He took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, I apologize. I too am a victim in this matter. My lawyer is already preparing the necessary evidence. My intention was to invite Mr. Reagan, and I am willing to offer appropriate compensation." Du Yunxiao and AMP, Oppo's earnest declaration nearly swayed the two officials, and even Du Feng felt a sense of relief. If this were merely a matter of compensation, he believed he could navigate it. However, at that moment, the officials interjected, "We possess direct evidence that your previous statements constitute a defense. We have obtained video footage from the conference and relevant witnesses who can attest to your deliberate sensationalism. This behavior has adversely affected the credibility of our National Health Commission and the medical industry." The officials and Oppo's pronouncement left both Du Yunxiao and Du Feng dumbfounded. They struggled to comprehend the situation. Wasn't AMP, Oppo's, this merely a straightforward business transaction? Would it not simply require a financial settlement? How had it escalated to a matter of public trust in the healthcare sector? Upon hearing those words, Du Feng felt a tremor run through him. He understood the weight of their implications. Du Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How had the reality diverged so drastically from the script? The father and son duo had initially perceived the day in AMP, Oppo's events as a mere legal squabble, yet they had not anticipated the political ramifications. In an instant, both stood frozen, rendered speechless as the gravity of the situation settled upon them. They understood that once the matter veered into the realm of politics, they were facing a grave crisis. Chapter 52. Sentencing. The Yunfeng Group, as a publicly traded company, boasts a staggering market value of 80 billion yuan. Such an enterprise is a colossal entity in Jin Province, deeply entrenched and not easily swayed by ordinary individuals. However, one must not be overly impressed by the figure of 80 billion. Being a publicly listed company, Yunfeng Group enjoys considerable market favor. Coupled with favorable circumstances in recent years and government interest, the share price of Yunfeng has soared. From an initial price of 3.5 yuan, it has skyrocketed to 70 yuan, a remarkable 20-fold increase. While this appears to be splendid news, it conceals significant risks. Should any adverse news about Yunfeng emerge, the impact on its stock price would be devastating. Thus, Dufeng finds himself in a state of anxiety. He is merely a major shareholder of the Yunfeng Group, amidst a multitude of others. As he contemplates this, a sense of panic begins to envelop him. Observing the two unyielding staff members and recalling the day's inspection, clarity dawns upon him. This is a significant matter concerning the Yunfeng Group. Who is the company antagonized? The staff, noticing the silence between the two men, directly addressed them. Mr. Du, Manager Du, if there are no objections, please sign this document. They handed over a formal notice. Upon seeing the red-headed document, Dufeng and Amp, Oppo's body jolted. A red-headed notice from the Health and Wellness Commission. The situation has indeed escalated. Taking a deep breath, Dufeng excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom. Once outside, he quickly dialed a phone number and relayed the situation. Mr. Wang, I implore you to investigate what is happening. The other party nodded, slightly furrowed. Understood. Moments later, the phone rang back with a succinct message: cooperate actively. The brevity of those words made Dufeng acutely aware that this matter was far from simple. Yet what else could he do? Mr. Wang was the highest-ranking individual he could reach. With such a response from him, what options remained? In an instant, Dufeng felt a sense of mental suffocation, rendering him somewhat disoriented. After calming himself with a cigarette in the restroom, he returned to his office. Mr. Du, please sign. With a sigh, Dufeng shook his head. Fine. He then picked up the pen and inscribed his name on the document. Du Yunxiao and Amp, Oppo's expression changed dramatically. Dad, what are you doing? Enraged, Dufeng kicked Du Yunxiao violently, exclaiming, You incompetent fool, ruining everything. Caught off guard, Du Yunxiao fell to the ground. Following this, Dufeng seized a baseball bat and began to strike wildly. This is what you get for your arrogance, for your lack of ambition. Eventually, after some time, Dufeng, exhausted, retreated a few steps and collapsed onto the sofa. Du Yunxiao lay on the ground, bloodied and laughing maniacally. Ha, Chairman Du, well done. And this unfilial son. Ha, what I mean to you? Your only concern is your company. Family means nothing to you. You and Oppos, they've beaten me since childhood, teaching me to be ruthless and unscrupulous. I've learned well. Yet you never taught me what it means to fail. You beat me for any dissatisfaction. Even when I succeed, you never offer a word of praise. Fine. Very well. I'll sign. Give me a pen. Du Yunxiao cried out in desperation, trembling as he stood, gloating at Dufeng. With a grim smile, he took the pen and signed. I admit it was all my doing. The company bears no responsibility. I plead guilty. Du Yunxiao looked at his father. It was for my own selfish interest that this loss occurred. It has nothing to do with the company. Observing Du Yunxiao and Oppo's demeanor and words, Dufeng stood frozen, unsure whether it was the emotional impact of his previous remarks or the subsequent admission of guilt that stirred him. The staff nodded. Very well. Manager Du, there will be a follow-up investigation into your actions. With that, they departed. Yet, the matter was far from over. Du Yunxiao found his personal freedom curtailed. When Lu Jiahui arrived, witnessing Du Yunxiao and Oppo's desolate state left her momentarily stunned. He sat in disarray within the chaotic room, his appearance disheveled and defeated. What happened? Yunxiao, what on earth is going on? Du Yunxiao scoffed. What is going on? Haha, thanks to your ex-husband. He laughed heartily, having begun to piece together some truths. Lu Jiahui and Amp, Oppo's expression shifted. I'll go confront him. Du Yunxiao chuckled softly. Confront him? Do you think you still hold any significance in his eyes? After a brief silence, Liu Jiahui replied, I still have a child. I have custody rights. The situation, however, was far from resolved. It was escalating. 3 days later, at the Intermediate People's Court of the original city, Chen He stood in the plaintiff's seat, gazing at the defendant's stand where Du Yunxiao sat. The lawyer rose and declared, Your Honor, Mr. Chen He's case from a year ago, regarding an unfortunate surgical incident leading to imprisonment, is fraught with numerous doubts. We have summoned the involved parties to testify. As the former defendant turned plaintiff entered the courtroom, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Zhu Quan watched anxiously from the sidelines, while Du Yunxiao maintained an indifferent smile, realizing that this time he had truly lost completely. As the witness recounted the events of that fateful year, a long-buried injustice began to unfold. The family of the patient, ordinary individuals, had spent the past year in anxiety, unable to sleep, clutching the money they received. Today, they finally summoned the courage to stand in court and reveal the truth behind the wrongful accusation against Chen He. The courtroom erupted in a frenzy. Reporters raised their cameras, capturing the moment frantically. Chen He stood there, his body trembling with excitement. He had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. He had not imagined that Li Xiaoran and Amp, Oppo's words would materialize into reality so soon. Everything felt surreal. In the audience, Liu Jiahui attended but did not bring the child. Chen He longed to question her about this. Yet when he noticed the warmth in Liu Jiahui's gaze towards Du Yunxiao, one even more affectionate than when she looked at him, he suddenly felt a sense of release. This woman had long since changed her heart. She was no longer the person he once knew. If he succeeded this time, his chances of gaining custody would only increase. Chapter 53. The plummeting stock price in the courtroom. James Reagan has also arrived. Today marks the first hearing of 2 cases. The first pertains to the wrongful imprisonment of Chen He, and the second involves the impersonation of James Reagan during a conference. Du Yunxiao has taken full responsibility for both matters. In the courtroom, the Du family has gathered. Du Feng stand silently, observing Du Yunxiao, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. The words of Du Yunxiao from that fateful day echo in his ears, refusing to fade away. Ultimately, Du Yunxiao has assumed complete responsibility, including minor issues within the company. Xiao Runfang, witnessing her child stand in the courtroom, feels immense sorrow. As the judge strikes the gavel, signifying justice and law, the final verdict is delivered. The defendant, Du Yunxiao, during his tenure as the general manager of the American division of Yinfeng Group, is accused of impersonating James Reagan, engaging in illicit business practices and using monetary incentives to frame Chen He, leading to his imprisonment. The circumstances are severe, resulting in a detrimental impact. The sentence is 3 years of imprisonment, with a 2-year probation, alongside a compensation of 250,000 RMB for mental distress and 100,000 RMB for lost wages. The verdict is swiftly concluded under the Du family and Amp, Oppo's maneuvering. The 3-year sentence is reduced to 1 year served in prison. All past events have now been laid to rest. Chen He gazes at Du Yunxiao, takes a deep breath, and clenches his fists. This time he has truly triumphed. Yet, he has also lost. The family he once knew is irrevocably gone. However, Chen He feels little regret. Those who abandoned me cannot be retained, and the turmoil within my heart breeds only worry. As the saying goes, there are times to ride the winds and break the waves. One can hoist the sails and navigate the vast sea. The past, accompanied by the judge and Oppo's gavel, has faded away. The so-called love was but a fleeting illusion. He watches Liu Jiahui shout to Du Yunxiao, Yunxiao, I will wait for you. Chen He suddenly feels a chuckle rise within him. No matter how exceptional you may be, you cannot win back a fickle-hearted woman. Of course, Chen He never desired to win her back. It was merely a flicker of masculine pride and self-esteem. Du Yunxiao smiles at Chen He and mouths, I won. Chen He shakes his head, dismissing it. The trial concludes. Thanks to Du Feng and Amp, Oppo's connections, Du Yunxiao is not immediately taken away. They have a few moments to exchange words. Xiao Runfang embraces him. Son, do not be afraid. Mother will strive for your sentence to be reduced. When you come out, You need not fear anything. Du Yunxiao smiles. Mom, take care of yourself. Du Feng gazes at Du Yunxiao, his expression complex. Take care of yourself. I have arranged everything inside. Just 1 year. It will be a time for reflection and learning. When you emerge, the position of general manager for the China region will still be yours. This statement leaves Du Yunxiao in shock. It is utterly different from his expectations. He stares wide-eyed, Dad. Enough. We will discuss it when you come out. But if you do not perform well, I will still remove you. Du Yunxiao suddenly bursts into laughter. He turns to Chen He. Chen He, you won. I admit you have triumphed. I truly did not expect you could accomplish this. I concede I underestimated you. Chen He shakes his head, preparing to leave. Du Yunxiao suddenly interjects. Let me tell you, Chen He, even if I am imprisoned, even if I have nothing, utterly defeated, when I emerge, I will still possess everything. Just look at you. When you come out, what will you have? Chen He stands frozen. He glances behind him. Accompanying him to the trial is only his sister, Chen Yu. Even his ex-wife is gathered around Du Yunxiao. At this moment, Chen He comprehends the reason. Despite Du Yunxiao and Appo's imprisonment, upon his release, he will remain the scion of the Du family. Even if he possesses nothing, he is still vastly superior to Chen He. If an emaciated camel is larger than a horse, then Chen He is but an ant. After all, the market value of Yunfeng Group is 80 billion. Though the Du family holds only 35%, that still amounts to nearly 20 to 30 billion for the family. Such a lineage could easily rank among the who run wealth list in China. Lu Jiahui would not foolishly abandon her position. She understands the nature of this woman well. Du Yunxiao smiles. I ascend into Amp. Amp? Appo's Tiet? A year is brief, yet extensive. Chen He responds with a slight smile. I wish you happiness. Indeed, a year can bring significant change. Chen He takes a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Du Yunxiao. I believe that when you emerge, the world will feel unfamiliar to you. With that, Chen He strides away, followed closely by Chen Yu. Chen He is not acting out of spite. Indeed, he currently cannot compare to the colossal entity that is Yunfeng Group. However, he possesses a system, a modification system. 1 year will be his time to rise. As he exits, Chen He suddenly declares, in a year when you come out, I will ensure you are utterly defeated. Upon hearing this, Du Feng becomes displeased, already irritated by Chen He's series of actions. If not for Mr. Wang's warning to avoid confrontation, Du Feng would have long since dispatched someone to handle him. In truth, he has many subordinates willing to do his bidding. Thus, this matter has been settled. Yet hearing Chen He and Appo's words now incenses Du Feng. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. The road must be traversed step by step. To put it bluntly, what are you? You are not worthy to even carry my shoes. Chen He chuckles. Having struck down the young, the old will emerge? The failure to educate the child is the parent and Appo's fault. I understand. Look forward to good news tomorrow. This is merely the beginning. Chen Yu follows Chen He out of the courtroom, overwhelmed with joy. Brother, this is wonderful. You have finally cleared your name. Chen Yu is genuinely thrilled that Chen He has been vindicated. However, since Chen He's imprisonment and divorce have yet to be disclosed to their parents, she adds cautiously, but, brother, perhaps we should avoid provoking such a powerful figure as the Yunfeng Group? Chen He shakes his head, replying to his sister. In truth, I have never sought to stir trouble. I merely wish to lead an ordinary life. However, being overly honest often invites bullying. I do not wish to be a villain, yet I am no longer willing to be a naive victim. The following day, news concerning Yunfeng Group shocks the populace of Jin Province and even the entire nation of stockholders invested in Yunfeng Group. After a week of scrutiny, it was revealed that Yunfeng Group had committed tax evasion, resulting in a fine of 210 million renminbi. Furthermore, the eldest son of Yunfeng Group, Du Yunxiao, is implicated in fraud, having misappropriated expert names for commercial activities, sentenced to 3 years in prison. Yunfeng Group is also accused of engaging in unfair practices during commercial activities, leading to a 1.2 million renminbi fine from the Health Commission as a warning. Any actions that undermine the credibility of the healthcare industry will face severe penalties. Overnight, the stock price of Yunfeng Group begins to plummet. From a stock price of 70 yuan, it plummeted to below 50 yuan within a week. Nearly 25 billion in assets vanished into thin air. The Du family and Amp, Oppo's wealth evaporated by a staggering 10 billion. In an instant, the industry was shaken. The stock price serves as a litmus test for companies. It became evident to all that the health system was intent on making an example of Yinfeng Group, signaling to everyone that the health sector must not be trifled with. This is the very foundation of public health. In prison, upon seeing the newspaper, Du Yinxiao tore it to shreds. Chen He, Du Yinxiao, will not rest until we are at odds. At that moment, Du Feng recalled Chen He's words from that fateful day, infuriating him to the point of shattering several porcelain items. He understood there would be repercussions, but he never anticipated them to be this severe. Du Feng genuinely contemplated eliminating Chen He. However, could Chen He and Amp, Oppo's life truly be compared to his own? Now, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chen He had saved the venerable elder Qin, a luminary within China's health system. Thus, this time, the elder was repaying a debt of gratitude. For Du Feng to navigate the Chinese medical system, eliminating Chen He was simply not an option. In that moment, although Du Feng was seething with anger, he felt utterly powerless. P.S. I stayed up late to complete 3 chapters. I asked for everyone in Amp, Oppo's support. Du Yinxiao and Oppo's saga has reached a pivotal moment. The ensuing narrative promises to be even more captivating. The ascent of Dr. Chen has only just begun. Join Qingqing in finishing this book. Keep going. Chapter 54, A Call for Help. Please come in. Chen He opened the door to his room, inviting Chen Yu to enter. Although the siblings resided in the same city, they rarely found time to meet. Regardless of how close they were, once one embarks on their own life journey, the demands of daily existence tend to consume their time. This mundane world, indeed, is both detestable and captivating. As Chen Yu stepped into the room, her gaze swept across the surroundings, which lacked any semblance of refinement, perhaps even bordering on the austere. Suddenly, a wave of emotion washed over her, tugging at her heartstrings. In Chen Yu's eyes, Chen He represented a formidable pillar of support. Both had emerged from humble rural backgrounds, with parents of limited means, forcing them to carve their own paths. Thus, much of Chen Yu and Oppo's worldview and values after coming of age have been shaped by Chen He. Observing her brother and Oppo's current living conditions in the urban village, Chen Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Brother, why not consider relocating? Chen He, hearing her words, chuckled softly and shook his head. It doesn't at Oppo's matter where one lives when alone. Once I and Oppo's save enough, I plan to buy a proper place, eliminating the need for constant moving. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. If you find yourself short, I still have a little saved up. Seeing his sister's thoughtful demeanor, Chen He couldn't and Oppo's help but smile. I have enough funds, you need not worry. You're an adult now and should focus on your own life. Spend your money wisely, but don't succumb to the temptation of envy and wastefulness. The siblings prepared a meal together, exchanging pleasantries and familial tidings. Before departing, Chen Yu helped tidy up Chen He and Amp, Oppo's home, and suddenly posed a question. Brother, when do you plan to inform Mom and Dad about your divorce? Chen He fell silent for a moment before responding. I'll wait until I regain custody. It will be easier for them to accept it then. Chen Yu nodded and left Chen He's place. Chen He understood all too well that unless he could topple the Yinfeng Group, the odds of reclaiming custody were exceedingly slim. To put it simply, his relationship with the Du family had reached a critical juncture. Either he would be vanquished, or he would emerge victorious. There was no room for retreat. Was he afraid? To claim he was unafraid would be a lie. Yet life often demands that one confront challenges regardless of fear. It's about discerning what one ought to do. Much like knowing a path may be fraught with difficulties, yet choosing to tread it anyway. A man, even when burdened by insurmountable challenges, can still wear a cheerful smile. 1 year, at most a year's time, the provincial second hospital returned to its previous tranquility. Before his departure, Yang Jianhua brought officials from the Health Commission to visit the hospital. Although this visit yielded no substantial changes, it brought considerable excitement to Wang Zhanzhan. who relished the attention it brought to their otherwise inconsequential institution. Yet, Wang Zhanzhan knew that the focus was not on him, but rather on Chen He. As a result of this episode, Chen He had firmly established his position in the emergency department of the provincial second hospital. In the emergency room, a doctor, Chen, was absent, replaced instead by Director Chen. However, this shift did not imply that Chen He's workload had lightened, nor that his income had significantly improved. A three-person pre-hospital emergency team, operating within a city of over 5 million, felt akin to a solitary boat adrift. The emergency department at the provincial second hospital showed little sign of improvement. This monotonous existence intensified Chen He's sense of urgency, for he yearned to earn money. Without sufficient financial resources, how could he even contemplate reclaiming custody? Currently, Chen He had accumulated nearly 1.5 million in savings, courtesy of the compensation he received. Yet he was still far from being able to purchase a home in this capital city. As a provincial capital, housing prices were skyrocketing, averaging around 21,000 per square meter. A decent property could cost significantly more. Recently, Chen He had surveyed nearby areas and discovered that a 150 square meter apartment could cost close to 4 million. This realization left him feeling somewhat helpless. Money, many might scoff at its importance, yet it symbolizes one and amp, oppose, as courage. Surviving without money is possible, but living with dignity necessitates financial means. This was a lesson Chen He had learned firsthand. Sitting in his office, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, Chen He opened the system interface and noted that 2 skill books remained. Advanced Blank Skill Book can replicate any advanced surgical skill. Master Level Skill Book, upon activation, grants a random master-level surgical skill in cardiac surgery. He decided to hold onto the blank skill book for future use, but immediately activated the master-level skill book. After all, he had yet to acquire a master-level surgical skill. As a wave of unseen purple light enveloped him, the system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the master-level skill, aortic dissection surgery. Chen He's eyes widened in astonishment and excitement. Aortic dissection surgery is regarded as one of the most challenging procedures in cardiac surgery, demanding exceptionally high proficiency from a surgeon. Few could confidently undertake such an operation, and even within the entire province, not many would dare to perform it. Patients with this condition are often likened to having a ticking time bomb within them, with no one knowing when it may explode. Once it does, the mortality rate can reach as high as 95. Chen He was thrilled to possess such a skill. If he could establish a specialized surgery program for this procedure in the emergency department, it would be akin to providing patients with an additional layer of protection. For Chen He, it also opened a promising avenue for financial gain. While Chen He reveled in his newfound skill, the ringing of a phone abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Checking the caller ID, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, an urgent and crisp female voice came through. Hello, are you Dr. Chen? Taken aback, Chen He replied, Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? The caller, sounding somewhat frantic, said, Dr. Chen, this is Yang Mei Yuan, from Imei Cosmetic Surgery Institute. It dawned on Chen He that they had previously crossed paths when he performed suturing for a celebrity at Jessen Media. They had exchanged WeChat contacts, but had not communicated since. Curiosity piqued, he responded, Dr. Yang, hello. What can I assist you with? Yang Mei Yuan, still in a rush, explained, Dr. Chen, I'm in dire need of help. One of our longtime clients experienced a seizure during a procedure. Despite my best efforts to avoid it, she now has a long scar on her face. Could you come over and take a look? Of course, there is a 20,000 appearance fee, and if the treatment is successful, it's 100,000. But I'm not merely discussing money. I genuinely have no other options. Chapter 55. How can one achieve balance in this world? It was evident that Yang Mei Yuan was genuinely distressed. Although the situation was primarily the customer and damp, Oppo's responsibility. The aesthetics clinic was not a hospital. It sought to retain its clientele rather than shirk accountability. Yang Mei Yuan served as the chief expert at the Imei Cosmetic Surgery Institute. If she mishandled this matter, it could lead to significant complications. Moreover, the customer in question was no ordinary individual. She was the wife of a real estate mogul, who annually spent upwards of 1 million yuan at Imei for beauty treatments. Who would dare to offend such a valuable client? Despite her esteemed position, Yang Meiyuan was merely an employee in this context. The operating room was bustling with personnel, and the institute and Oppo's owner, Yang Wanhua, had personally arrived. Recognizing the uniqueness of the situation, Zhu Shumi, the wife of the Chuanbang real estate company owner, lay on the hospital bed, covering half her face, unable to come to terms with her predicament. Sister Zhao, please rest assured, we will do our utmost to compensate you. Yang Wanhua repeatedly apologized. Zhu Shumi coldly replied, do I truly need that meager compensation? Indeed, the Chuanbang real estate company was renowned in Jin province, a leader among local enterprises, boasting several shopping centers. Would such a family care about compensation? No, Sister Zhao, that is not my intention. What I mean is that we will exert every effort to help you regain your original appearance. Yang Wanhua was in a state of panic. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence? Zhu Shumi remained silent, her mind consumed by the image of her own reflection. A perfectionist at heart, she was 50 years old, her greatest aspiration being to hold on to youth and beauty. Although she was acutely aware of the impracticality of such desires, beauty remained a lifelong pursuit for women. Women of Zhu Shumi's stature belonged to an elite social circle. The thought of venturing out with a scar on her face was simply unimaginable. Meanwhile, on the phone, Yang Meiyuan was frantically distraught. Dr. Chen, I implore you. Money is not the issue. Dr. Chen, to be candid, was not inclined to refuse, but was taken aback by the exorbitant fees. For an appendectomy, the hospital compensated the lead surgeon a mere 139 yuan. Working tirelessly, he could perform 10 operations a day, totaling only 1,400 yuan. He could scarcely fathom a 20,000 yuan appearance fee for simply suturing a wound, and if successful, at least 100,000 yuan. Dr. Chen suddenly realized that since the introduction of the system, his life had undergone a profound transformation. However, this was not to suggest that performing appendectomies was inferior while aesthetic medicine was superior. Rather, it was a reflection of differing patient demographics. In contemporary society, those with the means and opportunity to pursue aesthetic procedures often belong to the affluent class. After all, the majority of the populace was still preoccupied with the basic necessities of life, lacking the surplus to indulge in cosmetic enhancements. Dr. Chen glanced at the clock. It was already noon, and he had a 2.5-hour break. He acquiesced, saying, "All right, please send me the address." Upon hearing this, Yang Meiyuan was on the verge of tears with relief. "Thank you, Dr. Chen. I'll send you the address via WeChat." After hanging up, she excitedly rushed into the operating room. "Boss, I've brought in an expert who can surely handle this." Upon hearing this, Yang Wanhua quietly inquired, "Who is it? Is he reliable?" Yang Meiyuan reassured him, "Absolutely." At that time, she was about to mention a certain celebrity, but recalling confidentiality agreements, she quickly stopped herself, adding, "Dr. Chen is a physician from the provincial second hospital. Jessen Media has previously hired him, and I witnessed his expertise in cosmetic suturing firsthand." Zhu Shumi remained silent, her mind replaying the earlier scene. The onset of her minor seizure had been swift, and its departure just as abrupt. Who could have predicted such an episode? Truthfully, Zhu Shumi felt a pang of regret within her heart. Now, she merely hoped the scar would heal. 15 minutes later, Dr. Chen arrived at the Imei Cosmetic Surgery Institute. The establishment was a 9-story building, adorned with opulent decor that exuded a sense of luxury. Yang Meiyuan had been anxiously awaiting his arrival. Spotting him, she called out, "Dr. Chen, over here. Let me take you upstairs." In that moment, Yang Meiyuan and Oppo's expression was one of urgency. This incident could potentially tarnish her professional reputation, and more critically, aliénata valued patron. Soon, they reached the operating room. After scrubbing in and donning surgical attire, Dr. Chen entered. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by his youth. Could someone so young be competent? However, Dr. Chen exuded calmness as he approached Zhu Shumi, gently pulling back the dressing that covered her wound for a thorough examination. The injury extended from the corner of her eye to her cheekbone, not particularly deep, yet the damage to the eye corner was significant. Yang Meiyuan could only explain, initially, I intended to perform an inner canthoplasty and an eye corner expansion, but who could have anticipated? Dr. Chen furrowed his brow upon observing the wound. Clearly, this was no mere skin suturing. It had escalated into a matter of eyelid surgery. Lacking experience in this realm, he instinctively considered declining the procedure. Yet at that moment, an alert from the system chimed in. Ding! Task activated. Completing the task will unlock the aesthetic medicine vocational skill tree. Dr. Chen was momentarily stunned. What could this mean? Task requirement. Assist Zhu Shumi in facial restoration. The higher the restoration level, the more abundant the rewards. Task completion rewards. 1. Unlock the aesthetic medicine vocational skill tree. 2. Substantial skill points. 3. Significant modification points. Specific rewards based on completion evaluation. As he absorbed the system notification, Dr. Chen and Oppos, as breath quickened. He suddenly recognized that a new opportunity lay before him. The aesthetic medicine industry was undeniably a burgeoning and lucrative field. Mastering cosmetic surgery would undoubtedly accelerate his career trajectory. With this thought, Dr. Chen resolved to give it a try. However, before proceeding, he needed to replicate a skill. After all, he was a novice in aesthetic medicine. Completing such a surgery seemed nearly impossible without prior knowledge. With this in mind, he glanced at Yang Meiyuan beside him. Replicate. Eyelid restoration surgery. Ding. Replication successful. Acquired advanced. Inner and outer eyelid restoration technique. As a wealth of information flooded his mind, Dr. Chen instantly gained a comprehensive understanding of the eyelid restoration procedure. It became clear that the technique was not merely about enlarging the eye, but involved the correction of excessive skin folds at the inner and outer corners. Through this surgery, the redundant skin could be repaired, achieving the desired effect of eye corner enhancement. While this procedure appeared straightforward, executing it flawlessly was quite challenging. Yet, as Dr. Chen focused on Zhu Shumi and Oppos' eye corner, he furrowed his brow once more. It was evident that if the commonly used Z-shaped incision method was employed, it would be impossible to complete the surgery due to the current wound's constraints. This method required incisions along the crease, creating dual triangular flaps on either side that would be sutured together. However, the nature of the injury had rendered this approach unfeasible. In truth, Zhu Shumi and Oppos' wound not only compromised the integrity of her facial skin, but also drastically reduced the likelihood of a successful eyelid restoration. At that moment, Dr. Chen suddenly conceived a potential solution. Could he utilize the modification tool to adapt the traditional eyelid restoration surgery, crafting a perfect resolution? With this thought in mind, he promptly began his operations. Beep. Spending 10 points, your corner eye repair surgery has been modified to minor adjustment surgery for inner and outer canthus. Unsatisfied, continue. Beep. Spending 10 points, your corner eye repair surgery has been modified to master level corner eye repair surgery. Chen He was taken aback. Could this actually succeed? However, even if it were successful, this method would still be impractical. After 2 consecutive attempts, he still could not effect a change. This was the last chance. Chen He gazed at the final 10 points with a sense of resignation. Modify. After all, there was a master-level guarantee. Beep. Spending 10 points. Your corner eye repair surgery has been modified to reset surgery for inner and outer canthus redundant skin, master level. Chen He, feeling the reward he had just obtained, instantly brightened his eyes. It worked. With this thought, Chen He turned to Zhao Shumi and said, Hello, the repair itself is not too difficult. However, I have a suggestion, which is to repair the redundant skin at your inner and outer canthus simultaneously. Upon hearing Chen He's words, the room fell silent. Yang Meiyuan widened her eyes. Given the current situation, can we perform corner eye surgery? Chen He smiled, of course. P.S. Wow. I stayed up late again. I must sleep early tomorrow. By the way, here's a piece of information. Du Yunxiao's mother runs a medical beauty chain brand. The revenge plan of Chen Wang is about to commence. Lastly, I implore everyone for support. Let us together elevate Chen Wang. Chapter 56. 1 million. With the proposal put forth by Chen He, everyone was taken aback. At this moment, it was evident that Zhao Shumi and Appo's condition was far from optimistic. The scar on her face stretched from the corner of her eye to her cheekbone, a consequence of the surgical blade. The intricate distribution of facial nerves and the convoluted network of blood vessels made the healing process prone to scarring. Most critically, the damage to the skin at the corner of her eye was the most severe. Typically, the conventional method for canthoplasty or eyelid surgery involve a well-established Z-shaped incision technique. This procedure is quite refined. During the Z-shaped modification, one simply needs to cut along the crease and create a symmetrical triangular flap on each side. Once the two triangular flaps intersect, they can be sutured together, thereby flattening the excess skin at the inner corner of the eye. After this procedure, the excess skin essentially vanishes, giving the illusion of enlarged eyes. This is the essence of traditional canthoplasty. However, due to the erroneous incision, the original triangular flaps had no chance of becoming symmetrical, rendering the Z-shaped surgical technique impossible. This effectively eliminated any opportunity for the eyelid surgery to proceed. To be frank, Zhao Shumi was not conventionally beautiful. She could at most be described as having a prosperous appearance. Coupled with her age, being in her 50s, no matter how well one took care of their skin, it inevitably ages. Consequently, the excess skin proliferates and the corners of her eyes sag, making her entire gaze appear older. Even an outsider like Chen He understood that a woman's eyes reflect her age. A vibrant, well-defined gaze can undoubtedly impart a youthful aura to a woman. Thus, in a certain sense, undergoing this canthoplasty was undeniably a sagacious decision for Zhao Shumi. Of course, this was also due to her having professional aesthetic consultants. Now, with Zhao Shumi's sudden health crisis, not only was the eyelid surgery rendered impossible, but her facial injury had also occurred. It could be said that she had reached the pinnacle of misfortune for a woman of Zhao Shumi and Appo's stature and standing. This setback was more devastating than millions or even tens of millions of losses. At this moment, she was indeed feeling a mix of disappointment and helplessness. Following the incident, the director of Eye Plastic Surgery Hospital personally contacted an expert in the capital for advice. Even with Zhao Shumi's considerable wealth, it was futile in an urgent situation. After all, it was merely a small scratch. To put it bluntly, by the time she reached the capital, inflammation might have already set in, and the wound could have begun to adhere. Thus, no matter how extensive her connections, they were of little use. All that could be done was remote guidance and consultation. Just then, Yang Wanhua managed to reach Professor Gong Yani, the chief expert at the Capital Plastic Surgery Hospital, renowned in the entertainment industry. However, Professor Gong was currently in surgery and could not be disturbed. At this moment, Yang Meiyuan sought out Chen He. Inside the room, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Chen He addressed Yang Meiyuan, stating that the procedures could be performed simultaneously. Yang Meiyuan expressed her astonishment. How is that possible? The damage to the triangular flap is so severe that the Z-shaped surgery is utterly unfeasible. Dr. Chen, it would be sufficient to merely repair the facial injury. It was evident that Yang Meiyuan wished to avoid any complications. Conversely, Yang Wanhua harbored doubts regarding Chen He. It was not that he underestimated others based on appearances, but rather, he found it hard to believe that an emergency physician could possess such expertise. If the procedure went well, all would be well. However, if it failed, the responsibility would fall upon Yang Wanhua. Business people are acutely aware that their focus is not on how to amass wealth overnight, but rather on minimizing risks and avoiding losses. Presently, Chen He represented an uncertain variable, and Yang Wanhua was reluctant to let him take such a risk. Yet at that moment, Zhao Shumi suddenly became intrigued. "Oh, Dr. Chen, is it? How confident are you?" Chen He contemplated and refrained from claiming absolute certainty. What if the patient experienced another seizure? That would be foolish. Instead, he cautiously stated, "If no unforeseen circumstances arise, I am 90% confident in repairing the scratch and 100% certain of performing the canthoplasty for you." Upon hearing this, everyone around was left speechless. A 100% guarantee on the canthoplasty? 95% for the scratches treatment? Was this a jest? A few experts from the plastic surgery hospital nearly burst into laughter. Yet, Chen He remained earnest, meticulously gazing into Zhao Shumi's eyes, pondering the surgical strategy. Zhao Shumi, however, took a considerable time to reflect, clearly surprised that Chen He could provide such an answer, having risen from humble beginnings alongside her husband. Zhao Shumi was instrumental in the ascent of Zhuanbong real estate. Without her efforts, such success would have been unattainable. In critical moments, she served as both the general manager and financial overseer of the company, as well as its sales director. Such a person, devoid of determination, would be a mere jest. At this juncture, Zhao Shumi had clarity. She had consulted 4 or 5 experts, each expressing disappointment and sighing, none daring to provide assurances. In other words, this was the worst-case scenario. Was there any worse alternative? Now, that Chen He professed such optimism, Zhao Shumi suddenly felt a willingness to take a chance. It must be said that humans possess an inherent propensity for risk-taking, and Zhao Shumi was no exception. Concluding this line of thought, she directly declared, "All right, you shall perform this surgery." Upon uttering these words, everyone was left dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that Zhao Shumi would place her faith in such seemingly unfounded assurances. A 100% success rate? Even Yang Meiyuan began to question whether inviting Chen He had been the right decision. Zhao Shumi fixed her gaze on Chen He and firmly stated, "Dr. Chen, if you successfully complete this for me to my satisfaction, I will reward you with 1 million. This declaration was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating immense ripples within the hearts of all present. 1 million to achieve successful restoration. Chen He calmly regarded Zhao Shumi and replied, "We shall assess the outcome post-surgery." Zhao Shumi suddenly smiled. At this moment, she found herself unexpectedly anticipating the operation. Zhao Shumi and Appo's social acumen undoubtedly surpassed Chen He and Appo's. Yes. She had a keen eye for people. When she mentioned 1 million, her intention was to observe Chen He and Appo's reaction. To her astonishment, Chen He's eyes remained remarkably composed, devoid of the expected excitement over the sum. It was not that he lacked desire. She could perceive his ambition. However, this man exuded pride. His demeanor suggested that the value of his surgical expertise far outweighed the 1 million. Zhao Shumi was astute. She merely stated that upon success, he would receive 1 million, without mentioning the consequences of failure. This was because she needed Chen He to perform the surgery without any pressure. Having clarified her thoughts, Zhao Shumi turned to those beside her and instructed, "Please prepare for the surgery as soon as possible." Chapter 57. A pair of eyes can save a face. Upon hearing Zhao Shumi's words, Yang Wanhua was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. Sister Zhao, shouldn't we wait for Director Gong?" Zhao Shumi replied coolly, "Can you guarantee when he will be available?" Her words left Yang Wanhua dispirited. Indeed, Director Gong held a position of great authority. In contrast, Zhao Shumi could only be considered a local magnate in Jin Province. After all, how many provinces and cities are there in the country? And how many real estate companies? Zhao Shumi was acutely aware of her standing in the eyes of the prominent figures in the capital. She was hardly significant. This world is vast, and knowing one in Appo's place is more crucial than anything else. "All right, you all quickly prepare," Zhao Shumi declared. "If something goes wrong, I want to Appo's hold you responsible." To put it bluntly, if it comes to it, she could always undergo cosmetic surgery. A person like Zhao Shumi achieved success not by chance. She knew when to hold firm and when to let go, seeking optimal remedies while keeping a backup plan. She was not lacking in funds for cosmetic procedures. She simply looked down on them. In her circle, a face represented not only beauty, but also one in Appo's reputation. Minor enhancements were acceptable, but a chaotic transformation would only invite ridicule. Their confidence stemmed from within, etched into their souls. Her reluctance to undergo surgery did not imply she would never do so. Once she had contemplated everything, Zhao Shumi calmly reclined on the operating table. Chen He turned to the others and nodded. "Please, Dr. Yang, lend me a hand." Yang Meiyuan nodded in agreement, assuring him that if Chen He encountered any issues, she would intervene immediately. Yang Wanhua exchanged a glance with her, conveying the same sentiment. They sought not to achieve merit, but to avoid fault. Now that Zhao Shumi had declared she would not blame them, Yang Wanhua aimed to minimize any potential losses. Before long, all preparations for the surgery were complete. The operation was about to commence. Truth be told, Yang Meiyuan had never felt this nervous before. However, when she glanced at Chen He, he appeared remarkably composed, skillfully donning his gloves. With everything ready, they awaited the start of the procedure. This left Yang Meiyuan somewhat astonished. Was Chen He truly not nervous? Even Zhao Shumi found herself surprised by this scene. She curiously asked, "Dr. Chen, are you not anxious?" Chen He was momentarily speechless by the question. Do you need me to be anxious?" His response elicited laughter from Zhao Shumi. What did she mean by needing him to be anxious? Nevertheless, it eased her earlier disappointment. She suddenly realized that she had developed a fondness for this young doctor. More accurately, an admiration. He was neither servile nor arrogant, exuding confidence and calmness. Perhaps he could indeed perform the surgery successfully? Soon, Chen He took up the forceps and began the routine cleaning and disinfection with alcohol swabs and iodine. His hands moved deftly, minimizing any sensation of pain. After all, pain and anxiety are interconnected. Once a person becomes anxious, blood vessels constrict, muscles tense, and the body enters a defensive state, a condition detrimental to surgery. Yet, anesthesia could not be administered just yet. Thus, Chen He was acutely aware of how to achieve optimal surgical results. His masterful surgical skills instilled in him a transformative mindset, allowing him to alter the surgery and oppo's outcome from multiple perspectives. Perhaps this is what it means to be a master. When consulting an ordinary doctor, you may feel nervous, and they would follow a routine approach, yielding average results. However, those esteemed masters in traditional medicine impart a refreshing sense of calm. Their every word and action seemingly capable of shifting your state of mind. At this moment, Chen He seemed to grasp a hint of that mastery. Finally, the cleaning was complete, anesthesia was administered, and the surgery was about to begin. Yang Meiyuan also became serious. She felt utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, Chen He remained unperturbed, as this was not a significant operation for him. The skin reset technique for inner canthal epicantoplasty was far superior to the traditional Z-plasty. Even with the current triangular flap damage, Chen He had multiple options available. Common methods such as VW-plasty, VY advancement flap, modified YV advancement flap, and W formation plasty could all be employed. However, excessive tension could lead to conspicuous scarring in the inner canthal area and the nose, which could pose potential issues. "Give me a pen," Chen He suddenly instructed. Yang Meiyuan nodded, understanding that he intended to make markings. This was commonplace in plastic surgery. Chen He quickly made 4 points labeled A, B, C, and D on the face. Then, he took up the scalpel. His hands were remarkably light. He made a skin incision from point A to point D. As he began, Yang Meiyuan felt a jolt of excitement. It was evident that a true expert was at work. Chen He's seemingly casual incision deftly avoided any noticeable cuts in the inner canthal area. Next, he carefully lifted the flap, applying pressure with the handle of the scalpel to perform blunt dissection, skillfully avoiding damage to the lacrimal duct. He proceeded to sever the dense connective tissue between the inner canthal skin and the orbicularis oculi muscle, repositioning the flap to release most of the inner canthal folds and skin tension. At this point, Yang Meiyuan was utterly astonished. This surgery exceeded her understanding of inner and outer canthal microaugmentation procedures. Yet, she remained silent, sensing that Chen He might truly succeed. After completing the previous step, Chen He proceeded to release and excise the orbicularis oculi muscle beneath the inner canthal epicanthus. Indeed, this operation concealed 2 core surgical techniques, addressing both the skin and muscle through 2 distinct procedures. The degree of detachment of the flap and the amount of orbicularis oculi muscle excised were determined by the required release of the inner canthal folds. As the surgery progressed second by second, Chen He remained focused. As the sutures moved up and down, he sutured the inner canthal points A and C. Suddenly, Yang Meiyuan was astonished to discover that the repositioned flaps point C had been placed along the incision line beneath the eyelashes. What did this mean? It signified that the excess flap had been successfully adjusted. Additionally, it allowed for the excision of the dog ear on the upper eyelid and suturing, with the stitches concealed within the upper eyelid crease. Brilliant. Absolutely remarkable. As she observed the finishing touches, Yang Meiyuan was left speechless by the sheer brilliance of Chen He's technique. She gazed at him, bursting with 1,000 words to express her admiration. Incredible. Truly incredible. From the choices made to the process followed, even down to the conclusion, every aspect was executed with meticulous precision. Who could dare claim that such surgery was not impressive? However, Yang Meiyuan was no novice in the industry. Otherwise, she wouldn't hold the position of chief. She understood well that there was no surgery of this caliber in the field of ophthalmic plastic surgery. It was unprecedented, let alone having witnessed it firsthand. Yet at that moment, Chen He performed with such ease, far from being a novice. Could it be that this was Chen He's original technique? How extraordinary! Although Yang Meiyuan could not fully comprehend it, it did not prevent her from forming an opinion. After Chen He concluded the operation flawlessly. The sutures were utterly unnoticeable, each stitch hidden away. Impressive, truly impressive. Once the surgery was complete, Yang Meiyuan looked into Zhao Shumi and Amp. Oppos, his eyes, her entire being momentarily lost in a daze. Oh my goodness! Is there truly such a flawless procedure for inner and outer canthus shaping? At this moment, Zhao Shumi and Amp, Oppos, S eyes are devoid of any excess skin. Her gaze naturally expanded at the corners, exuding an aura of seamless beauty. Everything appears to be so effortless. Indeed, the paramount objective of cosmetic enhancements is to achieve an appearance that is utterly natural. This is the aspiration. It is evident that Zhao Shumi and Amp, Oppos, S eyes are both natural and exquisite, embodying the unique wisdom and brilliance of a woman in her 40s. Yet simultaneously reflecting a hint of the elegance characteristic of a mature woman in her 30s. Yang Meiyuan is left utterly astounded. Chen He casts a glance downward, nodding in approval. For a first surgery, it is quite commendable. Yang Meiyuan, observing Chen He's expression, is left speechless. My goodness, everything has turned out so splendidly, and you're still not satisfied? Yang Meiyuan feels that if she could achieve such results, she would be exhilarated beyond measure. How remarkable! A revelation. Her hands tremble with excitement. Meanwhile, Chen He, rather than lingering on the results, takes up the needle and thread to suture the incision. This step is second nature to him. Chen He proceeds with utmost caution. After all, as long as the surgery remains incomplete, one must not exhibit even the slightest complacency. Each step taken without diligence is a disservice to the patient. This has been Chen He's guiding principle for many years. 20 minutes later, the operation comes to a complete conclusion. Once the final stitch is discreetly tucked away, Chen He sets down the scissors. Zhao Shumi, seeing this, cannot help but inquire, is it over? How does it look? She suddenly feels a wave of anxiety, fearing that Chen He may not have executed it well. Chen He smiles and replies, I believe I have fulfilled my duty, but perhaps it would be best for you to see for yourself. Yang Meiyuan, equally excited, nods in agreement. Yes. Take a look. Sister Zhao, please hurry. Witnessing Yang Meiyuan and Amp, Oppos, S fervor, Zhao Shumi suddenly feels a surge of anticipation. Could it be that the scar is truly inconspicuous now? At that moment, Yang Meiyuan turns the mirror towards Zhao Shumi. Sister, quickly, look. Zhao Shumi feels a rush of nerves. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and then gradually opens them. Instantly, the sight before her is one she will never forget. She is astonished, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears begin to flow uncontrollably. It is hard for her to believe that this is truly herself. What does it mean for a pair of eyes to rescue a face? At this very moment, she embodies that sentiment. Zhao Shumi's body trembles, her emotions difficult to contain. She gazes into the mirror, silent, tears streaming down her face. For in that reflection, she seems to see a familiar yet unfamiliar self. In her 30s, she was weary from the relentless grind, working tirelessly without a moment's respite. And during that time, her husband would tell her, My dear, just hold on. We will get through this. Back then, she had neither time, energy, nor resources to nurture her beauty. In those days, her eyes were large, brimming with charm and vitality. After turning 40, those eyes were no more. At 40, her business flourished, her family prospered, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom and brilliance. At that time, she found success, with assets in the hundreds of millions, managing over 200 employees with confidence and flair. Those were the most exhilarating years of her life. By 50, she stepped back from the forefront. At this point, she realized she had aged. The signs of aging were glaringly apparent. Her face no longer possessed the allure of her 30s nor the confidence of her 40s. It was during this time that Zhao Shumi began to feel a sense of loss. Yet, at this very moment, Chen He, wielding a surgical knife, managed to help her rediscover her youthful self, reconnect with her historical essence, the charm and beauty of her 30s, the wisdom and confidence of her 40s. All of this converged upon her visage. In this instant, Zhao Shumi's tears flowed freely. Her emotions were in turmoil. The highs and lows of the day rendered this composed woman unable to hold back her tears. Perhaps her tears were not for anyone else, but rather for herself. She felt exhilarated, overjoyed. Just then, Yang Wanhua burst in. He exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful. Professor Gong is willing to connect with us via video." Doctor. Yang began preparing for remote operation. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze, for he noticed that Zhao Shumi was indeed crying. In an instant, Yang Wanhua was left dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at Chen He. "What have you done?" Chapter 58. Exceptional completion. Yang Wanhua was genuinely taken aback by Zhao Shumi and Appo's expression. He couldn't help but assume that Chen He had botched the surgery. After all, who was Zhao Shumi? This woman possessed remarkable fortitude. If she were so easily moved to tears, how could she hold the position of general manager at Chuanbang Real Estate? It was evident that she had undergone a tremendous shock. Yang Wanhua shot a glare at Chen He, demanding, "What have you done?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something was amiss. How had he not noticed Zhao Shumi and Appo's strange demeanor until now? Turning around, he was left utterly speechless. This, Sister Zhao? My goodness, I hardly recognized you." His words were devoid of flattery. He truly struggled to recognize her. The transformation Zhao Shumi had undergone was astonishing. Just moments ago, Yang Wanhua and Appo's memory lingered on Zhao Shumi and Appo's post-incident appearance, her eyes drooping, skin sagging, and a vacant stare. Yet now, her large eyes sparkled with wisdom and an extraordinary allure, glimmering with the depth of life experience and a subtle brilliance. If one were to describe the notion of a pair of eyes rescuing a person, Zhao Shumi at this moment was the epitome of that. Yang Wanhua's mouth fell agape, grappling to comprehend what had transpired. This was the work of Dr. Chen? Yang Meiyuan eagerly nodded. "Indeed, boss, it was Dr. Chen's handiwork." She had been a witness to the entire operation, having observed the miraculous procedure unfold before her eyes, and had personally experienced what seemed to be a hopeless surgery. Yang Wanhua was momentarily dumbfounded. He never expected that Chen He would truly achieve such results. "Dr. Chen, I cannot thank you enough." Yang Wanhua was no fool. Recalling Chen He and Appo's earlier demeanor, which exuded a quiet confidence, he instantaneously understood. This was a top-tier medical aesthetic doctor. Zhao Shumi took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Observing this, Chen He advised, for the next few days, try to avoid excessive facial expressions. The sutures are designed to prioritize aesthetics, so they are not particularly strong or tightly woven. Any significant movement could risk reopening the stitches or even leaving scars. Zhao Shumi nodded vigorously. At this moment, she had unwavering faith in one person, Chen He. Even if he instructed her to refrain from eating any meat for a year, she would comply. This was the power of expertise. When one possesses sufficient capability, their words command attention, and their actions inspire belief. Yang Wanhua breathed a sigh of relief. This major concern had finally been resolved. He had initially feared that she would require at least one skin graft. Such a situation could lead to serious repercussions if the wrong person were to spread rumors externally. Congratulations, Sister Zhao. You are truly fortunate to have encountered Dr. Chen. In my 30 years of experience, I can assure you that few in the industry can achieve what you have now. Furthermore, while it is indeed possible to perform a secondary surgery on the eyelids after skin restoration, the natural look you now possess is unparalleled. His words simultaneously praised three individuals. Yang Wanhua and Amp, Appo's previously anxious heart finally found solace. Just then, the secretary rushed in, saying, Director Gong has initiated a remote video call. Shall we connect? Yang Wanhua felt a headache coming on. Now that the surgery was complete and Director Gong had finished her work, it was indeed a matter of timing. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, he replied, Let us connect. The AI May Plastic Surgery Hospital was equipped with advanced remote assistance video technology. These private hospitals, particularly in the cosmetic and aesthetic sector, spared no expense on such hardware and software facilities. Moments later, the video call was established. Yang Wanhua quickly said, Director Gong, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you amidst your busy schedule. Gong Yanni offered a polite smile. No worries, I just completed a surgery. By the way, Mr. Yang, I have reviewed the photographs. How shall I put it? There are options, but they certainly come with a higher degree of difficulty. My best recommendation is to forego the eyelid surgery for now, allowing the skin to recover and the triangular flap area to maintain its integrity. Preparing for the next eyelid surgery. After saying this, Gong Yanni frowned. However, according to the latest edition of the World Plastic Surgery Journal, there are reports promoting a particular surgical technique that tests the aesthetic sense and skill of the surgeon. It is not the traditional Z-shaped method, but resembles a skin reset procedure. If we follow that approach, there may indeed be a solution. Yet, I am unaware of anyone currently performing such a surgery. Upon hearing Gong Yanni and Appo's words, Yang Wanhua was struck with profound astonishment. Curiously, he inquired, Director Gong, may I ask, is this procedure not widely practiced yet? Gong Yanni nodded, precisely. I first heard about it at a conference in Korea, but I have yet to meet anyone who performs it. Yang Meiyuan and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in realization. A skin reset procedure? It seemed to align perfectly with Dr. Chen and Amp. Appo's surgical method. Could it be that Dr. Chen truly employed such a technique? At that moment, Yang Wanhua decided to reveal the truth. Actually, Director Gong, the surgery has already been completed. Just look, the results are quite impressive. On the large screen, Zhao Shumi's face appeared. In an instant, Gong Yanni and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this accomplished? This is remarkable, she exclaimed. Who performed this? Could you introduce me? Yang Wanhua felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. It was indeed Dr. Chen who had skillfully conducted the entire procedure. My apologies, Director Gong, for the interruption and for taking up so much of your time. Gong Yanni quickly shook her head. Not at all. Quite the opposite. Incidentally, I will be attending a conference in Jin Province next week, and I must meet Dr. Chen. As the video call ended, a man hurriedly entered the room. It was none other than Zhao Shumi's husband, Hu Chuanbang. After the incident, Zhao Shumi had immediately informed him. Hu Chuanbang was filled with frustration and helplessness. There was no one to blame for a sudden illness. After setting aside his own responsibilities, Hu Chuanbang rushed back. As he breathlessly entered the room, he exclaimed, Shumi, are you all right? Am I young? How's my wife and Amp? Appo's condition. Hu Chuanbang surveyed the room, filled with people. Anxiety etched on his face. However, at that moment, a familiar voice rang out, Chuanbang. As the sound reached his ears, Hu Chuanbang turned and was momentarily stunned. This was not the same as before. How had she changed so drastically? She was stunning. Not only had she made an effort, but her grace and image were also remarkable. Hu Chuanbang, overwhelmed, stuttered, Shumi, are you all right? Zhao Shumi shook her head. No, it was thanks to Dr. Chen. I owe my gratitude. If it weren't an Amp, Appo's tea for him, my face. Oh, Chuanbang, please express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Chen. At that moment, Chen He suddenly heard a notification sound. Ding! The task has been accomplished, and the evaluation of the task is excellent. Rewards received: 1. Medical Aesthetics Professional Skill Tree. 2. 100 Modification Points. Chen stared at the system notification of the awarded items, momentarily taken aback. This is truly remarkable. P.S. I worked a 24-hour shift yesterday. I am utterly exhausted. I sincerely apologize and will take a brief rest before updating tomorrow. My apologies. Chapter 59. The Objective. Chen He gazed at the reward before him, a genuine joy blossoming within. 100 modification points. What a boon. But what, pray tell, is the aesthetic medical skill tree? Just as Chen He pondered this, a gaming-like skill interface materialized before his eyes. From the basic level 1 surgeries to the advanced level 4 procedures, each was laid out before him. Chen He's eyes sparkled with desire as he contemplated selecting any surgical skill. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Ding. Notice, learning the composite rhinoplasty technique requires 100 points. At that moment, Chen He felt deflated. 100 points. That was the entirety of his wealth. An absurdity to spend all of it on a mere nose job. Naturally, he was reluctant. As he perused the options, he discovered that even the cheapest procedures demanded 100 points, while more advanced ones soared to 400 points. Resigned, he abandoned the thought. It was akin to discovering a money tree only to realize it was too tall and robust to shake. He could only look on with longing, his appetite for skills unquenched. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, for possessing 100 modification points did bring him a certain peace of mind. Meanwhile, upon entering, Hu Chuanbang had not diverted his gaze from Zhao Shumi's face. Though she had just undergone surgery and her eyes were slightly swollen, much remained unmasked. They had built their billion-dollar fortune from scratch, and Hu Chuanbang felt immense gratitude toward his wife. Thus, he not only refrained from obstructing her expenditures on beauty, but actively supported them. Each time he returned from Japan or Korea, he brought back a trove of skincare and cosmetics. To him, Zhao Shumi was the woman of his life. Feeling flustered under her husband and Appo's unwavering stare in front of so many people, Zhao Shumi blushed and cast a sidelong glance at Hu Chuanbang, clearing her throat to reclaim his attention. Upon realizing, he turned to Chen He, grasping his hand tightly. Dr. Chen, thank you. You have truly assisted me immensely. Indeed, Chen He had not merely rendered assistance. He had fulfilled Hu Chuanbang's long-held aspiration. Dr. Chen, just a moment. Hu Chuanbang promptly called his assistant, and soon a poised professional woman approached. Mr. Hu, she greeted, her voice melodious. Hu Chuanbang, looking at Chen He, firmly held his hand. Dr. Chen, could we step outside for a moment? There is something I wish to discuss. Chen He nodded and followed him out of the office. Hu Chuanbang inhaled deeply. Dr. Chen, I hope you won't find it amusing, but my wife has always been a source of concern for me, as she harbors her own insecurities. I noticed how happy she was after the treatment you provided for her face and eyes today. I'm truly grateful. With that, Hu Chuanbang clasped Chen He's hand tightly once more. Chen He shook his head. Mr. Hu, you are too kind. This is simply my duty. Hu Chuanbang insisted. No. Dr. Chen, you misunderstand my intent. I hope that in the future, when my wife seeks aesthetic treatments, I can count on your assistance again. Of course, I understand that such high-level services come at a premium. With that, he turned to his secretary, who seemed to comprehend his meaning. She produced a check. Dr. Chen, this is for today's treatment and services. Please accept it. I'm not ignorant of the market. Hu Chuanbang pressed the check into Chen He's hands. And Chen He stared at the string of numbers. 1,000,000 yuan. A million. He was utterly taken aback. The surgery today was valued at $1 million. Mr. Hu, this seems excessively generous. Hu Chuanbang shook his head. Not at all. As a businessman, I understand the adage that quality corresponds with price. Dr. Chen, there will be future collaborations. You must accept this payment. Chen He, unable to decline any further, acquiesced. Meanwhile, Yang Wanhua and others emerged. Zhao Shumi remained in the hospital for recovery. Hu Chuanbang entered the ward, while Yang Wanhua approached Chen He, accompanied by Yang Meiyuan. Dr. Chen, you truly resolved a significant dilemma for me today. Yang Wanhua expressed with a grin. Chen He smiled but remained silent. Yang Wanhua then produced a bank card. Dr. Chen, Here is 200,000 yuan, 100,000 as payment for today, and 100,000 as a token of gratitude for your timely assistance. Chen He did not refuse. After all, his visit was primarily for this financial compensation. Hu Chuanbang's payment was truly an unexpected windfall, one he had scarcely dared to imagine. Could someone genuinely spend $1 million on cosmetic surgery? Chen He pondered. This world is indeed filled with the wealthy. It seemed as if individuals from different realms coexisted, each living in their unique worlds. Life. Chen He shook his head, glancing at the time. It was already past 2 o'clock. With work beginning at 2:30, he prepared to leave. Noticing this, Yang Wanhua suddenly inquired, "Dr. Chen, would you be interested in becoming our hospital's invited expert?" Chen He felt a flicker of temptation. After all, the prospect of quick earnings was hard to dismiss. Yang Wanhua, sensing Chen He's interest, eagerly continued, "Dr. Chen, if you agree to come, all treatment fees will be yours. Naturally, we will only charge a nominal service fee for equipment and supplies." Intrigued, Chen He regarded him with curiosity. After all, such favorable offers are rare. "Dr. Chen, please don't misunderstand. As you know, Jin Province is not vast, and the affluent are few. Those willing to spend hundreds of thousands on cosmetic procedures are still a rarity. Our IMA aesthetic institution is quite large, yet we can only be considered average. Thus, we strive to attract high-quality clientele. We wish to bring you on board to enhance our influence, while you will receive all treatment fees. The maintenance and long-term care are where the real profits lie. Mr. Yang, I wish to be candid with you. This is a mutually beneficial opportunity. Though Yang Wanhua may appear mercantile, he was sincere. We aim to retain high-quality clientele for growth and profit, and you are seeking a platform. Let us collaborate." After a moment of hesitation, Chen He nodded in agreement. "Very well. If I have time, I can come by." He refrained from committing fully, for to him, aesthetic medicine was merely a means of income. In Huaxia, many issues cannot simply be resolved with money. To realize his dreams, he knew he had but one path to traverse: to become a towering figure capable of rescuing the populace from peril, to shoulder the monumental task of alleviating the nation's suffering. The strongest physician in Huaxia. Such an ambition may sound ludicrous to others, and Chen He himself once dare not contemplate it. Yet now, he resolved to give it a try. Chapter 60. A deep father-daughter bond. The afternoon hours seemed interminable. Chen had gone through quite a tumult during the midday, and on his way back, he nibbled on some bread. He then proceeded directly to the bank to manage his finances. Upon gazing at the substantial sum of nearly 3 million in his bank account, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. In this society, while money may not be omnipotent, it serves as a man's courage. Since his release from prison, Chen had been living frugally. To save costs, he resided in an urban village, subsisting on boiled noodles with a few slices of greens. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Life truly resembled the lyrics of a song, akin to a merciless chisel that alters one's original form. Upon returning to the hospital, it was just past 2:30. Before he could settle in, Zhao Yu and Wang Yihan rushed in with urgency. "Director, hurry, there's a task." Chen's expression shifted instantly. "A task? What task?" He was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Yu quickly explained, "There has just been a chain collision near Dong and Amp, Oppos, and Bridge, involving 11 vehicles. The emergency center has dispatched us to hurry over." Hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow, swiftly contemplating the equipment needed for the accident scene. "Zhao Yu, prepare the first aid kit. Wang Yihan, contact the hematology department." The magnitude of the accident, 11 vehicles near Dong and Bridge, was staggering. Dong and Bridge was a thoroughfare where speeds exceeded 60, comparable to a freeway. In no time, the trio was ready. They quickly boarded the ambulance. While en route, Chen remarked, "To be honest, our provincial second hospital is somewhat ill-equipped to handle such a significant car accident." His honesty was refreshing, as the surgical department was merely average. Aside from a few seasoned directors in the hepatobiliary surgery department, the other specialties were lacking. Zhao Yu clarified, "Director Chen, our primary role is to serve as a backup. We may even be relegated to logistical support. Chen was taken aback. Oh, what do you mean? Zhao Yu awkwardly scratched his head. You might not know, but I accompanied Dr. Yang once before. It was during a fire rescue operation. Many ambulances from various hospitals were deployed. Our hospital's participation felt more like a political obligation. The emergency center must ensure all protocols are met. We can't afford a shortage of ambulances. The provincial and municipal hospitals are quite strained for emergency vehicles. So, you understand, Director? Zhao Yu's words illuminated Chen's understanding. So, we're merely here as bystanders? The thought left him bemused. Upon further reflection, it indeed seemed accurate. With such an underwhelming emergency department, what could they realistically contribute? It would be better not to assign a task at all. An unexpected weight of responsibility settled within Chen's heart. This time, Zhao Yu appeared unusually confident in Chen, devoid of the previous anxiety. This surprised Wang Yihan. Could it be that the last encounter had brought such a significant transformation? Only Zhao Yu understood that facing emergency tasks was a challenge not solely of skill, but of mindset. At any moment, one must maintain composure and strive to save patients to the best of their abilities, rather than succumbing to panic. Dong'an Bridge was not far, and within approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the scene. The police had cordoned off the area, and surrounding vehicles were being redirected. Several ambulances were already present, some having departed. Director Zhao Lisin of the emergency center was on site, directing operations. The situation today was more severe than usual. Such a large-scale chain collision hadn't been encountered in a long time. Zhao Lisin felt a wave of trepidation. The accident scene must not be lingered upon. Patients needed to be swiftly evacuated to avert potential explosions. Quickly, evacuate first, then provide aid. Which hospital are you from? Hurry. Under the blazing sun, Zhao Lisin stood atop his vehicle, wielding a megaphone, vocally orchestrating the scene's efforts. Upon arrival, Chen and his team immediately engaged in the rescue operations. Chen carried the first aid kit, with Zhao Yu closely trailing, holding a stretcher. As a new ambulance arrived, Zhao Lisin directed, "You all go that way." Chen nodded and guided Zhao Yu in that direction. At that moment, firefighters from 119 were attempting to pry open a car door. Many vehicles had become severely deformed post-collision, rendering the doors virtually inoperable. The atmosphere was tense, filled with cries for help and desperate pleas. The emergency scene tested the mettle of every doctor. One had to make the most accurate judgments under pressure. A white sedan lay overturned, with a man slumped unconscious in the driver's seat. Firefighters were considering breaking the glass to extract him. Chen swiftly approached to assist. Often, firefighters might overlook certain details, leading to secondary injuries. Thus, cooperation was vital in emergency settings. Fortunately, the main and side airbags had deployed. The man was merely unconscious from the impact, and Chen noted no visible wounds or areas of concern. With considerable effort, they managed to extricate the man and placed him on the stretcher, hastening towards safety. The vicinity of an overturned vehicle was fraught with danger. Just as they retreated, Chen suddenly heard a cry for help. Turning around, he spotted a van wedged between two vehicles, its soft body grotesquely contorted. Most crucially, he could clearly see a little girl inside, wailing inconsolably. A few firefighters were deliberating on how to proceed with the rescue. Upon closer inspection, Chen realized that two steel bars from the truck ahead had fallen, piercing the van from front to back. His heart raced. He addressed Zhao Yu. "You all go ahead. I'll assess the situation." Zhao Yu nodded vigorously. As Chen approached, the circumstances became clearer. The van's windows had already been removed, revealing the interior. Inside, a 4 or 5-year-old girl sobbed heart-wrenchingly. Blood smeared her forehead, likely from the collision and Oppo's impact. Yet, she wasn't lamenting her pain. She was tenderly touching her father's face, pleading, Uncle, please save my daddy. He is all I have. Please save him." Amidst her tears, the little girl's bloodied hand cautiously caressed the man's face. "Daddy, don't be afraid. You said when Nyo is here, you won't hurt. Daddy, open your eyes, Nyo is here. Please, I beg you, don't fall asleep." At just 5 years old, the girl displayed remarkable maturity. She didn't comprehend death, but recalled seeing people on television who never woke up after sleeping. In that instant, the girl wiped her tears away. Father, look, Nyonyo is no longer crying. Nyonyo is very strong. Father, could you also be strong? At that moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes, but instantly, a searing pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. At this very moment, a steel rod pierced through the man and Oppo's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Another one traversed his shoulder, completely impaling the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the man was not seated, but rather standing. It is highly likely that he stood up to shield the girl behind him, and that steel rod had now pinned him to the seat, rendering him immobile. Blood continuously seeped from the man's wounds, and blood also trickled from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to breathe, valiantly enduring the pain as he spoke to his daughter. Nyonyo, do not fear. Father is here. Father will not sleep. You must listen to the uncles and get out of the car. Otherwise, the blood on your head will not look pretty. The man realized he might not survive. His voice was deep and strained as blood flowed from his mouth. The little girl burst into tears. She recalled from the television that those who coughed up blood no longer existed. Watching her father bleed profusely terrified her. Father, please do not leave Nyonyo. Nyonyo has only you. I beg you. Doctor, please save my father. Nyonyo bows to you. The little girl clasped her hands together, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Even though the blood on her head had yet to dry, she fearlessly bowed her head. It was apparent to all that one of the wounds on the girl's head bore a mark from the steel rod. If not for that man in front of her, perhaps she would have truly perished. The firefighters at this point dared not move recklessly. Comrade, please save my daughter, I implore you. The man exerted his last ounce of strength, striving to protect his daughter. However, the little girl shook her head vigorously. I do not want to leave. I do not want to go. Father, I want to be with you. For a moment, the situation became tense. Chen He, observing this, said, Little sister, come out. The uncles are preparing to rescue your father, all right? If you stay inside, the police cannot work properly. Are you willing to help save your father? Upon hearing this, the little girl quieted down considerably. Really? Doctor, you are not deceiving me, are you? You must save my father. Chen He took a deep breath and nodded. Absolutely. I promise. Shall we make a pinky promise? This story made me cry while writing it. So fragile. Medical tales are not merely pretentious. They encompass much emotion and beauty. Chapter 61. Life and Death at High Speed. This was a Wuling Hongguang van. The doors needed to be pulled open, but due to the severe deformation from the impact, they could not be opened. A chainsaw was the only option. The little girl gazed at her father with tear-filled eyes, the glistening droplets perpetually threatening to fall. Daddy, Nyonyo will be good. Please don't sleep, okay? Nyonyo was remarkably resilient, urging her father to be strong as well. At that moment, the little girl resembled a miniature adult, continuously encouraging the man. He squinted against the pain, forcing a smile as he looked at his daughter. He might not be able to accompany her as she grew up. Tears mixed with blood streamed down his face as he contemplated this. Daddy, don't cry. Upon seeing her father weep, the little girl could no longer hold back, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. Does it hurt a lot, Daddy? Can Nyonyo tell you a story? When she had a stomachache as a child, her father would tell her stories, and the pain would fade away. Once upon a time, there was a little rabbit from outside the window. This heartwarming scene touched the onlookers. Human emotions often resonate deeply with one another. Though they were accustomed to witnessing life and death, it was precisely this familiarity that made them cherish life even more. The man's abdomen had been pierced by a rebar, making any attempts to move him exceedingly difficult. Once the door was finally opened, the little girl turned back repeatedly, reluctant to leave. But the man was genuinely anxious. This was the scene of an accident, where unforeseen dangers could arise at any moment. If they did not hurry to escape, no one could predict when peril would strike. Nyonyo, be good. Go wipe the blood off your face. Once the uncles get Daddy out, I'll come and see you, all right? At that moment, the little girl had no choice but to follow a young soldier away from the scene. Doctor, what should we do? Wu Weibing, the deputy chief of the fire brigade, looked at the man's condition and felt a headache coming on. He turned to Chen He and could not help but ask. First, saw through the rebar at the back of the seat. Remember, stabilize the rebar as much as possible to avoid causing secondary injuries to the patient. Wu Weibing nodded and gathered a few team members to firmly hold both ends of the rebar, stabilizing it as best as they could. As the chainsaw roared to life, the man's face contorted with pain, tears and blood mingling as they streamed down. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed ahead, hands clutching the rebar, remaining silent. The sawing of the rebar took nearly an hour, yet throughout it all, the man remained resolute. His gums had been bitten raw, blood seeping out, but in his eyes, there was something called determination. He could not die. It wasn't that he feared death, but he simply could not die. He had responsibilities. He needed to raise his daughter, to see her grow up, to watch her graduate from high school and then university, donning a cap and gown to see her walk down the aisle holding the hand of the man she loved. He was greedy. He wished to live a little longer, to help her raise children, to tirelessly share the few stories he knew with his grandchildren. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the man suddenly let out a chuckle, as if the physical agony paled in comparison to the joy within. He told himself he had to survive. Finally, with a resounding crack, the rebar was severed. All right, move him. Slowly, everyone on three. Chen He joined the effort. At that moment, everyone was determined to save this man. After all, they were men too. They had families and loved ones. At last, with everyone's combined efforts, the man was lifted out. A 3-centimeter thick rebar still struggled within his abdomen. 120, emergency vehicle. In the distance, Zhao Lisin, standing atop a vehicle, shouted urgently. At that moment, an emergency vehicle from the provincial hospital came to a halt, and 3 individuals rushed to the scene. Stretcher. Pan Jianya, the director of the emergency department, recognized the gravity of this situation and rushed in personally. Upon seeing the man with a rebar protruding from his abdomen, his expression changed instantly. Quick, place him on the stretcher. Wait, firefighter, please saw a hole in this part of the stretcher. Yes, right there. Pan Jianya was very professional. He had chosen this type of stretcher to ensure that the rebar didn't T-press against the hard surface of the board, which was the only option available. At this moment, there was no way to remove the rebar. It was akin to why, on the battlefield, one would not pull out an arrow but rather cut it off. Removing it could cause more damage than leaving it in. Just then, Nyunyo saw her father being brought out and hurriedly rushed over. But at that moment, the man suddenly collapsed. This scene sent the surrounding doctors into a panic. The likelihood of him fainting was 80% due to hemorrhagic shock. Seeing this, the little girl was utterly bewildered. She burst into tears. "Daddy, please wake up. Daddy, I beg you." At that moment, the little girl was genuinely terrified, for her mother had similarly vanished long ago. Now, was her father also going to leave her? The girl collapsed to the ground, her spirit seemingly departed. Chen He sighed deeply, handing the situation over to a nearby nurse before moving to the man's side. Meanwhile, Pan Jianya placed the patient on the stretcher and urgently called out, "Check the vital signs." He glanced at Chen He, who nodded in silent understanding. Blood pressure 65/30. Heart rate only 36 beats per minute. As these 2 pieces of news were relayed, several doctors' faces fell. Pan Jianya inhaled deeply. Addressing an assistant, "This isn't good. If we send him to the hospital like this, he won't make it. The rebar has likely damaged a major blood vessel. We must address this immediately to have any hope of survival." At this moment, Zhao Lisin approached, evidently familiar with Pan Jianya. He quickly inquired, "Director Pan, what's the situation?" Pan Jianya frowned. "Not good. Hemorrhagic shock. We must find a way to stem the bleeding. We can only operate here." After a moment of hesitation, Pan Jianya made a resolute decision. "Prepare for surgery." Zhao Lisin frowned. "A surgery now? Is that feasible?" Pan Jianya replied succinctly, "If we don't open him up, we won't be able to stop the bleeding. He will definitely die." Pan Jianya's words were direct and to the point. After speaking, he turned to Wu Weibing. "Captain Wu, we'll need your team's assistance. During the surgery, we'll do our best to isolate the tissue. You'll need to use instruments to stabilize the rebar. It must not shift." Wu Weibing solemnly nodded. "We will ensure the task is completed." Afterward, Pan Jianya began to call for his team. This operation clearly required more than 1 or 2 people. However, the emergency scene was not a hospital. Once the incision was made, there was no turning back. There were no expert consultations, no senior doctors to intervene, no sterile conditions, and certainly no advanced equipment. They had only the simplest surgical tools in their hands to rely on. Thus, the doctors present were filled with trepidation, eager to act, yet hesitant to proceed. Eventually, Pan Jianya called upon 2 of his Department S members. He then glanced at another doctor from a large hospital and at Chen He, opting for their assistance. However, at this moment, the other party awkwardly smiled and said, "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to." After speaking, they hastily departed, leaving Chun and the others behind. Ding! Side quest activated. Successfully assist in saving the patient. Upon completion, a level-up card will be awarded, enhancing skill level by 1. Chapter 62. Pain and Joy. Chen He gazed at the system prompt, his eyes suddenly brightening. This contraption is excellent. Skill level increased by 1. What lies beyond mastery? Chen He was profoundly curious. At that moment, Pan Jianya turned to Chen He. "Dr. Chen, do you have a moment?" Chen He nodded in response. "Of course." Pan Jianya sighed with relief. However, upon noticing the provincial second hospital sign, a headache immediately struck him. After all, the emergency department at the provincial second hospital was truly lacking. Even Zhao Lisan merely cleared his throat, saying nothing. This was not a matter of personal opinion towards Chen He, but rather a deeply entrenched perception within the circle regarding the emergency department at the provincial second hospital. Currently, they possessed only 2 ambulances, and their external emergency response lacked a coherent team. What expectations could one possibly have for such a setup? Nevertheless, a little engagement is better than none. Pan Jianya could not help but ask, "Dr. Chen, have you performed surgery before?" Chen He nodded. "Yes, I have done some." Upon hearing this, Pan Jianya felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he was not a complete novice. The patient was lifted into the vehicle, and Chen He followed suit. In the cramped space, 5 or 6 individuals were squeezed together. Wu Weibing held a stabilizing device, securing the steel rod to prevent any rotation during the procedure that could lead to further injury. Pan Jianya prepared to commence the surgery. Observing this, Chen He felt a flicker of admiration for his colleague. Although he had not previously heard of Pan Jianya, witnessing a man in his 40s still on the front lines inspired a sense of respect within him. The emergency sector is notorious for its arduous and thankless tasks, and pre-hospital emergency care is often the least financially rewarding. Clearly, Pan Jianya was a person of capability and courage. His steadfast commitment to the front lines of emergency care marked him as extraordinary. Thus, Chen He held Pan Jianya in high regard. In such rudimentary conditions, everyone approached the external surgery with utmost caution. Simple steps were taken, gloves donned, attire adjusted. The surgery officially commenced, establishing a central venous access, preparing for transfusion, administering fluids and medications. All preoperative preparations were meticulously completed. However, when Pan Jianya commenced anesthesia, Chen He could not help but be awestruck. No wonder he dared to perform surgery outside. It turned out he was skilled in anesthesia as well. Chen He instinctively raised his thumb in commendation. With everything in place, the patient's blood pressure continued to plummet, and despite fluid and blood transfusions, stabilization remained elusive. The primary concern had emerged. A source of hemorrhage must be identified and addressed. Without hesitation, Pan Jianya grasped the scalpel. He gently glided it across the abdominal wall, minimal blood emerging. The surrounding doctors fixed their eyes intently on the abdomen. Gradually, the greater omentum within the abdominal cavity began to reveal itself, along with the internal organs. At that moment, as the abdominal situation fully unfolded, everyone was left dumbfounded. An overwhelming amount of blood filled the abdominal cavity. Lacking suction devices, they could only rely on rudimentary equipment to draw out the blood. Chen He lost track of time, but eventually the internal landscape of the abdomen became visible. A steel rod had completely traversed the patient's intestines, 2 major blood vessels, and the left iliac bone of the pelvis. The area surrounding the blood vessels was a veritable minefield. Any careless movement of the steel rod could result in catastrophic hemorrhaging. Upon seeing the steel rod lodged in the abdominal aorta, cold sweat began to bead on their brows. This was a dire situation. Pan Jianya felt a throbbing headache. He suspected that a critical vessel had been injured, but who could have anticipated that it would be the abdominal aorta? What should they do now? The surrounding doctors shared the same realization, their expressions turning anxious as they stared at the visibly ruptured abdominal aorta, which was spurting blood. What had be done? The abdominal aorta is one of the most vital vessels in the human body. An issue with this artery parallels the complications arising from an aortic dissection. Suturing was not an option. Why? Firstly, the abdominal aorta, as a crucial conduit of nourishment for the body, must remain unobstructed. Any interruption to blood flow could lead to necrosis of organs such as the kidneys, liver, and inferior vena cava. Even if the surgery succeeded, the patient could suffer from severe post-operative complications. Secondly, suturing the abdominal aorta is exceptionally challenging. Being a major vessel, it has significant width, and the suturing must be executed with utmost precision, leaving no room for error. Finally, under all necessary conditions, the suturing of the major vessel must be completed within 50 to 60 seconds. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Pan Jianye sighed, seemingly resigned to the inevitability of failure. Wu Weibing, witnessing the dire predicament, could not suppress his concern. Director Pan, what's wrong? As old friends, Wu Weibing and Pan Jianye often encountered each other during missions. Being among the first responders at disaster sites, they had developed a familiarity over time. Wu Weibing, seeing Pan Jianye and Amp Oppo's distress, inquired out of genuine curiosity. Pan Jianye, feeling the weight of the situation, replied, "The circumstances have changed. Prepare to report to Director Zhao. We may not be able to save him. Look, this is the abdominal aorta, and the steel rod has penetrated it. Although there is bleeding, the rod itself has temporarily stemmed the flow. However, to treat this, we must clamp the vessels on either side and then extract the rod, followed by repairing the damaged vessels and intestines. The entire process must be completed in 50 to 60 seconds. After accounting for the extraction of the rod and cleaning the wound, we have only about 30 seconds left for suturing. This is impossible." Before Pan Jianye could finish, an unexpected voice interrupted him. "Director Pan, I want to give it a try." Instantly, everyone turned their attention towards Chen He, who had spoken up, eyebrows furrowing in skepticism. Being from the provincial second hospital's emergency department, there was already some murmuring among the group. Now, with Chen He suddenly proposing to intervene, their collective thoughts echoed a singular sentiment. What kind of joke is this? However, Pan Jianye regarded Chen He with a hint of curiosity. "Are you certain? This is no trifling matter." Chen He, feeling uncertain himself but recognizing the lack of alternatives, retorted, "I can at least try." With a resolute determination, Pan Jianye made a decision. "All right, you take the lead." Following this, Pan Jianye began delegating tasks. "Lao Si, Alu, remember to wait for my command. When I call, use the hemostatic clamps swiftly. Lao Wu, you must extract the steel rod quickly. Dr. Chun, prepare the sutures. The next steps will be entrusted to you. Master Wang, ensure a 1-minute countdown." As all tasks were assigned, tension filled the air. What was the meaning of being on the brink? What is the gravity of life and death? At this moment, a battle for survival commenced. It was a test of the doctors and Oppo's prowess, a fight for a glimmer of hope. 3, 2, 1. Observing that everyone was ready, Pan Jianye felt his heart racing. He too was filled with uncertainty. "Begin. Hemostasis. The timer starts now." The two swiftly separated the blood vessels of the abdominal aorta, applying hemostatic clamps, while simultaneously, Wu Weibing quickly stabilized and extracted the steel rod. Next, the countdown reached 40 seconds. Tick, tock. The sound reverberates, reminiscent of life slipping away. Chen He seizes the moment, grasping the scissors, and begins to meticulously trim the blood vessels. A countdown of 30 seconds ensues. As this sound resonates, Chen He sets down the scissors and picks up the needle and thread. At this instant, time seems to stand still. All eyes are fixated on Chen He, their gazes unwavering. The fate of the man and Amp Oppo's life rests squarely in his hands. Indeed, in Chen He's grasp lies the hope of all. He holds his breath, clears his mind of distractions, and swiftly commences the suturing. The countdown reaches 20 seconds. Chen He accelerates his pace. The needle dances up and down. The vessel and amp, oppos, S damage steadily diminishing. Countdown. 10, 9, 6. Chen He is almost there. His speed intensifies. In fact, many can only perceive the fleeting shadows of his hands. At this moment, Chen He's heartbeat soars to 120. 5. Only 5 seconds remain. Everyone can feel their bodies trembling. Yet, Chen He's hands move even faster. 3. At this juncture, he realizes his hands are beginning to cramp. 2. He perseveres, continuing to suture. Only 3 stitches remain. He cannot falter. Gritting his teeth, Chen He steadies his hands. He completes the final surge. After all, his failure holds little consequence. But the patient would be lost. The sole lifeline of the young girl would vanish. 1. Release the hemostatic clamp. As the 2 release the vessel, Chen He completes the suturing. At the moment blood begins to flow, an eruption of cheers fills the air. Chen He clasps his hands to his chest, fiercely trapping them beneath his armpits. The sensation of cramping is truly unbearable. Yet, witnessing the success of the patient's rescue fills him with immense joy. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of a physician's worth: enduring pain, yet finding joy. P.S. I wrote this with great fervor. My hands nearly cramped up, For those who appreciate it, do remember to leave a comment. Ching Ching will see it all. Chapter 63. The Second Hospital. Chen He succeeded? Pan Jianya felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had never anticipated that such a complex surgery could be successfully executed. This was the unvarnished truth. The very reason he allowed Chen He to take over was that he himself could not accomplish it. At precisely the right moment, his counterpart had confidently stepped forward. 30 seconds to perform an intricate suture on the abdominal aorta. Who among ordinary practitioners could achieve such a feat? Not to mention seasoned specialists. Even they would struggle to match this level of skill. Pan Jianya could swear that in his lifetime, he had never witnessed such a swift and adept suturing technique. Once the hemostatic clamp was removed, only a few minor blood vessels were left bleeding in the patient's abdominal cavity. The most significant and perilous vessels have been meticulously dealt with. Dr. Chen, you are truly remarkable, Pan Jianya exclaimed, eyes wide with awe. Was it possible that the Second Provincial Hospital boasted such talent? Known for his forthright nature, Pan Jianya spoke candidly, causing beads of sweat to form on the brows of those around him. Yet, they could not deny that Pan had articulated their shared sentiments. The Provincial People's Hospital was indeed among the top 3 in Jin Province, and its emergency response capabilities were beyond reproach. They had encountered numerous experts, but none could rival Chen He's exceptional suturing speed. At that moment, Wu Weibing shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, I almost thought I was seeing things. Who would have imagined suturing could be performed so rapidly? It has truly opened my eyes. Amidst the compliments, Chen He felt a hint of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly. Director Pan, you are too kind. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. You should hurry as well. Although the patient has temporarily evaded danger, abdominal infection has become more severe, and the surgery must be conducted promptly. Upon hearing this, Pan Jianya nodded with a smile. All right, we'll take our leave now. Oh, by the way, which department are you in at the Second Provincial Hospital? Chen He explained, I am currently the director responsible for emergency out-of-hospital rescue in the emergency department. Pan Jianya nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed the Second Provincial Hospital had not lost its discerning eye. A physician of Chen He's caliber was evidently endowed with both talent and skill. Being appointed as a director indicated the hospital's high regard for him. With this thought, Pan Jianya felt a surge of happiness. Excellent. From now on, we shall be comrades on the same front. Let us assist each other in future endeavors. Shall we exchange contact information? Chen He smiled and agreed, appreciating the straightforward nature of Director Pan. After Chen, he exited the vehicle. A little girl and Zhao Lisin awaited by the car door. Upon seeing Chen He, Zhao Lisin glanced at him before directly addressing Pan Jianya. Old Pan. How'd it go? Pan Jianya, filled with excitement, looked at Zhao Lisin with an uncontainable grin. Haha, it was a success. Thanks to Dr. Chen. We truly had no other chance. I tell you, Director Zhao, if you ever encounter a situation that demands a miracle, you must seek out Dr. Chen. He is phenomenal. All right, I want to keep you with idle chatter. I must return to the hospital. The patient's condition is now stable, but we need to expedite the transfer for follow-up surgery. The little girl rushed over, her big eyes fixed on Pan Jinya. Uncle, is my daddy going to be okay? Looking at the hopeful expression on the girl's face, Pan Jinya felt a pang of emotion. If he had failed to save her father, how sorrowful would she have been? Thankfully, they had succeeded. Often, the weight borne by physicians is self-imposed because there is so much goodness they do not wish to betray. Pan Jinya smiled gently, ruffling the little girl's hair, and pointed to Chen He, saying, "Remember this face. He is the one who saved your father." The girl turned to Chen He, her voice filled with conviction. "Uncle, thank you. When I grow up, I will repay you." Chen He shook his head, smiling, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Pan Jinya got into the vehicle, honked twice, and drove off swiftly. The little girl was also taken to the Provincial People's Hospital. On the other side, Zhao Lisan regarded Chen He, glanced at his name badge, and curiously inquired, "Are you from the 2nd Provincial Hospital?" Chen He nodded. "Hello, Director Zhao. I am the Director of Out-of-Hospital Emergency Rescue at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. My name is Chen He." Zhao Lisan acknowledged him with a nod. He was in charge of the city's Emergency Rescue Center, overseeing the dispatch of 120 ambulances and coordinating various hospitals. In essence, he was the linchpin for emergency services in the entire city. He knew that Pan Jianya would not lie. When you encounter a doctor capable of miracles, you must seek out Dr. Chen. This statement carried significant weight. After a moment as contemplation, Zhao Lisan decided to exchange contact information before departing. Meanwhile, Pan Jianya returned to the hospital with the patient, immediately entering the operating room via the green channel. Chief Surgeon Yu Hung took charge of the operation, assisting the man. Pan Jianya changed into scrubs and followed inside, preparing to cleanse the abdominal cavity and administer antibacterial measures. In emergency surgeries, every second counts and no one dared to relax for even a moment. However, once Yu Hung had thoroughly rinsed the patient's abdominal cavity, he noticed the suturing marks on the abdominal aorta. He was momentarily taken aback. "Director Pan, is this the wound caused by the steel bar?" Yu Hung was known for his stringent demeanor, holding others to high standards while pursuing perfection in his own work. Pan Jinya affirmed, "Indeed, I sent the photos earlier, did I not?" The steel bar penetrated through the abdomen, leaving such a gaping wound on the abdominal aorta, with blood gushing forth incessantly. The situation was dire. Yu Hung had certainly seen the photos. Otherwise, he would not have taken personal responsibility for the surgery. He understood the high level of difficulty and risk associated with this operation. At that moment, as Yu Hung carefully examined the abdominal aorta, preparing for reparation, he realized that the conditions in the operating room, with its superior safety and equipment, far surpassed those at the scene. Here, he could utilize a vascular bridge to reroute blood flow, allowing for a more stable suturing process. This would reduce the difficulty of the suturing and enhance its completeness and quality. However, as Yu Hung prepared to inspect further, he suddenly discovered something astonishing. The abdominal aorta exhibited not a single sign of leakage. Moreover, the suturing of the vessel was remarkably tight. The alignment of the vascular layers was impeccable, with both the vascular dermis and endothelium preserved in pristine condition. All signs and details indicated that the suturing had been executed with exceptional precision, perhaps even rivaling his own skills. For a moment, Yu Hing stood there, utterly stunned. Chapter 64. The leader has not arrived, but the sycophants have already taken action. How is this even possible? The conditions on site were utterly inadequate for such suturing. Moreover, the surgical instruments, needles, and threads used were the most ordinary. They were not specialized for vascular procedures. How could one possibly achieve such a flawless repair of the abdominal aorta under these circumstances? With this thought in mind, Yu Hung raised his gaze, fixing it on Director Pan. "Director Pan, are you certain this suturing was completed on site?" Upon hearing this question, Pan Jinya was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Old you, are you joking? I just returned from the scene. If it wasn't an Oppos, T done there, where else could it have been? And let me tell you, The other party finished suturing the abdominal aorta in roughly 30 seconds. Impressive, ISN and AMP, Oppos, Tiet. At this revelation, Yu Hong was left in a state of disbelief. How could this be? He scrutinized the defect meticulously, even counting the stitches, before exclaiming this required a total of 60 stitches. 60 stitches in 30 seconds. That means 2 stitches per second. And considering the complexity of the abdominal aorta, this is truly remarkable. Who on earth is this individual? Why have I never heard of such a figure in Jin Province? Yu Hong was evidently intrigued by this unseen expert. Pan Jinya, recalling Chen He and AMP, Oppo's operation at the time, shook his head in wonder and remarked, "Who could argue otherwise? During the surgery, I was left utterly speechless. After so many years as the director of emergency out-of-hospital rescue, I and Oppo's encountered countless experts. But I've never witnessed anyone suture as swiftly as Dr. Chen. The scene was astonishing. I'll show you the footage from the ambulance later." Yu Hong nodded, clearly eager to see how the procedure was executed. By the way, who is Chen He? Which hospital is he affiliated with? How old is he? What apartment does he belong to? Pan Jinya chuckled. I must warn you, don't be too shocked. Young Chen is only 27 or 28 from the 2nd Provincial Hospital, specializing in emergency medicine as the director of out-of-hospital rescue. Clearly, the 2nd Provincial Hospital holds him in high regard. Yu Hong scoffed. What a waste of talent. Everyone knows the state of the emergency department at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Such a gifted individual should be placed in a position where he can truly make a difference. Pan Jinya retorted, what's wrong with our emergency department? It also requires top-tier talent, you know? The operating room is never a tranquil place. If it falls silent, it means the surgery has become exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, Chen He had already completed the repair of the abdominal aorta, effectively alleviating the most significant complications. Consequently, Yu Hong only needed to address the intestinal tissue repair and carry out disinfection and antibacterial procedures. This allowed both their spirits to ease somewhat, and light banter between them became commonplace. In fact, conversations in the operating room often revolve around what to eat for lunch or dinner. More often than not, they could make the locally anesthetized patients feel famished or leave them trembling with anxiety. Yu Hong had heard patients request, "Doctor, could we possibly refrain from discussing fatty intestines and tripe until after the surgery? And can we postpone the pig liver conversation as well?" Reflecting on this made him feel quite unsettled. The operating room is indeed a place filled with wonders. It frequently creates miracles, hosts numerous bizarre tales, and is never short of daily life as absurdities. As the two continued their surgical tasks, Yu Hong and Oppo's curiosity about Chen He intensified. On the other side, Chen He noticed that the ambulance from his hospital had already departed. In a moment of exasperation, he flagged down a passing vehicle. "Excuse me, could you give me a ride to the 2nd Provincial Hospital?" The driver, upon hearing this, chuckled incredulously. "Comrade, we work for a large hospital. It's not on our route." Another individual nearby also laughed helplessly. "Ambulances are quite expensive, starting at 200 per trip. Would you like to hop in?" Chen He rolled his eyes. By this time, most patients had already been evacuated. The critically injured had been transported to the hospital, leaving only the aftermath to manage. Thus, the atmosphere had relaxed somewhat. In this manner, Chen He's hopes of hitching a ride were dashed, leaving him with no choice but to take a taxi. Alas, my poor wallet, losing another $10. At that moment, Chen He received a prompt from his system. "Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the urgent rescue task at the emergency scene. Due to the high difficulty, you have earned a reward, Upgrade Point 1. Upgrade points can be used to enhance any of your skill levels. A gentle reminder, please invest in high-level skills and avoid waste." Chen He's eyes lit up. At last, the system reward is here. 1 upgrade point. However, he did not have any particular surgical skill in mind to upgrade, so he remained unhurried. Upon returning to the department, Chen He was surprised to find the doctor's office sparsely populated. Zhao Yu and Wang Yihan had just returned, both drenched in sweat, resting in their chairs. It must be noted that pre-hospital emergency care is indeed a test of endurance, not only in skill, but also in physical and mental fortitude. Wang Yihan, a relatively petite young woman, could only keep up with them as they dashed about. Suddenly, Chen He stepped out and purchased 3 bottles of electrolyte drink from the vending machine in the emergency waiting area, returning to share them with his colleagues. Here, have a bottle. Wang Yihan smiled brightly. Thank you, boss. Zhao Yu's eyes also sparkled as he replied. Right? Thanks, boss. That title sounds much better than calling you director. Chen He chuckled, unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. The blazing sun outside was indeed quite intimidating. All 3 of them were sweating profusely, especially since doctors had to wear white coats outdoors. It was a complete fallacy that TV doctors could leave their coats unbuttoned. If hospital leadership caught wind of that, they'd surely raise a fuss. It would be a miracle if the director didn't and Oppos, T-dock you a few $100 from your civil virtue bonus. As a result, everyone tried to purchase lighter white coats online during the summer to stay cool. The electrolyte drink was quite good, quickly replenishing electrolytes, and, in a sense, indeed revitalizing. Though they certainly didn't sponsor me, Chen He glanced around the room, noting that only a few doctors were busy writing patient records. Usually, Hu Jianquan and Jiang Fuan, among others, would occupy the office chairs, sipping tea regardless of how hectic things outside became. Curious, Chen He inquired, why are there so few people in the office today? Wang Yihan grimaced. TSK, they've gone to flatter the higher-ups. With this succinct remark, Chen He understood the situation. Intrigued, he asked, "Oh, which leader is visiting?" Wang Yihan raised her thumb. "Boss, you truly are astute. You guessed it right away." Chen He laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "So what is the situation?" Wang Yihan lowered her voice, whispering, an elderly gentleman was just brought in. Reportedly, a former high-ranking official from the provincial court. As the saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must be secured. Nowadays, it might be phrased as, before the leader arrives, the sycophants have already taken action. This quip made Chen He chuckle heartily. Chapter 65. What is the role of a doctor? Hospitals, in essence, represent a hierarchical ecological chain. Each individual within this system occupies a specific rank and position. In this framework, some regard the medical profession merely as a job, others perceive doctors as intermediaries, while some view hospitals as platforms, and a few even reduce doctors to mere tools. Yet at the heart of it all, the primary duty of a physician remains the preservation of life and the alleviation of suffering. Regrettably, many overlook this fundamental truth, mistaking the hospital for an intricate system. On a sweltering summer day, with the sun blazing overhead, it was precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the height of the heat. Chun, accompanied by Wang Yihan and Zhao Yu, had just made 2 trips for external emergency rescues. The emergency department remained incessantly busy, despite the oppressive heat. Amidst the bustling activity, some individuals busied themselves with providing private services for a prominent figure, seemingly oblivious to the frantic pace of the emergency room. Of course, Hu Jianquan was not idle either. He was diligently attending to his duties. Gao Minghua, a former leader of the provincial high court, shared an age with Hu Jianquan and Oppos, as father-in-law. Although their families maintained a cordial yet distant relationship, Hu Jianquan and Oppos, as father-in-law had no heirs, and with Hu Jianquan and Oppos, as lack of ambition, he remained merely a deputy director. In contrast, Gao Minghua's 2 sons were at the pinnacle of their careers, both distinguished figures in Jin province. With Gao Minghua suddenly hospitalized, Hu Jianquan sought to cultivate a closer rapport, hoping to leverage future opportunities for his own advancement. After all, the director of the provincial second hospital held a position comparable to a department head, while Gao Minghua's sons occupied influential roles, one as a deputy minister and the other as a CEO of a state-owned enterprise. For them, elevating Hu Jianquan to the role of department head was hardly a challenge. Gao Minghua, seated in a chair, found it difficult to dismiss Hu Jianquan and Oppos as attentiveness. As an established bureaucrat, he enjoyed full reimbursement for his hospital stay, accompanied by a caretaker. There is truly no need for Hu Jianquan and Oppos as solicitousness. Yet, given their cordial but not overly close relationship, he felt hesitant to decline. Unable to restrain himself, Gao Minghua addressed Hu Jianquan. "Xiao Hu, you may attend to your duties. Do not let my presence hinder your important work in the emergency department. Hu Jianquan waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Gao, you are being too formal. My father mentioned your health has not been robust, and no one has come to play chess with him. Besides, I am here at the hospital. It is no trouble at all. Continuing with a professional demeanor, Hu Jianquan urged, Uncle Gao, please share your symptoms with me, and I will arrange for an expert to assess your condition. Gao Minghua nodded. To be honest, I suspect it is not a serious ailment. Earlier today, I intended to take a short nap, but suddenly felt a bit dizzy. I measured my blood pressure and found it slightly elevated, so I took some anti-hypertensive medication. However, after taking it, I still felt a bit hazy with some swelling and discomfort in my hands. Knowing my blood pressure tends to run high, I feared complications and promptly called 120 for assistance. Since your hospital is the nearest, I was brought here. Upon hearing this, Hu Jianquan pondered for a moment. This is concerning. Your health must be prioritized. Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. You are indeed the family and Oppo's jewel. Henceforth, if you experience any discomfort, please call me. After all, we are like family, and it is unnecessary to be formal. My brothers, Jian Pain and Jianhui, are quite busy, but I am here to help. Right? Gao Minghua and Oppo's two sons, Gao Jianpain and Gao Jianhui, were both influential figures, one in the legal system and the other as a general manager in a gasification company, both in their prime. Hu Jianquan was thoroughly dedicated. With extensive connections within the hospital, he was able to facilitate matters considerably. It is undeniable that having acquaintances within the hospital can ease many processes. At the very least, Gao Minghua and Oppo's cranial MRI and CT scans faced no waiting time. It must be said that official favoritism can be quite detrimental. The presence of individuals in white coats bypassing queues is often quite irksome, albeit exceptions exist. After all, there are instances when urgent examinations are warranted. It would be unreasonable to delay care for the sake of procedure. Having spent many years in the emergency department, Hu Jianquan's immediate thought upon hearing Gao Minghua's symptoms was the possibility of a stroke, acute cerebral infarction, or acute cerebral hemorrhage. Therefore, prior to consulting a specialist, he first arranged for a cranial examination. Jiang Furuan, Hu Jianquan and Oppo's loyal aide, busied himself alongside Hu Jianquan, unfazed by the emergency department and Oppo's hectic pace. After all, in a hospital, one and Oppo's prospects for promotion and salary increases do not hinge on the quality of patient care, but rather on the favor of superiors. Consequently, significant issues remain within the hospital and Oppo's selection mechanism. In a certain provincial hospital, a department head, feeling slighted by a deputy head and Oppo's surgical proficiency, simply transferred the latter to outpatient services under the pretext, "You have performed so well in surgery. Why not work in outpatient care instead?" Such a feeble excuse ultimately forced the individual out. Life, at times, can be more absurd than fiction. Meanwhile, as Hu Jianquan reviewed the scans, he furrowed his brow. This is peculiar. While there are signs of old ischemic lesions, no fresh cerebral infarction is evident. What could this mean? Hu Jianquan found himself perplexed. He had anticipated discerning something significant to impress Gao Minghua, yet was left at a loss. "Dr. Jiang, you may return. I will accompany Uncle Gao to the neurology department," Hu Jianquan instructed. Jiang Furuan, hearing this, bid farewell to Gao Minghua before heading toward the department. Though reluctant, he understood the necessity of knowing when to step back. Hu Jianquan skillfully guided Gao Minghua to the emergency office, then stepped outside to contact the head of the neurology department, informing them of Gao Minghua and Oppo's identity. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Dr. Li Wan, the head of neurology, hurried down. Dr. Li, too, felt a sense of helplessness. It was challenging to refuse such requests. Moreover, she felt indebted to Hu Jianquan and viewed it as an opportunity to repay a favor. Upon seeing her, Gao Minghua immediately recognized Hu Jianquan and Oppo's influence at work. Xiao Hu, please refrain from such special treatment. I merely came for a checkup, he remarked. Hu Jianquan, however, maintained a serious demeanor. Uncle Gao, you are mistaken. It is best for you not to exert yourself. Until your condition is clarified, such exertion may lead to complications. Gao Minghua sighed and shook his head, turning to Dr. Li with an apologetic tone. Director Li, I appreciate your personal attention. Gao Minghua was acutely aware of these nuances. Life is not a television drama, where officials can act with impunity. Rather, individuals are mindful of their status and prefer to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Hu Jianquan, believing himself to be clever, was, in fact, entangled in a web of complications. Reflecting on this, Gao Minghua let out a disappointed sigh regarding the actions of his old friend's son-in-law. Chapter 66. I Don and Amp. Oppos. T think so Li Wan noticed that the old gentleman was quite courteous and responded with a smile and a nod. The old gentleman was polite, and Director Hu and Oppos' remarks were not without merit. Thus, I shall first examine the films. Having said that, she picked up the films and began to scrutinize them. Upon review, Li Wan found no abnormalities, which was indeed perplexing. What could have caused this condition? Discomfort in the limbs, aside from cerebral infarction. Could it be a vertebral issue? Both the thoracic and cervical spine could potentially lead to unilateral limb discomfort. With this thought in mind, Li Wan said, Old gentleman, let me conduct a checkup to rule out any issues, and then we will schedule an examination of your cervical and thoracic spine. Gao Minghua was quite cooperative. The neurological examination was conducted with utmost professionalism, and, as the head of the department, Li Wan was certainly no novice. In no time, the examination was completed, and it became evident that the neurological assessment had largely ruled out any significant issues. The next step was to examine the cervical and thoracic spine. Naturally, Hu Jianquan was more than willing to scurry about, as he was well aware that he needed to create a debt of gratitude with the old gentleman for future favors. Meanwhile, Chen He, having just finished his tasks, returned to the emergency office and was momentarily taken aback by the number of people present. Is this the prominent figure that Wang Yihan mentioned Hu Jianquan was attending to? He certainly did not appear to be the arrogant type. Observing Chen He, drenched in sweat, Gao Laozu kindly offered him a seat and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen He returned the gesture with a nod and a smile. The emergency department was indeed bustling, with a significant number of heat stroke cases during the sweltering summer, alongside a rise in various ailments due to the heat. After making a phone call, Hu Jianquan escorted Gao Laozu for the examination. Upon returning with the films, Li Wan promptly affixed them to the viewer and began her careful observation. Standing behind her, Chen He scrutinized the films and suddenly furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. There was an issue with the films. They contained images of the cervical spine and MRI. Yet Chen He perceived something different. He vaguely discerned an enlarged shadow in the area of the patient and amp, oppos, as thoracic aorta. What could this be? At this juncture, Hu Jianquan finally had the opportunity to showcase his expertise. Having spent a considerable amount of time in orthopedics, he believed his skills were quite commendable. He smiled and addressed Gao Minghua, saying, Old gentleman, I believe you are fine. It appears to be a false alarm. Just look at your spine and intervertebral discs. They all appear normal, and the curvature is quite standard. Therefore, it seems that your condition is neither a brain issue nor a cervical or thoracic spine problem. You can rest easy. However, Li Wan continued to study the films with a hint of confusion, unable to articulate her thoughts. After all, the vertebrae showed no signs of abnormality. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen He as he sat in the chair behind. He had found it. The cause had been identified. No wonder he felt something was off. Indeed, while the vertebrae were unremarkable, other areas exhibited certain anomalies. With this realization, Chen He refrained from disclosing the answer immediately and curiously inquired, Old gentleman, where do you feel discomfort? Gao Minghua turned to the doctor, who had just returned, drenched in sweat, and felt a degree of admiration for such dedication. Just as he was about to explain, Hu Jianquan interjected, smiling as he cast a glance at Chen He. Dr. Chen, are you no longer busy? His tone dripped with disdain and mockery, as he perceived Chen He as someone attempting to ingratiate himself with Gao Laozu. Disregarding Hu Jianquan's remarks, Chen He directly asked, Do you feel tingling in your hands? Or perhaps pain in your right arm? At this, Gao Minghua was momentarily stunned. Huh? Young man, how did you know? Hu Jianquan frowned, poised to speak. But Chen He continued to interrupt. Do you feel short of breath when speaking or find yourself gasping for air while walking? Is your blood pressure higher than usual today? Is there any subtle discomfort in your chest area? With a flurry of questions, Chen He left the old gentleman utterly bewildered. Yes, that's correct. What is happening to me? Doctor? Chen He took a deep breath and replied, Old gentleman, I strongly advise you to transfer to the provincial hospital as soon as possible. Your condition is quite concerning. It is highly likely that you have an aortic aneurysm, specifically an aortic dissection. If the dissection were to rupture, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen He chose his words carefully, as he had discovered while reviewing the films that, although the vertebrae presented no abnormalities, the imaging of the thoracic and cervical spine could easily capture the anterior region, including some structures within the thoracic cavity. Typically, these would not be prominently visible and would lack reference value. However, exceptions do exist. When such elements converge, a chemical reaction occurs. Recently, Chen He had attained master-level expertise in aortic dissection surgery, which naturally endowed him with an exceptional understanding of the condition. Thus, he had swiftly identified something suspicious. Upon hearing Chen He and Oppo's words, Gao Minghua was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had begun to believe in the doctor and Oppo's assessment. After all, Chen He had articulated concerns that resonated deeply with him. How could he not believe? Nevertheless, Hu Jianquan suddenly chuckled and shook his head. Old gentleman, do not let Dr. Chen frighten you. Dr. Chen, do what you need to do. Do not make unfounded claims here. If something goes wrong, will you take responsibility? Hearing this, Chen He simply smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and prepared to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man in a white shirt and suit hurried into the room. Dad, are you all right? Seeing his eldest son arrive, Gao Minghua smiled and said, We have yet to ascertain the situation. There is no need to worry. Hu Jianquan quickly chimed in, Brother Jianping. Gao Jianping glanced at Hu Jianquan, bustling about, and paid no heed to the address. Hu Director, my father is all right. I ascend in Oppo's. Gao Jianping inquired attentively. Hu Jianquan, sensing disappointment, nonetheless smiled and replied, He is fine. It is nothing serious. However, no sooner had he spoken than his words were interrupted again. Li Wan suddenly addressed Gao Jianping. You must be the old gentleman and Oppo's family member? Gao Jianping nodded. Yes, this is my father. Li Wan affirmed, furrowing her brow slightly as she said, I recommend that you heed Dr. Chen's advice. The current situation indicates that your father's arm pain and numbness are undoubtedly symptomatic. While this film may not provide clarity, we cannot disregard Dr. Chen's potential assessment. If this is indeed the case, our hospital is more than capable of providing necessary emergency care. Therefore, I suggest you expedite your father and Oppo's transfer to the provincial hospital. Ideally, the provincial emergency department should be contacted for the transfer to mitigate any unforeseen incidents during transit. Upon hearing this, Hu Jianquan was left utterly flabbergasted. How could this be? Chapter 67. The young doctor Hu Jianquan could hardly fathom that Li Wan would come at Chen He's defense at such a moment. He was momentarily taken aback. Gao Jianping's expression turned grave. Director Li is my father and Oppo's condition. That's serious? It was evident that Gao Jianping had initially been swayed by Hu Jianquan and Oppo's vague assertions, failing to grasp the gravity of his father and Oppo's situation. Hu Jianquan, eager to stoke the flames, added, Jianping, Chen is still quite young. You needn't Oppo's worry too much. After speaking, he turned to Chen He and remarked, Little Chen, go to your own thing and stop causing trouble here. What do you even understand? Chen He shrugged, preparing to leave. After all, having said what he needed, he thought, it's none of my business whether you choose to stay or go. However, before Hu Jianquan could finish a sentence, Gao Jianping appeared more contemplative. After all, this concerned his father. Regardless of Hu Jianquan's extravagant claims, it ultimately did not affect him. Yet, as a son, hearing two individuals express concern about the risks was alarming. The immediate course of action was to transfer his father. Even if it meant spending money for peace of mind, it was worth it. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Jianping promptly called a friend. A few minutes later, He secured the phone number of Director Li Peng from the Provincial People's Hospital. You, Director Li. This is Gao Jianping. Yes. Jitong mentioned it to you earlier. My father is currently at the 2nd Provincial Hospital, and his condition is not good. The doctor suspects a thoracic aortic aneurysm, and they cannot manage it here. We wish to transfer him to your facility. What do you think? After hanging up, Gao Jianping felt a sense of accomplishment. This was indeed the advantage of power. Hu Jinquan stood there, his mood fluctuating. Originally, if his father remained at the 2nd Provincial Hospital, he could have ingratiated himself. But now the transfer to the Provincial People and Oppos as hospital was imminent. However, Chen He had clearly underestimated Hu Jinquan and Oppos as audacity. Taking a deep breath, Hu Jinquan declared, it seems I have not considered everything. The Provincial People and Oppos as hospital has better conditions, and I know many people there. Jianping, let me accompany you. As he spoke, he began to change into his white coat. Gao Jianping remained silent. He had no desire to engage in a dispute with Hu Jinquan at that moment. His worries were solely for his father, fearing the worst. After Chen He completed his work, the 120 notification came through. Just as he was about to leave, Gao Jianping suddenly called out to him. Dr. Chen, excuse me. May I trouble you? Chen He nodded. Yes, please make it quick. I have a task to attend to. Gao Jianping appeared momentarily taken aback. He noticed that the young man before him exhibited a demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant, treating him with the same regard as any ordinary person. Gao Jianping quickly said, Dr. Chen, could you please explain what a thoracic aortic aneurysm entails? Also, how confident are you in the prognosis? Chen He halted, gazing earnestly at Gao Jianping. The elderly gentleman has experienced damage to the vascular endothelium of his thoracic aorta, allowing blood to seep into the dissection, forming a pseudoaneurysm. This dissection obstructs normal blood flow, thereby increasing pressure. If it reaches a critical threshold, the likelihood of a rupture is imminent. At that point, the success rate for resuscitation is 0. Upon hearing Chen He's words, Gao Jianping was visibly shaken. 0 success rate. As for the prognosis, Chen He examined the images of the thoracic and cervical vertebrae, and after a minute, he uttered the probability of aortic dissection in the elderly gentleman is 100%. With that, Chen He rose and exited the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. 100%? Hu Jinquan scoffed. Nonsense. Li Wan, however, remained silent, as she was not well versed in thoracic structures. Most importantly, how could this young man deduce a thoracic aortic dissection merely from the cervical and thoracic images? It seemed quite implausible. While some vague shadows of the thoracic cavity could be discerned, they were far from conclusive. Hu Jinquan explained to Gao Jianping, this young man is spouting absurdities. How could one diagnose a thoracic aortic aneurysm by merely observing cervical images? In all my years as a doctor, this is the first time I and Oppos ever heard such a claim. Gao Jianping remained silent, his emotions in turmoil. Whom should he trust? That was the crux of the matter. Yet, even if he did not believe Chen He, what if his assertions were indeed true? But to trust him felt somewhat reluctant. At that moment, Li Wan curiously inquired, Director, who exactly is this Dr. Chen? Hu Jinquan replied curtly, he just arrived a few days ago, performed 2 surgeries, and now seems to think he knows everything. Young people often become inflated with a little success. The elderly gentleman sitting behind chuckled and shook his head. To be frank, he found himself inclined to believe Chen He. The elderly gentleman had a keen eye for character. Chen He had no vested interest in them, sought nothing from them, and merely offered an earnest warning. His perspective was relatively objective. Before long, an ambulance from the Provincial People's Hospital pulled up at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Chen He as he prepared to leave. The sensation was rather unpleasant. After all, the fact that they were there to retrieve a patient reflected poorly on him. It was akin to 2 restaurant owners serving the same dish, where one frequented the other and Oppos' establishment, losing all desire to dine at his own. How could that feel right? Yet, this was beyond Chen He's control. With that thought, he boarded the vehicle and departed. Meanwhile, Pan Jinya had just completed a surgery, successfully saving the steelworker. Before he could catch his breath, he received a call from Director Lee. Director Pan, please head to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to pick up a patient. The situation is quite special. You should handle it personally. The patient is a 78-year-old male, suspected of having a thoracic aortic aneurysm. I fear there may be complications during transit. After receiving the instructions, Pan Jinya set off. Upon his arrival, he spotted a familiar face exiting. Chen He. His eyes lit up, and just as he prepared to greet him, he noticed Chen He had already entered a vehicle and driven away. He chuckled, suddenly feeling an urge to share a drink with Chen He. For some reason, he found the young man quite agreeable. Perhaps another time. Pan Jinya led his team directly into the emergency department. Gao Jianping and the others were already awaiting their arrival and approached them. Pan Jinya helped lift the elderly gentleman onto the ambulance and, upon seeing Li Wan, greeted her. Directly, Li Wan smiled upon seeing Pan Jinya. Old Pan is on the case. There is nothing to worry about. Indeed, they were all acquaintances. The medical community was not vast. After decades of interactions, one could easily become familiar with many faces. The neurology and emergency departments shared a unique connection, dealing with urgent cases like acute strokes and brain infarctions. Previously, Li Wan and Pan Jinya had both served as volunteers at the emergency center. Yet, Pan Jinya shook his head. Seeing you, I feel a twinge of anxiety. You say it might be a thoracic aortic aneurysm. I believe your judgment is astute. It very well could be. Chapter 68. The expert upon hearing Pan Jinya and Appo's words, Li Wan shook her head and replied, Old Pan, you are mistaken. It truly isn't my conjecture. As Pan Jinya spoke, he proceeded to transfer the elderly gentleman. All right, Director Li, I shall take my leave. Once I have a diagnosis, I will inform you. Li Wan nodded and waved her hand. To be honest, she was still quite curious about the old man and Appo's condition. The ambulance set in motion. Pan Jinya observed the elderly man lying on the bed, conducted a routine neurological examination, and then addressed the accompanying physician, stating, administer continuous low-flow oxygen. Simultaneously, he added, monitor the blood pressure. This was a precaution taken by Pan Jinya to prevent a sudden spike in blood pressure that could lead to a catastrophic aortic dissection. At that moment, Pan Jinya suddenly inquired, do we have any imaging? Hu Jianquan nodded and smiled, introducing himself. Hello, Director Pan. I am Hu Jianquan, the Deputy Director of the Emergency Department at the Provincial 2nd Hospital. Pan Jinya was taken aback, thinking, oh, Director Hu? However, he was puzzled by who Hu Jianquan truly was, as he had never heard of him before. Hu Jianquan and Appo's vanity was unexpectedly gratified as he presented the imaging results. Here are the scans, head MRI, cervical spine, and thoracic spine. Upon receiving the images, Pan Jinya was momentarily stunned. After reviewing them, he furrowed his brow. No contrast. How can it be determined that this is an aortic dissection? Hearing Pan Jinya's question, Hu Jianquan sighed heavily, expressing his dismay. Alas, a junior doctor in our department, lacking understanding, mistakenly diagnosed it as a dissection after reviewing the cervical spine images. Oh dear. Upon hearing this, Pan Jinya scrutinized the images more closely. The more he examined them, the more he sensed something amiss. Assessing the aorta through cervical and thoracic spine images was indeed a formidable challenge. Silently, Pan Jinya remained vigilant, carefully monitoring the elderly man and Appo's blood pressure. He also contacted the director of the interventional department to arrange for an aortic angiogram for a definitive diagnosis. Once they arrived at the hospital, they were granted immediate access to the interventional department. The urgency of the aortic dissection could not be overstated. Timely treatment was crucial. If neglected, the risk of mortality was alarmingly high. The director of the interventional department first settled the elderly gentleman for routine examinations to ascertain if he was suitable for interventional testing. Meanwhile, Pan Jinya took the imaging to Zhao Yanjun. His expression one of confusion, and asked, Old Zhao, can you determine an aortic aneurysm from cervical and thoracic spine images? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanjun regarded Pan Jinya with newfound respect. Oh, when did our director Pan become so knowledgeable about such details. Panjanya chakeld okwerdi. Oh, I merely heard about it. Just tell me if it's possible. Zhao Yanju nodded. Indeed, it is possible. After all, when taking cervical and thoracic images, the thoracic cavity can be observed. However, due to numerous artifacts, clarity is often compromised. Only in particularly typical cases might it be discernible. Of course, if it were a top-tier cardiovascular surgeon, like Director Xiao from our hospital, perhaps they could indeed achieve such a feat. As they spoke, Zhao Yanjun held up the images for closer inspection. Upon further examination, he furrowed his brow. Although the images revealed little, he sensed something was amiss. Standing behind them, Gao Jianping interjected nonchalantly. Earlier, while at the provincial second hospital in AMP, Oppo's emergency department, a doctor claimed that my father in AMP, Oppo's probability of having an aortic dissection is 100%. Hu Jinquan scoffed. What a reckless young man, speaking without knowledge. Old Pan and Director Zhao exchanged amused glances but refrained from responding directly, instead offering a gentle reassurance. Mr. Gao, do not worry. We shall know the results soon. After the elderly gentleman underwent routine checks, the interventional angiography commenced. A group of individuals awaited outside, eager to learn whether the old man was indeed afflicted with the condition. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhao Yanjun emerged from within, his face grave. Observing his demeanor, the crowd immediately inquired, "What's the verdict?" "Director Zhao, is my father all right?" Zhao Yanjun shook his head. "This is serious." At this pronouncement, an eerie silence fell over the group. Everyone stared at Zhao Yanjun, demanding to know what exactly is going on. Zhao Yanjun sighed. It is indeed a thoracic aortic dissection, and its location is quite precarious. I recommend we arrange for surgery without delay. Should it rupture, there would be no time for rescue. Mr. Gao, you truly ought to express your gratitude to that doctor, for had your father and Oppo's condition been delayed any further, it could have led to catastrophic consequences. Zhao Yanjun and Oppo's voice trailed off, and he shook his head, feeling a sense of foreboding. Hearing Zhao Yanjun and Oppo's words left the crowd in shock. Was it truly that grave? Old Pan found himself intrigued, beginning to anticipate the legendary junior doctor. Meanwhile, cold sweat trickled down Gao Jianping and Oppo's back. He was genuinely frightened. Recalling Zhao Yanjun and Oppo's statement, he felt a lingering dread. Thank goodness it's not serious. Thank goodness it's not serious. Gao Jianping muttered to himself. At the same time, Hu Jianquan was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Casting a cautious glance at Gao Jianping, he noted that the latter completely disregarded him. Panic welled up within Hu Jianquan. He had aimed to ingratiate himself, yet had instead stepped on a landmine, incurring backlash. In that moment, he felt utterly alienated. Concurrently, he harbored increasing resentment towards Chen He. It was all his fault. At this juncture, Zhao Yanjun Kuden and Oppo's help but inquire, Mr. Gao, who exactly is this expert capable of diagnosing a dissection from cervical and thoracic images? Gao Jianping pondered for a moment, striving to recall the individual's name. He seemed young, perhaps under 30. It was something like Chen He. The surname was Chun, but the specifics eluded him. Upon hearing the name Chen He, Panjianya and Oppo's interest peaked. So, is this fellow? His remark captured the attention of those around him. What do you mean? Panjianya continued. Let me tell you, today I encountered an extraordinary individual. The emergency rescue director at your provincial second hospital, named Chen He. That fellow possesses genuine skill. Now we must contact Director Xiao promptly, as the old gentleman's condition is urgent and surgery must be arranged at once. Panjianya refrained from elaborating, for the paramount concern remained the elderly gentleman and Oppo's well-being. Meanwhile, upon receiving the notification, Xiao Mingshan made his way to the interventional department, mumbling to himself, aortic dissection, diagnosed through cervical images? What a peculiar situation. P.S. I do not deserve to celebrate 520. Chapter 69. The phone line is busy. Panjianya and Old Xia have been partners for quite some time. The saying in times of urgency, one's heart does not remain separate, aptly describes their bond. In the emergency department, over 50% of patients are admitted due to cardiac issues. Pan Jianya and Xiao Mingshan are not strangers. In fact, Xiao Mingshan arrived 2 years prior and made significant strides in the field of cardiac surgery, while Pan Jianya dedicated himself to the emergency department, raising its banner high. However, Pan Jianya has never relinquished his surgical skills in cardiac surgery. On the contrary, his proficiency has only deepened over the years. Thus, whenever a significant cardiac surgery arises, Xiao Mingshan invariably reaches out to Pan Jianya. Mr. Gao's condition was detected early, making this surgical intervention timely. Xiao Mingshan remarked with curiosity, "We owe it all to that doctor. Such issues with no apparent symptoms can be extremely perilous. If one is not cautious, an increase in blood pressure, even a mere cough, could lead to a vessel rupturing, leaving no time for rescue." Nevertheless, with results from cervical and thoracic spine imaging, there is indeed a method to the madness. Perhaps I could meet this doctor someday, he mused. Upon hearing this, Pan Jianya felt a surge of joy. "Old Xia, let us negotiate a little deal. What is on your mind?" Xiao Mingshan replied, fresh from washing his hands and now turning his attention to Pan Jianya. "Treat me to a seafood buffet worth $3.98, Pan Jianya said with a grin, "and I shall introduce you to that doctor." Xiao Mingshan's curiosity piqued. "You know him?" Pan Jianya proudly raised his chin. "Know him? Huh. We've even performed surgeries together." Xiao Mingshan gritted his teeth. "All right then." With that, the two entered the operating room. Meanwhile, the patient's condition had stabilized, and under normal circumstances, a routine surgery would suffice. The operation for a thoracic aortic dissection is regarded as one of the more challenging procedures in the country. There are not many experts well-versed in such surgeries. In Jin Province, only about 3 individuals are capable of performing it, including the two before us. While washing their hands, the two had shared light-hearted banter. But once donned in surgical attire, their demeanor transformed entirely. 2 associate chief physicians from the cardiac surgery department stood by to assist, with Xiao Mingshan taking the lead and Pan Jianya providing support. This surgery demanded meticulous cooperation, and everyone remained on high alert. The operation commenced. Xiao Mingshan expertly opened the chest, accessing the pleural cavity. The ribs were gently retracted, gradually revealing the heart, a weary organ, its rhythm already faltering. After carefully separating the tissues, Xiao Mingshan located the site of the aortic dissection, a bulge measuring 4 centimeters along the thoracic aorta, precisely where the dissection lay. Upon assessing the situation, Xiao Mingshan sighed in relief. However, in an instant the scenario shifted. The aortic dissection abruptly extended into the ascending aorta, though merely a 4-centimeter difference. The implications were drastically altered. Witnessing this, everyone was taken aback. It was their first encounter with such a sudden change in a patient's condition prior to surgery. Although the distance was a mere 4 centimeters, the difficulty level escalated from 70 to 95. The ascending aorta resides at the junction of the heart and blood vessels. This sudden extension allowed the bulge to encroach upon the pericardium, posing an imminent risk of catastrophe. Pan Jianya's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Damn, it can happen like this?" Xiao Mingshan was equally stunned, having not anticipated such a turn of events. This was not a favorable sign. It indicated that the vascular condition within the ascending aorta was compromised. Otherwise, such an extension would not occur. Vessels are akin to rubber tubes. Initially, they exhibit remarkable elasticity. However, with years of exposure to the elements and various internal and external factors, these tubes begin to age, developing cracks and peeling. Blood vessels undergo similar aging processes. With age, their elasticity diminishes, and the endothelial repair mechanisms alter, occasionally resulting in minor injuries. When such occurrences arise, the immense pressure from blood can rapidly invade the vessel's inner lining, causing the vessel wall to balloon like a balloon being inflated. At this moment, the area of Mr. Gao's sudden vascular rupture had expanded considerably. This alteration led to another consequence. The bulge had now neared the incessantly beating heart, significantly increasing danger. Old Pan tightened his grip on the instruments, glancing up at Xiao Mingshan. Old Xiao, what do we do now? Xiao Mingshan felt the tension rise. Have the family sign the consent forms and prepare a critical condition notice. The head nurse, who had been nearby, promptly approached upon hearing Xiao Mingshan and Appo's directive. Please inform the family that the situation has changed. The surgery for the elderly gentleman carries substantial risks, and the probability of success is quite low. They must prepare themselves. The head nurse nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, outside the operating room, Gao Jianping sat anxiously, unable to remain still. His father's condition weighed heavily on him. Recalling Xiao Mingshan's earlier comments only heightened his anxiety. Just then, the president of the Provincial People's Hospital, Li Peng, personally came to offer support. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Mr. Gao, do not be overly concerned. I assure you that Director Xia and Director Pan are among the top 3 in the province. They represent the pinnacle of cardiac surgery in our region. Gao Jianping nodded, though unease still lingered in his heart, for it was his father lying upon the operating table. Thank you, Director Li, he replied. Li Peng smiled, about to speak further, when suddenly the head nurse rushed out in haste. Upon seeing the director, she paused briefly before turning to Gao Jianping. Are you a family member of Mr. Gao Minghua? Gao Jianping's brow furrowed with concern as he nodded. Yes, that is correct. Taking a deep breath, the head nurse continued. I regret to inform you that due to vascular aging and other factors, the aortic dissection has expanded into the ascending aorta region. The situation is perilous. Here is the critical condition notice. Please sign it for the continuation of treatment. Gao Jianping's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? The ringing in his ears intensified. After all, he had already surpassed 50. The head nurse reiterated her statement. Taking a deep breath, Gao Jianping felt a wave of desolation wash over him. He was no longer a child. Many of these realities should have been anticipated. His father held immense significance for their family, an irreplaceable figure. With a heavy heart, Gao Jianping exhaled deeply, picked up the pen, and signed. Thank you all. I entrust you with his care. Gao Jianping nodded. What other recourse did he have besides placing his hopes in the doctors? Inside the operating room, Xiao Mingshan had obtained the consent form, and to be frank, the pressure was immense. However, the surgery had to proceed. With utmost caution, Xiao Mingshan began to incise the pericardium, and at that moment, it became evident that blood had indeed spread to the area surrounding the heart. What should be done? This dilemma weighed heavily on everyone present. They prepared for hypothermic extracorporeal circulation, adjusting the body temperature to 25 degrees Celsius. After a lengthy contemplation, Xiao Mingshan resolved to proceed with the surgery as if it were a Debaki type 1 scenario. Yet, Pan Jianya quickly intervened. Wait, old Xia, something feels off. Xiao Mingshan frowned. What feels off? Pan Jianya pointed to the patient's heart. How long do you think this heart can endure? Once we initiate hypothermic extracorporeal circulation, there is no turning back. If the heart sustains damage from reperfusion, do you believe the old gentleman and Appo's life will be spared? Xiao Mingshan frowned in agreement. Indeed, this was a grave concern. His plan involved achieving systemic heparinization, followed by inserting a single blood withdrawal catheter into the right atrium. While the arterial supply would necessitate the insertion into the common femoral artery, untouched by the aortic dissection, they would commence extracorporeal circulation, lowering the body temperature to approximately 25 degrees Celsius, while injecting ice-cold saline into the pericardial cavity for localized cooling of the heart. This approach would allow the surgery to be conducted under extracorporeal circulation, providing a degree of safety. However, he had overlooked the old gentleman's condition. Pan Jianya took a deep breath. Cases involving aortic wall dissection affecting the ascending aorta, namely Stanford type A or Debaki types 1 and 2, can indeed follow this protocol. But have you forgotten the latest 2021 annual report from SDCI? When patients exceed the age of 75 and present with cardiac issues or hypertension, the success rate of such surgeries drops by 50%. Do you think this is feasible? Xiao Mingshan's hands trembled. Should they proceed or not? If they moved forward, the likelihood of failure was substantial, yet refraining could very well lead to the old gentleman and Amp amp, oppos, estimize. Transferring him to another facility was not a viable option. Xiao Mingshan hastily instructed measures to lower blood pressure, hoping to buy them some time for contemplation. In the operating room, the two engaged in a fervent discussion. Finally, 5 minutes later, Pan Jianya suddenly remarked, if only Professor James Reagan had left a week later. Xiao Mingshan and Oppos, S eyes brightened. You mean, if the heart were to remain in continuous motion? Pan Jianya nodded. Precisely. If the heart remains in motion, we would have a genuine opportunity to perform suturing during a brief interruption of blood flow. Hearing this, Xiao Mingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. But this is the aorta. My dear fellow, what good would an interruption do? You know the situation here better than anyone. Is interruption even possible? Pan Jianya countered, why not? We could utilize surface hypothermic anesthesia and pharmacological control the upper body blood pressure to avert ischemic damage to the spinal cord and internal organs due to aortic occlusion. At this juncture, a temporary external shunt could be employed. Wooden and Oppos, that perfectly resolve the issue? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingshan felt a surge of excitement as he contemplated this possibility. Shortly thereafter, an epiphany struck him. Indeed, this could be feasible. However, there exists a significant problem. Pan Jianya smiled mysteriously. What problem? Xiao Mingshan examined the old gentleman carefully. Look, even with the use of hypothermic and hypotensive effects, attempting to block blood flow would inevitably lead to ischemic damage to the spinal cord and internal organs. Unless we can complete the anastomosis of the artificial blood vessel and aorta within 30 seconds. That step is nearly impossible. At least in Jin Province, we lack such talent. With this realization, Xiao Mingshan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. If it were truly achievable, the two of them would have pioneered a novel surgical technique, albeit one that demanded exceptionally high standards from a surgeon. Yet, it was at least a notion. Hearing Xiao Mingshan sigh, Pan Jianya chuckled ruefully. I apologize. I happen to know someone who can complete such a procedure in 30 seconds. This individual can undoubtedly achieve the natural anastomosis of the artificial vessel and artery in 30 seconds. However, without Professor James Reagan, performing surgery on a heart that is not continuously beating is practically unrealistic. Xiao Mingshan's eyes lit up. You're certain you know someone like that? Who can complete vascular anastomosis in 30 seconds? Pan Jianya affirmed. I am certain he can. Yet, can you manage a heart that is not continuously beating? Xiao Mingshan suddenly felt a flicker of hope. He sensed that there was still a chance. This time, he desperately wished for success. Who could perform surgery on a heart that is not continuously beating? Who in Jin Province could accomplish this? As he pondered, Xiao Mingshan suddenly felt a headache. Then, he thought of a young man, Chen He. He was uncertain and needed to inquire. After all, he distinctly remembered Chen He had pointed out that the James Reagan present at the conference was an imposter. Perhaps he could assist? With that thought, he quickly removed his gloves and reached for the phone. I and Amp, Oppos, LL asked him. Pan Jianya suddenly had a thought and also removed his gloves. I and Oppos, LL check with that young fellow to see if he has the time. As they spoke, Pan Jianya dialed Li Wan and Oppos' number to inquire about Chen He and Oppos as contact information. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingshan directly called Chen He. Young Chen, are you available right now? We require your assistance for a surgery on a heart that is not continuously beating. Just as Chen He was about to respond, he suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. What the? Is the line busy? So hectic? Chapter 70. Misunderstandings. Chen He also noticed the incoming call from an unknown number. However, he did not consider hanging up on Xiao Mingshan and Oppos' call, but continued to inquire. Director Xia, what seems to be the problem? Xia sighed. We have a rather critical patient with an aortic dissection. The situation is quite severe, extending directly to the ascending aorta. The patient's condition is precarious. According to the latest annual report, implementing hypothermic extracorporeal circulation techniques would likely render the surgery almost impossible. However, if we utilize a non-beating heart approach, I believe the chances of success would be significantly higher. So, Xiao Chen, are you capable of performing a non-beating heart surgery? Chen He was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he thought it was old Master Gao, but through the images, he could ascertain that the individual in question was unlikely to be a patient with an ascending aortic dissection. Otherwise, he would not have felt so assured leaving. Upon hearing Xia Mingshan's inquiry, Chen He nodded and replied, "I can manage it to some extent." Xia Mingshan felt a rush of excitement. Indeed, Chen He was proficient in non-beating heart surgery. The thought filled him with both elation and envy. Regardless, there was hope for the old man's ailment. Xia quickly said, "Then, Xiao Chun, are you available right now? I would like to request your assistance for the surgery." Chen He hesitated. Is this appropriate? Would it not be against the rules? His reservations stemmed from the high difficulty and significant risks associated with the surgery. The ascending aorta is directly connected to the heart. Any complications there could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, judging by Xia Mingshan's tone, the patient was certainly not ordinary, likely someone of wealth and status, which could complicate matters further. After weighing his options, Chen He voiced his concerns to safeguard himself. Previously, he had conducted a surgery in the capital solely because the patient's family had personally sought him out in Jin province, leaving him little room to refuse. The circumstances were different now. Xia Mingshan, with good intentions, suggested, "I will communicate with the patient. Then, I will invite you as a special consultant for the cardiac surgery department at the provincial people in Oppos as hospital. This way, it would be entirely reasonable." Chen He was taken aback. Would a special consultant not incur any fees? How could it be so casually offered? In fact, Xia Mingshan had intentionally framed it that way. This would provide an opportunity to invite Chen He to perform the non-beating heart surgery, which would present no ethical dilemma or reputational concerns. Furthermore, the hospital was currently encouraging physicians to expand their practice. "Xiao Chun, do not worry. As a department head, I possess the authority to invite special consultants. As for the matters concerning medical qualifications and practice scope, I will find a solution." He continued, "The patient's condition does not allow for further delay. Please come over, and I will discuss it with the family." After contemplating, Chen He realized the logic in Xia's reasoning. He glanced at the clock. It was 5:30 p.m. While it was neither too early nor too late, it was certainly not yet the end of working hours. 30 minutes would not be a significant loss. With this in mind, Chen He bid farewell to Zhao Yu, saying, "Zhao Yu, I have something to attend to. Call me if anything arises." Zhao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Chen He hurriedly made his way outside and hailed a taxi. As the cab came to a stop, he was surprised to find Hu Jianquan inside, who greeted him with a frown. "Where are you off to during working hours?" Chen He brushed it off. "Director Hu, is it not your working time as well? Where are you headed?" Hu Jianquan was already displeased with Chen He, and this remark only deepened his irritation. "I am going to an external consultation for a patient." "What is it to you? Get back to work." Chen He chuckled coldly and entered the vehicle, retorting, "I am also heading to an external consultation." With that, he closed the window, and the taxi sped away. "Driver, to the provincial people's hospital," he instructed, leaving Hu Jianquan fuming. Just then, Chen He's phone rang again. It was the same unknown number. After a brief moment of hesitation, he answered. "Hello." Pan Jianya's voice rushed through. "Oh my goodness. You finally picked up. I am Pan Jianya. We collaborated earlier today. Do you remember me?" Chen He recalled Pan Jianya well. "Hello, Director Pan." Pan Jianya quickly continued. "Dr. Chen, I urgently need your assistance. I have a surgery requiring vascular suturing within 30 seconds. Chen He hesitated, but ultimately had to decline. "I'm sorry, Director Pan, but I'm currently engaged in a surgery." Pan Jianya sighed in resignation, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, the most troubling scenario was when two surgeries clashed. "All right then, I apologize for bothering you, Dr. Chen." After hanging up, Pan Jianya returned to his office. Xia Mingshan greeted him with a smile. "Old Pan, how did it go?" "I have found someone capable of performing the non-beating heart surgery." "What about your end?" Xia was visibly excited, as they were on the verge of potentially making history by attempting a surgery that had never been dared before. Pan Jianya, however, sighed in frustration. Old Xia, my young colleague has an obligation, a surgery. It seems they won't be able to make it." Xia Mingshan was momentarily stunned. "But we had an opportunity." Pan Jianya felt somewhat apologetic. "What should we do now?" Xia shook his head. "I've already summoned the individual. We must at least try. We cannot simply abandon this chance." Pan Jianya resolutely replied, yes. Let's give a shot. If we succeed, we can co-author an article for SCI, aiming for publication in the World Journal of Cardiothoracic Surgery. Should we fail? Well, that would be unfortunate. Xiao Mingshan gazed at Pan Jianya, unable to suppress a sigh. Who wouldn't he desire success? If this surgery were to succeed, it would undoubtedly garner significant attention. If, as Old Pan suggested, they could publish in the World Journal of Cardiothoracic Surgery with an impact factor soaring to 15, such an accolade could help Xiao Mingshan ascend to the presidency of the next Cardiothoracic Surgery Society of Jin Province. Alas, many aspirations remain just that, longings that elude realization. Both men sighed in resignation. Chapter 71 Apologies. I did not understand Xiao Mingshan personally emerged from the operating room this time. Upon seeing him, Gao Jianpei's heart trembled. So soon? Had the surgery failed? The thought filled Gao Jianpei with unease, his expression turning anxious. Director Xia, Mr. Gao. The two spoke almost simultaneously, and then there was an immediate silence. Gao Jianpei took a deep breath, steeling himself, and said earnestly, Mr. Gao, please say whatever you need. I'm prepared to accept it all. Xiao Mingshan nodded. Mr. Gao, please brace yourself. The probability of your father and Appo's surgery being successful is quite low. The nurse has already informed you. I have contacted a specialist to assist with the procedure. With his involvement, I believe the success rate may improve slightly. Xiao Mingshan elaborated on the situation with Chen He to Gao Jianpei. After hearing this, Gao Jianpei surprisingly felt a sense of relief. It seemed there was still hope. No problem, Director Xia. I trust you. Treat me as a regular family member of the patient. I understand. I will cover the expert in AMP, Appo's, fees, no matter the amount, as long as my father can be saved. Xiao Mingshan shook his head. This time, it and Appo's. It's not about the money. I need your consent to avoid complications later. Gao Jianpei nodded. I understand and will actively cooperate with our treatment efforts. All right? Xiao Mingshan replied. Yes, with your word, I feel reassured. At that moment, Chen He hurriedly arrived. Gao Jianpei and Xiao Mingshan both observed Chen He rushing in, their expressions somewhat remarkable. Just as Xiao Mingshan was about to speak, Gao Jianpei stepped forward first. He grasped Chen He and Appo's hands and exclaimed, Dr. Chen, I have misjudged you. If it weren't Appo's, for your reminder, my father would have been in serious trouble. Alas, it and Appo's, that's all my fault. The elderly gentleman is still in the operating room, in grave danger, and I. Suddenly, a thought struck Gao Jianpei. Since Chen He could discern the illness at a glance, could he perform the surgery? Dr. Chen, I wonder if you can perform the aortic dissection surgery? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingshan's expression became somewhat intricate. Little Chen, you diagnosed Mr. Gao's father with aortic dissection from the imaging? Chen He scratched his head, also bewildered by the situation. Before arriving, he thought there were two patients. Now he realized it was a single surgery for one patient. Chen He felt a mix of amusement and dismay. Yes, that's correct. Xiao Mingshan and Gao Jianpei were both taken aback, looking at each other. Do you two know each other? Xiao Mingshan chuckled. This is the expert I invited to perform the surgery on the elder gentleman. Once the truth was revealed, the three shared a complex expression, caught between laughter and tears. Gao Jianpei attempted to smile, but could not, instead grasping Chen He and Appo's hand and saying, Dr. Chen, I kindly ask for your assistance. Thank you. If I have offended you today, please overlook it. If you ever need me, do not hesitate to ask. Chen He shook his head, looking at Gao Jianpei. Mr. Gao, I know you are a leader. However, even as an ordinary person, I would exert my utmost effort. I cannot guarantee the success of the surgery. After saying this, Chen He followed Xiao Mingshan into the operating room. Meanwhile, Pan Jianya wore a frown, feeling dejected for having boasted without succeeding. How embarrassing. Such a pity. Just then, the door opened. Pan Jianya turned to see someone entering the operating room with Xiao Mingshan. Upon recognizing the figure, he was instantly stunned. Oh my, Dr. Chen, you are here for the surgery? Before Pan Jianya could finish his sentence, he frowned. Wait. I never gave you the address. How did you get in? Pan Jianya was momentarily at a loss. Xiao Mingshan glanced at Pan Jianya and suddenly understood. The remarkable doctor you mentioned couldn't possibly be Chen He, right? Pan Jianya and Amp, Oppos. S eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know? Xiao Mingshan Kuden and Amp, Oppos. T help but laugh. What a coincidence. I never expected the one who diagnosed Mr. Gout was Chen He. I also sought him for the heart surgery. And the genius for suturing is also Chen He. Little Chen, just how exceptional are you? Upon hearing this, Pan Jianya was left speechless, staring at Chen He in astonishment. Wow, how old are you? To be so impressive. Chen He awkwardly chuckled. Let into Amp, Oppos. Let's prepare for the surgery, shall we? Both men quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Let into Amp, Oppos. Let's prepare for the surgery. Chen He changed into surgical attire and approached the operating table, gazing down at the procedure with contemplation. Meanwhile, Pan Jianya and Xiao Mingshan felt a sense of victory on the horizon. After all, with Chen He at the helm, the chances of success had substantially increased. If initially there was a 30% chance of success, it now seemed to be 50. As Xiao Mingshan prepared to discuss the surgical plan with Chen He suddenly remarked, Actually, this surgery is not particularly difficult. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Mingshan and Pan Jianya were left dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, puzzled by Chen He and Oppos' assertion. What did he mean? Chen He focused on the patient's ascending aorta and thoughtfully explained, First, a decompression catheter is placed in the left atrium, and the ascending aorta is occluded near the origin of the innominate artery. The incision is primarily made here to inspect the site of the intimal tear and whether the aortic wall dissection involves the aortic valve sinus. If not, the ascending aorta is severed above the sinus, and a small piece of polyester patch is placed in the aortic wall at the junction, secure with mattress sutures. Then, at both proximal and distal ends of the ascending aorta, annular strips of tissue are placed and sutured to reinforce the aortic wall, followed by continuous suturing of the proximal and distal ends of the ascending aorta, and ultimately performing an end-to-end anastomosis of the ascending aorta or implanting a segment of artificial blood vessel between the two ends. Chen He spoke rapidly. After finishing, Pan Jianya and Xiao Mingshan stood frozen in place, repeatedly contemplating the feasibility of the procedure. After a long pause, Pan Jianya finally spoke. Dr. Chen. Chen He nodded. Director Pan, what do you think? Pan Jinya's face flushed as he bashfully said, Dr. Chen, please don't call me. I didn't hear you clearly. Could you speak a bit slower? Xiao Mingshan also blushed, but remained silent. Chen He found it amusing. He realized that the mastery of an aortic dissection surgery had significantly elevated his confidence. With such skill, commanding respect nationwide seemed entirely feasible. Thus, Chen He endeavored to articulate his thoughts more slowly this time. After he finished, both Pan Jianya and Xiao Mingshan and Amp, Oppos' eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, impressive, Pan Jianya exclaimed, giving Chen He a thumbs up. Incredible. You are truly remarkable. Xiao Mingshan remarked, It's undeniable. This is a case of talent exceeding courage. Would you dare to attempt this? Pan Jianya shook his head, admitting that he truly would not dare. After much deliberation, the group decided to commence the surgery. Chen He picked up the scalpel, wielding it like an experienced surgeon. The aorta seemed to hold no pressure under his skilled hands. He gently began to meticulously dissect the area where the inner membrane had ruptured, specifically involving the aortic arch and the ascending aorta. This process, though delicate, is of utmost significance and demands unwavering precision. Upon completion, the aortic arch is excised and replaced with a synthetic graft, which is then enveloped by the aortic wall to provide reinforcement and hemostasis. This moment, however, serves as the ultimate test of the physician and Oppos' skill. Chapter 72. The school takes pride in you inside the operating room. Chen He's gaze was sharp as he focused intently on the patient's thoracic cavity. What lay ahead was the intricate task of performing an aortic replacement surgery while the heart remained motionless. Each step of this procedure was fraught with peril and urgency. Even the slightest error could lead to disastrous consequences. The adage, a slight deviation leads to a significant error, was particularly apt in the realm of medicine. Chen He's eyes were locked on the patient's ascending aorta having undergone countless rehearsals and simulations in preparation for this moment. He was awaiting the opportune instant. For many physicians, a single cardiac cycle may seem inconsequential, but for Chen He, each cycle held monumental significance. He meticulously considered the rhythm of the heart, calculating the conduction speed of the sinoatrial node. This was a delicate operation that demanded absolute precision. Even for a master like Chen He, the challenge was formidable. The procedure involved a heart-stopping surgery combined with an aortic cannulation, likely a first in the industry. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly etch his name in the annals of medical history. With a steady hand, Chen He placed his palm gently upon the heart, attuning himself to its rhythm, as though engaging in a silent dialogue. After a prolonged moment, he declared, "The countdown begins." The head nurse, momentarily taken aback by his words, swiftly pressed the countdown button. "Cut," Chen He commanded. At that moment, Pan Jianya began to feel the perspiration pooling in his palms, anxiety swirling in his mind. Upon hearing Chen He's instruction, he promptly severed the connection to the aorta, applying the hemostatic clamp with urgency. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingshan had already prepared the artificial graft, ready to hand it over. The crux of the surgery lay in this very moment. The handling of the anastomosis was pivotal to its success. Time was of the essence. They had to minimize the processing time to mitigate the adverse effects of spinal ischemia. Furthermore, the quality of the anastomosis had to be exceedingly high, employing meticulous methods to avoid postoperative bleeding or the tearing of the arterial intima, which could lead to new false lumen entry. However, at this critical juncture, Chen He's technique underwent a transformation. He skillfully maneuvered within the vessel, simultaneously operating on the vascular surface. Chen He reinforced the graft with two felt strips and bovine pericardium, achieving a high degree of overlap between the artificial graft and the preserved vessel wall. This unprecedented maneuver left onlookers in awe. It was an operation unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Initially, Xiao Mingshan felt a tinge of nervousness as he realized Chen He was not adhering to conventional surgical protocols. Yet soon, he discovered another striking aspect of Chen He's approach. It was remarkably effective. As he observed closely, Xiao Mingshan noted the surprising advantages of this anastomotic technique. With every passing second, his astonishment grew. The results became evident quickly. He had initially worried that Chen He's rapid suturing might compromise the reinforcement of the vessel, but he realized that this tri-layered anastomosis method directly fortified the proximal vessel's connection to the graft. Simultaneously, it reduced bleeding at the junction and effectively occluded the proximal false lumen, preventing further dissection. Stunned, Xiao Mingshan stood frozen in place, while Pan Jianya, equally breathless, recognized the brilliance of Chen He's suturing technique. What method is this? Pan Jianya pondered, unable to recall anything like it. An avid researcher of literature, he was always at the forefront of new technologies and knowledge, investing significantly each year to stay updated. Yet, he had never encountered Chen He's approach to dissection. Most notably, the efficacy of this technique was astounding. As seconds ticked away, beads of sweat dotted Chen He's brow. Nonetheless, he dared not relent, his hands moving with the grace of a butterfly, executing each motion with such speed that they seemed to leave an afterimage. This spectacle mesmerized everyone present. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. The countdown echoed, the head nurse's voice tinged with tension. The success of the surgery hinged on this moment. "Okay, release the hemostatic clamp." At the sound of this cheerful command, Xiao Mingshan promptly unclamped. Blood surged through the ventricle, rapidly filling the thoracic aorta once more. Had they succeeded? Xiao Mingshan could hardly believe it. Was it truly that simple? Pan Jianya shared his confusion. Chen He set down his instruments with a smile, declaring, "All done. Mission accomplished." This statement left everyone in the room feeling as though they were still in a dream. It had concluded so swiftly. They had all braced themselves for a grueling battle, aware that such a significant surgery typically required several hours of intricate maneuvers to achieve success. Yet, Chen He had indeed accomplished it, owing entirely to his remarkable technique. Xiao Mingshan and Pan Jianya exchanged glances, sensing that this might be a method of Chen He's own invention. Unable to contain his curiosity, Pan Jianya asked, Dr. Chen. Was that technique of yours original? Does it have a name? Chen He furrowed his brow, recalling the method, and casually replied, "Let us call it the sandwich technique." At this revelation, everyone fell silent, their expressions shifting as they processed the informality of the name. Was it too hasty to label a technique that could potentially grace the international stage as such? Xiao Mingshan chuckled awkwardly, suggesting, "Perhaps we should consider a different name?" Chen He looked puzzled, responding, "I think it's quite fitting." With no choice but to defer to the creator, Xiao Mingshan took a deep breath and said, "Xiao Chun, you may not yet grasp the significance of your technique. It could revolutionize the approach to aortic dissection treatment in the field of cardiac surgery." The sandwich technique, indeed, was a novel and effective method. Xiao Mingshan felt confident that it would yield excellent results in treating dissections, as it not only preserved critical branch arteries and complex aneurysms, but also minimized surgical time and reduced the incidence of trauma and perioperative complications. Could one still regard such an operation as merely a minor technical achievement? Certainly not. The advent of this method could establish a cutting-edge technique in vascular surgery, both domestically and internationally. Realizing the gravity of the day's surgery, Xiao Mingshan turned to the head nurse. "Nurse, come here." The nurse approached, inquiring, "What is it?" "Director Xiao, we must delete all footage of today's surgery. There can be no trace left of this operation. This matter is of great significance. We must proceed with caution." The head nurse paused momentarily, but upon observing the serious expression on Xiao Mingshan and Appo's face, she nodded and departed to handle the situation. At that moment, Xiao Mingshan turned to Chen He and said, "Xiao Chun, you must accompany me to our school and Appo's 60th anniversary celebration next month. You will be the most distinguished guest there." Chen He looked at Xiao Mingshan with curiosity. "Director Xiao, what do you mean?" Xiao Mingshan replied earnestly, "For this annual meeting, I hope you can give a brief introduction on the sandwich technique. During this time, we will assist you in refining the relevant data. I am confident that you will make a remarkable impression. As an exemplary graduate, our school will also shine through your achievements." Just think about it. A graduate from Jin Province Medical University having their surgery featured in the Lancet. What an incredible honor. Initially, I intended to submit it to the World Journal of Cardiothoracic Surgery, but it seems that this at the very least deserves a publication in the Lancet. If you succeed, this could very well be the first article from Jin Province featured in the Lancet. Don and Appo's, do you think the school would take pride in you? Chen He was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that one day the school would take pride in him. P.S. I am feeling a bit unwell tonight. I will retire early, my apologies. Work has been quite exhausting lately. Chapter 73. Not an ordinary person, the medical advancement in Jin Province has been relatively stagnant, a fact that is no longer secret. Across various industries and fields nationwide, there exists a hierarchy of rankings. Whether it pertains to hospitals or academic disciplines, Jin Province consistently finds itself at the lower end of the spectrum. As the most prestigious medical institution in the province, Jin Province Medical University wields considerable academic clout, reflecting the province's overall capabilities. The Provincial People's Hospital, along with the first, second, and third affiliated hospitals of Jin Province Medical University, are all under its auspices. In recent years, high-quality academic papers have been scarce in Jin Province, with very few boasting an impact factor exceeding 10. The likes of prestigious journals, such as The Lancet, are even more elusive. Upon hearing this, Chen He felt a surge of excitement within him. Securing a publication in The Lancet would be akin to hitching a ride on a favorable wind for his medical career. The results of the surgery left everyone present pleasantly astonished. Xiao Mingshan was overwhelmed with emotion, struggling to regain his composure. The significance of the sandwich technique for aortic dissection required no elaboration. It was understood by all in attendance. Pan Jianya looked at Chen He, marveling at the stark contrast between their abilities. How can there be such a vast difference between people? He mused, glancing at Xiao Mingshan. Old Xia, how is it that after all these years, you still can end Appo's measure up to Chen, who has only been practicing for a few years? Xiao Mingshan rolled his eyes. What about you? Why don't you reflect on yourself? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Chen He was still single. Indeed, I cannot compete with Chen He. My talents are limited, but I do have a single, beautiful, and understanding daughter. This realization stirred a wave of excitement within Xiao Mingshan. No, I am definitely not seeking to sell my daughter for personal gain. With the successful conclusion of the surgery, a sense of relief washed over those present. As they exited the operating room, two of the participating doctors approached Chen He. Dr. Chen, hello. I am Duan Yinjin. May I have your contact information? Duan Yinjin, a chief physician of considerable skill at the age of 40, was not the department head, but approached with a somewhat bashful smile. Chen He returned the smile. You are too kind, Director Duan. I look forward to more opportunities for communication in the future. With Duan Yinjin and Appo's overture, others followed suit, adding Chen He as a friend without hesitation. After leaving the operating room, Old Master Gao had already been transferred to the intensive care unit via the staff passage. As Xiao Mingshan led Chen He and others out, they encountered Gao Jianping and his family anxiously waiting at the door. Gao Jianping was acutely aware that his father was unlikely to survive the day. The recent critical condition notice and the necessary signatures had prepared him for the worst. Consequently, he called his brother, wife, and children, all of whom had rushed to the hospital. When Gao Jianping saw Xiao Mingshan emerge from the room so soon, he was momentarily stunned. Before he could utter a word, tears began to flow. He had already reached out to various connections and friends, facilitating calls with several experts. Upon learning of Old Master Gao and Appo's condition, each expert had sighed, indicating that the situation was a technical issue with no guarantees on the surgical outcome. They had cautioned him to brace himself for any eventuality. Gao Jianping understood the implications of this message all too well. He could only leave it to fate. What if the young Chen He could perform a miracle? Now, as he saw Chen He and the others emerge from the operating room, he realized that hope had faded. The surgery must have failed. From what he had gathered, the procedure was supposed to take at least 4 hours, if not longer. But how much time had passed? 3 hours? Or was it just over 2? Gao Jianping's body trembled slightly. Director Xia, could it be? Seeing Gao Jianping in such a state, his family grew increasingly concerned, yet their gazes remained fixed on Xiao Mingshan. Suddenly, Xiao Mingshan smiled, gripping Gao Jianping and Appo's hand with excitement. It was a success. Mr. Gao, the surgery was successful. We have created a miracle. You must thank Dr. Chen. Without him, your father would have been in real danger. Xiao Mingshan spoke rapidly, concerned for Gao Jianping and Appo's reaction. What? Gao Jianping exclaimed, his voice trembling. It was successful? Really? Pan Jianyan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the surgery was a success. This may be the first successful aortic dissection surgery on a patient over 75 years of age in Jin Province's history. Thanks to Dr. Chen. Upon hearing this, Gao Jianping turned to Chen He, who remained unassuming amid the praise. From his time at the provincial second hospital, Chen He had displayed an indifference to rank or status, treating everyone as equals. With a deep sigh, Gao Jianping extended his hands to grasp Chen He's. Dr. Chen, I apologize. It was my fault for not listening to you initially. You have truly been a tremendous help. Thank you for saving my father. Gao Jianping and Appo's brother Gao Jinxin approached as well. Yes, Dr. Chen, thank you. If there is ever anything you need, please don't hesitate. Chen He smiled. I'm glad everything turned out well. I must return to the hospital now. Gao Jianping exchanged a glance with Gao Jinxin, who promptly said, Allow me to see you off. He quickly called for the driver. A brand new Maybach awaited them downstairs. The driver drove steadily. Gao Jinxin pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to Chen He. Dr. Chen, this is a consultation fee. I hope you don't mind. Today and Appo's surgery was entirely thanks to you. Chen He, unable to refuse, accepted it graciously. Gao Jinxin then relaxed and produced a business card. Dr. Chen, here is my card. Could you please share your number? I hope we can stay in touch. Chen He did not decline. He glanced at the card and nodded thoughtfully. Upon noticing the name of the Jin Province Machinery Company, he was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this amiable gentleman was the general manager of such a renowned machinery factory in Jin Province, a true heavyweight in the industry. It appeared that Old Master Gao was indeed no ordinary individual. Note, for those who may misunderstand the term sandwich, it refers not to food, but rather a leading technique for treating aortic dissection, along with all the surgical methods and techniques mentioned in the text, which are indeed real and should be embraced with confidence. Chapter 74. Chen He was now past 8 in the evening, and the streets were not busy. Gao Jinxin personally escorted Chen He to the hospital, accompanying him to the emergency department. They engaged in extensive conversation, and Gao Jinxin suddenly realized that Chen He was truly remarkable, neither subservient nor arrogant, possessing a wealth of ideas. Setting aside the matter of his father's surgery, they could genuinely become friends. "Thank you, Brother Gao." Chen He waved his hand dismissively. Gao Jinxin chuckled and said, "Since you and Amp, Oppos, here, let me buy you some sleeping pills. Your sister-in-law often suffers from insomnia." Chen He smiled in response. "Sure, I can write you a prescription for that. I appreciate it." Gao Jinxin grinned before excusing himself to use the restroom. As Chen He entered the office, he was met by Hu Jianquan, who looked up and remarked, "Dr. Chen, you seem to have forgotten that you and Amp, Oppos, on duty today." Chen He paused, shaking his head. "I asked Zhao Yu to cover for me." He then began writing a prescription. Hu Jianquan and Amp, Oppos. S expression turned serious. "Zhao Yu is a resident. You are the head of emergency care. How can that be the same? Why didn't you say you could cover for me?" Chen He paused, a smile creeping onto his face. "I believe I certainly can." Hu Jianquan was taken aback. Realizing Chen, he was implying his incompetence. Remembering the events of the day, he felt a surge of anger. Just as he was about to respond, a figure entered the room. "Ah, Brother Jinxin," Hu Jianquan exclaimed, surprised to see Gao Jinxin here. "What brings you here?" Gao Jinxin nodded at Hu Jianquan, choosing not to speak much, as he was already informed by Gao Jianping about the day and Amp, Oppos, as occurrences. He held no fondness for Hu Jianquan, who had nearly jeopardized his father and Amp, Oppos' well-being with his lack of competence and sycophancy. "Oh, I brought Brother Chen back. Thanks to him, my father was saved today." Gao Jinxin then turned to Chen He. "Brother Chen, my brother has reserved a table at a restaurant. Let us go together. We've been busy all afternoon and haven't eaten a thing." Chen He considered, then smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Brother Gao. I'm on night duty and can't leave." Hu Jianquan's face darkened at this. He felt utterly humiliated, caught in a web of emotions. He wanted to refuse, but that would mean offending Gao Jinxin. Yet he couldn't and Amp, Oppos, bring himself to accept it either, feeling a surge of frustration towards Chen He. At that moment, Gao Jinxin glanced at Hu Jianquan without speaking. Hu Jianquan forced a smile. "Ah, Chen, you're too polite. Besides, you and Amp, Oppos, just come back from surgery. It's not appropriate for you to work a night shift right after. Health is paramount, right? I'll cover for you tonight. You can rest easy." One must admit, Chen He sometimes admired Hu Jianquan's knack for managing his emotions far better than his own. Watching Hu Jianquan suppressing his anger while trying to maintain a smile was almost comical. Chen He couldn't help but chuckle. Time flew by, and soon it was the day for Zhu Shumi to have her stitches removed. After finishing work, Chen He hurried to the Imei Cosmetic Hospital, eagerly anticipating the outcome of his first cosmetic surgery. Not only was he excited, but so was everyone at Imei Cosmetic Hospital. In the room, Hu Chuanbang paced anxiously, barely able to contain his excitement as he awaited to see his wife's new appearance. Since the day of the surgery, he had been restless with anticipation. Alongside him, Yang Wanhua, the owner of Imei Cosmetic Institution, was also waiting. Everyone was curious about how Zhu Shumi would look after the bandages were removed. Zhu Shumi sat nervously on the bed. "Dr. Chen is here," a nurse announced as she hurried in, sparking everyone's attention. Chen He entered the room, and everyone looked to him to personally remove the stitches. "Apologies for the wait," Chen He said, and the crowd responded, "No worries, Dr. Chen, please proceed with the removal." "Yang Meiyuan urget impatiently." Chen He smiled, washed his hands, donned gloves, and picked up the scissors, gently snipping away at the bandages. As the layers of bandages peeled away, the atmosphere grew tense with anticipation. Everyone was eager to see the results. Hu Chuanbang and Oppos' eyes were fixed on Zhu Shumi. Suddenly, it felt like he was transported to ancient times. experiencing the delight of unveiling a bride's red veil. Finally, as the last of the bandages fell away, Zhu Shumi tightly shut her eyes. The marks on her face had vanished without a trace. Upon closer inspection, one would hardly notice anything amiss. With a little makeup, she could easily conceal any remaining signs. "Open your eyes," Chen He encouraged, bringing over a mirror. Zhu Shumi, feeling increasingly anxious, hesitated but was also curious to see her reflection. Slowly, she began to open her eyelids. Suddenly, the woman in the mirror left her speechless. Zhu Shumi gazed in astonishment, her hands trembling as she touched her face, murmuring, Is this me?" Hu Chuanbang, witnessing his wife's reaction, was overwhelmed with excitement. He felt as if he were looking at the woman he married a decade ago, still captivating and exuding confidence. Beauty, at times, can truly enhance one and amp, oppose, as self-assurance. Zhu Shumi broke into a radiant smile, her beauty enchanting. Was this truly the visage of a woman in her 50s? Her elegance was effortless, her smile enchanting. At this moment, it seemed as though Zhu Shumi had fulfilled a lifelong wish. Chen He felt a surge of joy as he regarded her, akin to admiring his own creation. "Congratulations, Ms. Zhu," he beamed. Zhu Shumi and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement, playful in her demeanor. "Thank you, Dr. Chen. You've truly fulfilled my wish." Chen He smiled, choosing not to comment. Meanwhile, Hu Chuanbang could hardly contain his eagerness, moving closer to his wife. The room was charged with an electric thrill. Observing Zhu Shumi and Appo's transformation, Yang Wanhua and Yang Meiyuan were filled with sentiments. They could foresee that Aimei Cosmetic would soon attract numerous clients. Reluctantly, the others left the room to give the couple some privacy. Yang Wanhua, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Dr. Chen, you're truly remarkable. I predict you'll soon be inundated with clients." Indeed, within a week after Zhu Shumi's discharge, numerous inquiries about cosmetic eye surgeries began pouring in, particularly from the elite circles of Jin Province. After her release, Zhu Shumi attended various gatherings and events, and everyone who beheld her eyes was envious. Initially, she refrained from revealing the secret behind her transformation, attempting to maintain an air of mystery. However, the allure of beauty is often too compelling to keep hidden, and she eventually confided in a few close friends. After all, a wealthy woman's friends are often wealthy themselves. During the forthcoming period, Chen He found himself exceedingly occupied. By day, he toiled at the hospital, and upon the conclusion of his shifts, he would proceed to perform an ocular cosmetic surgery. It must be said that, despite the fatigue, there was a profound sense of fulfillment. Particularly notable was the financial reward, with surgical fees ranging from 300,000 to 500,000, which instilled a sense of satisfaction within him. In less than a month, Chen He had completed 10 operations, resulting in a staggering 4 million deposited into his account. Unbeknownst to him, his savings had surged to an impressive 7 to 8 million. In this newfound financial security, Chen He felt emboldened, contemplating a visit to inspect properties, with the intention of acquiring a splendid residence. Meanwhile, at the Runfang Cosmetic Hospital, a monthly meeting was underway. Xiao Runfang attended the hospital only once a month, and upon learning that the previous month's revenue had inexplicably diminished by nearly 10, she furrowed her brow in concern. This season was typically a peak period, with previous years seeing an increase of at least 30, yet this year had witnessed a decline of 10. Such a phenomenon was decidedly abnormal. What could possibly be the cause? Xiao Runfang pressed the director for clarification. The director sighed and responded, "Director Zhu, after conducting an investigation, we discovered that we have recently lost a significant number of our most esteemed clients. This loss has been the primary factor behind last month's revenue decline." Xiao Runfang's frown deepened. "I require specific details." The director handed her a report. "This outlines our findings. Recently, the Aimei Cosmetic Hospital has invited a surgeon named Chen He, who reportedly delivers excellent results." Upon hearing the name Chen He, Xiao Runfang was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze to meet the director's, inquiring, "What did you say?" "Chen He," came a reply. Xiao Runfang narrowed her eyes. "Chen He, Please investigate his background, and do so with utmost urgency. Chapter 75. Killing the heart. Upon hearing the name Chen He, Xiao Runfang felt an inexplicable surge of resentment. Her son, Diyun Xiao, was imprisoned because of him. This name was indelibly etched in the mind of Xiao Runfang, a mother. Now once again it was Chen He, prompting her curiosity. Could it be that this name was somehow at odds with her family? With this thought in mind, she promptly dispatched someone to investigate who exactly this Chen He from Imei Plastic Surgery Hospital was. The investigation yielded results swiftly. Early in the morning, her secretary delivered all the information about Chen He to Xiao Runfang's residence. As she sat down for breakfast with her husband, Du Feng, and son, Du Yunjia, Du Feng suddenly remarked, "We should visit Yun Xiao soon. His birthday is approaching." Xiao Runfang paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Indeed. It and Amp. Oppos. It's been a while since we last saw him. Du Yunjia chimed in with a smile. That Mom, I and Amp. Oppos. V. already arranged everything. I spoke with Uncle Wang at the prison and organized a private room for us to enjoy a meal and chat together. Iring du Yuns et Apo, es méticuleux arrangement. Du Feng smiled approvingly. However, their family meal was interrupted when Xiao Runfang's secretary rushed in, clutching a file. Xiao Zong, here is the information you requested on the investigation. Xiao Runfang was taken aback, about to reprimand her for her lack of discretion, but upon seeing the photo, she froze in astonishment. She quickly flipped through the file, her shock deepening with each page. To her utter disbelief, it was indeed the same Chen He. Unbeknownst to her, he had stirred up quite a storm right beneath her nose. This Chen He truly was a persistent specter. Honestly, Xiao Runfang had never anticipated that it would be the same individual. After all, one was an emergency doctor and the other a plastic surgeon. There was a significant disparity between the two professions. She could hardly fathom that an emergency physician like Chen He had ventured into cosmetic surgery, and evidently, he excelled at it. Could it be that any surgeon could effortlessly transition into the realm of cosmetic procedures? As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Runfang felt a surge of anger. Her own Runfang Medical Beauty was a nationally recognized chain with substantial influence, and they were even preparing for an IPO. In recent years, the domestic approval process for medical institutions seeking to go public had become quite stringent. Only those enterprises with strong brand recognition and excellent asset ratios could qualify. Should Runfang Medical Beauty succeed, its influence would be extraordinary. It could even rival top-tier modern cosmetic institutions in the country, akin to the renowned medical beauty brands in South Korea. Therefore, Xiao Runfang was quite confident. Yet it was precisely this brand power that Chen He had brazenly siphoned off, diverting high-quality customers. Perhaps, for the colossal Runfang plastic surgery, this was merely a trivial matter. However, given Xiao Runfang's existing bias against Chen He, this seemingly small issue felt like a mouse dropping in a pot of soup, a thorn in her side. Moreover, how could an emergency physician be so adept at cosmetic surgery? Was it possible that Runfang Medical Beauty could not surpass Chen He's skill? With this thought, Xiao Runfang let out a cold laugh. It's that little brat again. Du Feng and Du Yunjia exchanged curious glances, wondering what had sparked her ire. What is the matter? Du Feng inquired. Xiao Runfang handed over the documents, saying, "Take a look for yourself." As Du Feng took the file and Du Yunjia leaned in to see, both were left speechless. Chen He. Du Feng tossed the material aside with a scoff. Why are we investigating him? He still did not regard Chen He as a threat, especially after the previous reconciliation with the Qin family. Furthermore, given the deputy director of the Health Commission and Oppos' backing, Du Feng dared not show any disrespect. That matter had seemingly reached a conclusion. Xiao Runfang smiled as she explained, "Yesterday, I attended a monthly meeting at the original Runfang Medical Beauty and discovered that last month's revenue was a staggering 40% lower than the same month last year. Upon investigation, we found that we had lost a batch of high-end clients, all of whom were drawn to Imei Plastic Surgery. The mastermind behind this? Chen He. He innovated a popular technique for corner eye surgery. Truly, it's a case of enemies crossing paths. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to address this." Hearing Xiao Runfang's words, the family was intrigued. They had never anticipated that the two families would intersect once more. Xiao Runfong smiled mischievously. Yunjia, do you know how to legally dismantle your opponent? Yunjia paused. How? Xiao Runfong narrowed her eyes. Defeat him in his area of expertise at the moment when he is most proud, leaving him devoid of hope. Du Yunjia was astute enough to play the fool. After Xiao Runfong finished speaking, he nodded thoughtfully, although he was even more curious about how Chen He had become proficient in cosmetic surgery. Yang Wanhua was in high spirits these days. Chen He's arrival had propelled Aimei plastic surgery to great heights, almost as if it were thriving in a blaze of glory. Yang Wanhua was well aware that this success was largely due to Chen He. One day, he took the initiative to invite Chen He to dinner. During the meal, Yang Wanhua suddenly said, "Dr. Chen, I called you here to discuss something." Chen He raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Yang Wanhua chuckled awkwardly. "In this industry, reputation is crucial. The Jin Province Medical Aesthetic Surgical Association is planning a meeting soon, and I think it would be beneficial for you to attend." Chen He was taken aback. "Really?" Yang Wanhua continued, "People need names, and trees need shadows. Often, others are unaware of your capabilities. My suggestion is that you publish a couple of papers on your corner eye surgery and consider joining the Jin Province Medical Aesthetic Association. You know that in your field, in an AMP, Oppos, it's imperative to communicate and collaborate. Being part of an organization will surely make a difference. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen He nodded in agreement, beginning to recognize the significance of the aesthetic market. Initially, he had not given it much thought, but after more than a month of involvement, he was astounded. This was an unlimited market. He had never imagined that a single surgery could yield hundreds of thousands. In the past, he barely made 10,000 a year. Now, one surgery could fulfill many of his dreams. Presently, he had over 500 points of modification, most of which stemmed from the corner eye surgery. Yang Wanhua continued, "Dr. Chen, you must not underestimate the women of Jin Province. As a resource-rich area, there are many wealthy individuals. To establish your reputation, joining the Medical Aesthetic Association is essential. We can also help promote you." Chen He agreed to the proposal. Yang Wanhua then broached another topic. "Speaking of which, Dr. Chen, I and AMP, Oppos, VE found you a good lawyer. When is your court date?" Chen He was surprised that Yang Wanhua remembered this matter. Thank you, Yang Zong." Yang Wanhua, being a local power player, might not compare to figures like Li Tsangyue, but he was still a significant presence. Aimei Plastic Surgery had considerable assets, nearly valued at 200 million. As a major shareholder, Yang Wanhua had complex social connections. Chen He had recently submitted a guardianship application to the court, but it had yet to be scheduled. He anticipated it would take some time, especially since Lu Jiahui had been obstructing his attempts to see his child. Chen He has now attained financial stability, is in the process of selecting a residence, and enjoys a secure job with an improved social standing. In contrast, he possesses a greater qualification for custody than Lu Jiahui. This time, Chen He's chances of success appear quite promising. However, Lu Jiahui has been unyielding in granting them an opportunity to meet, which has caused him considerable distress. Despite several fruitless phone calls, Chen He finds himself compelled to submit an application in order to reclaim custody. Furthermore, in the days to come, Chen He, alongside his professional commitments, has begun to place greater emphasis on his academic development. Chapter 76. Academic Disputes as a Physician. The aspiration for promotion or to enhance one in AMP, Oppos, influence in various official medical associations hinges not merely on clinical prowess or exceptional professional skills, but rather on scholarly aptitude. Whether it pertains to awards, recognitions, or talent policies, academic competence is paramount, for there exists no precise metric for professional ability. One cannot simply quantify the number of patients treated. In this context, academic prowess has ascended to a coveted standard. The essence of survival in society lies in adaptability. When one lacks the capacity to alter their environment, the ability to adjust to it becomes paramount. Chen He is acutely aware that to amplify his influence, the most direct route is to establish a presence within the medical field. How can this be achieved? By securing a position within the Physician Association. Presently, two opportunities beckon. The first is the upcoming school anniversary, set to occur in a month. Jinshan Medical University stands as the pinnacle of medical education in Jin Province. Drawing the province into AMP, Oppos, as foremost medical figures. Xiaoming Shan has informed Chen He that an academic conference will coincide with the anniversary, and he will be required to present. If he can unveil a paper of the caliber of the Lancet, it will be profoundly significant for him, potentially the finest gift Jinshan Medical University has received in years. Typically, one can select their affiliated institution when publishing academic papers, and Chen He plans to list himself as the first author with Jinshan Medical University as his institution. Should this endeavor succeed, he would shine as the brightest star in the university's illustrious history. The second opportunity arises from the triennial meeting of the Cardiothoracic Surgery Association, where Xiaoming Shan has already nominated Chen He for participation, even suggesting him for a board member position. This will require competition, and Chen He is determined not to squander Xiaoming Shan's goodwill. He must deliver results. One day, after leaving the hospital, Chen He was startled by a system notification, triggering academic challenge task. Within 1 month, compose 3 SCI academic papers with an impact factor exceeding 10. Topic is unrestricted and secure their acceptance. Task rewards: 1. 3 chances for a master level lottery. 2. 300 points for free modifications. Chen He was momentarily taken aback. Writing 3 papers within a month is indeed a formidable challenge, particularly those with an impact factor of 10. Over the years, he has not published a single SCI paper. Even his graduate thesis appeared in a standard core journal. The pressure to produce 3 papers of such caliber is immense. Approximately 3 days later, mimicking the style of others, he successfully completed a paper titled An Analysis of the Application Prospects of Sandwich Techniques in Aortic Dissection Surgery. Chen He initially planned to consult Xiaoming Shan for feedback, but unexpectedly received a call from Yang Wanhua. Dr. Chen, your membership application has been rejected. Chen He furrowed his brow. Why? Yang Wanhua also appeared perplexed. It's unreasonable. It's just a membership application. Why would it be denied? After pondering, Yang Wanhua couldn't make sense of it. What was the reason for the rejection? Chen He inquired curiously. Yang Wanhua replied, somewhat exasperated, lack of relevant professional skills. Application denied. Chen He chuckled. Lack of relevant professional skills? This is clearly an excuse. However, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, he is indeed an emergency physician with little exposure to the field of plastic surgery. His current predicament exemplifies a classic case of seeking guidance without a mentor. Yet, a sudden idea struck him. If they claim I lack competence, why not publish a paper related to aesthetic medicine? Chen He realized he could not directly prove his abilities, but a paper could serve as a relatively equitable demonstration of his expertise. With this in mind, he chose to focus on eyelid surgery. After consolidating his thoughts on eyelid reconstruction techniques, he began writing. A week later, he published explorations of the skin reset method for internal and external epicanthus, minimally invasive surgery in the esteemed Journal of American Dermatologic Surgery and Aesthetic Medicine, boasting an impact factor of 12. One of the finest journals in the field of dermatologic surgery, given the relatively recent emergence of aesthetic medicine as a discipline. Li Yunin, a Korean and a pioneer in the field of internal and external epicanthoplasty, is also a co-founder of the prestigious Junsho Aesthetic Surgery Hospital in Korea. At 45 years of age, he has been appointed as the Associate Editor-in-Chief of the Journal of American Dermatologic Surgery and Aesthetic Medicine. Renowned for his expertise in ocular surgery, he has refined traditional Z, M, and N-shaped surgical techniques and established guidelines for eyelid surgery. Thus, the name Li Jun and Oppos, and has become synonymous with authority in the field. On this day, as usual, Li Jun and Oppos, and was engaged in his work when his assistant hurriedly entered the room. Directori, ayu, Li Jun MP, Epus, and nodded. What is it? The assistant opened the schedule. There are 2 invitations and 1 article submitted by the Journal of American Dermatologic Surgery and Aesthetic Medicine. Li Junin inquired, what are the invitations? The assistant replied, the first is an invitation to the annual meeting of the Huaxiao Association of Plastic Surgeons. Li Yunin Faunil. ISNT, there no established Plastic Surgeons Association in Huaxia? The assistant explained, this is a spontaneously organized civil society, and it holds some influence. Li Junin shook his head. Forget it, decline it. Clearly, he had little interest in such grassroots organizations. The second is an invitation to the Asian Aesthetic Medicine Summit Forum, requesting you as a guest. That one I will accept, Li Jun and Oppos, and nodded. And what about the article from the and Oppos, Journal of American Dermatologic Surgery and Aesthetic Medicine and Oppos? To be honest, his role as associate editor-in-chief was largely nominal, with many others sharing the same title, all distinguished figures in their respective fields. The assistant continued. The editors there require your review as they cannot ascertain the reliability and authenticity of the surgical method described. Li Junin nodded and took the article from the assistant to read. Skin reset method? Upon encountering this term, Li Junin was momentarily taken aback. As an experienced professional, he immediately recognized its implications. He eagerly continued reading. Time passed, and with each line, his excitement grew. He had not anticipated such a surgical technique. Finally, after finishing, Li Junin Oppos and took a deep breath. Approved. This must be approved. The surgical method holds immense significance for many limitations in internal and external epicantoplasty, effectively filling a market void. However, the description of the technique in the paper is too vague. What a pity. At this point, Li Junin Oppos, and chuckled wryly, of course, who would detail surgical specifics in a paper. I would very much like to meet this individual. Which country are they from? The assistant paused before responding. Huaxia? Li and Jun was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. When did you say the meeting was scheduled? Chapter 77. The school anniversary invitation upon hearing his assistant and Amp, Oppos, S words. Li and Jun was momentarily taken aback. Huaxia, are you certain? The assistant nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the address is in the city of Yuan, Jin Province, and the name is Chen He. After processing this information, Li and Jun furrowed his brow. He had been exceedingly busy lately. When is the Huaxia Cosmetic Surgery Annual Conference scheduled? The assistant glanced at the time. It is set for next Saturday. Li and Jun replied, What commitments do I have next week? His schedule was indeed packed. Aside from being the director of a cosmetic surgery hospital, he was a significant figure in the field and served as a consultant for several cosmetics companies. Consequently, his assistant meticulously organized his daily tasks. The assistant continued, You have 2 surgeries scheduled next week and a lecture at Seoul Medical University. I've arranged for you to meet with the CEO of Meichan Pharmaceutical on Friday, and on Saturday, you mentioned want to take your children to Japan for some relaxation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jun said, In that case, please contact the Huaxia Cosmetic Surgery Association and inform them that I am available to attend on Saturday. Hearing Li Jun and Oppos' affirmative response, the assistant nodded and departed. Li Jun subsequently reached out to his family, changing their vacation destination to Huaxia. His wife and children were overjoyed, for the allure and mystique of Huaxia far surpassed that of Japan. After the assistant left, Li Jun found himself increasingly excited as he reviewed a paper on skin rejuvenation surgery. This procedure could fill a significant gap in the adjustment of the inner and outer canthi in eye surgery. Its implications were profound. Time swiftly passed, and the 60th anniversary of Jin Province Medical University approached. The class chat group, which Chen He was a part of, buzzed with messages as anticipation for the celebration grew. Following graduation, many classmates remained in Yuan City for work, while several others had successfully pursued doctoral studies. This morning, Chen He noticed the group messages had skyrocketed to over 99 unread notifications. Without the luxury of time to sift through them, he hurriedly washed his face and headed to the hospital. After months of development, Chen He had solidified his standing in the emergency department. Nurse Linya greeted him with a cheerful smile, presenting him with a cup of soy milk and 2 buns. Good morning, Dr. Chen. You didn't have breakfast, did you? I bought this for you. Chen He chuckled, appreciating her kindness. Thank you, Xiaoya. Whoever marries, you'll be quite fortunate. Over time, Chen He had assisted Linya on numerous occasions, and she remembered his kindness, often bringing him breakfast. Upon hearing Chen He's jest, Linya laughed in return. Ah, you were born before I was, but now you're older than me. What a pity. Her playful remark elicited giggles from several nurses at the station. As the youngest in the department, Linya was a lively spirit. By the way, Dr. Chen, have you received an invitation to our school anniversary? Chen He smiled. You graduated from Jin Province Medical University too? Of course. Didn't in Oppos, you know? Half of our hospital and Oppos. Staff are graduates from Jin Province Medical University. Not to mention, many medical personnel in Yuan City have ties to our alma mater. Indeed, Jin Province Medical University, a venerable institution, had made invaluable contributions to the region's medical advancements over the past 60 years. Thus, the upcoming anniversary celebration was to be grand and impactful, with many prominent department heads from various hospitals invited. Chen He was genuinely taken aback by the magnitude of the event. Listening to the discussions, it seemed that being invited was a considerable honor. After all, being recognized by one and AMP, Oppos, alma mater was an affirmation of one and AMP, Oppos, achievements, a testament to the pride they took in their former students. Naturally, Chen He felt a tinge of nervousness, as he was expected to speak at the anniversary event. During a lull in the morning, he opened his phone to review the WeChat group messages. It took some time to scroll through the flurry of notifications, most of which revolved around the upcoming celebration. Chen He, during his time at university, had garnered a bit of recognition, though not for any extraordinary reason. He was not one to seek the limelight, rarely participating in student council or extracurricular activities. His notoriety in class stemmed primarily from Lu Jiahui, who had been quite the beauty during their school days, often regarded as the class flower. Many pursued her, including some remarkable candidates, yet she ultimately chose to be with Chen He. As he reminisced while reading the chat, a wave of nostalgia washed over him for those innocent days spent in the ivory tower of academia. Notably, Lu Jiahui was also present in the group, but they had long since become estranged, even harboring some resentment towards one another. It was indeed true that people change. At that moment, Chen He caught sight of a message that had stirred the group into a frenzy. It was from Yang Zhiding, who had shared a photo of an invitation. Dear classmate Yang Zhiding, you are cordially invited to attend your alma mater and Oppos' 60th anniversary celebration. The image sparked a flurry of excitement and admiration among the classmates, as they were merely 5 to 6 years post-graduation, with little hope of receiving such an invitation. Yang Zhiding had undoubtedly stolen the spotlight. Impressive. Zhiding, remember to take photos and live stream the event for us. Absolutely. How incredible it must feel to be invited by the school. By the way, Zhiding, didn't you graduate from Xie last year? Which hospital are you working at now? Combined Master NAMP, Oppos, and doctoral program at Xie. No wonder you received an invitation. Is Zhiding married yet? The group chat erupted into lively banter. Young Zhiding, basking in the attention, reveled in the moment. He had a knack for showing off, having previously served as the student council president and class monitor, excelling academically while maintaining good relations with the faculty. His parents worked in a hospital, which facilitated his rise to class monitor. However, the only connection between Yang Zhiding and Chen He had been Lu Jiahui, whom Yang had once pursued vigorously, only to lose out to Chen He. Throughout their university years, Yang had often antagonized Chen He. It was surprising how little Yang had changed over the years. Observing the self-aggrandizing tone of the chat, Chen He couldn't help but smile as he contemplated closing his phone. Just then, someone chimed in, Zhiding, did you know that Chen He and Lu Jiahui are divorced? The explosive reaction that followed was evidently on par with the excitement generated by the invitation itself. Chapter 78, The True Nature of the System at that time. Chen He and Lu Jiahui and Oppos' marriage immediately after their university graduation was indeed a source of envy for many. Lu Jiahui hailed from a prominent family in the original city, and even their wedding was organized by her family. Though modest, it was a fortunate event for fresh graduates. Suddenly, the news of Chen He and Lu Jiahui's divorce sent shockwaves through their social circle. Is it true? This is the end. I can no longer believe in love. How unfortunate. They were all classmates, so no one made light of the situation. However, the divorce news was a source of schadenfreude for some. Upon seeing the announcement, Yang Zhiding quietly commented, "Such is life." This statement left Chen He momentarily speechless. Although it was a harsh reality, it rang true. Chen He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Perhaps in Yang Zhiding's eyes, he had succumbed to the trials of life. This was not without merit. Perhaps Yang Zhiding merely wished to mock his lack of capability in a society that often feels superficial, where one struggles to maintain a family. Chen He, uninterested in further debate, silently closed WeChat. The school anniversary was drawing closer by the day, and the institution had reached out to the founding elder, Mr. Chiu, to attend this celebration. Mr. Chiu Jimin was one of the few remaining veterans of Jin Province Medical University. Upon returning from his studies in Russia, he spent 5 years in the capital. When the Peking Union Medical College offered him a position as a director, he declined, stating, "For my own sake, I wish to stay. However, my hometown needs me. I must return. My hometown does not yet have a medical school. The advancement of medicine requires talent. I must go home." Who could have anticipated that such a statement would resonate throughout his lifetime? For the sake of this conviction, Chiu Jimin dedicated his life to this field. Upon returning to Jin Province, he initially established the Jin Province Medical Hall, which gradually formalized into the Jin Province Medical School, eventually leading to the establishment of Jin Province Medical College in 1978. In 1991, it was officially renamed Jin Province Medical University. The growth of the school was intricately linked to the development of healthcare in Jin Province. This year, Mr. Chiu has reached the venerable age of 99. Throughout his life, he has not made any remarkable contributions, nor has he invented anything groundbreaking, and he has never received a national award for advances in science and technology. Yet, he has engaged in the most ordinary of tasks, teaching, conducting classes, from the fundamentals of anatomy to internal and external medicine. Mr. Chiu managed 6 subjects all on his own. This seemingly ordinary man has spent decades in a commonplace position. It is said that when a person dedicates themselves to a mundane task for decades, it ceases to be ordinary. Indeed, Mr. Chiu and Appo's disciples have gained national recognition, yet he remains in the shadows. When it was announced that Mr. Chiu would attend the anniversary celebration, the entire medical community in Jin Province erupted in excitement. Countless retired doctors in their 70s and 80s were moved to tears, for he was their teacher. The day of the celebration approached, and the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Meanwhile, Chen He anxiously awaited the event. During this time, he had written 3 papers: clinical exploration on the treatment of aortic dissection, in-depth consideration of surgery without cardiac pulsation, an exploration of skin reset technique for medial and lateral canthal epicanthus. The first 2 papers were submitted to the Lancet, while the last was sent to the Journal of American Dermatologic Surgery and Aesthetic Surgery. Today marked the final day for submissions. If he did not receive an acceptance notice, his task will be considered a failure. Finally, at 6 p.m., just as He was preparing to leave work, an email arrived in his inbox. Seeing the Lancet and Appo's insignia, he felt a tremor of anticipation as he hastily opened the email. Upon reading the official acceptance notice, exhilaration surged within him. Incredible! It has finally been approved. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the paper task within a month. You have received the following rewards. 1. 3 master-level lottery chances. 2. 300 modification points. As the sound reverberated, Chen He suddenly noticed a grand roulette wheel materializing before him. Each segment of the wheel was inscribed with various rewards: advanced surgical skills, 1 million in cash, a simple thank you, and improved formulas for absorbable sutures, among others, including enhanced medications. Seeing the grand wheel ignited Chen He's excitement. A lottery. He must spin immediately. Chen He clicked to spin the wheel, and it whirled rapidly. Congratulations! You have won the master-level skill, intracranial arteriovenous embolization interventional surgery. Chen He was momentarily stunned. It was a neurosurgical skill, quite impressive indeed. However, it was not a cardiac surgery skill, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Yet, the procedure was indeed remarkable. It was merely that Chen He had limited knowledge of the field of neurointervention. He pressed on for a second chance. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn a reward. Master-level radiology. This reward sent Chen He into a state of jubilation. This was a valuable asset, as radiology is an essential component of modern diagnostic practices. Possessing master-level imaging skills would significantly enhance diagnostic capabilities. For example, It was his expertise that enabled him to help Mr. Gao diagnose an aortic dissection previously. One last chance. Chen He blew a puff of breath for good luck. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the draw and received the reward. Improved antiarrhythmic medication. Stunned, Chen He remained in place. A medication? He never expected to receive a pharmaceutical reward. Curious, he opened the reward to discover it was improved hydroxymethyltyramine, designed to alleviate slow heart rhythm issues while minimizing contraindications and adverse reactions. Gazing at the system reward, Chen He felt a surge of astonishment. He had unexpectedly acquired a commonly used emergency medication for treating bradyarrhythmias. This reward thrilled him immensely. Initially, Chen He believed that the system would merely assist him in becoming an exceptional physician. Now, with this reward, his perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Perhaps, the system could elevate the standards of medical care globally. It could advance human medical progress. Chen He, was not merely a doctor, but a potential medical innovator. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He even felt that the Yunfeng group was no longer an insurmountable entity. Perhaps one day, he could surpass them entirely. Yet, just a week before the anniversary celebration, a tragic piece of news arrived. The venerable Mr. Chiu was suddenly in critical condition. Chapter 79. Who is the elder from QQ Search? September 3rd. Chen He, as per his usual routine, was diligently at work. However, an unexpected phone call left him momentarily stunned. The call was from Zhao Lisin. Is this the emergency department of the provincial second hospital? I am Zhao Lisin from the emergency center. The self-introduction immediately alerted Chen He to the gravity of the situation. This is indeed the emergency department of the provincial second hospital, and I am Chen He, the director of out-of-hospital emergencies. Chen He quickly inquired, Hello, Director Zhao. How may I assist you? Upon hearing Chen He's response, Zhao Lisin seemed to recognize the name, albeit vaguely. We urgently need a vehicle dispatched to Donyuan Garden Community. Building 3, Unit 1, Room 503. Mr. Chiu Jiming has suddenly collapsed at home. This news left Chen He in a state of shock. Mr. Chiu? Is it Principal Chiu? Zhao Lisin affirmed with a nod. Indeed, the situation is quite serious. You must leave immediately. Once you have retrieved the elder, transport him directly to the Provincial People's Hospital. I will contact the hospital to arrange for an expert consultation. At this proclamation, Chen He's expression shifted. Principal Chiu had collapsed? This was evidently no trifling matter. After all, Mr. Chiu Jiming was 99 years old. At this advanced age, even the slightest issue could pose a grave threat. It is well known that many elderly individuals succumb to sudden falls, minor infections, or seemingly trivial ailments. The frailty of an aging body can hardly withstand such trials. At this stage in life, bodily functions, be it immunity, resistance to infection, or recovery, have reached a critical threshold. The fragility of life becomes painfully evident at such moments. Chen He nodded resolutely. Understood. I shall depart at once. He ended the call, his heart racing with trepidation. This task was undeniably daunting. Donyuan Garden was not far, merely a 5-minute drive away. Chen He surmised that upon contacting the emergency services, they realized the provincial second hospital was the nearest medical facility, thus dispatching him to expedite the transfer. Just as he hung up, he noticed the hospital leadership hurrying towards him. Spotting Chen He preparing to leave, Wang Zhanxin called out, Dr. Chen, please wait a moment. I will have Directors Yang and Li accompany you. Chen He turned to see the anxious expression on Director Wang's face and nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Yang Huanqing rushed over, neglecting to change his attire. I will accompany you. Within a minute, the head of the neurology department, Li Wan, joined them, declaring, I will go as well. After all, in cases of sudden collapse, consulting neurology and emergency care was prudent. Thus, the ambulance heading to Donyuan Garden Community was staffed with the pinnacle of the provincial second hospital's emergency response team. As the group prepared to board the vehicle, Wang Zhanxin shouted from behind, ensure he is safely transported to the Provincial People's Hospital. The driver honked twice in acknowledgement before accelerating towards Donyuan Community. Watching the ambulance depart, a palpable anxiety settled over the emergency office. Colleagues exchanged worried glances, all contemplating the same question. what had happened to Principal Chiu. In that moment, unease spread among them. In the face of such a significant event for Jin Province Medical University, the elder's life was inextricably linked to the institution and Oppo's fate. Wang Zhanxin, a graduate of Jin Province Medical University, had even attended lectures by Principal Chiu. Although by then, the principal had already retired, the university still invited him annually to inspire new students to become exemplary physicians. Throughout his long career, Principal Chiu had tirelessly imparted the essence of medical ethos. It is often said that those who persuade others to pursue medicine face dire consequences. Yet, Principal Chiu demonstrated through his own life and teachings what it meant to be a physician. The news of his illness spread rapidly, drawing increasing concern. Students began to offer their well wishes, while senior physicians contemplated strategies. Retired students of Principal Chiu, in particular, felt a tightening in their brows. Meanwhile, at the Provincial People and Oppo's hospital, a top-tier team had already gathered, awaiting the arrival of Principal Chiu. The ambulance swiftly reached Dongyuan Garden Community, an older neighborhood with nearly 30 to 40 years of history. The residents were predominantly elderly, and the absence of elevators made accessing their homes challenging. Hearing the sirens, several security guards rushed inside. This morning, the old gentleman was out for his usual stroll when he suddenly collapsed right there. The head of security explained as they hurried along. Li Wan quickly inquired, "Did Principal Chiu exhibit any symptoms before collapsing?" One of the elderly security guards, who discovered the collapsed principal, frowned. "Old gentleman. Principal? I wouldn't have guessed. He seemed fine, just tired from walking, then sat down and fainted." Li Wan furrowed her brow and led the group toward the elder and Oppo's location. A crowd had already gathered around the fallen figure. Yang Huanqing urged, "Everyone, please make way. We need to ensure proper airflow." The September weather remained stifling. Even at just past 9 in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. The crowd parted, and Chen He approached with a stretcher. With the assistance of 2 others, the old gentleman was carefully placed onto the stretcher, and Yang Huanqing promptly said, "Let us check his blood pressure and oxygen levels." Chen He nodded, and within 2 minutes, he glanced at the blood pressure monitor. His face changing, blood pressure at 190/120 millimeters of mercury, oxygen saturation at 96. Li Wan frowned. "Let us get him stabilized first. Dr. Chun, administer oxygen to Principal Chiu." The elder was surprisingly light, weighing less than 100 pounds, and moved onto the ambulance with relative ease. Once inside, the heart monitor was set up, revealing that while the elder's heart showed no major issues, his blood pressure was alarmingly high. The team was unable to rapidly reduce his blood pressure, as the current situation remained unclear. Abruptly lowering blood pressure can sometimes worsen conditions, so they opted for a mild antihypertensive, maintaining levels between 150 and 100. Chapter 80. Ordinary Heroes. As the vehicle departed from Dongyuan Garden, it sped swiftly towards the Provincial People's Hospital. Meanwhile, inside the community, a lively discussion erupted among the onlookers. "What? The old gentleman is actually the principal? I heard those doctors mention it just now. Who would have thought? He always appears so humble, living a frugal life. It's the same old fare of cabbage and potatoes every day. The old man is 99 this year. Surely heaven has come to claim him." As the crowd engaged in conversation, an elderly lady, engrossed in her Douyin feed, stumbled upon a piece of news from Yuanqing. This news was shared by a student from Jin Province Medical University. Instantly, a wave of medical students began to propagate the news, wishing for Grandpa Chiu and Oppo's well-being. The comment section was filled with heartfelt blessings. Furthermore, Chiu Jiming's life resume was made public. Upon reading it, the elderly lady was left utterly astounded. She approached the crowd, her voice trembling as she addressed them. "Do you know who that old gentleman is?" The crowd shook their heads. "No, who is he? What old principal?" Taking a deep breath, the lady replied, "This man is a benefactor of our Yuancheng, indeed of the entire Jin province." Her words left the onlookers in shock. "Sister Wang, are you joking? Indeed, how can this seemingly humble old man be a benefactor?" The elderly lady inhaled deeply, refraining from any argument, and continued with emotion. "The old gentleman is named Chiu Jiming, aged 99, who came to Jin province 60 years ago to establish the only medical school in the province. At that time, Mr. Chiu was already the director of Xia Hospital, yet he resolutely chose to come to Jin province. When the hospital director inquired about his decision, he simply replied, "Because my hometown lacks sufficient doctors. For 60 years, this elder has dedicated himself to a single purpose, to educate and nurture a multitude of exceptional doctors for Jin province." Truly, during those arduous times, Principal Chiu upheld a luminous banner for our province. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Indeed, such a vivid example resides within their very lives. This great man is the very same humble elder they often spoke of. In an instant, the entire crowd was rendered speechless. Who would have imagined that such an extraordinary individual lived so modestly? The nearby security guard stood astonished. This is remarkable. The crowd nodded in agreement, some even blushing with newfound respect. Meanwhile, the ambulance sped along, arriving at the provincial people and AMP, Oppos, S hospital and AMP, Oppos, S emergency department in less than 15 minutes. The green channel was promptly opened. Inside the emergency department, top experts and notable figures from several major hospitals in Jin province gathered, all with the singular aim of saving Grandpa Chiu. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Chen and Yang Huanqing worked together to carefully assist the old man out. Li Wan stood nearby, briefing the crowd on the situation. Although Pan Jianya served as the pre-hospital emergency director, he lacked the authority to manage Grandpa Chiu's case. At the forefront stood Yin Xianin, the head of the emergency department at the provincial people in Oppos, S hospital, renowned as the foremost figure in emergency care throughout Jin province. Director Yin, the situation with Mr. Chiu is as follows. I suspect it may be an acute cerebral infarction, though we must conduct further tests to confirm. There are numerous causes for fainting. However, as the head of neurology at the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Li Wan's initial consideration leaned toward a cerebral infarction. If the infarct is located in a critical area of the brain, such as the motor center, it could indeed result in loss of consciousness. Zhao Run, the head of neurosurgery at the Provincial People and AMP, Oppos, S hospital, nodded in agreement. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Yin Xian and AMP, Oppos, and pondered for a moment. Contact the imaging department and expedite the necessary tests. Nurses draw blood for urgent analysis to rule out systemic diseases, including routine checks for blood, urine, and stool, as well as liver and kidney function and myocardial enzymes. Yin Xian and AMP, Oppos, and swiftly assigned all necessary examinations. The staff began the lengthy process of assessing Grandpa Chiu and AMP, Oppos, S condition. 20 minutes later, the MRI results for the elder and AMP, Oppos, S head were available. Li Wan glanced at the images and was instantly taken aback. This is an acute cerebral infarction? The area of obstruction is so extensive. It has affected the posterior cerebral artery, resulting in acute cerebral infarction. This revelation ignited a fervent discussion among the experts in neurology and neurosurgery. Yes, it is indeed a cerebral infarction. The blockage has reached the motor area, making fainting entirely plausible. However, given that this is the posterior cerebral artery, the size of the obstruction is substantial. Without timely intervention, if necrosis occurs, it could lead to a massive cerebral infarction, even threatening life itself. The dialogue among the experts became increasingly animated. Neurosurgery chief Zhao Run stated, I recommend conducting a cerebral angiography to promptly diagnose Mr. Chiu and Oppos as condition and formulate a treatment plan. At that moment, the physiological and biochemical indicators became available. Upon hearing Zhao Run and Oppos' suggestion, Li Wan nodded in agreement. I concur. Seconded. Excellent. Prepare immediately for the cerebral angiography. The advantage of the green channel lies in its strong execution once a plan is established. Before long, Grandpa Chiu was transported to the angiography suite. The procedure necessitated routine checks, consuming a considerable amount of time. After a substantial wait, the angiography images were finally revealed. Zhao Run approached with a grave expression. Having confirmed the diagnosis, the elder suffers from an embolism caused by intracranial arterial malformation, located in the posterior cerebral artery region, affecting both functional and motor areas. A prompt treatment plan is imperative. Otherwise, prolonged ischemia will render recovery impossible. Hearing Zhao Run's words, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The gathered individuals examined the images one by one. At that moment, news arrived from the laboratory. The patient's plasma viscosity was excessively high, and platelet levels were low, rendering thrombolytic therapy unfeasible. This news struck the group like a thunderbolt. With no possibility for thrombolysis, only one option remained. Zhao Run inhaled deeply. The optimal treatment now is interventional thrombectomy. The interventional department head, upon hearing this, shook his head. Indeed, while this is true, we all recognize that Grandpa Chiu has a malformation of the cerebral arteries. Therefore, the interventional approach may not be feasible. This statement cast a pall over the assembly, leaving everyone in silence. Other interventional department heads soon arrived, contributing to the weighty atmosphere. Chapter 81. A success rate of less than 10% in the expansive office. Dean Li Peng personally arrived at the consultation hall. At this moment, 7 or 8 directors of the interventional department from Shaanxi province gathered together. Although today, and Oppos, S patient was not a person of great stature, he was indeed a benefactor of Shaanxi province, an individual whose name resonated throughout the medical community. It is a fact, Mr. Chiu, throughout his lifetime, has not accumulated remarkable achievements to boast of. He has no notable scientific accomplishments and lacks significant academic accolades. What he has to offer is a legacy of decades spent diligently working in this field, nurturing the first generation of medical professionals in Shaanxi province. Thus, while his tangible achievements may be minimal, his value is undeniable. At 59 years of age, Li Peng was among the last cohort of Mr. Chiu's students. Upon learning of Mr. Chiu and Oppos' illness, he organized this pinnacle consultation among the leading interventional specialists in the province. He understood that at the age of 99, Mr. Chiu's survival to this day was already a miracle. However, he still hoped that Mr. Chiu could attend the 60th anniversary celebration of the school, to witness the flourishing state of medicine that he had long envisioned. Currently, the medical field in Shaanxi province is thriving, with Mr. Chiu's students emerging as industry titans, each one shouldering significant responsibilities within the sector. Li Peng wished for Mr. Chiu to see the abundance of talent and the vigorous development of the field, fulfilling the elder and Oppos' long-held aspirations. In the consultation hall, the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Everyone fixated on the angiographic images displayed on the large screen, silent and contemplative, pondering how to proceed with treatment. Breaking the silence, Director Zhao Run of the interventional department at the Provincial People and Oppos' hospital spoke. Esteemed colleagues, as you can see, the situation depicted in the images is critical. The site of embolism is particularly significant. It lies within an essential functional area of the brain. Prolonged ischemia could hinder collateral circulation, inevitably leading to permanent neurological damage, such as hemiplegia, limb weakness, consciousness impairment, or even threatening the life center. Does anyone have insights to share? All eyes remained glued to the images, expressions somber. At this juncture, the director of interventional medicine from the first affiliated hospital of Shaanxi Medical University sighed. Director Zhao, we are not newcomers. I believe we all comprehend the gravity of this case. It appears to be a classic instance of intracranial arteriovenous embolism, likely stemming from a congenital vascular malformation. Observe how the vessels in the posterior cerebral artery circumvent the pituitary gland. Normally, they should anastomose with the middle cerebral artery. However, we can see a pronounced retrograde flow region here, where the vessel width is clearly not that of the middle cerebral artery. The complexity of the vessel's configuration and its narrowing present formidable challenges for a successful surgical intervention. I must admit, my confidence is limited. Upon hearing these words, the attendees found themselves engulfed in a state of indecision, as the reasoning was sound and irrefutable. Indeed, attempting to manage this through interventional techniques seems to promise a dismal success rate. Furthermore, the patient and Oppos' severely narrowed vessels and vascular malformations hinder the passage of guide wires. I would recommend that the neurosurgery team considers alternative approaches. The interventional physicians nodded in agreement, recognizing that attempting such a surgery through interventional means would be an exercise in futility. Their hopes now rested on the neurosurgery department, in hopes of discovering viable treatment options. Upon hearing this, a neurosurgeon let out a rueful laugh. To speak candidly, executing a vascular resection combined with anastomosis in this region is exceedingly challenging, even with endoscopic assistance. Success is elusive. Of course, if the elder were younger, we might dare to attempt it, as we would have nothing to lose. However, we must consider a critical factor. The elder is already 99 years old. Furthermore, Mr. Chiu is experiencing high-flow lesions with severe steel phenomena. Should we proceed with craniotomy, excessive hemorrhage or post-operative hyperperfusion syndrome could arise. At his advanced age, a craniotomy is unlikely to succeed. Frankly speaking, the elder may not endure until the conclusion of the operation. Following this unequivocal statement, the room fell into a profound silence. A collective sigh of helplessness echoed among the group, as they faced the harsh reality that was difficult to confront. Mr. Chiu had never married and had no children. He devoted the prime of his life to the medical profession. As he approached the end of his journey, the somber weight of this reality weighed heavily on the hearts of the doctors. Typically, physicians dread the moment they must face the family of a patient, as witnessing their tears, pleas, or even reproaches can stir their own emotions. Yet, in this moment, Mr. Chiu lay quietly in his hospital bed, voiceless, without family members to interfere in the physicians and oppose, deliberations, or to raise a ruckus. This absence only deepened their sense of guilt. At that moment, the head nurse of the emergency department rushed in, exclaiming, "Dean Lee, Director Yin, there are numerous reporters outside. They wish to inquire about Mr. Chiu and oppose, as condition. They are all in a lobby." The nurse appeared weary from managing the media, aware that a misstep in words could lead to repercussions. Moreover, those engaged in medical practice often find themselves ill-equipped to handle the press, which frequently takes liberties with context. Li Peng, upon hearing this, felt an immediate sense of frustration. The already pressing concern over Mr. Chiu's condition was now compounded by the noise and chaos outside. Dismiss them. Inform them that Mr. Chiu's condition remains unstable and that we are not granting any interviews. The head nurse nodded and promptly exited to relay the message. Not long after, Li Peng's phone rang again. Initially irritated, he contemplated ending the call, but upon seeing the caller ID, he sighed in resignation. It was a call from a leader at the Provincial Health Commission. "Ah, leader. Dean Lee, how is Mr. Chiu and oppose? As condition at present?" Li Peng exhaled a weary sigh. "Leader, the situation is quite complex. We are still deliberating and have yet to devise a plan." After a moment of silence, the leader asked directly, "What are the odds of success?" Li Peng found himself momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, he replied, "Less than 10%. Chapter 82. I can do it. Upon hearing Li Peng and oppose words, silence enveloped the other end of the line. After a prolonged pause, a deep sigh resonated. "Alas, let's do our utmost. The old man has dedicated his life to our health care. We must take action and strive for his recovery, right? We shall procure the finest medications, enlist the best physicians, and spare no expense in treating Principal Chiu." In response to the leader and oppose's resolute declaration, Li Peng found himself at a loss for words. Very well. Following the call, he felt a sense of helplessness. At this juncture, it was no longer merely a matter of finances. Indeed, money could resolve a plethora of issues, yet in this instance, it appeared utterly impotent. Li Peng addressed the assembly, stating, "The leader has spoken. We shall spare no effort in rescuing the old gentleman." Upon hearing these words, the collective sentiment was one of resignation. Just then, Zhao Lisin from the emergency center hurriedly entered. "Director Li, I have contacted the expert team from Capital Union Hospital. We will initiate a remote consultation immediately. Perhaps they can provide us with a viable solution." Upon receiving this news, the room was instantly filled with renewed hope. Union Hospital was undoubtedly regarded as the most prestigious institution in everyone in oppose's eyes. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted as if everyone had been invigorated. Soon, Li Peng guided the group to the remote conference room. Once the video connection was established, the old gentleman and Oppo's medical images were dispatched. Dang Jufeng, the director of the Interventional Department and vice president of the Interventional Medicine Branch of the Chinese Medical Association, appeared on the screen. Female doctors were a rarity in the field of interventional medicine, yet Tang was a distinguished figure, proving that women could excel in this domain. Upon her arrival, she greeted the assembled directors warmly. "Hello, everyone. Hello, Director Tang. Good day, Professor Tang." The mere sight of her stirred palpable excitement among the attendees. After all, she was the goddess of interventional medicine at the prime age of 47. Last year, she led the Chinese Interventional Medicine Association to a remarkable third-place finish in an international competition held in the United States, which had left the global community in awe. Zhao Run interjected, "Director Tang, we have sent you Mr. Chiu and Amp, Oppo's medical images. Please take a look." Dang note that through the remote video conference, it was evident that several doctors sat around her, those who had accompanied her during the competition. Before long, a vigorous discussion ensued after they reviewed the images. Witnessing this, Li Peng felt a surge of hope. Discussion was preferable to silence. As long as ideas were exchanged, solutions would soon follow. However, the conversation grew increasingly intense. Finally, Tang declared, "I recommend utilizing interventional techniques for intraarterial thrombolysis. The difficulty of retrieving the thrombus is exceedingly high. Even with microcatheters, extraction would be challenging. And given the old gentleman's age, such a thrombus cannot be easily removed. On the other hand, employing conventional thrombolysis could potentially lead to hemorrhaging, as we noted. The patient and Oppo's blood pressure is critically high and platelet levels are low, thus I fear it may induce bleeding. Therefore, after careful consideration, my proposal is to conduct a targeted, small-scale thrombolysis within the vessels using interventional methods." Upon hearing Tang and Oppo's words, the room fell into an uneasy silence, for none present seemed capable of executing such a procedure. Zhao Run and the others exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They suddenly felt the inadequacy of their knowledge. However, this was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the complexity of the situation. Tang, recognizing